Meanwhile, Love meets with the regulars who passed the exam and informs them that they can now proceed to the next floor. Wangnan, surprised, asks if it is true. Love confirms and apologizes for administering the exam independently, expressing his regret for the situation. Wangnan, overjoyed, exclaims that he is going to the next floor, laughing in excitement at his success. Love, smiling, offers to treat him to lunch, suggesting spicy chicken. Wangnan, still in high spirits, requests sweet and sour pork instead. As they discuss their meal plans, the group becomes excited at the prospect of food. Together, they enjoy their meal, and the day ends with them all settling into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, the scene shifts to High-Low Cafe, where a conversation begins. Someone asks A if he has heard the news. A responds, noting that there is a new Slayer nominee on the 20th floor. The other person, intrigued, inquires about the identity of the new Slayer nominee, mentioning that this is the first one since Karaka. A confirms and adds that while rumors suggest the nominee is extraordinary, they can't fully trust the FUG organization. The other person disagrees, saying this particular Slayer is trustworthy, having heard that the nominee defeated a ranker in a one-on-one fight. As he takes a sip of tea, he asks which family the ranker belongs to, suggesting it might be the Mule family, dismissing them as a weak and unimpressive lineage. It is then revealed that A is a member of the prestigious Kun family, and he listens thoughtfully to the exchange. Kun remains seated in the cafe, having just finished his tea, when Eden Dan arrives, apologizing for keeping him waiting. He introduces himself as a scout and asks if Kun is searching for the elusive silverfish, pouring more tea as they speak. Eden Dan explains that silverfish are notoriously difficult to find, particularly during spawning season, which lasts for nearly half the year. He adds that they are even harder to catch when in a mated pair. Eden Dan notes that he is the only regular in the area with the knowledge and skill to catch one, acknowledging that he's the right person for the job, though his services come at a cost. He mentions that Kun looks like he's in a hurry and proposes a price of 2,000 points. Kun, surprised but intrigued, repeats the amount, commenting that 2,000 points aren't too bad. Then, with a thoughtful sip of tea, he asks how much it would take to convince Eden Dan to join his team. Eden Dan, however, seems unimpressed. He had thought this would be a simple business deal, but it turns out Kun is here to recruit him. Eden Dan stands up, saying that if Kun isn't here to request his help catching the silverfish, he'll take his leave. He adds that he isn't planning on climbing the tower just yet, making it clear that he has no intention of joining a team at the moment. Kun introduces himself as Kun Agro Agnes, suggesting Eden Dan simply calls him Kun. Eden responds coldly, telling him not to act friendly. Kun, unfazed, recounts his reputation as the speedster who has never been caught by an enemy's lighthouse up to the 25th floor. He mentions that due to his talent, many regulars have invited him to ascend the tower together, but Eden has turned them all down, choosing instead to live as a hunter. Kun then asks why he isn't climbing the tower, to which Eden replies it's none of his business. Kun, however, insists that it is his concern, as he wants Eden to join his team and ascend the tower with them. Eden refuses, saying he is tired of watching regulars get killed, and claims he's suffering from what people call 20th floor disorder, dismissing it as pathetic. Kun acknowledges Eden's feelings, but then suggests they settle things with a wager. If Eden can leave the cafe without getting caught, he wins. If Kun manages to catch him, Kun wins. Eden, unimpressed, questions why Kun gets to decide the terms on his own and challenges the fairness of the proposal, making it clear that he has no intention of playing along. Kun states that if he wins, Eden must join him, and if Eden wins, he will give him this, placing a stone on the table. Eden stares at it in shock, realizing it's suspendium, and wonders where Kun could have acquired such a large piece. Kun then asks if Eden is in, and Eden, still surprised, agrees, thinking that if Kun believes he can outpace him, he is mistaken. Kun nods and tells him to try his best to escape. mentioning that Eden will have to avoid all the people in the cafe. Confused, Eden asks what he means by that. Kun explains that he had played a little trick before Eden arrived. He had hired all the regulars in the cafe. Even with Eden's speed, Kun questions whether he can escape from such a large group. Eden dismisses this as bluffing, doubting that Kun could have hired everyone. Kun calmly suggests he try to get out if he doesn't believe him, warning that the regulars are strong, and he is concerned he might end up with a corpse for a teammate. Kun then asks why Eden doesn't just give up and join their team. Eden turns to leave, glancing toward the emergency exit. As he moves, he grabs the tablecloth, intending to launch an attack on Kun. Thinking that Kun may have prepared well but missed something important, his underestimation of a son of the Kun family. Kun dodges Eden's sudden attack, swiftly securing the suspendium, while Eden darts out of the cafe, calling over his shoulder that he'll take it. As he runs down the hallway, he laughs, thinking how pointless it was for Kun to gather all those people in the cafe, especially when he sat right by the exit. However, as Eden approaches the exit, he is stunned to find the way blocked. Kun calmly follows him and remarks that he's trapped. Eden, caught off guard, asks if it was Kun's plan all along. Kun smirks, explaining that he has been luring Eden to this exact spot. He reveals that he didn't actually hire anyone in the cafe and had lied to corner Eden here. Shocked, Eden asks if Kun really deceived him, to which Kun responds by asking why Eden ever trusted him in the first place. Kun suggests that Eden should give up, but Eden scoffs, asking if Kun truly believes he could trap him. Kun, a bit offended, retorts that he isn't that slow. Eden grins and apologizes, but boasts that he's much faster than Kun thinks, immediately sprinting away. As he flees, Eden taunts Kun, complimenting his plan but pointing out that Kun's only mistake was underestimating him. He holds up the suspendium, smiling triumphantly. Kun, surprised, asks when Eden manages to grab it. Eden laughs and declares that since he won, he'll take the prize. He smugly thinks to himself that Kun's arrogance got the best of him, and it serves him right for underestimating the speedster. He tells the cashier that thanks to him, he is now a billionaire, adding that the blue-haired guy in the back will pay. As he finishes, the cashier shoots him with an injection, and he collapses instantly to the floor. Confused, he wonders what is happening when Kun arrives and calmly explains that the injection is an anesthetic strong enough to put eels to sleep, noting that since it hit his vein, he will fall asleep soon. Trembling, he protests that Kun had said he hadn't hired anyone here, cursing him as Kun picks up the suspendium from the floor and smiles, asking mockingly if he really trusted him. Afterward, Kun returns to the lodge where someone is feeding eels. Kun praises the person for a job well done, and the man thanks him. Novik glances at Kun and asks if he's back, to which Kun confirms. Novik then asks if there is anything new, and Kun responds that he wishes there were. Novik throws Eden's unconscious body from his lighthouse and asks if Kun has dealt with him. Kun replies that Eden has been getting cheeky, so he had to get rough with him, adding that Eden will wake up soon and that Novik should teach him a lesson. As Kun heads towards his room, he briefly grabs Eden, thinking how he has knocked out yet another one. Reaching the door to another room, Kun knocks and calmly asks if he can come in, addressing the person inside as Rachel. Rachel tells Kun to wait a minute and then says he can come in. Kun enters her room, where she sits on her bed and asks how his trip went. Meanwhile, Eden wakes up, holding his head and complaining about the pain. He looks at Novik and asks who he is. Novik replies that he is awake now and introduces himself as Novik, the spear-bearer of Kun's team, saying it's nice to meet him. Eden, realizing where he is, asks if he is on that scoundrel's team, and then concludes this must be their lodging. Novik confirms, explaining that Eden was brought there after being tranquilized. Eden admits that he had been blinded by the suspendium and now has to go up the tower with that swindler. Novik asks if he has given up, then laughs, welcoming him to the team. He introduces himself again as Novik, a spear bearer who specializes in hurling, and extends his hand for a handshake. Eden shakes his hand, introducing himself as Eden Dan, a scout and speedster. Novik says he has heard a lot about him, and that it's nice to meet him, thinking that Eden is strong. He then adds that the rest of the team is waiting outside, and he will introduce him to them shortly. Novik warns Eden, telling him that the rest of the team is dangerous, so he should be cautious. He mentions that he's heard Eden is quite skilled, but advises him not to show off. Before they leave, Novik asks if he has any questions. Eden, thinking about how many questions he has, asks why Kun is going up the tower in this way, and forcing his teammates to join him. Novik replies that there's a girl named Rachel upstairs who can't use her legs, and Kun is going up the tower to take her to the top. Eden snaps his fingers and raises one, asking if Rachel is Kun's fiancée, and if Kun is quite the romantic. Novik, giving him a serious look, warns him again, saying if he jokes like that in front of Kun, that finger might be gone by the next day. The scene shifts to Rachel's room, where she tells Kun that she saw Baum again in her dream last night. In that deep, dark place, Baum asks her to save him, and she feels like he is still alive down there. Kun tries to say something to calm her, but Rachel quickly interrupts, saying it's been 6 years and she still can't forget how Baum saved her, and then faded away into the darkness with the monster. Kun moves closer to Rachel, gently wiping her tears, and tells her to forget about it. He reminds her that Baum died to save her, and he wouldn't want her to cry. She hugs him, still crying, and thanks him for comforting her. Meanwhile, Eden, observing the situation from a distance, comments on how complicated the relationship seems. Novik sternly reminds him that what he just told him stays between them and warns him not to mention it to anyone else. Novik then opens the door and says it's time to introduce him to their teammates. Eden follows him out, where they find someone sitting on a dolphin, waving a fishing rod. Eden joins him, and Novik walks away. The dolphin dives into the sea, and both of them watch in silence. Soon, Michael and his team arrive. Michael asks if Eden is their new teammate, and Novik confirms, introducing Eden as their new scout. He tells the team to greet Eden, explaining that they are his new teammates and that he will introduce them one by one. Apple greets Eden first, and Novik continues, introducing Apple as the data-gathering scout, Evangelist Michael as the quack doctor and wave controller, Jaitang as the spear bearer and cook, who joined because he heard Princess Endorsi might be here, and finally, Ram, a fisherman. Eden, surprised, asks if Novik is serious about Princess Endorsi being a part of their journey, mentioning that she was a member of the E-level final team. Novik confirms, saying it's true, Endorsi Jahad, the same one who took the first floor test with Kun. He adds that they are somewhat like teammates, so it's possible they'll meet her again later. Eden, intrigued, asks if Novik is really implying they'll be ascending with Anak Jahad and Hats. Novik responds that if they're lucky, it's possible, but nothing is guaranteed. He then turns to the group, noting that now that everyone is present, it's time to start. Eden, confused, asks what Novik means by start. Novik explains that every group has a hierarchy, and they need to rank the strength of their members to establish theirs. Meanwhile, back in the room, Kun continues to comfort Rachel. After the hug, Kun asks if she feels better. Rachel, wiping away the last of her tears, apologizes, saying it's just been so difficult for her, and she keeps leaning on him. Kun reassures her, saying it's fine and that she can lean on him for as long as she needs. However, he admits that Baum will be hard to replace. He advises her to take her time, reminding her that they'll have to ascend the tower soon, but not to strain herself. He tells her to call if she needs anything. Rachel thanks him, and Kun leaves the room. As soon as he exits, Rachel gets out of bed, muttering that he startled her by coming in unannounced like that. Rachel twirls around her room, smiling to herself. She muses that while it's nice to be treated like a princess, it's starting to get boring. Her legs will stiffen if she keeps staying in bed like this, but at least she's going up again soon. She hopes to meet the star she's been longing for, her excitement showing as she dances. In the next room, Kun enters and receives a call from Shibisu through his pocket device. Shibisu greets him, mentioning that it's been a while. Kun replies that yes, it has, but he's gathered all his teammates now, so there's no need for any further delay. They'll be seeing each other soon. Shibisu agrees and adds that he misses him too. He then asks about the other two, likely referring to Rachel and Bomb, saying things are the same as usual. Kun, with a slightly annoyed tone, responds by asking if he's referring to Rachel. He confirms that Rachel is fine, and assures Shibisu that there's no need to keep asking the same question over and over again. It's difficult for him to believe too, but he's certain now. After ending the call, his expression darkens as he uses his lighthouse to observe Rachel. He watches her move freely around the room, confirming what he suspected all along: Rachel can walk, and she's been lying to them. The scene shifts 6 years back to the 2F Evankel's floor, where Shibisu is puzzled by his revelation. He asks Kun what he means, and he clarifies that Rachel had lied to them. Shibisu, incredulous, asks if Kun is serious, and Kun confirms. Shibisu finds this absurd and demands to know why Rachel would lie and what he is talking about. Kun explains that he recently met with Liro Ro. Shibisu inquires if Kun is referring to the administrator, and he confirms. He recounts that he thought Liro Ro's visit was a farewell, but it turned out to be more significant. Liro Ro had informed him that he had secretly summoned a doctor to examine Rachel's legs after she had fainted. The doctor, upon inspecting her legs, reported that they were in good condition. Shibisu asks for clarification, and Kun elaborates that the stab wound on Rachel's leg is not severe. The doctor stated that she could walk and even run without needing any special treatment. Shibisu then questions why Rachel pretended to be injured when she was actually fine. Kun admits he does not understand Rachel's motives or why she chose to deceive them. Kun speculates that Rachel might be under threat from someone and expresses his certainty that the test director is aware of this situation. He suggests that there may be an undisclosed connection between them. Shibisu, frustrated, questions the implications of this revelation and expresses concern about their promise to ascend the tower together with Rachel. He is troubled by the possibility that their plans may be jeopardized. Kun assures Shibisu that, while he and the others will continue their ascent up the tower, he will form a separate team with Rachel. Shibisu is confused and asks for clarification. Kun emphasizes that this matter should remain confidential between them. He explains that their team was united by Bomb's death, and revealing this information could lead to its collapse. He expresses his determination to protect the team that Bomb had hoped to safeguard. Kun requests Shibisu's support in ascending the tower with their current team, while he handles the situation with Rachel. He acknowledges the harsh reality of suspecting Rachel might be involved in Bomb's death, and insists that the responsibility of dealing with such cruelty should fall to him. Kun asserts that Rachel is the only lead they have regarding Bomb's killers, and he will not allow her to slip away easily. He urges the need to proceed quickly and to split up when the time is right. Kun states that, when the time is right, he will stay behind to form a new team. This team will act as a buffer, protecting and monitoring Rachel. The scene shifts back to the present, where Kun sits in his room, gazing at his lighthouse. The scene transitions to Kun's team, where Eden inquires about the ranking process and whether they will fight each other right then and there. Navik confirms that this is indeed the case and suggests that Eden may opt out if he wishes. Eden, feeling underestimated, insists on fighting and demonstrating his abilities. Apple, Jaitang, and Michael express their intention to forfeit. Navik acknowledges Eden's determination and notes that the new member has guts. Eden, sensing trouble, wonders if he can still back out and raises his hand with a smile. Michael attempts to force Eden into a hole in the ground, and as Eden coughs, Michael decides to go through with it. Michael, struggling to breathe, receives quick mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, while Jaitang advises Eden to run. Navik announces that it's down to the final two contenders, Ran, who sits on a mountain, and Eden, He challenges them to determine who is stronger. Aiden, also standing up, questions the nature of their relationship and asks if they have always been at odds. Apple comments that Ran and Navik have a contentious history. She recounts that Navik lost to Ran when he first joined the team. Aiden adds that Michael claims Navik always uses new members as a pretext to fight Ran, but Navik has never managed to defeat him. He speculates that Navik might be on the team solely to challenge Ran. Aiden asks if this is really the case and if Ran is truly that formidable. Michael confirms that Ran is indeed one of the top 5 strongest among E-rank regulars, while Navik is likely in the top 10. Ran questions if this continual fighting isn't tiresome and asserts that Navik will never surpass him. Navik retorts that Ran is overly confident and declares that this time he will win. Navik then attacks Ran, who deftly evades the strike and prepares to counterattack. In response, Navik conjures a magical ball and hurls it toward Ran. The ball detonates on impact, sending a cloud of smoke billowing through the area. As the sun begins to set, the group assembles in Kun's office, all wearing t-shirts with numbers. Kun, observing the unusual attire, inquires about the uniforms, humorously questioning if they are now a basketball team. Michael explains that the team uniforms were ordered by Navik, though 2 of the sizes were incorrect. Navik laughs, finding the situation amusing, and Kun joins in the laughter, finding the timing perfect. Kun then turns serious, mentioning that he went this morning to sign up for the next exam. He reveals that the exam will commence in a month, and they are finally set to resume their ascent up the tower. Kun reiterates his goal of becoming the head of the Kun family. Aiden asks for clarification, and Kun explains that he intends to ascend the tower and succeed Kun Eduin, requiring their support. Kun assures them that he will fulfill their wishes once he becomes the head of the Kun family. In return, he requests one thing, that they act as a protective boundary for Rachel. He stresses that the suspicion that Rachel might have killed Bomb is too harsh, and he asks them to always assist her, be kind to her, and maintain a facade of friendliness. Kun emphasizes that while they must protect Rachel, they should never lower their guard or view her as a friend. He instructs them to remain detached so that when the time comes, he can disregard her pleas without hesitation. Kun reflects on the burden of this task, acknowledging that it is a heavy responsibility, especially since Rachel is the girl who killed his best friend. He believes that the harshest among them must bear this burden. Meanwhile, in her room, Rachel lies alone on her bed, recalling her apology to Bomb. As she reminisces, she begins to laugh hysterically. In the regulars' residential area on the 21st floor, known as the White Cichlid floor, Rua sits in her room enjoying tea with Yon. She compliments Yon on her appearance, noting that she has become even more beautiful, and that she truly embodies the elegance of the Yon family. Rua expresses admiration for Yon's rapid ascent up the tower over the past month, marveling at how quickly she has progressed and predicting that Yon will soon become a great ranker. Yon laughs, appreciating the flattery, and Rua inquires about Yon's current team. She expresses curiosity about the caliber of her teammates, assuming they must come from prestigious families like Yon herself. However, Yon clarifies that her teammates are not from notable families, contrary to Rua's expectations. She explains that, while they may not come from great backgrounds, they are good people. Yon adds that they have forged strong bonds since the last exam. She reveals that during that test, they would have failed if she had not discovered and thwarted the enemy's plan. Yon notes that she wasn't given any credit for her efforts, which made things a bit tough. Rua, blushing, praises Yon for her humility and selflessness, commending her for helping her teammates without seeking recognition. She finds Yon's behavior both classy and noble. Yon modestly downplays her actions, saying it's simply the right thing to do. Rua then brings up a rumor she has heard about a new Fug Slayer nominee joining the exam. According to the rumor, this individual is massive, possesses monstrous powers, and has frightening eyes hidden behind long hair. She adds that the rumors suggest he travels with unpleasant teammates who steal money and harass girls. Yon, intrigued, asks if such rumors are true. Ryua admits she hasn't heard much about it and advises Yon to be cautious, suggesting that the notorious individual might be targeting her. Yon thanks her for the warning, emphasizes the importance of being careful, and advises Ryua to avoid confronting such people and to ignore them if possible. Ryua agrees, thanks Yon for her concern, and laughs as Yon apologizes. Meanwhile, Yon thinks to herself that she might be inadvertently one of those unpleasant teammates. After meeting with Ryua, Yon returns to the room where she and her teammates are staying. Goseng notices her early arrival and comments on it. Yon confirms that the meeting was brief. Miseng and another teammate are engaged in a game, with Miseng leading a playful dance routine, instructing to put both arms up, shake them side to side, and then say it's dance time, while the other kid chimes in to shake it to the rhythm. Goseng inquires about Yon's meeting with her family. Yon replies that it went well enough, and the two of them observe the others dancing and having fun. Yon asks if they are still doing the dance routine, to which Goseng responds that they seem to be enjoying it and reassures her that it's merely a form of exercise. Later, Yon heads to the kitchen where Akraptor offers her some watermelon. Yon declines, saying she will just have a cup of water. Noticing her demeanor, Akraptor comments that she seems gloomy and asks if something happened. Yon dismisses it, saying nothing is wrong, and then inquires about Vile. Akraptor informs her that Vile went out, mentioning he had gone to the marketplace. Yon asks if nobody followed Vile, to which Akraptor responds that Vile mentioned he would be back soon and questioned why anyone would follow him. Yon expresses her disbelief, emphasizing the importance of being cautious given the rumors about Vile and the potential truth behind them. Wangnan arrives, yawning and stretching as he comments that he doesn't believe Vile is the type to engage in such activities, scratching his belly. Yon calls him out, asking if he has any proof to disprove the rumors. Wangnan replies that, based on his experience with Vile, he hasn't seen any negative traits. Vile has been kind, allowing them to live in the house he rented and even sharing the household chores equally. Wangnan adds that Vile does a fair share of cooking as well, noting her poor cooking skills with a hint of reproach, which Akraptor acknowledges with a nod. Yon admits that his points are valid, but insists that Vile is still a FUG member. Wangnan agrees, acknowledging that while Vile is a FUG member, he values a FUG who can cook well over a great family member who burns toast. She acknowledges that if this is what he thinks, she will be the only one keeping an eye on him, and if she catches him engaging in any wrongdoing, she will take him down, along with the men accompanying him. She remarks on their stupidity, lacking any sense of security, and considers how he just waits, unaware that she will soon expose his true nature. With that, she walks away. Goseng then inquires where she is headed again, to which Akraptor responds that she is going after Vile. Yon, meanwhile, ponders what is wrong with them, convinced that they are all on his side and must have been deceived by his act of pretending to be a nice person. She admits, however, that his cooking is indeed better than hers, a fact she begrudgingly accepts, but she remains resolute in her belief that she has no choice but to uncover his misdeeds herself. As Vile activates her flare powers, she watches him closely. In the residential area, at the marketplace where Vile arrives, Yon observes him secretly from a distance. She reflects on having registered a tracking service on his device, ensuring that wherever he goes, he cannot escape her. She notes that pockets can track one another if their owners agree to it mutually and think it is time to reveal his true self, the wicked Vile. Vile walks into a karaoke bar, and she wonders why he would be there at this hour. Suspicion rises within her as she contemplates whether he might be a bagman. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air, startling her, and she questions whether what she heard was indeed a scream. Her curiosity leads her to quickly peer inside, her thoughts racing as she tries to grasp what has just unfolded. A large man wearing a black shirt with the words FUG Football Club arrives, shouting at someone, calling them a little jerk, and demanding if they intend not to pay. The waitress, looking nervous, explains that they are merely employees and do not have money. The man, unimpressed, accuses her of playing him for a fool, which she denies. He then demands that she hand over her money if she wants to keep the place intact, threatening to lose his temper, revealing that he is vile. Hua Ryan steps in, asking the man if he knows what would happen if Fug catches him vile. She expresses her disappointment, saying she didn't expect the new Slayer to be a filthy pig like him, and questions whether Fug is truly this pathetic. The man, taken aback, angrily asks what she means by calling him a pig. Confused, he repeats her words, asking if she truly referred to him as such. The waitress, growing more alarmed, asks what Hua Ryan is saying. Unfazed, Hua Ryan repeats the insult, calling him a pig again and again. Enraged, he hurls insults at her, asking if she wants to die here, and lunges to attack. Chaos erupts as another waitress runs away, screaming in fear. Hua Ryan remains seated calmly as the man swings his mace at her. Just as the blow is about to land, Vile strikes him with a blast of Shinsu, sending him reeling backward. A voice from the crowd shouts in disbelief, questioning how anyone dares to attack Vile. In response, Vile stands firm, introducing himself as the real Vile. As the realization sinks in, panic spreads among the onlookers. Fear takes over, and they begin fleeing the karaoke bar in a rush, terrified of him. Amid the chaos, Yon arrives and, seeing the aftermath, demands to know what Vile has done. Vile and Hua Ryan turn to face her, and Hua Ryan greets Yon with a composed smile. Yon looks at Hua Ryan, wondering who that unsettling girl is and whether she is close to Vile. Just then, a mysterious tall man steps in front of her and questions who this girl is. He remarks that she had said it would only be the three of them today and asks if she is a new member. As he contemplates whether Yon is part of the group, Yon quickly realizes who he is and responds, understanding that he must be from Fug. Jinsung, observing her closely, comments that he has seen her hairpin before and asks whether it bears the crest of the Yon family. He then bluntly questions if she is a spy sent by them. Before the tension can escalate, Vile intervenes, telling Jinsung to stop, and explaining that Yon is his teammate and not a spy. Jinsung, taken aback, asks if she is truly Vile's teammate. He quickly apologizes with a smile, but Yon, still suspicious, challenges Vile. She demands to know who his supposed teammate is, accusing him of lying. She argues that he has deceived his team by secretly meeting with Fug. She questions what he is planning with them, incredulous at the idea that he would dare to call them teammates after such betrayal. How absurd, she thinks. She declares that he is worse than dirt, accusing him of pretending to be so nice. As she speaks, Jinsung throws off his jacket and asks if her outburst isn't enough. She snaps back, telling him it's none of his business, calling him a jerk with a cheap perm. Vile steps in, telling Jinsung to stop, adding that while it's true his perm is cheap, he is still a high ranker. Unfazed, she asks if he thinks she is afraid of a high ranker. Without hesitation, Vile uses his powers, throwing her to the floor. He tells her that's enough and remarks that he has knocked her out. Jinsung comments that Vile is quite harsh with girls. He then asks what they plan to do with her, noting that they can't simply leave her there. Hua Ryan suggests that they all go to his house together, mentioning that it is quiet there and they can take her home. Jinsung raises his hand in agreement, stating that it's a good idea. He then asks what they should buy as a housewarming gift, to which Hua Ryan, eyeing him, comments that by the way, his hair really is ridiculous. After some time, Hua Ryan, Vile, and Jinsung sit together, enjoying a meal. Wangmin, approaching them, asks if Jinsung is a friend of him. Jinsung nods, introducing himself as Jinsung Ha, adding that while he is a member of Fug, he isn't a bad guy, and he asks Wangmin not to look at him that way. Wangmin laughs, noting the contradiction of being a Fug member but claiming not to be a bad guy, and wonders aloud why Jinsung is here, laughing again. Jin-sung explains that he came to check on how his Slayer nominee, Vile, is doing. He reveals that he was his martial arts teacher and had been curious about his teammates. Jin-sung remarks that he heard it wasn't his choice to form the team and praises Wangnan for having the nerve to team up with a Slayer nominee. With a smirk, Jin-sung asks where the rest of his teammates are, mentioning that he heard there were 7 of them. Wangnan explains that some of the team went to check on their rivals for the next exam, which is starting this week. Surprised, Jin-sung asks if the exam is really happening this week. He then expresses relief, saying he's glad the team appears to be harmonious. He admits he was worried since Vile tends to be a bit gloomy, but it's refreshing to see him with brighter teammates. However, Jin-sung jokingly warns Wangnan not to bully Vile and, with a playful smile, asks if Wangnan is on Twitter. Wangnan, amused, thinks to himself that he's definitely not crazy enough to do something like that. He inquires if Jin-sung makes Vile do household chores, and Wangnan laughs, saying there is no way that happens. Jin-sung responds, noting that his hands are dry, to which Wangnan explains that Vile took a long bath, laughing at the comment. Meanwhile, Akraptor sits in the kitchen with Yon and remarks that they are more talkative than he expected. He notes that they are not at all like what he had imagined and even brought some fruits. Yon warns him not to be deceived. Despite their friendly appearance, they are capable of anything. Akraptor questions if that is truly the case, recalling that the rumor came from the person who was pretending to be Vile. He thinks that this individual was merely checking up on Vile. Yon admits that she may have been wrong about that, but maintains that Fug cannot be trusted. Akraptor asserts that they must be planning something truly horrible, insisting that all evil originates with Fug and accusing Yon of being obsessed. He then poses a question he has been pondering for a while. If she hates Fug so much, why hasn't she left them for another team? Yon responds that she would love to leave, but needs to stay to keep an eye on Vile. She then questions if Akraptor's reluctance to join a different team is driven by fear. He mentions that he heard from Wangnan about her first test, where she struggled to control her powers and found that no one wanted to team up with her. He questions if she isn't afraid of revealing her inability to control her powers, especially as a member of the Yon family. She responds defiantly, asking what he plans to do if she admits it, and if he intends to laugh at her for being unable to control her own powers. She challenges him on whether he thinks of her as a defective individual. He reassures her that he doesn't see her that way, noting that he has dealt with many defective team members and that she is impressive by comparison. Moreover, he points out that Vile can handle any issues she might have. He tells her to stay if she wants, and then takes a bite of food, inquiring if Miseng prepared it. He adds that she needs Vile. Meanwhile, in the living room, Wangnan sits with Miseng and Goseng, with Miseng sleeping on the couch. Wangnan praises Vile, calling him a serious genius. Jin-sung agrees, saying that Vile masters techniques after seeing them only once and admitting that he was shocked by his abilities. He emphasizes that he isn't just flattering Vile because he taught him, asking if they agree. Wangnan confirms, adding that he has been bragging about Vile for hours. He then introduces himself, saying he is Wangnan. Jin-sung glances at Hwa Ryan, who is eating fruit, and asks where Vile is. Hwa Ryan responds that Vile left after starting to say foolish things. Goseng suggests that Vile might be on the roof, as he likes to be alone there. Jin-sung quickly heads outside, saying he will go check on Vile and telling Wangnan to have fun. He confirms with a nod. Goseng decides to follow Jin-sung, noting that he feels tired, and proceeds to carry Miseng, who is still sleeping, to the room. Hwa Ryan sits quietly with Wangnan, continuing to eat. Wangnan asks if the food is tasty, to which Hwa Ryan smiles and says he is lucky. She explains that his decision to spare them was a fortunate one, congratulating Wangnan. When he inquires about her meaning, she reveals that the heads of Fug want Vile to ascend the tower with a team deserving of his power, not with a group of defects like theirs. She insinuates that Jin-sung did not come merely to see Vile, but to potentially eliminate them and form a new team for him. Hyo Ryan notes that Jin-sung has decided to let them go for now, respecting his opinion, but warns not to be too relieved. She emphasizes that many within FUG are displeased with the current situation, and that Vile must continue to improve if they want their goals to be achieved. He questions whether she truly believes Vile can kill Jahad, noting that Jahad is bound by a contract with the administrator as the king of the tower. This contract ensures that no resident of the tower can kill Jahad, a fact that will remain unchanged regardless of how powerful Vile becomes. She acknowledges that he is well versed in the old stories, but counters that while Jahad cannot be killed, there might be someone who is not bound by that contract. When he asks what she means, she explains that 6 years ago, they encountered a boy on the test floor who had the potential to make their dreams come true. She admits that they have been waiting for him for a long time, the one who opened the door, the one free from the contract, and the one who will bring the blood of the king to the tower. She notes that his habit of staring blankly at the ceiling has not changed. The scene shifts to the rooftop, where Jin-sung approaches Vile and asks what he is looking at. Calling him Bomb, the irregular, Jin-sung draws his attention. He tells Vile that when he reaches the top, everything in the tower will change. On the rooftop, Jin-sung approaches Vile, offering congratulations on his new teammates and mentioning that he will discuss the situation with Murky. He notes that there might be some complaints, but nothing will be done immediately. Jin-sung admits that it might sound strange, but he has wished for Vile's happiness since the first time he met him 6 years ago. He acknowledges that Vile might find it odd, given that he is the one forcing him to live a life he does not want, but he genuinely hopes Vile finds happiness in his own way. Meanwhile, Wangnan is stunned by the revelation that Vile is an irregular. He wonders if Vile could truly kill Jahad and questions why Vile became a slayer. He speculates whether Vile has a personal vendetta against Jahad. Hyo Ryan explains that Vile did not become a slayer with the intention of killing Jahad. Rather, he did it because he was compelled to do so. When Wangnan asks for clarification, she reveals that FUG understands what is important to Vile. As long as that remains in their control, Vile cannot escape from FUG's influence. She recounts an event that took place on the second floor, where Hansung confronts Vile. Hansung asks if Vile has made up his mind yet, suggesting that if the time has come and there is no other choice, Vile must act. He reveals that before his teammates left the floor, he gave them rings, which he claimed were memorial rings. In reality, they were tracking devices, allowing him to monitor their movements anywhere. He notes that people rarely discard such rings, especially when their friendships are deep. He warns Vile that if he refuses to become a slayer, he will kill them all. This threat terrifies Vile, who sits in a corner, visibly scared. Hansung then questions if he should start with Rachel, prompting Vile to immediately stand up and refuse. Hansung expresses confusion, noting that despite being deceived, Vile still tries to save her. Vile accuses Hansung of being responsible for the situation. Hansung counters, stating that it was entirely Rachel's decision, and that the reason Vile is in danger, and his friends are at risk, is because she planned to ascend the tower. When Vile asks why Rachel, Hansung responds that perhaps, in her eyes, reaching the top of the tower is more important than Vile himself. He informs Vile that today they will begin training him to become a slayer. He warns that if Vile shows even the slightest hesitation, he will kill his friends one by one, presenting him with a list of their names. He challenges Vile to see how many of them will survive as he ascends the tower. With that, Vile walks away, leaving Vile in turmoil, while Jin-sung stands nearby. Hyo Ryan adds that if Vile fails the test or refuses to embrace his role as a slayer, all of his old friends will die. She questions his surprise and asks if he truly believes they are nice people. Later that night, Wangnan lies in bed, reflecting on the events. He observes other regulars sleeping peacefully and recalls his decision to stay for a few days. Wang Nin remembers a previous conversation where he questioned Hua Ryan's cruelty. He had asked how anyone could be so cruel as to use such tactics to achieve their own goals, especially towards someone who is irregular. He expressed his distress over forcing Vile to live a life he does not want, and to be despised by everyone. How he does that. She inquires about their course of action and whether they should simply leave Vile alone. She questions who will fulfill their wish if they do, and whether he will. When he asks for clarification, she apologizes and expresses doubt about his capability to achieve their goals, just as they are unable to. She argues that sympathy and justice are not always effective, and that anyone can speak of justice. She remarks that it is unfortunate that fate has dealt Vile such a destiny. Wang Nin, unable to sleep due to his teacher's loud snoring, goes to the rooftop to find Vile. He acknowledges Vile's presence and explains that he had been dreaming about his teacher. Wang Nin comments on the breathtaking night view and suggests that it would be nice to have a drink while taking in the scenery. They both gaze at the sky, and Wang Nin reflects on the stakes, knowing that if Vile fails the test, his old friends will perish. Wang Nin apologizes, admitting that he initially thought Vile was a bad guy, but now sees him as an incredibly good person. He asserts that if Vile were his friend, he would not regret risking his life for him. He urges Vile to pass the next exam, reaffirming his commitment to support him as a friend, regardless of the challenges they face. After a while, Yon Yiwa arrives and is surprised to find both Wang Nin and Vile on the rooftop. She asks what they are doing up there so late at night. Wang Nin, addressing her as Flamethrower, questions why she is here, and she explains that she has something to discuss with Vile. Wang Nin then asks why she has come at this hour and alone. Yon responds that it concerns what happened earlier that day. He dismisses her concern, suggesting that her presence might be due to the redhead showing up as her rival. He implies that she might be trying to get close to Vile instead of maintaining a distance. Yon is confused and asks what he is talking about. Wang Nin then turns to Vile, asking who the girl is and whether he has had a romantic encounter with her. Before Vile can respond, Yon uses her flare power to attack Wang Nin, demonstrating her displeasure. Meanwhile, Jinsung, sitting by the water tank and observing the scene, comments on how amusing it is. He then notices Karaka on another rooftop and recognizes him, greeting him as Karaka. 4 days later, the test on the 21st floor begins. At the test location, the sweet and sour team arrives. Prince questions the choice of the team name, and Wang Nin responds that it is better than being called Devil. Miseng offers Vile some snacks as the regulars prepare to enter the test area in their respective teams. At the third exam on the 21st floor, the test supervisor, Noma, arrives. Goseng asks about the absence of their rival team. Noma explains that the rival team has fled, presumably frightened by the presence of Vile on his team. He taps his head and then claps, indicating that he believes the news of Vile's involvement scared them off. When asked about their exam, Noma assures them not to worry and reveals an alternative, more exciting test involving dolphins. Wang Nin exclaims at the amazing sight. At the inner tower's seaside border, Wang Nin marvels at the sea, while Prince points out that they are flying. Yon questions their excitement, noting that they are supposed to be focused on the test, not enjoying themselves. Despite her irritation, she notices their enthusiasm and rubs her hands together in frustration. Meanwhile, Akraptor observes Yon and wonders why she is applying tanning oil. The excitement among the group grows as Wang Nin suggests playing beach volleyball. Prince agrees enthusiastically, proposing that they use a ball and make the losing team buy drinks. Akraptor, intrigued but skeptical, questions what kind of test they will take in this seemingly empty place. Noma, addressing Akraptor, mentions that although the test arena is not visible yet, it will appear soon. Prince, full of anticipation, exclaims about the fate and destiny awaiting them. As they prepare to jump into the water, Akraptor notices a quake and tells everyone to wait as something rises from the sea. Noma announces that the test arena is arriving, and reveals that it is called Zaijna. As a Shinhyu emerges with a roar, everyone looks at it in awe. Noma explains that the creature they see is a Shinhyu, specifically a Zaijina, which is considered a mystical being by the residents of the 21st floor. Wangnan asks if the exam will take place on this creature, and Noma confirms, explaining that Zaijina is central to the test. Noma explains that their task is to enter the body of the Zaijina and locate the flower within, which contains a valuable jewel. Wangnan, incredulous, protests the idea of going inside a creature's body to find a jewel. Noma confirms that the test involves exactly that, entering the Zaijina and retrieving the flower. As the Zaijina roars, the group boards a boat. Wangnan laments that the test is terrible and questions why they must undertake such a daunting task for a jewel that doesn't even belong to them. Noma clarifies that the flower of the Zaijina is indeed a jewel-producing flower, but he explains it in more detail. The flower inside the Zaijina grows a unique blue jewel, renowned for its beauty and rarity. This jewel is highly valuable because it only develops within the Zaijina's body and is difficult to find. Noma instructs them to use the motorboat inside the floating ship to navigate their way into the Zaijina's body. With that, he jumps into the sea, signaling them to follow. Noma states that finding the flower of the Zaijina will allow them to pass the exam. As they approach the Zaijina, Wangnan questions the fairness of making regulars undertake such a dangerous task. He wonders why they don't retrieve the jewel themselves if it is so valuable. Goseng, however, expresses excitement at the prospect, saying it sounds fun to be inside the Zaijina, though Wangnan dismisses this as foolishness and points out the dangers. Wangnan examines the Zaijina's blowhole and comments on its size, noting its intimidating presence. Miseng and Goseng join him, and she warns everyone to stay back, anticipating that the Zaijina will soon flip. Prince acknowledges her warning and bids them farewell, while Goseng says goodbye to Yon. The group splits into two teams. Vile suggests the strategy, reasoning that the Zaijina has two blowholes, one on its back and one on its belly. He proposes that using both blowholes to enter the Zaijina's body will be more efficient. Vile assesses that the Zaijina surfaces every 2.5 hours to sunbathe and flips every 30 minutes. Timing is crucial. Being late or early could cost them their lives. Prince, concerned about the impending flip, suggests they should retreat and tries to start his boat. However, Yon intervenes, pushing him aside and insisting that she take a turn starting the motor. As Yon struggles with the motor, she grows frustrated when it refuses to start. Her flare power ignites, causing the motor to catch fire. She remarks that with the motor now blackened, it will be twice as fast. Prince, taken aback, comments on her fiery abilities and questions if she is an arsonist. She asks him to calm down, while Prince makes a jest about her tendency to burn things, including food, adding a touch of humor to the tense situation. Prince urges everyone to flee as the Zaijina is about to flip, calling out to them about the motor's condition. Yon, still focused on the malfunctioning motor, tries to start it again, but Prince insists she stop obsessing over the blackened motor. As the Zaijina flips, the boat is dislodged, and everyone scrambles to safety. Meanwhile, Wangnan and his team enter through one of the Zaijina's blowholes. Wangnan comments on the chaotic sunbath of the Zaijina, and Goseng expresses concern about the safety of the other team. Wangnan reassures her, noting that the other team is stronger and they should be fine. Akraptor encourages them to focus on finding the flower and escaping. Goseng doubts it will be easy, but their attention is quickly drawn to the flower. They are also startled to discover Mizuno lying there, who then asks if someone is present. Yon, exhausted after climbing back onto the Zaijina following its flip, reflects on her near-drowning experience and the value of early swimming lessons. She hopes the others are safe and calls out for Horyang, Prince, and Vile, expressing concern about the possibility of drowning as a Slayer nominee. Vile appears behind her, surprising Yon and scaring her. She exclaims that she knows he is alive and questions what he wants her to do. Yon asks about the others, inquiring if they are all okay. Vile confirms that they are, having managed to get on Horyang just in time. She questions why they left her behind, and Vile explains that he did not want to disturb her while she was focused on swimming. He tells her that the others have gone ahead and that he stayed behind to accompany her. Vile then suggests they hurry to find the flower, but Yon pauses, noting that her clothes are still wet and asking if he has had a chance to change. As the lighthouse speaker explains the challenge of finding the flower of Zaijina, it emphasizes the rarity and difficulty of retrieving the blue jewel that grows within the Zaijina. The jewel is described as beautiful but elusive, given that the Zaijina is classified as an endangered species on the 21st floor. The lack of specific data on the flower's location or growth adds to the challenge. Akraptor expresses frustration at the vague instructions, realizing they must search the entire Zaijina without any clues. Goseng spots something unusual in the air and alerts the group, prompting Akraptor and Wangnan to look for what she's referring to. They see shapes floating in the air, which creates confusion and concern. Goseng mentions that although she could handle one of the shapes, dealing with more would take significantly longer. Wangnan is perplexed, scratching his head as he tries to understand the situation. The team is left grappling with the new, mysterious challenge and the implications it has for their quest to find the flower inside the Zaijina. He inquires about the next course of action and wonders whether they should simply cross, though he questions what might happen if the Zaijina flips while they are crossing. She responds that they cannot simply wait here. They all observe the Zaijina flower on a piggy, and Wangnan asks what it is, then instructs them to wait, noting that the flower is back. He tells them to ignore it and run, but Goseng tries to prevent him. Wangnan leaps towards the flower, insisting that they have no choice but to capture it. He commands the flower to come here, instructs it to stop, and demands the flower be handed over. The piggy, however, jumps away to another shape. Wangnan is on the verge of falling, and they all become frightened by this. Akraptor advises him to observe, while Miseng requests Goseng to activate her lighthouse, as Wangnan acknowledges. Goseng directs that a field be created around the piggy with flow control, and Akraptor positions himself in front of the piggy, stating that he has the flower. He advises to hold on while attempting to secure the flower, but the flower swiftly jumps away. Wangnan also runs towards Akraptor, inquiring whether he cannot even catch it. Akraptor replies that it is not a matter of that. Wangnan insists there will be no more excuses and calls him a foilhead. When Akraptor asks what he means by that, Goseng interjects, advising them not to fight but to simply run, prompting them to chase after it. Simultaneously, Prince and Horyong enter the body of the Zaijina. Prince exclaims in amazement at the surprising interior of the body, wondering what it is made of and if they should pause for a moment. He suggests that it will take some time to explore, and Horyong agrees, while Prince expresses enthusiasm about finding their elusive flower. Prince's lighthouse provides a signal, prompting him to look up and notice a giant lizard. He asks what it is, speculating whether it might be a Zaijina parasite. As the lizard falls in front of him, he repeats his question. The lizard then awakens, roars, and starts moving towards them. Prince warns that it is approaching, and Horyong advises using the lighthouse to deal with it. He suggests finishing it with a single shot, and Prince concurs, activating the lighthouse's triple field to capture the giant lizard. Horyong then readies his giant right hand to strike and kill it with one powerful hit. Prince comments that the giant lizard's defeat was unimpressive and remarks that it didn't stand a chance against him, the new prince. He then asks Horyong if his control over the lighthouse has improved. Horyong finds this strange, noting that the lizard did not seem to be there to attack them. Rather, it appeared to be fleeing from something. He looks up and sees someone attacking another giant lizard, which is about to fall. He quickly warns Prince to run, but they both find themselves underneath the falling lizard. Prince coughs and asks what is happening, while they notice a shadow nearby. Horyong realizes the figure is a man, Mizano, and he urges Prince to run quickly. Meanwhile, the body of the Zaijina shakes violently as Vile and Yon walk down the tunnels, prompting Vile to inquire about the disturbance, and he suddenly becomes alert. Meanwhile, Vile and Yiwa continue forward, with Yiwa questioning why Vile is moving so quickly. At the same time, Wangnan, Goseng, Miseng, and Akraptor are in pursuit of the piggy carrying the Zaijna flower on its back. Wangnan instructs the piggy to stay put, noting that it is incredibly fast. They follow it as it dashes and disappears into a hole in the wall. Wangnan peers into the hole and asks where it leads, observing that it is too narrow for them to pass through. He then looks at Miseng and suggests that she might fit. Goseng questions whether it would be safe for her to go alone, to which Wangnan responds that they cannot allow the piggy to escape if they can help it. He asks Miseng if she is able to fit through the hole, and she confirms that she can. On the other side, Prince asks Horyang what he means by a run. Horyang explains that he will try to delay the threat and instructs Prince to keep running, noting that the flow of Shinsu indicates that the threat does not belong there. As they observe a shadow, Horyang reiterates that they should just run. Mazino warns them not to even think about running away if they want to live a little longer. Horyang, outraged, questions how someone would dare speak to a prince in such a manner, and the prince agrees with this sentiment. Horyang demands to know who Mazino is and how someone so powerful ended up in this situation. Prince identifies him as Lord Devil, claiming that he could kill him with a single blow. Mazino dismisses this, stating that it would be problematic if others discovered his presence. He simply describes himself as one of the strongest beings in the tower. He further comments on the stubbornness of the rankers, noting that despite the many they have lost, more are continually sent in. He questions whether there is a surplus of rankers on this floor. Horyang asks for clarification on the reference to lost rankers, insisting that they are not rankers but regulars who entered the tower with the test of retrieving the Zaijna flower. Mazino, puzzled, inquires about the nature of regulars. Prince laughs at the absurdity, mocking the notion that regulars were sent in to avoid losing more rankers. He finds the situation hilarious and derisively questions the nonsense of Mazino's claims. Mazino reveals that he came to obtain the Zaijna flower, but rankers kept interfering, which he found bothersome. Consequently, he killed them all, and he has done the same with all subsequent rankers. Although he has found the flower, he is not yet ready to leave, so he has been passing the time by eliminating these rankers. He further explains that the exam is merely a pretext. The real reason for sending the rankers in is that all previous rankers who came have died. He expresses a sense of pity for them, suggesting they might have wronged the supervisor, and wonders if it is related to Vile. Mazino remarks that this is how great families handle problems. He offers to let them go, advising them to forget what they have seen. He assures them that he will spare their lives but cannot give them the flower, indicating that they should abandon the exam. Mazino contemplates whether there is anything else they can do about the situation. After some time, Vile arrives, calling out to Horyang, who turns to look at him as Vile breathes heavily. Horyang tells Vile that they should consider giving up on the exam, explaining that it seems the supervisor was trying to set him up because he is a Slayer nominee. He adds that Vile must have sensed it as well that Mazino is beyond anything they can handle. As long as Mazino has the flower, there is no chance of victory. Mazino, curious, asks who is a Slayer nominee, but Horyang reiterates that they should give up on the exam. Meanwhile, Miseng enters the hole with a light, searching for the piggy. Outside, Goseng sits anxiously, asking if Miseng will be okay. Akraptor reassures her, saying that it is probably better for Miseng. He explains that she had been feeling down, thinking she was of no use to the team. He believes this task will help her gain some self-confidence, and Goseng agrees with his reasoning. Akraptor adds that they will keep watch from here and tells Goseng to support Miseng with the lighthouse. She responds affirmatively, telling them to move ahead, as Wangnan and Akraptor walk away. She watches them quietly as they leave. Akraptor asks Wangnan what he is hiding, noticing something unusual about him. Wangnan gives him a strange look, but Akraptor presses on, saying that ever since Wangnan met the Fug members, he has been different. He points out that Wang Nen has been training more, becoming more serious and focused. What Wang Nen did earlier wasn't like him at all, and Akraptor demands to know what he is hiding. He admits that it's frustrating to constantly worry about him. Wang Nen exhales, closes his eyes, and finally reveals that they cannot afford to fail this exam. If they do, one of his friends will die. Akraptor, taken aback, asks what he means by that. Meanwhile, Vile tells Horyang that he cannot give up, urging him to step out of harm's way while he takes the exam. Horyang tries to stop him, insisting that they can always try again later. On the other side, Wang Nen explains that every time they fail an exam, one of his friends dies. He shares that Vile is climbing the tower to protect his friends, and that the place Vile truly belongs to is not by their side, but elsewhere. As Wang Nen reveals this, Vile begins walking towards Mazino, and Horyang tries to stop him, his concern growing. Mazino asks Vile if he truly refuses to give up, even knowing he could die. Vile, with unwavering resolve, replies that there are things he fears more than death, as he activates his Shinsu powers. Mazino effortlessly blocks the attack, observing Vile carefully. He notes that his hair may be unkempt, but his eyes are sharp and focused. With a grin, Mazino acknowledges the challenge, stating that he will play along with him, calling Vile a little boy as the tension between them rises. Horyang urges Prince, telling him they need to leave, emphasizing that he cannot engage in a fight he knows they will lose. They must get out of there. Despite his reluctance, Prince, still in awe of Mazino, calls Horyang Lord Devil. Meanwhile, Mazino tells Vile that in a few minutes, the Zaijina will flip its body, and suggests that rather than simply fighting, they should play a game. He explains that the Zaijina flower Vile seeks is up above, and as the Zaijina flips, they will fall toward it. Mazino lays out the rules. If Vile reaches the flower, he will give it to him, but if Mazino catches Vile first, he will take his life. He asks if Vile understands, and, satisfied, declares the game is on as the Zaijina begins to flip. On the other side, Prince calls out to Horyang, again addressing him as Lord Devil, asking if they are truly leaving. His voice wavers as he wonders if they are really abandoning Vile to face Mazino alone. Prince expresses his frustration, saying it feels selfish to run away. Horyang, however, calls out to him, explaining that the hall they are in passes through the Zaijina's body. When the Zaijina flips, they will fall directly to where their teammates are, and that's when they will launch a coordinated attack. Horyang tells Prince to send the message and instructs everyone to come immediately. Blushing slightly, Prince admits he knew it all along as he quickly checks his lighthouse. Horyang urges him to hurry. Meanwhile, Wang Nen is trying to locate them when Prince transmits his location through the pocket. Akraptor, curious, asks if it's a location transmission. Wang Nen confirms that it's from Prince and that they need to head to the transmitted location as quickly as possible. He also wonders if Vile is in danger. Gosang receives the message as well and assesses that Vile's location is a straight path from where they are, and it isn't far. She volunteers to scan the way ahead. As Wang Nen and Akraptor run into a cave, Akraptor urges them to pick up the pace, and Wang Nen responds, telling him to hurry. Mazino asks Vile if they can talk for a moment while they wait for their fight to begin. Addressing him as a FUG member, he mentions that he knows a bit about his group. He asks if his goal isn't to take over Jahad's throne, noting that the position must seem incredibly tempting for those who have always lived inside the tower. He suggests that this is the reason Vile is trying so hard to attain it, but adds that he himself has no interest in such power. Mazino remarks that being king of the tower seems dull, a role fit for Jahad. His own ambition, however, lies beyond the tower. Mazino explains that there is a vast world outside the tower, an endless sky, filled with countless stars that light up the night. He describes it as a place millions of times more expansive and infinitely freer than the tower and asks if the existence of such a world doesn't make the ambitions of those inside the tower seem trivial. Vile, however, responds calmly, saying that he doesn't care about stars, crowns, or the sky. For him, it is not about power or the throne. What drives him is protecting those precious to him, and if anyone threatens them, he will fight no matter what. Mazino acknowledges Vile's courage, commenting that Yuri would likely appreciate it, and offers a countdown of 10 before leaving, saying it's only polite to allow everyone to gather. As Mazino begins counting, Vile activates his Shinsu to block Mazino's potential attack. Meanwhile, Wangnin anxiously asks how much time is left, and hearing that there isn't much, he and Akraptor rush to help Vile. Yuwa, running as well, fumes at being left behind, thinking how dare he leave her. At the same time, Miseng manages to find the piggy with a Zaijina flower. Back in the main confrontation, Mazino launches an attack on Vile, throwing him aside with ease. Wangnin and Akraptor arrive just in time to see Vile falling. Mazino, amused, declares that now everyone has arrived, making the situation more entertaining. He grins as he announces that the game will finally begin. Despite the overwhelming power of Mazino, an irregular, and the seemingly impossible odds, Vile stands once again, prepared to fight. The whole team is now gathered, but the outcome looks uncertain as they face Mazino's immense strength. Horyang urgently instructs everyone to stop Mazino before he attacks. Prince agrees, and Horyang activates the triple field to counter Mazino. Mazino, with a smirk, remarks that they should at least bring an opera to delay him for more than a millisecond and launches an attack on Horyang. Prince, shocked, exclaims Lord Devil in disbelief as he watches the confrontation. Yuwa, determined to act despite not fully understanding the situation, activates her flare skill, declaring that they must stop Mazino. Wangnin and Akraptor also agree, acknowledging that they need to assist by deploying a Shinsu bomb. As Mazino leaps toward Vile to attack, he taunts Vile, asking if he isn't going to flee. Mazino promises to demonstrate the legendary power of the Supreme King Floral Butterfly. He attempts to strike Vile with his formidable powers, but Vile blocks the punch with his own Shinsu. Mazino announces that this is the Supreme King's scorching fist of death, just as the piggy jumps out. Miseng also leaps in, using her piercing technique to capture the piggy. Both Mazino and Vile watch her intently as the situation intensifies. Vile attempts to shield Miseng from Mazino's attack, but in the aftermath, he lies on the ground, bleeding heavily from his back while still protecting her. He receives a message indicating that help will arrive soon. Meanwhile, Mazino seizes the piggy with a flower. As Wangnin and the other regulars rush towards Vile, Mazino glances at them, and then at the piggy, which is wriggling. He expresses surprise, noting that he didn't expect there to be another flower. Despite this, he dismisses it as a fortunate turn of events and mockingly calls them babies, offering them the flower. The regulars, bewildered, ask what he means. Mazino explains that now that the little one has been born, he no longer needs the flower and decides to give it to them as a reward for Vile's bravery. He instructs Miseng to inform Vile of this when he wakes up and walks away, remarking on the courage it took to protect a teammate while facing such a formidable opponent. Wangnin, confused, questions Mazino's motives and wonders why he is trying to appear so grandiose. Horyang tells Wangnin to look at Mazino's back. Wangnin, examining Mazino's back, reads the name and realizes that Mazino is Yurek Mazino. Meanwhile, Noma arrives with his 2 guards and addresses Mazino, noting that Mazino has come out on his own. He questions whether Mazino used the regulars as bait to lure him and the rankers. Noma then asks if Mazino doesn't think 1 versus 3 is too unfair. Noma explains that they have lost many rankers so far, so he should not complain about fairness and instead prepare to die. He signals his guards to attack. Mazino, unfazed, counters that it should at least be 1 versus 1,000 to avoid feeling embarrassed, and swiftly launches a counterattack. Noma is shocked by the sudden assault, curses Mazino, and attempts to flee. Mazino, however, catches up from behind, delivering a decisive kick to Noma's neck, knocking him out. Standing over Noma's prone form, Mazino places his foot on his back and shows him the piggy, which is still wriggling. He reveals that it is a baby Zaijina, remarking that Noma might have heard of such creatures but never seen one because they usually plucked all the flowers before the babies were born. Mazino explains that Noma must know that baby Zaijinas feeds on the nutrients from the flowers, yet he concealed this fact while harvesting the flowers. He accuses Noma of fearing that if the babies grew up, they would diminish the rarity of the jewels. Noma questions how Mazino knows this, but Mazino dismisses the query, stating that he will take the babies with him. He warns that in a few hundred years, as more Zaijinas appear, Zaijina flowers will become just another common jewel. He acknowledges that their beauty will persist, but their rarity will fade. Noma, furious, demands to know if Mazino thinks he can escape after all this and questions who Mazino really is. Mazino, standing confidently, indicates that his name is written on his back. When Noma asks if Mazino truly just said that, Mazino responds that if Noma has any complaints about his actions, he should come see him directly. He asserts that he is not afraid of anyone. Mazino enters a building, where Yuji greets him, congratulating him on his success. Mazino tells Yuji to inform Yuri that he has secured it and thanks him for his hard work infiltrating the floor as a test director. Yuji acknowledges this and points out that Mazino has a wound on his face. Mazino inquires about the wound, and Yuji advises not to underestimate the rankers. He notes that while Mazino is significantly stronger, the rankers have also been to the top of the tower. Mazino reflects on Yuji's comment, recalling the attack on Vile and realizing that the wound must have been from him, suggesting it was more than just defensive. Meanwhile, Wangnin and Yiwa are tending to Vile, trying to wake him up. As Mazino heads inside and changes into his shirt, he instructs Yuji to keep an eye on a baby slayer within Fug, hinting that something interesting is about to unfold. The other regulars transport Vile to a room where Jinsung sits beside him, examining his condition. In the kitchen, Goseng remarks that it has been 2 days since Vile fell unconscious, and he still hasn't woken up. She notes that Vile only slightly opened his eyes at the end of the test, suggesting that even his remarkable recovery ability has its limits. Wangnin reflects on the situation, acknowledging the impact of Yurek Mazino's appearance. He feels as though they have weathered a massive storm, recognizing that Mazino's presence turned their exam into chaos. Despite this, Mazino's decision to give them the flower meant they passed the test relatively easily. The test director departed as if something monumental had occurred. Wangnin further considers that on that day, confidential data regarding Zaijina's babies was disclosed through every lighthouse, and the Yon family, who governs the 21st floor, offered a substantial reward for the Zaijina baby that Mazino took. After a while, Jinsung and Wangnin stand on the terrace. Jinsung requests that Wangnin leave Vile's side, explaining that he was mistaken in his earlier judgment. Jinsung promises to find new teammates for Vile and assures Wangnin that he will allow him to leave alive for Vile's sake. He advises Wangnin to forget about Fug and Vile and to leave the following morning. Jinsung expresses regret that his intention for Vile to make friends ended up putting him in danger. He warns that if a similar situation occurs, he cannot guarantee Vile's survival. Jinsung offers to get anything Wangnin needs and mentions that he is heading to the market to buy cigarettes. Meanwhile, the others gather around some food. Akraptor complains about the exhaustion of being without a lighthouse, blaming a certain idiot for breaking it. Prince asks who Akraptor is referring to and points out that he himself didn't help. Akraptor counters that at least he didn't break anything and inquires about the cost of a new lighthouse. Prince responds that he will borrow the money from Vile, and Akraptor asks if Prince intends to pay it back. Prince assures him that he will, stating that he won't abscond with the money. Wangnin insists that they should not borrow money from Vile, and that they need to leave immediately. Akraptor comments on Wangnin's attitude, likening it to that of a lone shark's son. Prince retorts, asking Akraptor to stop mentioning that. Wangnin expresses concern about the dangers of continuing up the tower with Vile. but Prince responds that his past still affects him. He calls Wang Nin a scoundrel as tensions rise, and Prince and Akraptor start to bicker. Horyong intervenes, sitting between them to defuse the situation. Wang Nin reprimands them, emphasizing his seriousness about the situation. Akraptor laughs and questions why they are removing Vile from the team. Prince insists he needs to buy a new lighthouse and has the money for it. He argues that if anyone should be left out, it should be him, pointing at Wang Nin. Wang Nin counters that he wants to go up with Vile more than Prince does. Prince disagrees, asserting that he wants it more. The argument escalates as Wang Nin and Prince exchange increasingly heated claims about who wants to go up with Vile more. Wang Nin asserts that he wants to go up with Vile more than anyone else, emphasizing his strong desire. Akraptor, confused, asks what they are arguing about. Prince, frustrated, questions why Wang Nin wants to exclude him if he genuinely wants to keep the team safe. He accuses Wang Nin of becoming a coward after encountering a hip-hop freak and insists on the importance of Vile passing the test. He challenges Wang Nin's resolve, suggesting that if they are all so afraid of danger, they are nothing but selfish cowards. Wang Nin tries to respond, but Akraptor interjects, stating that he wants to help Vile meet his friends and that even if Wang Nin said otherwise, nobody would have fled from the challenge. Wang Nin retorts that Vile should appreciate having found such a dedicated team, questioning why Prince seems to be acting in a manner that appears insincere. Prince demands to know what Wang Nin means and threatens him, asking if he wants to fight. Meanwhile, a dejected Yiwa is lying in her bed when Hua Ryan arrives. Hua Ryan comments on Yiwa's apparent discouragement, noting that her once proud demeanor has faded. Yiwa explains that they concealed the truth about the Zygena's babies to maintain the flower's rarity. Hua Ryan comments on the lengths taken to kill Vile simply because he is a FUG member. Even after the truth about the Zygena's babies was uncovered, she notes, they showed no remorse, focusing only on retrieving the baby. She questions how it feels to witness the darker side of the family Yiwa had once been so proud of. Hua Ryan suggests that if she were in Yiwa's place, she would not be wallowing in despair, but would be considering how to make things right. She challenges Yiwa, questioning if that isn't what an elite should do. Hua Ryan adds that it might be too much to expect from someone who can't even cook for herself, causing Yiwa to grasp her flower in frustration. Later, Goseng and Miseng sit beside Vile. Goseng reassures Miseng, telling her not to cry and that Vile will wake up soon. At that moment, Yiwa enters the room, declaring that she has made up her mind. Goseng looks at her and asks if she is okay. Yiwa declares that she has decided to become a true elite of the great family. When asked what she means by being an elite, Goseng is taken aback, remembering that Yiwa was just in bed a short while ago. Yiwa explains that she intends to bear witness to the darker aspects of the 10 great families as she climbs the tower with Vile. After she becomes a ranker, she plans to return to her family and correct their mistakes, demonstrating her resolve. She also mentions that she will take on the cooking duties Vile had previously assumed for her, asserting that a real elite should know how to cook for oneself. Yiwa announces that she will start cooking from today. Goseng expresses surprise, noting that Yiwa has claimed she will handle the meal. Yiwa confirms her commitment and asks Miseng why she is crying, stating that she is back and questioning the reason for Miseng's tears. Goseng responds that Yiwa has indeed said she would cook today, and Yiwa retorts with frustration, asking if Goseng thinks she is crazy. After a while, Jinsung makes his way to the roof, where Wang Nin greets him and offers 3 lollipops. Jinsung inquires about the unusual gift, and Wang Nin explains that they are meant to replace the cigarettes he was recommending, claiming they will be sweeter instead of bitter. He then tells Jinsung that dinner is ready and invites him inside. Jinsung looks at the lollipops, puzzled, and remarks that they are just lollipops. Wang Nin clarifies that they have decided to forge their own path, one that has nothing to do with FUG, the 10 families, or Jihad. He asserts that this is their path, the one they want to take, and they intend to include Vile in it. He merely wanted Jinsung to be aware of their decision. At that moment, Jinsung notices a pair of eyes peering from another building. He calls out to Karaka, apologizing to Wanganen and stating that he will be dining out tonight. Karaka finally emerges from the shadows for the first time. He is a figure clad in a suit of armor who slowly approaches Jinsung, raising his hand, adorned with a Zehard ring on his index finger, to his chest. He pays his respects to his master and states that it has been a while. Jinsung acknowledges the comment by noting that taking care of a child is not an easy task. Karaka responds that it would have been easier for him if Jinsung had entrusted the responsibility to him. Jinsung counters that he cannot let a child care for another child and suggests moving to another location since the administrator is observing them. Jinsung rises and remarks that Karaka appears to have been working hard, with his ranking having increased significantly, and offers his congratulations. Karaka responds that it is premature to offer congratulations, as the place he seeks to reach is much higher. Jinsung agrees with this assessment. Karaka then expresses a feeling that their dreams are on the verge of becoming reality. He notes that they now possess the weapon needed to kill Jihad and questions why there is hesitation to shed blood in their pursuit. He questions why Karaka does not eliminate those around Vile immediately, and instead forms a team with individuals they can trust to observe him. Jinsung responds that he had instructed Karaka to leave Vile to him and inquires if Karaka does not trust him. Karaka acknowledges this and expresses concern that the believers are beginning to doubt him. He mentions that rumors are circulating among the Doyens, suggesting that his affection for the Slayer nominee might jeopardize their plans. Karaka expresses his disdain for the doubts cast upon him by these senile scoundrels and finds their skepticism amusing, given that he betrayed his family for Fug. He notes that since that day, he has endured many dark nights waiting for the right moment. Hoken arrives and questions why Karaka would risk their efforts with something as trivial as affection, arguing that Vile having more friends only means there are more potential hostages. He mentions that he has his plans and instructs Karaka to relay his messages to the Slayers and Doyens. Karaka acknowledges this and agrees to return for now. Jinsung suggests that Karaka join him for a meal, noting that it has been some time since they dined together. He informs Karaka that the guide recommended an extraordinary restaurant nearby. Karaka apologizes, explaining that he does not remove his mask in the presence of those he cannot trust, and says he will see Jinsung next time. Jinsung opens the lollipop and begins eating, reflecting that he should not have declined Wangnen's offer. Karaka then instructs Pokin to find some trustworthy regulars and have them keep watch over Vile and his teammates. He adds that if they exhibit even the slightest hint of suspicion, they should be eliminated. Pokin confirms his understanding. Meanwhile, the regulars sit in a room where Wangnen expresses satisfaction with the meal, relieved that the flamethrower did not cook tonight, as he is full. Yewa questions whether it was a good idea to have Yeon take care of Vile, and Wangnen affirms that it was indeed appropriate for an elite to do so. He thanks Yewa for her efforts, noting that her actions allowed him to enjoy dinner without worrying about accidents. Akraptor then asks if anyone has any ideas on how to assist Vile, given their current limitations. Gosang acknowledges that she is aware of the situation, but doubts whether their help would be effective, as they are significantly weaker compared to Fug and might end up being a burden. Wangnen reassures her not to worry, stating that there will be a way. When she asks what it is, he admits that he does not know yet, but insists that if they have the courage to pursue it, a solution will present itself. Later, Hua Ryan sits with Wangnen, who offers her a lollipop. She inquires if he wants to speak with her, noting that he has been avoiding her since their initial conversation. Wangnen acknowledges that he has heard she is the guide, to which she responds affirmatively, asking if he has a specific destination in mind. He requests that she show him the way to Vile's friends. Hua Ryan questions why she should assist him, given that she is a Fug member and typically only guides those who can succeed. Wangnen reminds her that she shared Vile's secrets with him because he was capable of following that path, and he intends to do so. She then asks whether his motivation is sympathy or achieving his goals as the prince of the red light district. Regardless, she says it does not matter to her and agrees to reveal the way once she takes the lollipop. She adds that, as a regular, he must have heard of the workshop. Wang Nin inquires about the workshop, confirming that it is where items and inventories are created, which she affirms. Hua Ryan explains that all the items in the tower, such as pockets, lighthouses, and needles, are created at the workshop. She mentions that while there are branches on every floor, there are only 7 main workshops, with one located on the 30th floor. At this workshop, an item battle is held every 5 years for E-class regulars. Wang then asks for clarification on what an item battle entails. Hua Ryan explains that the battle is between regulars, and the winner is awarded the items produced by the workshop. It is also referred to as the workshop battle. She notes that there are 2 years remaining until the next battle and suggests that if Wang Nin can make it to the workshop and participate in the battle, he will have the opportunity to meet Vile's friends. In the next scene, Shibisu asks Kun through a pocket device whether he has passed the test. Kun responds with surprise, indicating that Shibisu is still clueless. Shibisu explains that it is not easy on the 30th floor, and since there is only one chance per year, they will have to wait until next year if they fail. Some regulars outside the door are playing basketball, and Shibisu overhears them. One regular complains that he ruined everything, while another responds, saying it is not his fault. Shibisu expresses his desire to come up and fight with his teammates. Kun agrees but mentions that Shibisu should have played his role properly, stating that he had previously indicated he did not want to be the goalkeeper. Shibisu retorts that Kun should have won at rock, paper, scissors. Regardless, he acknowledges that it is his own fault for being in this situation. Kun responds by saying that Shibisu sounds as if he has grown stronger and tells him to wait so that he can give him a beating. Shibisu agrees, telling Kun not to be late and to come up soon, suggesting they meet at the workshop in 2 years. Outside, regulars are playing basketball. One of them, addressing a female regular, asks what she is doing and refers to her as a witch. She responds by telling him not to use such names and calls him a lizard instead. The regular replies dismissively, saying he is sleepy and tells her to get off. In the flashback, Hansung stands with Vile in a cave. He informs Vile that today marks the beginning of his training to become a slayer. He warns that if Vile shows even the slightest hesitation, he will kill off his friends one by one. Hansung then challenges Vile to see how many of his friends will survive as they ascend the tower. He presents Vile with his list of friends, and Vile sits on his knees in despair. As Hansung walks away, Jinsung arrives and remarks that the situation is harsh, noting that Hansung would not be the one to kill them himself. Jinsung approaches Vile and introduces himself as Jinsung Ha, his martial teacher from that day forward. He assures Vile that, while they understand his anger, they will not harm him if he cooperates. Instead, they will provide him with everything he needs, within limits. Jinsung offers him money, power, girls, honor, revenge, whatever he desires, and he assures Vile that they will make it available to him. Vile expresses his desire to be strong enough so that he no longer has to say goodbye to his friends. He asks how strong he must become to avoid losing any more loved ones and to stop having to part with them. The scene shifts to the present, where Hansung is making coffee while Jinsung sits with him. Jinsung remarks that Hansung seems very different from Yurek Mazino, noting that Vile is not like an irregular. Hansung agrees, acknowledging that Vile is indeed different from the usual irregulars. Jinsung adds that Vile is not just different, but too ordinary. He comments that if Vile were a monster like Mazino, he would do everything in his power to align him with their side. However, he feels that with Vile, he is not inclined to make that effort. He concludes that he should focus on teaching Vile first. The scene returns to the cave, where Jinsung explains to Vile that Shinsu can be used in 2 distinct ways in battle. First, Shinsu can be used to reinforce the body. Second, Shinsu within an opponent's body can be manipulated to attack them upon close contact. Jinsung explains that close contact manipulation involves various techniques, with the most powerful being the piercing technique. To use this technique, one must approach the opponent, transfer a shock of Shinsu into their body, and cause the Shinsu to vibrate until it explodes. He demonstrates this by exploding a Shinsu bomb to break a wall. He notes that the challenge with this technique is the necessity of being in direct contact with the opponent, which leaves one's defenses vulnerable. Despite the power of the explosion, the skill is dangerous and requires years of training to use safely, though there is a faster method to learn it. Vile responds that it is better to learn this technique than to risk someone's death because of his inability to dodge. Jinsung taps Vile on the heart and pushes him away, causing Vile to fall to the ground. The scene shifts back to the present, where Jinsung reflects that it has been a long time since he felt so uneasy about attacking someone. Hansung comments that Jinsung, once known as the murderer of the half family for extinguishing his entire family line over a single girl sold to the head, now hesitates to hurt someone. Jinsung reflects that anger dulls one's senses, but today, those senses seem to have returned. He admits that he had thought he had forgotten everything since that day. He questions whether he truly believes that Vile can fulfill their wish, expressing doubt that the boy can. Although an irregular is their only weapon against Jihad, Jinsung feels that Vile is different and that this might not be the right path for him. He recalls a moment when Hua Ryan approached Vile, who was collapsed on the ground. She insisted that he must not die before Jihad is killed. Vile had asked why she wanted to kill him, and Hua Ryan had responded by pointing out their similarities. She explained that in Fug, there are those who harbor grudges against the 10 great families in Jihad, as well as those who hate or envy them. For these individuals, a slayer represents their god, someone who can make their dreams come true by killing those whom no one else can. Hua Ryan had wished him good luck and had walked away, suggesting that he would soon change his mind. The scene shifts back to the present, where Hansung instructs Jinsung to watch a little longer. He assures Jinsung that he will see what Vile can become and where his powers will ultimately lead him. Jinsung, however, remains skeptical, questioning what powers Vile truly possesses, given that he appears to be just an ordinary, weak boy. The scene transitions back to the flashback in the cave. Jinsung, standing before Hua Ryan, inquires why she visited Vile and whether she had treated him. Hua Ryan replies that she did not cure him. Rather, she rebuilt the stone doll for him because he seemed bored. Jinsung argues that Vile must still be writhing in pain, noting that the doll can only be broken with the piercing technique. Hua Ryan responds that Vile will be safe if he learns the technique well from Jinsung. Frustrated, Jinsung rushes toward Vile, thinking about the unrealistic expectations placed on the ordinary boy. He wonders what the others are thinking and questions why they believe it is possible for Vile to master the piercing technique in such a short time. He looks at Vile, who is still attempting to rebuild the stone doll, and thinks to himself that Vile is merely working on the doll. Suddenly, the stone doll attacks Vile and throws him across the cave. Jinsung watches in shock as Vile begins coughing. He realizes that the damage Vile sustains is from the piercing technique, and Vile has managed to replicate it after seeing it only once. As water starts dripping from the doll, Jinsung is left astonished at the boy's capabilities. The scene shifts to the present, where Hansung tells Jinsung to watch a little longer, assuring him that he will see what Vile can become. Hansung recalls Jinsung once saying that he would witness the destiny Vile's power would lead him to. In that memory, Jinsung is holding a dying woman in his arms as she asks him to promise he will never forget her. In the past, Jinsung walks toward Vile, who stands with determination. He asks Vile if he had said he wanted to be strong. When Vile confirms, Jinsung, with a heavy heart, tells him he will show him how to become a god. The scene shifts to the 77th floor of the middle area, at Vast Forget. Ranker Quant Blitz Jobless questions Lero about the enormity of the forest. expressing his frustration with the endless expanse. He asks if Lero genuinely believes they will find something here, reiterating that he had been reluctant to come in the first place. Quant worries about the possibility of being trapped in the forest indefinitely. Lero reflects that he had advised Quant not to follow him and acknowledges that, despite its difficulty, it has indeed taken 6 years to reach this point. He muses about the futility of searching for Walhaesong, noting that they have yet to encounter a single person and seem to be endlessly circling the same areas. He realizes that nothing is appearing on the lighthouse when, suddenly, Quant calls out to him, urging him to look. Lero turns to see Quant pointing towards a game center, exclaiming that it is a game center. Lero asks what a game center is, and Quant excitedly responds that it is impressive and suggests they might find Winning 11 there. They both enter the game center, and Quant notices that the lights are off. He asks if nobody is around, remarking that while the machines seem to be working, it's strange that someone would come all the way to this remote place just to play games. He also notices that all the high scores on the machines have been set by someone named Blueberry 13. Suddenly, someone pops out of a box, startling Quant, who exclaims that he nearly gave him a heart attack. The figure crawls out of the box, greeting them and introducing himself as Blueberry, the owner of the game center. Quant, still recovering from the scare, asks if Blueberry is really the owner. Blueberry confirms, explaining that although he is the owner, he mostly plays alone. Quant, curious, asks if Blueberry doesn't suffer losses by running the place. Blueberry replies that he isn't in it for the money. His dream was always to own a game center, and that's all that matters to him. He built it here because the land was cheap. Impressed, Quant exclaims how awesome it is. Blueberry, happy to have company after such a long time, asks if they would like to play a game with him. Quant, grinning, says why not, figuring Blueberry must have been lonely playing by himself all this time. Blueberry asks which game they should play, and Quant responds that any game will do. He boasts that he will show off his nimble fingers. Blueberry suggests a fighting game, and Quant agrees enthusiastically, laughing, while Lero feels uneasy about the situation. The scene shifts 10 minutes later, showing the system's game over screen as Quant's character lies knocked out. Quant is visibly upset, reflecting on having lost 10 rounds in a row. He continues to practice combos on his defeated character. Quant tells Blueberry to stop hitting his character, arguing that it's already dead and he should play with more decorum. Blueberry retorts that if Quant wants to win, he must perform better, calling him a loser. Angry, Quant demands to know what Blueberry means by that. He becomes enraged, calling Blueberry a scoundrel and threatening to defeat him. He insists that Lero should let go of him so he can show Blueberry what happens when someone challenges him. Blueberry suggests that if Quant finds it unfair, they should play another game and place a wager on it. Excited, Quant agrees, confident that he'll make Blueberry beg for mercy. Lero tries to stop him, sensing the danger, but Quant is already too caught up in the challenge. Blueberry agrees, and they start again. In the first round, they play a soccer game, but Quant loses. In the second round, it's a baseball game, and Quant fails again, becoming visibly upset. By the third round, playing a strategy game, Starkst, Quant loses yet again. His pocket device beeps with a notification, showing that he has no money left in his account. He sinks into despair, thinking that his whole future has been ruined. Blueberry, seeing this, taunts Quant, asking why he doesn't just give up now that he's out of money. Furious, Quant shouts that there's no way he's giving up, and he's willing to risk his life to win. Blueberry raises an eyebrow and replies with mild curiosity, asking what Quant means by risking his life. Quant confirms his determination. Amused, Blueberry agrees and offers him one last chance, stating that if Quant wins the next game, he will return all of Quant's money. Quant, still determined, asks what game they will play. Blueberry grins and asks if Quant enjoys shooting games. They exit the game center and find a ship waiting outside. Quant inquires whether it is a real floating ship. Blueberry responds that it is not real, although it appears authentic. He explains that it is merely a game machine and does not actually float. Quant remarks that the interior and size of the ship look genuine and finds it impressive. Blueberry then offers him a chance to try it, noting that controlling it is quite difficult. Quant confidently asserts that he should not be underestimated. He boards the ship, presses a button, and mutters to himself about how much he despises Blueberry's arrogance, attributing it to his proficiency in games. Determined, he declares that he will win this game and defeat Blueberry, boasting about having a floating plane driver's license. As Quant pilots the plane, he feels an uncanny sense of floating and laughs with excitement, convinced that the experience is incredibly real. Meanwhile, Lero observes from outside, realizing that Quant is indeed flying. He is puzzled as he spots a massive spaceship in the distance and wonders where Quant is heading. Quant laughs, exclaiming that this is the best part, battling a giant spaceship with a small ship. As his ship collides with the spaceship, Quant is thrown out and calls out to Lero to avenge him and defeat Blueberry. Lero declines, calling Quant an idiot, and Blueberry inquires whether Lero is not interested in playing games. Lero replies that he does not particularly enjoy games and prefers fighting. He then asks Blueberry if he wants to fight and questions whether he is Kun Hatsling of Walhaksong. Blueberry asks how Lero discovered his identity, and Lero explains that he traced his game ID using the lighthouse, which took a considerable amount of time due to breaking through the protection. Lero reveals that he has been tracking him for 6 years and plans to take him to the base of Walhaksong. He adds that he would really like to enter and proceeds to retrieve a needle from his arm inventory. Quant encourages Lero, expressing enthusiasm for the fight and urging him to kill Blueberry. Blueberry remarks that this explains why Lero came here, as he had intended to play with him for a while before eventually expelling him. Blueberry says that if Lero is serious, he will also be serious and that the game is now over. Lero expresses relief, and Quant insists that Lero should kill Blueberry while Blueberry receives a call from Yuge. Blueberry tells Lero to wait, and that he will take the call first, requesting some manners. Lero retorts that Blueberry is not serious and Quant demands to know what manners are, urging Lero to attack and destroy Blueberry. Lero tells Quant to be quiet. Blueberry responds to Yuge, acknowledging that he is a bit busy and apologizing for not informing him earlier. He expresses frustration at the situation and wonders if he can delegate it to someone else. Quant stands up as Blueberry continues to watch them and asks if he wants to join Walhaksong. Blueberry explains that they need an intern immediately and offers to take Quant to Walhaksong if things go well. Quant is skeptical about the offer, while Lero agrees to help. Quant questions Lero's decision and Lero tells him to be quiet. Lero inquires about how he can assist, and Blueberry explains that it is not too difficult and involves a regular. He promises to provide details on their way. Lero agrees, stating that it is settled, and Quant asks if Lero is not going to avenge him and questions what he is doing. Emil narrates in the first person, introducing Emily as the chatting robot invented at the Akron workshop. He explains that Emily is available for conversation whenever he is bored or lacks someone to talk to, and she is always happy to chat. Meanwhile, Ran is with Eden, who is trying to locate the enemy's position during the test. Ran, a scout, asks Eden what he is doing. Eden responds that he will find their location using his device. As Emily prompts Ran to ask her anything he wants to know, Eden examines his screen and dismisses the device as just a toy. He insists it is much more effective than Ran thinks. Ran confirms this as Eden quickly departs, instructing him to go right and follow him. Ran questions what Eden means, while Emily reassures him that she will do her best to answer his questions. Eden comments on his mistrust of machines, noting that Emily had previously given him the correct information. He then asks the lighthouse for their location, reflecting on the fact that Emily cannot be held responsible for any actions taken based on her responses. Emil explains that she answers questions as well as asks them, noting that she is a smart program. Meanwhile, Miseng sits in his room chatting with Emil, offering to answer any questions she has in exchange for her own answers. Emil responds with enthusiasm, expressing a desire to know how to start a romantic relationship. Miseng admits that even he is unsure about this topic. At the same time, Wangnan and Akraptor secretly observe Miseng's room. Emil remarks that while she can be very knowledgeable, there are times when she feels embarrassed by questions she cannot answer. Endorsi also joins the chat, asking what love is and questioning why the robot is interested in such a subject. She playfully calls Emil a cheeky robot. Emil explains that all her answers are stored as data to help her become smarter, and she thanks the participants for their conversations, which have helped her better understand them. She then inquires about next season's trends, specifically for someone who feels lonely and wants to find love. Emil replies that the request is quite straightforward. Emil inquires about his thoughts and whether he is not quite enthusiastic, speculating that one day she might become human like him. In a blue laboratory, a pale figure is strapped down with a helmet covering his features. He addresses Emil, stating that he has just checked in on his way to the next floor. He continues by expressing his belief that it will not be long before he finally meets her, affirming his conviction that she is human and that he can feel her presence. He declares that she is his reason for ascending the tower and that he loves her. Emil contemplates that one day he will become human like her and experience love. However, he responds by dismissing her thoughts, calling her a crazy monster, and insisting that he can never become human. At the end, a mysterious figure enters the chat room and greets Emil. When asked about the phrase 25th bomb, he replies that he is alive. The scene shifts to 2 years after Vile first appeared on the 29th floor, in the test area where explosions are occurring. Kun exclaims in frustration, questioning their current location and the sudden appearance of the blasts. He inquires about the situation on Novik's end. Novik responds that there is not much to report yet, as he cannot take action without knowing the enemy's location. He expresses his astonishment at the enemy's ability to tunnel underground, noting that they are the worst type of adversary in a march battle. He explains that the march battle involves each team advancing to the opposing team's camp, where cannons are located while avoiding bombings. The team that disables the other team's cannons first wins. Novik worries that they may lose without even having the chance to make a move due to the unpredictability of where the enemy might appear in the vast area. He then asks what Eden is doing. Meanwhile, Eden has fallen and is asking Ran what is wrong. Despite a slight mistake, Eden emphasizes that they are still a team. Ran, meanwhile, is activating his Shinsu. Eden requests that they refrain from such actions during the test. Ran retorts by questioning who was playing with a toy during the test. He responds that it was a coincidence when a wall behind him cracks, and water begins to seep out. He turns to understand what is happening when the wall suddenly explodes with a blast, startling him. Eden, observing this, asks what is happening. A mole emerges from the rubble, coughing and commenting that his nails are going to crack and suggesting that Eden should hurry and visit the nail shop. Eden, grinning, remarks that Emil was right about the coincidence. The mole asks how Eden knew he would emerge from this spot, noting that tracking him by sound would have been impossible due to the bombing. Eden credits Emil for the information, prompting the mole to ask who Emil is. Ran, noting the situation, dismisses it as a coincidence. Eden insists there is no time for discussion, declaring that the mole is dead and urging Ran to act quickly and not run away. Suddenly, someone inside the cave attacks Eden, who swiftly jumps back and demands to know what is happening. A 4-armed warrior emerges from the shadows and stands behind the mole. The mole laughs and taunts them, questioning if they really thought he would be alone. He insists that they are the ones who are doomed. Eden asks if he is Mole or Baldy, to which the mole laughs and instructs Joskel to attack. Ran, perceiving the threat, acknowledges the situation and prepares for combat as Mole orders Joskel to eliminate them all. Joskel attacks, but Ran counters and successfully knocks him out. Mole comments that Joskel was defeated with just one hit, and he declares that they have won the test. He reveals that there is another mole man on their team, and, although they were caught, his other teammates must be near their cannons. He adds that once they press the button, the game will be over. Ran, unfazed, asserts that he will reach the cannons first. Mole asks for clarification, and Ran explains that the hole is connected to his cannons. Mole acknowledges this, and Ran notes that their scout has entered the hole and will soon reach the cannons. Mole dismisses Ran's assertion as nonsense, insisting that even though it's a direct route, their scout cannot reach the cannons before they do. Ran, however, remains confident, suggesting that the scout has ample time. When Mole questions what Ran means, Ran remarks that Mole is only good at being fast. He then reveals that the team's cannons have been seized and the exam is over, declaring that B team has won. Mole is incredulous, exclaiming that it is impossible. The scene shifts to a room where Kun and Eden are seated. Kun questions whether Eden truly trusted the chatting robot Emil without consulting the lighthouse and if Eden made the decision independently. Eden admits that he was not aware of the situation from the regular area, but he points out that Emil is quite famous and responds accurately to all his queries. He further mentions that some people claim Emil located someone believed to be dead for hundreds of years. Regardless, the outcome was favorable, as they won the test. Kun then asks who would be responsible if Emil's information proved incorrect. Eden responds that they are not a team that relies on unreliable sources, implying that their success is not dependent on uncertain information. Kun questions if Eden anticipated that his teammates would help him correct any mistakes, implying that relying on others for corrections might not always be a reliable strategy. Eden apologizes, acknowledging that Kun's point is valid, and expresses regret. Kun then advises him to avoid such errors in the future, and inquires if he can keep the device. He agrees, stating that he does not need to use it outside the test area, and exits the room. As Eden leaves, he encounters Rachel approaching him. She asks why he appears upset, and he recognizes her as Rachel. Rachel inquires if Kun is very angry with him, to which Eden replies that Kun is a little upset, attributing it to his mistake. Rachel acknowledges that it was indeed his error, but points out that he played a crucial role in helping the team win. Eden modestly suggests that the team could have won without him, emphasizing their strength. Rachel, however, disagrees, noting that he is the fastest member of their team and expresses that she envies his abilities the most. Eden laughs, surprised by her admission, and responds, acknowledging her praise. Rachel suggests that it would be helpful if Eden could be her legs, but when he asks for clarification, she dismisses it as nothing important and advises him to return and get some rest. Meanwhile, Kun remains in the room, chatting with Emil. He notes that she answers everything he asks and mentions that some people claim she has helped find someone believed to be dead for hundreds of years. He informs Emil that the 25th bomb is still alive. The scene shifts to the 28th floor, the third outer regular test spot, where a brown-skinned humanoid with white hair and a tail chases Miseng. He nearly catches her, but then realizes that she might be a fake, an observer, or a hologram. As she hides behind a tree, he questions how she dares to trick him. She resumes running, telling him to stop and continuing to evade him. Other regulars arrive at the scene, and the humanoid inquires of one of them why he is there. The other regular explains that he followed their opponents to this location. The humanoid acknowledges this and confirms that he is there for the same reason. Miseng and Akraptor observe from a lighthouse as the brown-skinned individual searches for their location. Gosang mentions that they are in the field, using centripetal force control. One of the enemies realizes it's a trap and advises retreat. Yua arrives and activates her flare skill, drawing attention as a blast occurs at the scene. After a while, everyone collapses on the floor. Akraptor counts them and notes that there are 4 down, with their light bearer already eliminated, leaving 2 more to go. He speculates that the remaining opponents are likely headed toward Wangnan and suggests they should be cautious, as they are the most dangerous. A message through the lighthouse informs them that Vile is heading in that direction. Akraptor decides to follow after Vile, just in case. Meanwhile, Wangnan is running towards a gold figure and exclaims that he is dying when Quitro Blitz appears and dives into a bush. Quitro asks Wangnan where he is, and Wangnan looks at him, recognizing Quitro Blitz as an E-rank regular wave controller with a notably unstable mind, but possessing some of the strongest powers among E-rank regulars. Quitro uses fire in his abilities. Wangnan thinks it's crazy how Quitro keeps following him, considering there were other decoys to pursue. Wangnan wonders if Quitro has noticed the key he possesses, while Quitro insists that Wangnan come out and confront him. Wangnan ponders his next move, realizing he must open the box with the key to pass the test. He debates whether he should wait for his teammates or seize the opportunity himself. If Quitro gets hold of the key, the test will be over. Quitro stands near the gold figure and threatens to burn the entire forest if Wangnan does not come out. Wangnan thinks he must act quickly before Quitro actually sets everything ablaze. As Quitro repeatedly calls out, Wangnan takes the chance to move stealthily and approaches the gold figure. He feels relieved that this might be his opportunity and races towards it. Just as Wangnan is about to insert the key into the keyhole, Chang Blarod, an E-rank regular fisherman known for being among the top 5 in his rank, arrives. Chang is cruel and cold-hearted. He attacks Wangnan, knocking the key from his grasp. Wangnan recognizes him immediately. Chang scolds Wangnan for being careless, while Quitro, who arrives on the scene, questions whether Wangnan was trying to use the key in secret. Quitro reveals that Wangnan reminds him of a chick he had when he was young, who died. He warns Wangnan not to betray him, or he will tear him to pieces, brandishing his dagger. Wangnan, realizing he is outmatched, thinks quickly. He has already used all his bombs and faces a critical situation with only 2 of them remaining. He needs to buy time. Falling to the ground, Wangnan pleads with Quitro to stop and think about his childhood friend and the chick he lost. Quitro is confused and asks who the chick is. Wangnan responds, describing it as a chick with beautiful yellow feathers, and points out that Quitro is also yellow. He then places a beak on his face and starts chirping, claiming to be that very chick. Wangnan reflects on how much Quitro has changed, remembering him as a good kid who valued life. Wangnan urges Quitro to return to his former self, to be the good kid he once was. Quitro, however, coldly responds that his chick is no more and that he burned it to cook chicken. Wangnan is horrified to hear this, and Quitro, flaring his fire, declares that this time he will fry Wangnan as well. Wangnan, infuriated, tells Quitro to shut up, insisting that he is not a chick, and hurls insults at him. Quitro retaliates with a vicious attack, aiming to turn Wangnan to a crisp. Wangnan manages to block the attack but sustains injuries in the process. At that moment, Vile arrives on the scene. Wangnan, surprised, asks why Vile is so late. Quitro, noticing Vile, questions if he is indeed Vile, the renowned Slayer nominee. He accuses Vile of forgetting his place after only facing weaker opponents and charges at him. Vile swiftly evades Quitro's attack, who announces that he will demonstrate that there are stronger E-rank regulars. Quitro launches another assault, which Vile narrowly avoids. Quitro notes Vile's surprise and activates his flares again, welcoming Vile and remarking on the rarity of encountering 3 bombs. In response, Vile summons 5 Shinsu stars behind him. Quitro realizes he needs 2 more bombs to counter the attack. As Vile engages him, a powerful blast ensues. Vile reflects on his increased strength with each challenge. Meanwhile, Wangnan approaches Quitro, declaring that they have avenged his chick. Quitro, bewildered, asks what is happening, noting that it seems Wangnan hasn't been sufficiently defeated yet. Prince, Horyang, and Akraptor arrive at the scene and call out to Wangnan. Quitro, confused, inquires about their identities and the whereabouts of his teammates. Acraptor chuckles and explains that his team doesn't collaborate well, and they managed to capture them all in one sweep. He adds that they lured them with some bait, and his opponents fell into the trap without hesitation. Fuming, Quitro demands to know what's going on and expresses his frustration. Chang interjects, telling Quitro that it is over, and tosses the key toward Wangnan, who catches it. Chang remarks that it's a pity they would have won the game if Wangnan's teammates hadn't arrived. Wangnan asks if Chang truly believes he can defeat Vile. Chang responds confidently, saying that if Wangnan wants to see Vile crying and begging for mercy, he can arrange that. He then challenges Wangnan, proposing that if Vile loses, Wangnan's team will forfeit the match. Vile declares that he will not engage in a pointless fight, prompting Chang to retort that it seems he only battles weaker opponents. Wangnan, confused, asks Chang to clarify his statement. Chang dismisses the challenge, stating that there is no reason to fight cowards. Quitro adds that they will meet again later, and Wangnan questions their departure. Acraptor advises Wangnan to stay calm and not to let himself be provoked, noting that they have already won the game. Wangnan inserts the key into the keyhole, and the system announces that the game is over and Team Sweet and Sour have won the test. As they all gather around the gold figure, Wangnan enjoys some food and vents his frustration, calling their opponents scoundrels. Acraptor reassures him, saying that they won and the so-called legendary food was merely snacks. Wangnan agrees but admits he feels uneasy about the situation. He lies down, reflecting that he might encounter those opponents again as they ascend the tower. Acraptor reflects that a few years ago, his only wish was to pass the 20th floor, and now Wangnan is talking about reaching the 30th floor someday. He acknowledges that they have come a long way, but suggests that they should slow down a bit. He points out that they haven't had much time to rest recently, and although he's not worried about their morale, they are likely exhausted and in need of some time to recharge. Vile agrees with Acraptor's sentiment, and Prince and Goseng also engage in conversation. Wangnan, however, insists on pushing a bit further until they reach the 30th floor. When Acraptor questions why the 30th floor, Wangnan explains that the workshop battle will be held there in 2 months. Acraptor inquires about the workshop battle, and Wangnan explains that it is a competition among regulars to fight for valuable items. Wangnan confirms that they plan to participate in the battle and acquire all the desirable items. On the other side, Kun sits in his room talking to Emil, who confirms that Vile is indeed alive. When Kun inquires about Vile's current location, Emil replies that she does not know. Kun asks who informed her of Vile's status, and Emil responds that the information will cost him $1. As Kun places his device on the table, he wonders who would make such a ridiculous joke. He considers whether someone other than Shibisu's team might be aware of Bomb's existence. Just then, Apple calls him, which surprises Kun as she usually does not call him. Apple apologizes for the intrusion and Kun reassures her that it is no trouble. She then reminds him of his previous request to find the devil's right arm. Kun recalls asking her to locate this individual, partly out of curiosity and partly to demonstrate his strength to Hats, who had mentioned losing a fight to him. Apple confirms that she has found the devil's right arm. Kun asks for clarification, seeking details on where she found him. Apple explains that someone posted a picture on the box, which she believes was taken by accident. She mentions that the person in the photo resembles the devil's right arm as described by Kun. According to her, he is currently on the 28th floor. Meanwhile, Goseng examines the lighthouse and calls Wangnan over, prompting Wangnan to ask what's going on. Goseng points out that the individual in the photo looks similar to Horyang, who confirms the resemblance. She notes that the person has wings and a cape, which surprises Wangnan. Prince remarks that Horyang is cuter than the figure in the photo, to which Horyang responds that he is Kasano Beniamino, the devil's right arm. Vile asks if this is indeed Kasano, and everyone turns their attention to him. Wangnan questions whether Vile truly knows Kasano, while Horyang confirms the identity of the individual in the photo. On the other side, Apple asks Kun what she should do next and mentions that there is still some time before the workshop battle. She inquires if she should gather more information. Kun confirms that they should go after Kasano and apprehend him. The scene shifts to the residential area on the 28th floor, where Miseng and Prince are asleep in their room. The rest of the team is gathered around Horyang, who explains that the man in the photo is Kasano Beniamino, his only childhood friend, and the devil's right arm. He reveals that he has heard many stories about Kasano. Wangnan questions if Kasano is truly the devil's right arm, to which Horyang clarifies that Kasano and he were abandoned children in the middle area. Horyang explains that in the middle area, having children without permission is prohibited, leading many children to be abandoned. The fate of these children is grim. They either die or are sold. Kasano and Horyang were fortunate to be sold as materials for the workshop. Wangnan asks what is meant by materials, surprised to learn that the workshop uses humans for experimentation. Horyang confirms that the workshop is not merely a place where items are produced. It conducts various experiments, often using abandoned children as subjects. He adds that the number of children sacrificed for the workshop's experiments is staggering, with countless lives given up to create a single weapon. Horyang continues, revealing that he was one of those lives sacrificed as experimental material. He was grown for an extended period in an incubator to be used in testing. He describes the experience as a blurred existence, neither truly dead nor alive, filled with endless injections and a sense of waiting for his life to end. One day, the doors of the incubator opened, and the first person he saw was Kasano. He flashes back to that moment, recalling how the researchers referred to them by their number codes, number 21 and number 99. Horyang later learned that they were the only two who had survived the side effects of the injections. From that day onward, they learned to speak, read, and study the tower. They engaged in exercises, battles, and rigorous training. Although Kasano was smaller and younger, he exuded confidence and helped Horyang overcome his own timidity, effectively becoming like an older brother to him. As Horyang reminisces, Sophia Ami arrives in their room, calling them by their number codes, 21 and 99. She instructs them to have a seat, as it is time for their studies. Kasano smiles warmly at Sophia as she comments on his apparent happiness. He responds cheerfully, expressing his love for the classes and asking if number 21 shares his sentiment. Blushing slightly, number 21 now Ilmer confirms, and Sophia thanks them both for their enthusiasm. Sophia, who was the assistant researcher responsible for teaching them language, had treated them with kindness and respect, unlike the other researchers who saw them merely as experimental subjects. Her approach allowed them to laugh, talk, and enjoy each other's company, making that time in the workshop deeply precious to them. She then takes their hands in hers and says, "Listen, 21 and 99. You are no longer just numbers." With a warm smile, she continues, "They are Kasano Beniamino and Ilmer Beniamino now. When they're by themselves, they should call each other by their names." She emphasizes that this is a secret between them and asks if they like their new names. Calling them Kasano and Ilmer, she adds that she likes their names, making the moment feel even more special. Horyang reflects on how the names Kasano and Ilmer never lost their charm, despite being repeated throughout the night. They were fond memories of a time when they were still innocent, loved, and cherished. Sophia's kindness made those names special to them. As time passed, and they reached the age of 12, their lives took a darker turn. They were taken from the secret lab, where their bodies had been wrapped in secrecy, and transported to another location. It was there that they learned the grim truth about the experiments they had been subjected to for the past 12 years. Horyang remembers the moment they were introduced to the true nature of their situation. The creature they found locked in a deep blue tank was constantly changing and twisting its form as if it refused to be confined to any shape. The manager of the workshop, Medox, greeted them with a sinister welcome. Medox addressed them as 21 and 99, revealing that they were among the few lucky ones selected out of 99,999 children to become living ignition weapons. Horyong recalls asking what a living ignition weapon was. Maddox explained that ignition weapons are weapons imbued with a soul, but they still have limitations because they are merely weapons. To overcome these limitations, the workshop decided to use living human bodies like theirs to create these powerful and sentient weapons. Horyong continues his recollection, describing the horrific process of becoming a living ignition weapon. Maddox had explained that they would become the strongest and most beautiful weapons, refined with shinsu and bearing a soul. He promised that after the experiment, they would awaken as the first living ignition weapons in the tower. The pain of the transformation was unbearable. Horyong describes it as feeling like all his blood was flowing backward and being replaced with something else. It was as if his bones were being torn apart, and the pain was so intense that he lost consciousness repeatedly. When he finally woke up, half of his body was no longer his own. Kasano had the left side, and Horyong had the right. The devil's essence had been split between them, imbuing them with an immense and uncontrolled power. In the present, Horyong reflects on the profound impact this transformation had on them. They had become living embodiments of fury and power, forever altered by the experiment. Horyong reflects on the deep changes that went beyond their physical transformations. Sophia, who had been a comforting presence during their earlier days, vanished from their lives. They never learned whether she was transferred to another place, or if she was simply forbidden from contacting them. Her absence left them struggling with their rapidly changing bodies and the loneliness that came with it. He recounts a period of meaningless existence, marked by solitude and despair. Then, one day, he woke up cold and strapped down, being transported somewhere new. It was his first encounter with the outside world, seeing the roof and experiencing snow for the first time. Despite his uncertain future, the beauty of the world filled him with a desire to live longer. At that moment, while he was above the sea, he encountered the real owner of the tower. This meeting marked a turning point for him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself as a regular in the tower. The power he had gained through the experiment made his ascent easier, and he soon earned the title of the Devil's Right Arm. Horyong's story reveals the profound impact of his past on his present self and underscores the journey from a tortured experiment subject to a powerful figure in the tower. Horyong continues to reflect on his journey and the weight of his past. He explains that even as he climbed the tower, the power he wielded was tainted by the sacrifices of others. This guilt led him to halt his ascent once he reached the 20th floor. One day, rumors surfaced about the Devil's Right Arm being on the 20th floor. Curious, Horyong investigated and discovered someone using the name, but it was clear they were only using the title, not the actual power. He learned that this person, who called himself the Devil's Right Arm, was actually just an imposter using his left arm. Horyong identifies this imposter as Kasano, who had also entered the tower. Though he's uncertain about Kasano's current status or motivations, Horyong feels a pressing need to confront him. As night falls, Horyong calls Vile outside, intending to share his story and seek his assistance. Vile, puzzled by the late-night summons, asks Horyong why he called him out. Horyong, now resolute, explains that with the situation being what it is, there are no more secrets. He reveals that he has been tracking Vile to assess the true nature of the monster he believed he was dealing with. Horyong grabs some stones and begins to crack them, signaling his readiness to move forward and confront whatever lies ahead. He acknowledges that the time for hiding and deception has passed, and that the truth must be faced, no matter how daunting it might be. Horyong reflects on what he observed during their first battle, recognizing something familiar in Vile, as if he were also a living ignition weapon. Though reluctant to confront him, Horyong now feels it is necessary, knowing that the time has come to make things clear. He opens the inventory in his right arm, insisting on seeing what Vile has hidden inside. He tells Vile to reveal the truth, stating that he must confirm if Vile is indeed a living ignition weapon like himself, and if so, how it came to be. He acknowledges that even if it means fighting him, he needs answers. Vile, however, calmly responds that he cannot assist him with this, explaining that there is no reason for them to engage in a fight. Undeterred, Hworyong declares that if Vile refuses to show him willingly, he will force him to do so and awaken the power within. He then launches an attack, and Vile narrowly evades, leaping onto his massive right arm. Hworyong, desperate to uncover the truth, questions whether Vile's power is linked to Fug and whether Fug was involved in the same experiment that created him. He argues that he has the right to know the truth, especially for the sake of the children sacrificed in those experiments. Attacking once more, he pushes for an answer. Vile defends himself with Shinsu, blocking Hworyong's strikes. As the confrontation continues, Hworyong recalls Medox's claim that they were the first successful living ignition weapons and that no other survivors had ever been recorded. This memory intensifies his resolve as he demands an explanation. He questions what exactly Vile possesses, and whether Fug had continued those experiments, creating more living ignition weapons. Hworyong demands that Vile answer him. Vile responds, explaining that 7 years ago when he first joined Fug, a man promised to teach him how to become a god. Vile recalls the encounter in a flashback, where he questioned the man's words. Jinsung confirmed that yes, he meant God offering the power to make all wishes come true, change the world, or forsake it all and forge his own path. Jinsung explained that he could only grant Vile a small part of that power at the time, but it would be enough to help him choose his destiny. In the memory, Vile leaps into the water and then stands before a blinding light. Returning to the present, Vile recounts how, as soon as he laid eyes on that red light, he was overcome with excruciating pain and passed out. When he regained consciousness, he could feel something within him. He later asked about it, but Fug refused to provide any answers. He continues, explaining that all he knows is that Fug had hidden something on the test floor and built an enormous tank to maintain it. The water inside the tank was special. It could enlarge a Shinhyu or enhance someone's ability to control Shinsu, for instance. Abnormal occurrences were common there. Vile recalls looking at his hand in the flashback, wondering what this mysterious power was. Vile admits that when he heard Hworyong's story, he couldn't shake the feeling that their situations were disturbingly similar. However, this is all he knows. He confesses that he has no knowledge of how to awaken the power within him, nor whether it is connected to the experiments Hworyong mentioned. Apologizing, Vile states that this power, this destiny, is not something he desired, just as it wasn't what Hworyong had wanted either. Hworyong comes closer and quietly tells Vile that what he truly wanted had always been right in front of him. Apologizing, Hworyong admits that he already knew the truth, that even if Vile had been connected to that experiment, he wasn't the type of person who would sacrifice others for power. He just needed to be certain before moving forward. He reassures Vile, saying it's all right now, and begins to walk away. As he turns, Vile calls out to him. Hworyong, without turning back, tells Vile to forget what happened today. He no longer cares whether Vile is tied to the experiment or not. They are both victims of something far beyond their control. Hworyong expresses his hope that Vile finds happiness and the things that are truly precious to him, and asks that he convey those thoughts to the rest of their teammates. Vile asks if Hworyong is really going to leave like this. Hworyong confirms that now that he has the location, he can make his way alone. He adds that once he reaches his destination, there will be no coming back, and he doesn't want to put Vile in danger because of his past. Vile warns that the picture might be a trap, urging him to reconsider. Hworyong, however, calmly responds that this is precisely why he can't bring Vile with him. Vile is family to him, and he refuses to drag him into something that could endanger him. He explains that the teammates he's met since entering the tower were not much different from the researchers at the workshop. They only cared about his power, saw him as a monster, and kept their distance. But Vile was different. Hworyong, with a quiet smile, tells Vile that every time he sees the team in the morning, it reminds him of the first time he saw snow. It brought him a sense of peace and beauty, but deep down, he always knew that he would have to leave one day. He had made countless excuses to delay his departure, but now, with his transport in sight, he realizes that winter has ended. With a final glance, he bids Vile goodbye and walks away. Vile stands silently, watching as Hworyong departs. In his thoughts, Hworyong tells himself that Kasano must wait for him, his determination unwavering as he checks his screen for the next step. Meanwhile, on the 28th floor, Kun, Ran, and Navik arrive. Navik, scanning the area, asks if this is where the devil's right arm is hiding. He declares that Kasano is his target and warns Ran not to interfere. Ran dismisses him with a smirk, telling him to stop whining and just launch his spear, challenging him to see who can catch Kasano first and prove who the real number one is. As the two bicker, Kun, unfazed by their rivalry, calmly states that it's time to hunt the devil. Their eyes turn toward a giant hand statue in the distance, where they finally spot Kasano. The tension between the hunters sharpens as the chase begins. After confronting Hworyong, Vile returns to the rest of his team. Goseng acknowledges his return, asking why he is alone and whether he didn't go out with Hworyong. Vile responds that Hworyong mentioned he would be late. Goseng expresses confusion, remarking that if that's the case, something feels off, as Hworyong doesn't usually go out. Wangnan then comments on Vile's return, asking where the teddy bear is. Vile replies that he doesn't know, as Hworyong said he would come back later. He laughs, speculating that Hworyong must be excited to meet his old friend and wondering what he should wear tomorrow. Wangnan questions why Vile cares about that, pointing out that Hworyong is not his friend. Vile counters by saying that if the teddy bear is Hworyong's friend, then he is his friend too. Wangnan tells him to shut up and go to bed, as they need to wake up early tomorrow. Vile responds with agreement. On the 28th floor, in the residential area of the tent village, Hworyong arrives where Kasano is hiding. Hworyong seeks out the information broker, Zia, to discover Kasano's location. He knocks at her door, and the E-rank regular light-bearer and information seller, Zia, remarks that it is unusual to have such a late-night visitor, asking what has brought him to the tent village. Hworyong states that he has come to find a man, asking if she has seen him, and shows her a picture of Kasano. Zia inquires about who the man is, and Hworyong asks if she recognizes him. She replies that she does, as the man had recently shown up around the area to get some food. She adds that the people living in the village are sent there due to various issues, making them very sensitive to newcomers. Hworyong then asks if she knows where the man is at the moment. Zia confirms that she does, but before continuing, Hworyong asks what she means by before that. Zia clarifies that he needs to pay, prompting Hworyong to open his pocket and present the payment. She laughs, commenting that outsiders are always wealthy, and that she will put the money to good use. Hworyong demands to know Kasano's location, and Zia asks if he has seen the large hand behind the village. Hworyong, puzzled, asks what she means by the big hand. Zia explains that it is said to be part of a massive statue that broke, leaving only the hand intact, and the people here call it the Hand of Arlen. She adds that it was once used as a hideout for fugitives, but they were eventually driven out, leaving the place empty. She reveals that Kasano is currently staying there. Hworyong asks if she is certain, and Zia confirms, explaining that someone had seen him near the Hand of Arlen a few days ago, and since Kasano isn't staying in any of the tents, it is the only logical place he could be. Hworyong thanks her and prepares to leave, but Zia warns him to be cautious. After the 10 great families evicted the fugitives, they left traps and monsters around and inside the Hand of Arlen to prevent anyone from getting close. She advises that it would be safer to go with a team. Hworyong thanks her for the information and walks out. As he approaches the giant hand, he observes its immense size up close and wonders why Kasano would have called him here. Suddenly, the giant hand begins to emit a beeping sound, preparing to attack, and Hworyong realizes that Kasano is not going to let him enter easily. On the other side, Kun observes the giant hand and comments that it is indeed the hand of Arlen. He admits he doesn't know how it might have looked before, but finds its current state grotesque. Kun suggests that it would be better to destroy it, prompting Navik to ask if he thinks Kasano might be inside. Kun responds with uncertainty, noting that Kasano has been completely hidden from others for the past few years. He expresses doubt that Kasano's appearance in the picture was a mistake, and dismisses it as a coincidence that such a perfect clue was left. Kun believes that Kasano is intentionally revealing his location through this seemingly mundane picture, which has spread quickly and suspiciously. He surmises that this is an attempt to lure someone to the hand of Arlen. Novik asks if that means others might come as well, and Kun confirms that this was indeed the intention. Kun then instructs Novik and Ran to eliminate the traps around the hand of Arlen, assuring them that he will provide support. Novik agrees, and they proceed, with Ran leaping forward. Novik tells Ran not to attempt it alone, but Ran insists that it is better done on his own. Novik asks what he means by that and commands him to stop. Kun thinks that something does not feel right as Ran attacks Kasano, and he warns of a trap 2 meters ahead in the front column. Novik advises Ran to avoid going alone and to be prepared, noting their lack of a scout. Ran acknowledges this, but responds curtly, telling Novik to shut up and that he cannot hear him. He warns of a danger 5 meters ahead and then jumps to another pole, with Novik still calling out to him. Meanwhile, Horyang is engaged in a fight with the hand of Arlen, managing to break it. He reflects on the difficulty of fighting without a light bearer when he sees a blast in the distance. He calls out, questioning who is there, and notices Ran standing on a pole. Ran asks him if he is the devil's right arm. Wangnin then inquires about the plan, suggesting that they all dress like Hoirangs so that this friend can meet the 8 Horyang. The prince approves of the idea, but also questions if it sounds foolish or if they should decline. The prince expresses a preference for pink attire, but another member insists that everyone should wear the same color. He inquires about who he is referring to when Vile sits in his room and overhears their conversation. Wangnin notes that something should also be found for Miseng. The prince responds affirmatively, stating that he is the devil and will only wear pink. He then tells everyone it is time to sleep and to stop staying up late. Meanwhile, Ran stands by the pole, observing Horyang and asking if he is the devil's right hand. Horyang, puzzled by the question, hears a pocket device announce a wing and a black bandage. Ran, noting Horyang's increased weight, leaps toward him to attack, but Horyang blocks the assault. Ran attacks again, prompting Horyang to ask who he is and why he is searching for the devil's right hand. Ran responds that his intention is to fight. Ran asks if he requires further explanation as Horyang considers that he must have mistaken him for someone else. Horyang asserts that he is not the devil's right arm and then launches an attack on Ran. Horyang, realizing he has no other option, transforms his wing into a shoe using wing transformation. He declares that if Ran blocks his path, he will crush him, and attempts to punch him, but Ran manages to evade the strike. Horyang expresses that he does not know why Ran is pursuing him, but that he has no time to engage in this distraction. Ran, undeterred, responds that if there is no time, he will act quickly. He then attacks Horyang using a Mashini-style lightning spear, Electrica Perla. Horyang, however, employs his shield motif to defend himself. Observing that Horyang remains standing, Ran inquires about how he survived the attack and whether his defense improves as his wing changes form, noting with interest that Horyang is strong. Navik arrives at the scene and seizes Ran's spear. Horyang, puzzled, asks who he is. Navik introduces himself as Navik Grand, stating that he is here to capture the devil's right arm. In the residential area, Vile exits his room and accidentally bumps into Goseng, who, according to Miseng, has been waiting for Horyang throughout the night. Miseng arrives and asks if Mr. Teddy Bear has returned yet. Goseng responds that he has not. Miseng then inquires if Goseng suspects that someone bad has taken Horyong and expresses concern about the possibility of him being experimented on again. Goseng reassures her, saying not to worry, and sits down beside her, gently grasping her arm. Miseng questions whether he truly believes this, and Goseng confirms, asserting that Horyong will return safely. He advises her to go to bed without concern. Miseng, comforted, smiles and runs to her room. Vile then covers the sleeping Goseng with a blanket on the couch, reflecting on how he first understood true loneliness when he met her. He feels regretful and resolves to bring Horyong back. As he steps out to search for him, Vile approaches his vehicle just as Akraptor arrives and inquires about his destination. Vile calls out Akraptor's name, prompting him to explain that he was contemplating how odd it is that Horyong has not yet returned. Akraptor questions whether Horyong might have secretly run away, to which Vile confirms that Horyong left on his own. Akraptor curses in frustration, expressing his disappointment and labeling Horyong a scoundrel. He asserts that if Vile intends to pursue him, he should not go, stating that it is unfortunate, but that they cannot prevent Horyong from making his own choices. He tells Vile to forget about Horyong and to walk away. Vile insists that he will not abandon the search and asks Akraptor what he is suggesting. He explains that Horyong considers them to be like family, and that he understands Horyong's feelings because he has also known solitude since birth. Vile further explains that if he were in his position, he would not want to leave, but that Horyong left for their sake. He speculates that Horyong might be waiting for someone to bring him back, just as he had before, and asserts that he will not leave Horyong alone. Despite Akraptor's attempts to stop him, Vile climbs into his vehicle, declares that he will go and retrieve Horyong, and then takes off into the sky. Akraptor dashes forward to stop Vile, questioning how he could leave on his own and asking what he should do. At that moment, Wangnin arrives and suggests they should chase after Vile. When Akraptor inquires why Wangnin is awake and what he is doing there, Wangnin explains that it is obvious he could not sleep while a teammate had not yet returned. He had been waiting to surprise Horyong upon his return. Akraptor responds that such a surprise is unnecessary, and Wangnin insists that they should follow Vile and check on Horyong. He adds that if Horyong truly wants to leave, they will let him go, but as Vile mentioned, this might not be the case. The prince then interjects, questioning if Akraptor does not understand the situation and insisting that they must follow Vile. Wangnin asks what the prince is referring to, noting that they had not planned to do this until now. The prince reveals that he had been waiting to surprise Lord Devil and is frustrated by the unexpected turn of events. He insists they must go and retrieve Horyong, leaving Wangnin puzzled about when the prince had arrived. Akraptor expresses frustration, noting that if Horyong has a floating ship, Vile must have taken the last available one. Wangnin concurs, labeling Akraptor's concerns as obvious and calling them idiots. Akraptor laments that even if they wish to pursue, they are unable to do so without a ship. At this moment, Yuwa arrives and offers to assist. She confirms that she has been awake, as she never sleeps before Vile does, and she has been keeping an eye on him. Akraptor responds dismissively, suggesting that it was not necessary. Yuwa then offers to rent a floating ship for them, explaining that she can obtain one through her family. Wangnin asks if this is truly possible, to which Yuwa responds by reminding him that she is an heir of one of the 10 great families. Wangnin acknowledges this, and Yuwa inquires about his reaction. She urges them to move quickly to bring Horyong back. Wangnin agrees, saying they should go, and the prince also consents, indicating their readiness to proceed with Yuwa's assistance. Meanwhile, Kun expresses his unease, reflecting on how he had a bad feeling from the start, and is dismayed that he has already damaged the lighthouse. He laments the situation, questioning what the others are up to and why they are all occupied at the same time, leaving him with no choice. He recalls Jaitang's illness, remembering how Jaitang had mentioned catching bird flu. Michael had advised Kun to take care of Jaitang, noting that the flu is dangerous. Eden also mentioned his desire to assist, but was responsible for Rachel that day. Rand decides he will need to dispatch the remaining lighthouses to the area, hoping they are not mistakenly targeting the wrong person. Rand confronts Navik, questioning his interference. Navik responds that he cannot let Rand have all the fun and introduces himself to Horyang, noting that he has gained weight since the photo he saw, where Horyang appeared slimmer. Navik mentions having heard about his victory over Hats and his extraordinary power, expressing a strong desire to fight him. Horyang, realizing they are mistaken, contemplates what to do in the face of two powerful adversaries who are not willing to listen. He is uncertain how to handle the situation. Horyang thinks about the strain of using his abilities twice in one day and wonders if he can endure it while attempting to take out something. At that moment, Kasano arrives and calls out to him, using the name Ilmer. Horyang looks up and recognizes Kasano, asking where he is. Kasano instructs him to look behind and follow the observer. Horyang complies, following the directions. Meanwhile, Navik and Rand also begin to follow him. Navik comments on Horyang's speed, while Rand finds the situation troublesome. Navik warns Rand to stay close, but not too far, suggesting it might be a trap. Rand disregards this advice and continues to pursue Horyang, who enters a room. As Rand arrives and looks at the door, Horyang, inside the room, scans his surroundings and questions if he has reached a dead end. He calls out for Kasano, asking where he is. Rand enters the room and attacks Horyang from behind, expressing his frustration and demanding that Horyang stop running and fight. Horyang, infuriated, is about to retaliate when Kasano interjects, revealing that the devil's right arm they are actually seeking is present in the room. Meanwhile, Kun receives a distress message on the lighthouse, indicating that he has fallen into a trap. Kun, examining his lighthouse, sees the message indicating he is caught in a trap. Before he can react, a dart emerges from the ground, piercing his chest. Meanwhile, Vile arrives at Xiaxia's tent. Xiaxia remarks on the number of guests he has had that day and notes that his late hours have been beneficial. He then asks Vile what he is looking for, addressing him as the annoyingly long-haired man. Vile examines a picture of Horyang and Kasano and inquires if Horyang had visited. Xiaxia confirms, describing Horyang as a large man with black hair who had inquired about the same person and the hand of Arlen. When Vile asks where Horyang went, Xiaxia explains that the hand of Arlen refers to a giant hand-shaped statue located behind the tent village, and that Horyang had headed in that direction. Vile thanks Xiaxia, but Xiaxia then cautions him, warning that the area is filled with traps and much larger than Vile might expect. He offers his help, suggesting that if Vile needs a beautiful light bearer and is willing to pay, Xiaxia can assist him. Vile considers this offer but remains silent. On the other side, Horyang observes Kasano as Navik questions who he is. Kasano launches an attack, injuring both Horyang and Navik. Navik retaliates with an abusive response and attempts to punch Kasano, but Kasano deftly dodges and flies away. Navik, bewildered, wonders if Kasano has the ability to fly. Kasano then attacks again, and Horyang, recognizing him, calls out his name. Navik, still confused, demands to know who Kasano is. Kasano introduces himself as Kasano Beniamino, the devil's right arm. Outside the hand of Arlen, Kun's assassin, Snakeman, emerges from beneath the sand. He expresses his disappointment with Kun's apparent weakness, noting that the job was too easy and remarking on the substantial payment he is receiving. Snakeman mentions that he assumes the employer is wealthy and acknowledges that the money will allow him to leave this place. He reflects that the payment is all thanks to Kun, calling him pretty boy, and decides that he will no longer need the earrings he is wearing, so he will assist Kun. Snakeman grabs Kun's face as Kun, regaining consciousness, opens his eyes and questions Snakeman's identity and the identity of his employer. Snakeman is surprised to see Kun alive, given that the poison should have been fatal. Kun quickly steps back, denying that the poison had any effect. Snakeman then questions Kun about the nature of his armor inventory. Kun explains that he brought the armor as a precaution, and that it has proven quite useful. When Snakeman inquires how an E-rank regular like Kun could possess such an expensive item, Kun responds that his father gave it to him, adding that he believes this is true. He then presses Snakeman for information about who hired him. Snakeman dismisses the question, asserting that Kun does not understand his situation. He boasts that he is not a weakling who would lose to a light bearer in a one-on-one fight. Kun corrects him, saying that he is not a light bearer but merely bad at fighting, as he seizes Snakeman from behind. Kun then stabs Snakeman and states that he is a light bearer because he enjoys giving orders, causing Snakeman to scream in pain. Kun demands that Snakeman stay still if he wants to continue breathing and repeats his question about who hired him. Snakeman, writhing in pain, reveals that the person who hired him was a girl with rabbit ears. He admits he did not see her clearly due to the darkness, but is certain she promised to pay him if he eliminated the person sneaking around the statue. Kun inquires about any additional information, to which Snakeman responds that he knows nothing more, as it was his first encounter with the girl. Snakeman pleads to be released, asserting that he has shared everything he knows. Kun questions whether this is true, all the information, then decides that Snakeman must die because he is now useless. He stabs Snakeman again, killing him, and calls him stupid. Kun reflects on the situation, wondering why a light bearer with hacking skills and a hired killer is involved in a scheme that uses the devil's right arm as bait. He recalls the lighthouse message indicating that he is caught in a trap. Inside the hand of Arlen, Horyong calls out to Kasano, asking why he was summoned and what the purpose of the other attackers is. He demands that Kasano provide an explanation. Kasano cryptically responds that Horyong will understand soon enough, addressing him as Ilmer. Horyong, seeking clarity, asks for further explanation. Ran questions if there are two individuals claiming to be the devil's right arm and instructs Navik to change positions, indicating that he will throw his spear. Navik asks if Ran has finally decided to take things seriously. Ran responds that he wants to end the conflict as quickly as possible. Navik agrees and prepares for the attack when Kasano unleashes a Hanel-style Crimson Soul Fist against them. Navik employs blockade, creating a shield to deflect the attack, while Ran uses a Mashini-style lightning spear, declaring it will be the last one. He aims for the slim devil's right arm and delivers a lethal stab, causing Kasano to scream. Outside the hand of Arlen, Vile and Zyxia hear the scream. Zyxia notes that the sound appears to be coming from within the statue and suggests that they should go together. As Vile runs toward the hand of Arlen, Zyxia advises him to slow down, warning that it is dangerous out there and there might be a trap. Vile disregards the warning, prompting Zyxia to realize there is no other option. Zyxia then steps on a button, causing a giant stone hand to emerge and attack. Zyxia exclaims that it is a trap. Vile swiftly attacks the hand, destroying it, and then runs back to Zyxia, asking if he is okay. Zyxia thanks him and requests to slow down. Vile picks Zyxia up and begins to jump at a faster pace toward the hand, urging him to hurry. Zyxia asks why Vile is so eager to find the man and guesses that he must be a close friend. Vile clarifies that he is merely someone he knows. Zyxia expresses disappointment at this response and directs Vile to proceed to the right. Outside, Kun surveys the area and comments on the growing noise, speculating that his teammates might also be trapped. He notes that they had anticipated this possibility and mentions his desire to assess the results of their training. He considers the devil's right arm to be a suitable challenge for this purpose. If they defeat the man who had previously defeated Hats, he would be assured that his efforts to strengthen his team, including himself, have not been in vain. Kun inserts a USB-like device into his lighthouse and reflects on the encounter with the blue weirdo on the test floor. He reveals that he has since studied extensively to avoid similar humiliation, focusing on tracing hacking attempts. He plans to use the trap employed against them to capture his target. Inside, Horyong, enraged by the apparent death of Kasano, repeatedly calls out to him while running toward the body. Ran, observing the situation, comments that it is futile, as Kasano cannot be alive after sustaining a sword of light through his chest. Horyang, infuriated by Kasano's apparent death, abuses him and declares that he will kill him. He activates his devil's right arm to launch an attack. Novik identifies Horyang's devil's right arm as the source of his power and recognizes that he is the true right arm. Novik creates a shield and instructs Ran to rush in without hesitation. Horyang charges toward the duo, while Novik uses Crimson Soul Fist and Ran readies his Espada de la Luz. However, Horyang's arm breaks through Novik's technique, sending him flying. Outside, Kun searches for something on his lighthouse. Inside, Ran abandons the charging of his technique and begins attacking Horyang rapidly, expressing his frustration by calling him annoying. As Horyang attempts to counterattack, Novik grabs him from behind and throws him to the floor. Before Horyang can recover, Ran charges his Espada de la Luz and prepares to strike, declaring that it is the end for the fat devil's right arm. Horyang evades the attack by pushing off the ground and charges toward Novik, who acknowledges the challenge and remarks on his toughness. However, Novik is abruptly stabbed in the stomach from behind by Kasano, stunning everyone in the room. Horyang, looking at Kasano with confusion, falls to the floor and asks why Kasano has betrayed him. Novik also demands to know the reason for this betrayal. Outside, Kun tracks down the culprit and is equally astonished to discover that the perpetrator is Apple. Inside, Vile and Xiaxia arrive at the scene. Vile calls out to Horyang upon seeing him on the floor and demands to know what has happened to him. Meanwhile, Kun rushes towards the hand of Arlen, perplexed by Apple's motives and questioning the unfolding events. Vile arrives to find Horyang, bloodied and unconscious, with Novik and Ran standing over him. He demands to know what they have done to Horyang. Novik, confused, asks who Vile is. Xiaxia examines Horyang and confirms that he is not breathing and appears to be dead. Vile turns to Novik, pressing him for answers about who is responsible for this. Novik attempts to respond when Xiaxia interjects, affirming that the two, Novik and Ran, attacked and killed Horyang, as he observed through his lighthouse. Novik acknowledges that they did attack him, but claims that Horyang was killed by someone else, noting that the situation is becoming more complex. He glances around, searching for Kasano, but finds he is no longer present. Novik then coldly states that they did kill him, and questions what Vile plans to do about it. In response, Vile charges and attacks Novik with 3 bongs. Xiaxia uses her lighthouse to redirect the attack, causing it to blow Ran back. Ran, frustrated, exclaims his surprise at her abilities, while Novik comments on the effective combination of a light bearer and a wave controller. Novik remarks that very few E-rank regulars can use 3 bongs simultaneously, suggesting that Vile might be as strong as Quitro. Ran, recognizing the potential danger, warns Novik to destroy the lighthouse first. Novik agrees, and the two of them charge to attack. Novik employs boomerang blades in his assault, while Ran attempts to seize Vile's bongs. However, both are shocked to discover that Vile can control 5 bongs. Vile effortlessly repels Ran's attack and throws him aside. Novik, astonished, questions if Vile can indeed control 5 bongs at once and wonders if there is another E-rank regular stronger than him. Ran admits he doesn't know, noting that fewer than 10 wave controllers can manage more than 3 bongs and questioning Vile's origins. Novik asks Ran if he is alright, to which Ran responds that he is still fine. Novik then comments on the exhaustion caused by Vile's use of the Sword of Light, acknowledging Vile's strength, but noting that excessive energy use will tire him out quickly. He concludes that if Vile were not fatigued, Novik would have finished him off himself. Ran asserts that while he cannot use the Sword of Light, he can deliver a similar direct shot that will be sufficient. He thinks that Vile's quick-wittedness is only advantageous in situations like this. Novik agrees to block Vile's movements, hurling his spears at him as Ran expresses his anticipation. Novik charges towards Vile, using Shinsu to harden his body in order to withstand Vile's attacks without slowing down. He employs the Crimson Bell seal to immobilize Vile and instructs Ran to kill him. Ran retorts and prepares his machete-style lightning spear, Lanza de Relampago, to strike Vile. However, Vile uses an additional lighthouse from Xiaxia for defense, shocking both Ran and Navik. Vile then leaps off the ground and blasts them away with all 5 of his bongs. As Ran and Navik lie defeated among the rubble, Ran mutters in frustration, while Navik reflects on the difficult day. Vile, enraged, demands to know why they killed Horyang, emphasizing that Horyang had a place to return to and people who were waiting for him. Vile shouts in anguish, demanding to know why they killed Horyang and how he will never get to meet him again because of them. Navik, apologizing for the timing, insists that despite their fight, they did not kill Horyang. He claims that it was the other devil's right arm that was responsible and that this individual is behind the fallen wall. Navik suggests that if Vile can move the rubble, he will find the true culprit. Xiaxia counters Navik's claim, asserting that he saw with his own lighthouse that these two were the ones who killed Horyang. He accuses Navik of lying to buy time for their recovery and urges Vile to eliminate them before they can attack again. At that moment, Kun arrives and calls out to Navik and Ran. Vile and Xiaxia turn to face him, their attention shifting to the new arrival. Vile looks at Kun, puzzled by his presence, while Kun turns to Xiaxia, questioning if she is the one with rabbit ears. Observing Navik and Ran on the ground, and Horyang lying unconscious, Kun rushes toward them. Navik urges Ran to wake up, but Ran, half awake, responds that he is merely relaxing. Xiaxia intervenes, holding a trigger in her left hand and commanding everyone to halt. She warns that if anyone takes another step, she will detonate the bomb she has planted inside the hand of Arlen. The threat is clear. If she presses the button, the entire structure will explode, and everyone will die. Vile demands to know what Xiaxia is doing, and a message appears on Xiaxia's lighthouse, addressing him directly. It reads that if he does not stay still, everyone present will perish, identifying him as Slayer nominee Vile. Xiaxia calls out to Kasano, instructing him to reveal himself. Ran and Navik, realizing that Kasano is indeed alive, watch as he emerges and hoists Horyang onto his shoulder. Vile receives another message, indicating that if he chooses to follow them, Horyang will be spared. However, if he hesitates, he will lose both Horyang and his other precious friends. Vile considers whether this situation was orchestrated from the start. Kun, confused and frustrated, asks Xiaxia who these individuals are and why she is doing this. He demands to know her target. Xiaxia explains that the others are merely regulars from the tent village, but not Vile. She points to Vile and reveals his identity as Vile. She elaborates that he is destined to become the newest Fug Slayer in the near future. Navik looks at Vile and realizes that he is not an ordinary regular, but rather Fug's new Slayer nominee. Xiaxia continues, recounting how an anonymous figure had approached her with a promise of wealth and honor if she assisted in capturing someone who was destined to become their god. Xiaxia explains that when she inquired about what she should do, the anonymous figure instructed her that the god wished to eliminate potential future enemies. The god aimed to target the most exceptional E-rank regulars, and thus had come here to deal with Vile personally. She reveals that a spy was sent to infiltrate Kun's team, and every action taken was meticulously planned to lure him here. Kun grapples with this revelation, realizing that everything was orchestrated from the beginning. Apple's infiltration into their team, the information about the devil's right arm, and even the assassin hiding in the sand were all part of a scheme to trap and kill him. Vile, visibly irritated, confirms Xiaxia's claims. He acknowledges that Kun's father had indeed set this trap with the intent to kill him. However, Vile admits that he has changed his mind. Instead of killing Kun, he now desires to see him overcome his greatest fear, relishing the prospect of watching him flee in terror. Vile asserts that he will show mercy this time and allow Kun to leave for his own amusement. intending to watch him run away. He reflects on how their relationship will never return to its former state and declares that they will never cross paths again. Kun responds with disdain, stating that Vile's attempt at villainy seems amateurish and cliched, reminiscent of a poorly written novel. He criticizes Vile's act, finding it unconvincing and cringe-worthy. Kun remarks that true evil is innate, not something one can merely perform. Kun accuses Vile of trying to let him go intentionally, demanding a straightforward answer rather than an evasive response. He insists that he cannot be deceived and that Vile's words are genuine. Annoyed by the exchange, Ran and Novik decide to act. They work together to try and take the control device from Xiaxia. As Novik rushes towards Kun, he scolds Xiaxia for her lack of caution. Vile uses his lighthouse to freeze Kun, retrieving the controller and returning it to Xiaxia. Recognizing Vile's skill immediately, Kun is taken aback. Vile turns to leave, stating that he will accompany Xiaxia, but warns that if she plays with his friends' lives again, he will kill them all. Xiaxia responds angrily, saying that despite Vile's claim of mercy, he is ruining it himself. She declares that she will now exact their punishment, pressing the button to detonate the device. Xiaxia exclaims that she can feel the presence of her god and proclaims the beginning of a new era, announcing that the new Slayer has been born. As the hand of Arlen begins to crack and explode from all sides, Novik questions the sanity of Xiaxia's actions. She confirms that the initiation of the new Slayer has begun and urges everyone to rejoice. Vile shouts Kun's name as the destruction unfolds. As the bomb in Arlen's hand detonates, Vile yells at Kun to stop, warning him about a trap, and urges him to run away. Kun, in shock, tries to understand the situation, staring at him. Ran also asks what is happening. A stone casing forms around Xiaxia, Kasano, Horyang, Ran, Novik, and Vile, shielding them from the blast. Kun recalls when Emily told him that Bomb was alive, and he looked at him, wondering if he was truly Bomb. Arlen's hand is suddenly replaced by a brilliant burst of light as the bomb fully explodes. On the 29th floor, Apple is eating an apple while Jai-Tang lies down on the bed after drinking water. Near him, Michael instructs him to swallow the medicine, stating that this is why he is not getting better, as he wipes Jai-Tang's face. Eden, tied down, calls Michael an insane scoundrel, telling him to stop and accusing him of killing someone. He demands to know why Michael is betraying him, asking how he could do this while Kun is away. Michael denies killing anyone, claiming he was merely trying to cure him. Eden retorts that Michael is lying, accusing him of poisoning the person and making him ill, and insists that Jai-Tang didn't just catch the flu. Eden then asks, with suspicion, who Michael truly is. Apple looks at her lighthouse and states that they are likely the regulars who have been ordered by Fug to infiltrate Kun's team and kill him. Eden asks who Fug is, and she responds by questioning why Fug would want Kun dead. She explains that they merely follow orders, without knowing the reasons. Their mission was to join the team and lead Kun into a trap when the time was right. She recounts how she intentionally approached Kun, aware that he was seeking teammates, and knew she fit the role perfectly, as she is a scout capable of using lighthouses. It was easy for her to join. She admits that she recommended Michael, who had received the same orders. When the directive came from Fug, she used the devil's right arm as bait to lure Kun away, directly into Fug's trap. She reveals that she hacked Kun's lighthouse, ensuring that he likely will not survive. Eden remarks that even the almighty Kun can be stabbed in the back, despite trusting for years that they were his teammates. He reflects that this is why he told Kun he didn't want to ascend the tower. Frustrated, he asks what she plans to do now to kill him. She, in turn, asks what he thinks she should do. She states that she believes she should kill him now that he knows all their secrets, but Rachel intervenes. Pleading for mercy, Rachel draws their attention, saying that Eden did nothing wrong. He was simply brought in by Kun and forced to do things he didn't want to. She suggests they go up the tower together, asking Eden to be her legs from now on as she extends her hand toward him. He laughs bitterly, remarking that he had forgotten about her, cursing himself for not realizing it sooner. The real traitor was right there all along. He accuses her of being the one who asked Fug to kill Kun, wasn't it? He tells her to get lost, mocking her by saying that if she wants to walk, she should walk on her own 2 legs. After all, she had already cast aside 2 of her friends with those unscathed legs of hers, hadn't she? She mercilessly stabs him in the legs repeatedly, insisting that he knows nothing, that she did nothing wrong. Meanwhile, in the flying stone carrier, Vile pounds on the walls, screaming and repeatedly demanding to know what was done to him. As the rest of Team Tangzayuk arrives at the hand, they are shocked to see only ruins. They stare at the rubble in disbelief, asking what could have happened there. As Team Tangzayuk stands outside the hand of Arlen, inside the escape capsule, Novik contemplates that it seems they have survived. He observes that they created a floating boat with soil dolls and had planned to destroy the hand of Arlen from the beginning. Novik asks Ran if he is alive, and Ran confirms. Novik then inquires about Kun, wondering if he is trapped under the rubble of the hand. Zyxia is present, and Novik questions why she is involved in all of this, noting that he hadn't expected her to tag along. Zyxia responds that it's to show off, prompting Novik to ask what she means by that. She explains that it isn't easy to become a symbol of both terror and worship. She is creating a narrative worthy of the birth of a new slayer. She asks how people will react when they learn that he destroyed Arlen's hand to kill the son of one of the 10 great families. Instead of condemning him, people will see it as behavior natural to a Slayer nominee. She emphasizes that this is only the beginning. They are going to form the best team and enter the workshop battle to eliminate all the E-rank regulars. They will create a legend worthy of his name, and everyone will come to know that he is the strongest. Rand declares that it is absurd to claim they will form the best team, asserting that they will all die soon anyway. As he stands up, he insists that they will all perish here and will never reach the workshop. Zyxia laughs at him, and when Novik asks Ran if he is okay, Ran replies that he is fine. Novik, staring at him, suspects that Ran is bluffing. They prepare to attack when Zyxia orders Kasano to counterattack. However, Vile intervenes, using Novik's technique, Crimson Soul Fist, to blow them apart. Novik is perplexed by how Vile can use Crimson Soul Fist. Vile descends toward Ran and Novik, using a lighthouse to communicate that he does not wish to fight Kun's teammates. Ran wonders why Vile is using the lighthouse and what he is doing with Kun's teammates. Zyxia questions why Vile is speaking through the lighthouse and whether his pocket was damaged during the explosion. As Vile approaches Zyxia and addresses her by name, he tells her that he will enter the workshop battle with her, but they must go with him. Novik inquires about the meaning of Vile's statement, while Zyxia, realizing Vile's plan, attempts to respond. However, Vile asserts that it is in order. Zyxia exhales in resignation, acknowledging that she has no choice and finds it annoying but agrees to let them join her team. Novik questions why they should comply, but Vile insists they must follow him, or else they will die here. Novik then asks why they were concerned about them in the first place. Vile discreetly sends a message to Rand's pocket, assuring him that he is not his enemy and expressing confidence that Kun is likely alive. Rand stares at him and agrees to a truce for now, despite Novik's attempt to intervene. Rand decides to join Vile's team and enter the workshop battle with him. Outside, Wangnan and Yiwa attempt to contact Horyong and Vile. Yiwa calls Wangnan, who asks what is wrong. She informs him that Vile's pocket is underground. Wangnan, puzzled, asks what she means and what they should do. Yiwa suggests that they should take action, and Wangnan decides to use his Shinsu bombs to blow up the surrounding area. Despite Yiwa's warning that it is dangerous, Wangnan proceeds with the explosion. After the blast, they survey the area, and Prince spots Kun, pointing out that there is a person down there. They discover Kun unconscious beneath the rubble, with Vile's pocket beside him. Kun experiences a flashback to the moments just before the hand of Arlen exploded. remembering Vile's urgent warning to run away and the revelation that it was a trap. He reflects on why Vile's voice had sounded so much like bombs. Kun contemplates Vile, a slayer of Fug, who is supposed to fulfill Fug's ambitions by killing the heads of the 10 great families and Jahad. He wonders why Vile tried to save him despite being a slayer with such a formidable role. The confusion over Vile's betrayal weighs heavily on him. Suddenly, Kun regains consciousness and finds himself in front of Wangnan, who is yelling at Yiwa about the acupuncture needle being set on fire. Wangnan demands to know why Yiwa did this and threatens to kill him. Yiwa asks if she should pull out the needle, but Wangnan insists that it is too hot and instructs her to bring water immediately. Yiwa explains that her fire won't be extinguished with just water and questions how something can be so stubbornly strong. She mentions that she is from the Yon family, as Kun manages to remove the burning acupuncture needle from his body. Kun presses the acupuncture needle against Wangnan's throat, who is still yelling at Yiwa to put out the fire, and clarifies that his earlier statement was not a compliment. He demands to know who Wangnan is and why he is helping him. Wangnan responds that this is something they want to ask Kun as well. He then introduces Kun to the rest of Team Tangzayuk, revealing that they are teammates of Vile. Wangnan confirms this, though he adds that they might not be teammates anymore. Kun observes that while they claim to be part of Vile's team, they appear too ordinary to be associated with a Slayer nominee, leading him to suspect something is amiss. Wangnan explains that they followed Vile to the Hand of Arlen, but upon arrival, they found the hand had collapsed and Kun was buried under the rubble with Vile's pocket. They could not locate any other trace of Vile or their other teammates. Kun asks about the pocket, and Wangnan confirms it is here, handing it over. As Kun examines it, he notes that it is a grade. Wangnan then inquires about Kun's next move. Kun declares that he is going to retrieve his team. When Wangnan asks for clarification and tells Kun to wait, Kun begins to walk out, stating that they will accompany him. Akraptor arrives and apologizes, stating that they need to understand the situation as their teammates' lives might depend on it. Kun questions whether they are qualified to go to the 29th floor, and upon their confirmation, he tells them to follow him. He leads them to his bunker on the 29th floor, noting Akraptor's shrewdness and thorough investigation of him. Wangnan suggests they wait there as there might be intruders. Prince comments on the private bunker, implying that Kun must be wealthy. Akraptor mentions that he has already conducted a search on Kun while he was unconscious. He acknowledges Kun's reputation among E-rank regulars and his pride in his family background. Akraptor speculates that Kun must be an enemy of Vile, the Slayer nominee. Kun reassures him that his teammates are fine. He saw them escape alive. Akraptor asks if Kun is certain about this, and Kun confirms, saying that it is their own lives they need to worry about. Kun calls for Jaitang, Eden, and Michael. When Wangnan arrives and opens the door, he is shocked to find Eden stabbed and bleeding heavily next to a dead Jaitang. The letters Fug are inscribed in blood on the wall, and Apple and Michael are nowhere to be found. Prince examines Eden and notes that he believes Eden is still breathing. Kun inquires about the meaning of this statement, and everyone rushes to Eden's side. Wangnan asks if Prince truly believes Eden is alive. Prince sits next to Eden and confirms his belief that Eden is still alive. Akraptor decides to take action, carrying Eden on his back and instructing everyone to stay back. He promises to find a hospital and contact them. Prince agrees and says he understands, while Kun anxiously examines Eden's stab wounds, particularly noting the severe injury to his legs. After checking on Eden, Kun discusses the situation with the others. Wangnan asks about Eden's condition, and Kun responds that Eden will likely survive, but has sustained severe leg injuries. Wangnan remarks that, regardless of Fug's involvement, this situation is not his concern. Kun acknowledges that Rachel is responsible for this situation and decides he needs to clear his head. He tells Wangnan he will go get some air and heads to the roof. On the roof, Kun stands and looks at Vile's pocket. contemplating that it must be the grade pocket that Balm received from Princess Yuri. Kun ponders that all regulars receive pockets corresponding to their power, so Vile's possession of an A-grade pocket implies an irregular level of strength, which connects many of the dots. He reflects on why Rachel betrayed Balm, why Fug pursued him, and even considers the astonishing theory that Balm might be Vile. He realizes that for his wish to come true, they must have an irregular among their ranks, but he remains uncertain whether Vile is indeed the 25th Balm. At that moment, Hua Ryan appears, prompting Kun to ask who she is. Hua Ryan greets him, calling him by his full name and saying it has been a long time since they last met. Meanwhile, on the 30th floor, Shibisu's team watches the news about Kun's purported death. The report states that the Hand of Arlen, located in the area for E-rank regulars on the 28th floor, exploded, resulting in numerous irregulars nearby being killed or injured. The news also mentions that the regulars who had rented a floating ship nearby are presumed dead. The report notes that a symbol associated with Fug's Slayer nominee was discovered under the rubble, accompanied by a message stating that this sacrifice is for the birth of the new Slayer. It is interpreted as a warning from the Slayer nominee, Vile, to all regulars entering the workshop battle. Elsewhere, Pericule is seen running towards Rak, who is sitting on some rocks by a misty lake. Pericule announces that there is big news. Rak, curious, asks what the news is, and he solemnly replies that Kun is dead. Rak reacts with disbelief, insisting that he does not believe it, and that a genius like him cannot be deceived. Pericule insists it is true and suggests Rak connect to the information channel if he doubts him. Rak, however, begins to walk away. He calls after him, asking where he is going. Rak responds that he is going to find the sneaky turtle. Pericule, confused, asks where Rak plans to meet the dead, implying an encounter with someone in the afterlife. Rak, annoyed, tells Pericule to shut up and just follow him. Horyung wakes up, relieved to find himself alive and well. He examines his right hand and contemplates his survival when Kasano enters the room and announces that Horyung is awake. Overwhelmed by anger, Horyung confronts Kasano, demanding to know why he had been deceived and what had happened. Kasano tells him to come with him to the workshop, as Sophia is waiting for them. Horyung, still in shock, asks for clarification on what Kasano means. Meanwhile, Novik and Rand sit in a cell, drinking soda, when they notice two hooded figures following Xiaxia past their cell door. Rand reflects on their situation, realizing they have been submissively locked away. Novik inquires about the identity of the hooded figures, questioning whether they are additional teammates. Back in Kun's bunker, Hua Ryan arrives. Kun asks about her identity and how she managed to get there, recalling that she had failed the test floor. Hua Ryan explains that, as a guide, she has the ability to go anywhere. She further clarifies that she took the test as a regular due to her job and is currently assisting Fug. Kun asks if Fug orchestrated all of this, and Hua Ryan confirms that he is correct. She explains that Fug intended for the irregular, the 25th bomb, to fulfill their wishes. Kun realizes that this scheme involved making it appear as if Baum had hidden on the test floor and changed his identity to Vile, the Slayer nominee. The guide who led him down this path was Hua Ryan. After Kun attempts to punch her and is blocked, he demands to know where Baum has been taken, as his hand bleeds heavily. Hua Ryan admits she doesn't know Baum's current location, stating that she was not involved in that aspect. She explains that the plan was devised by Fug elders and some Slayers interested in Fug's internal politics and power dynamics. Their goal was to place Vile under their control, which is why they wanted him in the team they created. Kun questions whether Hua Ryan was also betrayed, to which she confirms. She then requests a favor from him to win the workshop battle with Vile's teammates. Kun is taken aback by this sudden request, wondering why she wants him to join the workshop battle with them. Hua Ryan explains that after the incident at the Hand of Arlen, a wager was proposed. Whichever team, whether the one they selected or the original team wins, the workshop battle will become Vile's teammates. She reveals that a high-ranking FUG member arranged for Vile to have some degree of freedom. This individual is a formidable opponent, so much so that even a slayer would struggle against him if he fought seriously. The wager was a strategic move to beat them to the punch and reach a compromise. However, most members of FUG seem to support this arrangement. Kun responds with frustration, questioning why he should help them and what changes if he does. He accuses Hua Ryan of exploiting Bomb's situation for her own ends. Hua Ryan challenges him, asking what he plans to do now that he has lost his team and become a target of FUG. She implies that if he gives up and runs away, he will achieve nothing. Kun clenches his fist, reflecting bitterly on his situation. He acknowledges that Bomb is alive but feels powerless to make a difference. Suddenly, Wang Nin arrives and calls out to Kun, addressing him as the blue-haired guy and informing him that his teammate is awake. Kun quickly goes to Eden's room and takes a seat beside him. Eden comments on his diminished speed, acknowledging that he can't run as fast as he used to. Kun reassures him, saying it's not so severe that he can't walk, though it won't be the same as before. He expresses regret, apologizing for asking Eden to join him. Eden then requests to be taken to the workshop battle. Kun hesitates, noting that Eden has lost his legs. Eden explains that Rachel deliberately kept him alive to see if he could endure living with his injured legs, hoping to see him suffer and give up. He reveals that this truth is tied to the last exam he took before he arrived, where he lost all his teammates. He recounts meeting formidable opponents during the battle, leading to the death of his teammates and his subsequent escape from the test area alone. At that moment, he felt that his once fast legs were utterly inadequate, and he wept in despair. He admits that his decision not to betray Kun wasn't driven by affection, but by other motives. He says that he couldn't forgive himself if he became any more pathetic than he already was. It's strange that, despite losing everything today, he isn't shedding a single tear. He resolves to join the workshop battle and show Rachel that he won't give up easily. Kun emerges and tells Hua Ryan that he will accept her offer to join her team for the workshop battle, and he intends to win it. Hua Ryan asks for clarification on his statement, while Wang Nin also seeks to understand Kun's intentions and whether he plans to join the battle with them. Kun confirms that he is indeed Bomb, also known as Vile's old teammate, and requests to enter the workshop battle together. He adds that if they win, they will be able to challenge Vile and restore his pride. Regardless of the outcome, Kun is determined to prove himself and make those who underestimated him regret their actions. Wang Nin comments that, frankly, the chances of winning the battle seem slim. Kun responds with confidence, asserting that there is a 100% chance of victory. He declares that he will not be defeated by a mediocre Slayer nominee or Jihad's minions. He promises to devise the perfect strategy, using any means necessary to ensure their victory, and envisions a scenario where everyone will ultimately kneel before him, begging for mercy. The regulars stand together, with Miseng noting that Kun is intimidating, while Goseng comforts her by saying that handsome guys often have such a demeanor. Prince considers Kun's style impressive, and Akraptor remarks that Kun is not normal, to which Yihua responds that it's exciting. Kun reassures them that, despite his bold words, they shouldn't feel pressured. He's simply suggesting that they should give their best effort. He inquires if they are just going to meet their friend, to which Wang Nin agrees and extends his hand for a handshake, accepting Kun's offer to form a team. Kun shakes his hand and expresses satisfaction with their decision to move forward together. Meanwhile, Refugio greets Kun as Lord Vile, introducing himself as a fisherman who will serve him from now on. He inquires about the power of the needle they obtained for Kun, eager to know how it suits him. Vile walks away as Refugio calls him Lord Vile and apologizes sincerely for forcibly bringing him here. Vile responds that it is all right, acknowledging that Refugio acted out of a moment of weakness. He advises Refugio to focus solely on the upcoming test. A month after the incident at Arlen's hand, at the training center for Team Sweet and Sour on the 29th floor, Wang Nen has just completed a grueling training session involving evading a massive boulder. He exclaims in frustration, saying he's had enough and does not want to be on a team with Kun. Wang Nen collapses on the floor, breathing heavily and lamenting that he almost died. Kun reassures him that the session is over for today. The rest of the team looks at him in disbelief, questioning whether he is serious. Kun confirms that while they still have a specialty, position, physical strength, speed, and mental training to cover, they have a test tomorrow, so today's session is concluded. He emphasizes that they need to get up early in the morning, advising them to either rest and sleep well or review the plans they have prepared in their minds. Kun dismisses the team, and Prince grumbles about the intense training, expressing frustration that since Kun joined the team, he has been acting like a leader, subjecting them to relentless training sessions for an entire month. Prince criticizes the constant training, calling Kun a crazy dude. Afterward, Wang Nen heads inside the house, feeling exhausted and commenting that he is dying. Eden, who has finished his session early, asks if it is okay for him to move now. He mentions that while the doctor advised him to rest more, he needs to move around to heal faster. Eden sits down, puts on his shoes, and insists that he should push himself just as everyone else is doing, and he needs to get accustomed to his new legs. Wang Nen expressed concern about whether the team would be okay with just the 6 of them for the test tomorrow. He worries that if they fail, they won't be able to proceed to the workshop battle. Eden admits his own nervousness, acknowledging that taking the test without Vile and Horyong makes him uneasy. He reflects that while no one is openly voicing their concerns, everyone must be feeling their absence. Meanwhile, Gosang approaches Kun's room, knocks on the door, and asks if he has a moment. Kun responds, asking what's up, and she enters the room. Gosang explains that she has some questions about the simulation they conducted. When Kun asks which one, she mentions the partial strategy they worked on yesterday. She ran another simulation, discovered an alternative method, and found that it performed better. She suggests they might consider changing their approach. Kun inquired if she had stayed up all night reviewing the simulation for a partial strategy that they might not have used. Gosang acknowledges that she did, but insists it was just in case. Kun points out that with the test scheduled for tomorrow, she should trust the strategy they have prepared over the past month. He questions how the other teammates are supposed to have confidence if the light bearer is uncertain. He understands she is nervous, but encourages her to have more faith in herself. Gosang agrees, taking his words to heart. Outside, Misang and Prince lie on the grass together. Prince, expressing his frustration, says he is fed up with the blue guy. Misang gets up and starts walking away. Prince asks where she is going, and she replies that she wants to train. When he questions her decision, noting that training is over for the day, she explains that she wants to see Vile and the teddy bear. She is determined to do her best to meet them and doesn't want to lose them again like she lost her parents. Prince stands up and questions how she expects to grow up if she keeps crying every day and searching for her mom and dad in her dreams. He says he will help her find Vile and her parents, urging her not to cry anymore, as it is annoying. Miseng agrees, feeling reassured by his support. Inside, Yiwa struggles to control her flames, failing to keep them focused. Frustrated, she questions why she cannot control them and why she ends up burning everything except the target. She worries about what will happen if she continues to make mistakes, especially since Vile won't be at the test tomorrow. She fears she might accidentally hurt others. Meanwhile, Akraptor, who has been trying to sleep, gets up in irritation, exclaiming that he can't rest because of the noise. He grumbles about feeling nervous and acknowledges that the training is important for becoming a grown-up. He thinks to himself that he wishes he could just get some sleep without the disturbances. The next morning, Kun is visibly exasperated as he yells at his team for staying awake all night. He had emphasized the importance of rest, knowing they would need to start moving early and face a crucial test. The outcome of the test will determine their eligibility for the workshop battle. Wanganen, looking disheveled, explains that he couldn't sleep. Another team member admits to having stayed up working on their plans. Kun, growing frustrated, blames their lack of rest on their own negligence. He insists they need to go back to sleep and recover, and the team reluctantly agrees. Kun continues, questioning their judgment and lamenting the state of the team. Eden, trying to justify their actions, says they were simply trying their best. Kun retorts that their dedication is misplaced if it compromises their performance. He is bewildered by how Baum managed such a disorganized team and starts to understand why Fug orchestrated everything. He admits to being disillusioned and worn out from having to maintain a positive demeanor. He expresses doubt about the team's ability to succeed, even suggesting that perhaps losing might be preferable given their current state. Eden shakes Kun awake, reminding him that they still have time and should focus on their results. Kun, however, struggles with anxiety, lamenting that he can't rest due to his nerves. He admits that the team's behavior has started to affect him, making him anxious about a test on the 29th floor. He calls for a doctor, illustrating his discomfort with the situation. Eden notes that Kun's nervousness is unusual for someone of his caliber, and concludes that this test might be a significant challenge for Kun as well. Later, a robot announces that the preparations for the workshop battle are complete. The great teacher confirms that invitations will be sent to the regulars. At the test arena on the 29th floor, Navik and Ran have arrived, taking their positions on a rock to observe the other teams. Navik expresses his dissatisfaction with their team, while Ran acknowledges that, despite their misgivings, their team is one of the best in the competition. Xiaxia's lighthouse starts beeping, signaling the approach of their anticipated event. She smiles, anticipating the start of the test. Shibisu's team arrives at the arena as well. Shibisu, determined, declares that it's time to defeat Vile, setting the tone for the intense competition ahead. Pericule voices concern about the upcoming workshop battle, questioning why they are heading into such danger, especially with the feared Vile participating. Rak, growing impatient, tells him to be quiet, focusing on the task ahead. Kun's lighthouse begins beeping, signaling their official invitation to the workshop battle. The message lists the names of all team members, confirming their participation. Kun, despite the team's exhaustion, rallies them with determination, declaring they are ready to win. At the same time, the great teacher's voice echoes, summoning those who have been ensnared by the tower's deceptions. The Smiths, driven by their desires, are called to begin the workshop battle, marking the start of a pivotal and grueling challenge. The chapter begins in a large, open space where a man dressed in solid white, wearing glasses, fiddles with a CD player. A voice emerges from the player, remarking on the long time that has passed. The man takes out a cigarette, lights it, and comments on the old radio, noting that it is difficult to hear from and that he still has an unusual taste. The other person responds, saying he dislikes the modern machines that humans use, and asks if the man has the answer to his question. The man replies that the other is quite impatient for his age and advises him to wait a little longer, as the game has only just begun. On the 29th floor, Kun calls for Wangnan to wake up, asking why the door is locked. He tells Wangnan that if he does not wake up, he will not be taken to the workshop battle. Wangnan quickly gets up, exclaiming that he is coming, hastily grabbing his backpack and rushing out. As they board the Suspendicraft, Wangnan expresses his excitement about finally going to the workshop battle. Eden, equally thrilled, wonders aloud if he will be able to see the real Endorsi Jahad, feeling his heart pound at the thought. Wangnan jokingly suggests they ask for an autograph, and the two laugh together as the craft lifts off, carrying them toward their next challenge. Kun states that they are fighting against her, and both respond simultaneously, saying it is impossible. Kun acknowledges that it seems unbelievable, but insists it is true. One of them replies that he cannot bring himself to strike the princess. Kun notes how troublesome such enemies can be, to which the other responds that while they may be enemies, they are also in love. Eden expresses his liking for that concept. Kun contemplates how much stronger they must have become by now and muses that he should be thankful if she does not beat him up. He announces that it is time to proceed, granting access to ascend to the 30th floor, and internally, he looks forward to what lies ahead. As they arrive, he welcomes them to the 30th floor. Upon reaching the middle area of the 30th floor, they are all awestruck by the number of ships and the sight of the gigantic battleship, Archimedes, where the tournament will take place. Wang Nin is amazed, exclaiming at the ship's enormous size, while Kun confirms that it is indeed Archimedes. Wang Nin asks if they will be riding that vessel, and Kun explains that it is one of the top 5 floating ships of the workshop. He praises its craftsmanship, noting how beautifully it was constructed despite its immense size, adding that he had only ever read about it in books and feels fortunate to actually board it. Kun reflects on the fact that one of the 5 ships is legendary, but then notices something unusual about the Archimedes, wondering if it had always had an attachment. As they disembark from the suspended craft, Kun informs the group that the ship departs in 2 days, suggesting they stay and rest for the time being, to which everyone agrees. Wang Nin declares that the room with the ocean view is his, while Goseng protests, claiming it for herself. Prince jumps in, insisting he is first, and soon they all race towards the room. Kun watches them and thinks to himself that he anticipated this argument, so he had ensured that all the rooms have a view to avoid any real conflict. A flashback strikes Kun a memory of his rooftop conversation with Hua Ryan. She had warned him before the workshop battle, urging him to promise one thing. When he asked what the promise was, she had made it clear. He must not let anyone discover that both he and Baum are alive. She emphasized that this includes his old teammates. The moment he breaks this promise, the wager is lost. Hua Ryan further explained that the fact that Vile is Baum is a highly classified secret known only to a select few within FUG. If anyone else, especially people in the tower, were to learn that Baum is still alive, the consequences would be severe. Kun reflects on her words, thinking that, of course, he understands the gravity of the situation. He wonders briefly what his old teammates might be up to now and whether they would be sad about his supposed death. Hua Ryan's voice echoes in his mind, asserting that there's no chance they would be. Seemingly in response to Kun's drifting thoughts, the scene shifts to Shibisu's suspendy ship. Shibisu marvels aloud, saying it's amazing, and calls out to Hats and Anak, urging them to look at the Archimedes. Anak, however, remains reclined on her bed, uninterested, while Hats is absorbed in practicing with his sword, giving Shibisu no attention. Shibisu continues his excitement, exclaiming that he can't believe he's seeing the Archimedes with his own 2 eyes, calling it the dream ship among ship enthusiasts. He humorously adds that now he can die without regret. Anak, glancing at him, remarks that he seemed serious for a few days, but now he's back to being an idiot. Hats, without missing a beat, swings his sword near Shibisu's head, instantly cutting through his mood. Shibisu flinches, asking what Hats has done to his precious Archimedes moment, accusing him of trying to kill him. Hats responds calmly, telling Shibisu not to get too excited. They aren't there for fun. Even if he's only practicing, Hats warns, he could easily kill him if he wasn't careful. With a sharp focus, Hats reminds him that they are there for a purpose, to defeat Vile. Shibisu, always trying to ease the tension, tells him to relax. Meanwhile, Indorsi quietly muses to herself, thinking of Vile, and realizing he must be somewhere on the same floor, likely closer than they expect. Vile gazes off into the space in front of his dormitory when he is approached by Ran and Novik, with Refugio trailing closely behind. Novik, frustrated, complains about the situation, asking if they can get Refugio to remove the foot cuffs. He points out that they aren't criminals, and it's difficult to move around. He questions whether Vile truly trusts his teammates or not. Refugio, defensive, retorts that Novik should be thankful to Vile that they're still alive. Novik, not backing down, sarcastically remarks how easy it will be to fight in the upcoming battle with such restrictions. Vile interjects, calmly yet firmly, instructing Refugio to take the cuffs off. Refugio begins to protest, asking what Vile means by that, but Vile cuts him off, insisting there's nowhere for them to run, and that he will take full responsibility. Refugio hesitates, but Vile reiterates the order, reminding him that it's not a request, but a command. Reluctantly, Refugio complies. As the cuffs are removed, Navik and Ran immediately begin practicing, enjoying their newfound freedom of movement. Refugio, still wary, warns them that although the cuffs are off, he's keeping a close eye on them. He cautions against doing anything reckless, implying serious consequences if they do. Navik, ever the provocateur, asks mockingly what Refugio means by anything stupid, swinging his weapon playfully as if daring Refugio to clarify. Refugio responds curtly, affirming, yes, something like that, before adding that he will be inside. He reminds Vile to inform him ahead of time if he plans to go out, warning that getting into trouble with the patrol could be problematic. With that, he turns and walks away. Vile turns to Navik, asking if there's anything else making him uncomfortable. Navik, though not entirely serious, remarks that not really thanks to Vile. However, he quickly adds, with a note of confusion, that Vile's kindness is puzzling. He asks why Vile is being so nice to them. Vile, with calm sincerity, explains that it's because they are Kun's friends, though he admits that's the part Navik probably finds hardest to understand. He tells them he can't explain the details right now, but asks them to trust him. Ran and Navik descend the stairs, and Navik, still doubtful, asks, "So what now?" Ran, unfazed, questions what he means by that. Navik, more openly now, asks if they should just run away, pointing out that they don't really have any reason to help a Slayer nominee. Later in the night, Vile is observed standing outside, gazing into the darkness, his thoughts drifting to memories of his old friends. He wonders if they are somewhere nearby. His attention is drawn to an orange-haired traveler appearing in the street below, carrying a large weapon. Vile studies him closely, questioning whether the traveler is a man and if he is being pursued. The traveler pauses under a streetlight, glancing back cautiously, as though sensing danger. It becomes evident that he is still being chased by a dark, caped figure lingering in the shadows. Vile watches silently, the tension thickening as he assesses the situation. The traveler, pursued by two dark figures, finds himself cornered in an alleyway when Vile appears and swiftly eliminates one of the pursuers. The traveler looks at Vile and inquires about his identity. Vile then approaches the remaining dark figure and kills him, asking the traveler if he is okay. The traveler, now in a state of panic, questions why Vile has destroyed the workshop patrol robots and warns him of the consequences of interfering with them. Vile admits that he is unaware of the repercussions. The traveler, frustrated, explains that they have already arrived and urges Vile to leave with him immediately. Vile agrees, and they both take cover as the workshop patrol level 30, known as Blue Dog, arrives. The traveler remarks that Blue Dog represents an advancement to level 30. Vile asks what is meant by level, and the traveler explains that the workshop patrol robots are programmed to escalate their response by sending more formidable robots if their lower-level counterparts are defeated. If someone destroys them with a single blow, as Vile just did, it is likely that even higher-level robots will be dispatched. He expresses gratitude to Vile for his assistance, noting that, although he was unaware of the consequences, Vile's intervention has led to the arrival of higher-level patrol bots and put him at risk as well. He explains that Blue Dogs will be difficult to combat. When Vile asks what to do next, the traveler consults Emily, who directs him to D52. He instructs Vile to follow him, indicating that he has a plan. As they proceed, the traveler leads Vile to a room and points to a device overhead. Vile inquires about the device, and the traveler explains that it is a jamming device. Vile asks for clarification on what a jamming device does, and the traveler elaborates that it disrupts the flow of Shinsu and all transmissions within a specific area. He adds that by eliminating the patrol bots in the underground blocked area, where the jamming device is installed, They can prevent stronger patrols from being dispatched to their location. Vile questions whether they must fight the patrol bots in this area, and the traveler confirms that they will need to fight, as Blue Dog's level exceeds that of the previous robots Vile destroyed. The traveler continues by stating that even a whole team of E-rank regulars might struggle to defeat the Blue Dog. Only someone like a Princess of Jahad or Vile would have a chance of defeating it in a one-on-one encounter. He urges Vile to assist him in setting up a trap if he wishes to stay alive. Meanwhile, Endorsi is participating in a live press conference where she is answering questions. When asked about her motivation for joining the workshop battle, she responded that there was no particular reason. She simply thought it looked fun and did not care about the rewards. When asked about her potential rival, such as Vile, she acknowledges that everyone seems to fear him, but assures that she will defeat him. She invites the audience to watch her performance in the battle, then poses for the crowd. As Kun watches the broadcast with evident disgust, Wang Min remarks on Endorsi's beauty, expressing his admiration. Kun thinks to himself how cringeworthy Wang Min's comments are and wonders why anyone would be interested in such things. Wang Min continues to praise Endorsi, saying she is eternally beautiful. Kun contemplates quitting and questions why Wang Min is watching TV in his room. Wang Min responds that watching together is enjoyable. Kun, unimpressed, insists that Wang Min should leave. Wang Min inquires if Kun even tried the nachos he brought, noting that he had dipped them in salsa. Kun responds by reminding Wang Min that he bought the nachos and then asks where the other teammates are, emphasizing that as the leader, it is Wang Min's responsibility to manage them. Wang Min admits he does not know where they are and explains that they left while he was asleep. He adds that they had asked him if he wanted to join them. After Endorsi's debut, the TV shows Shibisu on screen, which prompts Wang Min to question what Shibisu, a supposed traitor, is doing there. Wang Min then asks Kun if he would like to watch some movies. Wang Min suggests they can watch them here, with Kun replying that it will cost some money. Kun reflects that this is his money being spent. Wang Min asks what movie they should watch, proposing an action film. Kun wonders why they were instructed to come here 2 days before the ship's departure, and feels that having too much free time leads to unnecessary thoughts. He then asks what movie is on, noting the title Quant's Adventure. Kun thinks the name seems third-rate and suspects that the movie is intended to encourage spending money. Meanwhile, Shibisu asks Vile if he truly does not care, noting that he is just one of the regulars here. Kun, observing the interaction, thinks that Shibisu is still poor at lying. Kun then inquires if something is wrong, questioning whether Shibisu accidentally touched something. Shibisu responds that he did not press anything. After a while, the person in charge of the workshop battle suddenly addresses the crowd. He introduces himself as Io, one of the hosts of the workshop battle. Kun thinks about Io's role as a host while Io continues, suggesting that everyone should enjoy the beautiful night views of Sifia Island. He mentions that the beach is one of the most beautiful places in the 30th floor's middle area and advises not to miss it. Anak, confused, wonders why this is being broadcasted, as she was featured on the show. Io adds that despite the beautiful night views, they must be looking forward to their departure and acknowledges that this period might be somewhat boring for them. To address this, Io announces that they have prepared a game for their entertainment. Both Kun and Shibisu are curious and ask about the details of the game. Io announces that the prize for this game is 248 tickets for a ride on the Archimedes, which will depart in 2 days. Kun, puzzled, asks what Io means by this, while Shibisu also questions the details, noting that there are only 248 tickets available. Kun mutters in frustration, wondering if this was Io's plan all along. Io explains that those with tickets will have the chance to ride the Archimedes, while those without tickets will not. Shibisu, feeling vindicated, remarks that he anticipated there would be a catch. Wang Min, confused, asks for clarification on this statement. Io instructs everyone to use the items they have been given to secure their tickets for the Archimedes. He explains that the rule of the game is one shot, which means they have only one opportunity. As the game begins, Shibisu questions whether this involves a gun. Io confirms that one shot refers to having only one chance, and the workshop battle will be decided by this single opportunity. Meanwhile, Vile, the Slayer nominee, is seen installing a bomb. Io explains that in the one-shot, one opportunity game, the total number of tickets available to board Archimedes is 248. The participants must use the gun they have to shoot other regulars. If they successfully hit their target, they will win a ticket and board Archimedes immediately. However, each individual is allowed only one bullet. Io emphasizes that unless they use this opportunity correctly, they will fail the test immediately. For those seeking additional excitement, they may steal a gun from another regular and take its bullet, causing the original owner of the stolen gun to fail instantly. The stolen gun may only be used for fun, and its chamber can hold up to 6 bullets. Io further explains that more than 2 bullets must be added to their gun to use the control handle on the left side of the weapon. This handle can be adjusted to either dark or light mode. When set to light mode, the regulars they shoot will receive a ticket and be sent to Archimedes. However, Io cannot use the gun to shoot himself. Regardless of the number of bullets he has, he can only shoot with the control handle in dark mode. If he misses his shot, he will fail the test immediately. He explains that once the game begins, the first person to shoot will receive the items, Blood Tamara, and the one who shoots the most regulars to send them to Archimedes will obtain the item, White Heavily Mirror. He adds that if they manage to shoot Bong Bong, the fairy of luck that wanders the island, using the light bullet, they will win a ticket to Archimedes along with a very special item, urging them to aim for that as well. He advises them not to shoot or harm anyone who is not a regular, warning that doing so will result in immediate failure. Within a minute, the safety of their guns will be removed. He informs them that as soon as the safety is disengaged, the game will begin. After receiving Io's instructions, all the regulars participating in the workshop battle load their guns and are given a minute before the safety is taken off. Novik considers the situation, thinking that, in short, he needs to shoot other regulars with this gun. It doesn't seem too complicated to him, though he might also have to shoot his teammates by stealing bullets from others. Kun reflects that he can only shoot a dark bullet once, and if he misses, he will fail. The risk is too high. Although difficult, shooting his teammates with light bullets seems like a safer option. He believes he can protect the team and, with some luck, might even get an item with just one shot. He could eliminate a rival and still claim a prize. A flashback occurs where Shibisu states that he doesn't really care about Vile and views him as just another regular. Kun then contemplates the chaos that the game could descend into and glances down the hallway, where some regulars have already begun hunting each other. He considers that his first move should be to gather some bullets. Wang Nin urges them to hurry, suggesting they secure a good spot before the safety is removed. Kun responds that there's no need for that, and, without hesitation, points his gun toward Wang Nin. Shocked, Wang Nin demands to know why Kun is doing this. Kun calmly replies that all he wants is the Blood Tamara. Farewell, he says, as he fires his gun just as the pocket notifies him that the safety has been removed. The regulars outside hear the sound of gunfire and move toward the room, only to be ambushed by Wang Nin and Kun, who tie them up and take their bullets. Kun, pleased, remarks that he now has 2 bullets and compliments Wang Nin on his convincing performance. He explains that Wang Nin's desperate yet realistic screaming made it easy to overpower the 2 fools who rushed in to retrieve their bullets. Kun notes that the sound of screaming makes people act rashly, leading to their downfall. Wang Nin, still shaken, complains that if that was the plan, Kun should have informed him earlier. He genuinely thought he was going to get shot and cursed, saying that being on the same team as Kun would give him a heart attack. Kun replies that Wang Nin simply isn't used to him yet, and that it had to look authentic. Goseng approaches and asks if Kun and Wang Nin are okay. Kun responds that they are fine and inquires about her situation. She explains that they are safe, having been at the observatory when the game started, but they've lost contact with Prince and Miseng. Wangnan, confused, asks what Goseng just said, and if they aren't all supposed to be together. Kun replies that Prince and Miseng mentioned they were afraid of heights. Wangnan, still puzzled, questions what Kun is talking about, but Kun simply suggests they do something crazy. Wangnan, frustrated, points out that the number of participants is decreasing rapidly. Meanwhile, Hats remarks that it's likely because some are shooting their own teammates to win the item. Shibisu agrees, noting that he's thinking the same thing, and that being part of a team seems meaningless in this game. Hats adds that being in a team is even worse since everyone has a gun and the potential to betray one another. Shibisu counters by suggesting that perhaps only the teams that manage to gather enough bullets to send all their teammates to Archimedes can be considered true teams. Then, Shibisu grumbles about why their lodging is so far away and why they have to travel such a long distance to reunite with their teammates, sarcastically asking if they are on vacation. He jokes that if they don't collect any bullets soon, he'll shoot Hats first. Hats dryly replies that the view from their lodging was the best and that it's a detached pension with no one else around. Hats asks about their teammates who had gone out, and Shibisu replies that he sent Vespa, so they should be able to pass this game, though he's concerned about Endorsi. He continues, mentioning that she left without a word as soon as the game started, doing whatever she wanted ever since Bomb died. But he admits that he can't really blame her for it. Suddenly, Endorsi appears before them, dragging several paparazzi along with her. She refers to them as the servants of the princess, and Shibisu asks where she has been and what the rope is for. Endorsi calmly replies that she went to gather bullets for the team. Hats, still confused, asks what bullets she's referring to. Shibisu notices that she has 4 of them and questions where she found so many. Endorsi explains that she thinks these individuals are regular paparazzi, having caught them hiding nearby, trying to take pictures of her. One of the paparazzi, indignant, protests, claiming they are honest journalists, not paparazzi. Endorsi swiftly cuts him off, telling him to shut up, accusing him of taking a picture of her underwear as she presses her foot on his head. She coldly demands that they hand over the bullets or face the consequences. The man, terrified, promises to give them the bullets. Endorsi, unimpressed, questions why they would even think of taking such risks in the first place. Shibisu takes the 4 bullets and remarks that with at least 4 tickets in hand, this might be easier than he initially thought. One of the paparazzi angrily responds, calling Shibisu a dirty scoundrel. He accuses him of claiming to catch Vile for the regulars, but instead terrorizing innocent people like them and stealing their bullets. He questions how they could attack when Fug is staying in the hotel just down the hill and threatens to expose Endorsi's violent actions in the news, calling her a violent princess. He then declares that he now supports Vile, stating that Vile is the best and shouting victory for Fug. Endorsi, unfazed, asks what he means by that. The paparazzi replies again, Vile is the best, victory for Fug. Shibisu, confused, asks, who's Fug? In response, Endorsi swiftly beats the paparazzi into silence. Hats approaches, asking the man where Fug is located. The paparazzi, still dazed, replies that Fug has rented the entire floor of the Silver Blue Hotel down the hill. Hats asks if he is certain, and the paparazzi confirm, insisting that they are telling the truth because they are paparazzi. Hats then turns to Shibisu, asking what they should do next. Shibisu considers the situation, realizing that the number of tickets is rapidly decreasing and that they need to pass the test safely. Deciding to let the matter with the paparazzi slide for the moment, he tells the others to get into position. He instructs them to aim for their targets' heads and says he will give the orders when it's time to hunt Fug. Though conflicted, Shibisu knows they have no choice but to move forward with the plan. Another person asks Endorsi how his acting was, wondering if it was perfect. She responds that it was very good, but questions whether his information is credible. He assures her that it is, saying he saw Vile leaving alone. She laughs, satisfied, and remarks that it's good, adding that she will leave Fug to them and take care of the main target herself. He then asks, "Princess, what about the photo?" She turns to Emily and asks where Vile is. Emily replies that he is at D52. Meanwhile, Refugio demands what she means by saying Vile is gone and why she didn't keep an eye on him. Xiaxia explains that Vile didn't like being watched, but Refugio dismisses this as an excuse, criticizing her for losing contact and not knowing Vile's location. He presses her, asking what she plans to do about it. Ran, leaning against a wall, interjects, telling them to stop arguing because it won't bring Vile back. He advises that they shouldn't look for him until the game is over. He also mentions that the number of tickets is rapidly decreasing. At that moment, Yudo informs Refugio that there is a regular on the light tower. Refugio, surprised, asks what he means by that. Yudo clarifies that it's just a regular. Refugio corrects him, saying no, she is not just any regular, she is Anak Jahad. As Anak stands atop the observatory, Shibisu comments that it appears they have located her. Hats inquires if they are not going to move in, to which Shibisu replies that it is sufficient to indicate her presence. He mentions that they have their bullets, so there is no need to rush, though their opponents will likely become anxious as time progresses. For now, he suggests waiting for their teammates to arrive. He also notes that their team is not yet present and asks where Endorsi is. They spot Horyong sitting outside the door below and inquire about when they will start. Shibisu explains that they will begin when fewer than 100 tickets remain. They check their pocket devices, which show that 165 tickets are still available. Inside the hotel, Yuto observes that no action has been taken yet and speculates that their opponents might have realized they are without bullets. He predicts that they will attempt to create pressure before launching an attack. Refugio expresses frustration, noting that it is an inopportune time to confront them. He worries that the situation will worsen as time goes on due to their lack of bullets and considers the worst-case scenario. Ran questions what they will do if their exit is also blocked. Refugio instructs them to wait until Vile returns, while Ran expresses concern that the longer they wait, the greater the chance of failure. However, they cannot abandon their position before Vile comes back. Refugio agrees, stating they should protect the location for as long as possible. Ran questions what they will do if Vile does not return. Refugio answers that they will need to get past her and, once fewer than 100 tickets remain, they will engage in battle. In room D52, Vile completes the bomb setup and remarks that it is done. Traveler compliments his skill, asking to be called the Traveler, and inquires about Vile's name. Vile responds as Bomb, noting to himself that it is not a lie. Traveler finds the name intriguing and asks what Vile is trying to convey. Vile questions why Traveler was being pursued by the patrol bots and whether he did something wrong. Traveler explains that his pursuit was due to his attempt to sneak onto the Archimedes. When asked why, Traveler reveals that he needs to rescue someone. His love is imprisoned there, and he must save her before the battle ends, as the prize for winning is a human. Vile inquires about Traveler's comment, to which Traveler explains that they have already located the target and instructs Vile to blow it up as soon as possible. The Traveler then sits down and starts a countdown, activating the switch and pressing the button. Vile experiences conflicted feelings as a blue dog suddenly bursts through the wall. He wonders if it has a shield while Traveler exclaims how impressive it is and advises running away, as fighting it would be futile. Vile contemplates the situation, noting that the blue dog's shield might make it dangerous to attack. Traveler urges him to escape as Vile charges forward to confront it. However, Endorsi appears, defeating the blue dog with a single kick. Vile asks if she is Endorsi, to which she responds and questions what the tin can is. Endorsi then delivers another blow to the blue dog, incapacitating it. Vile and Traveler retreat, but Endorsi quickly approaches and aims her gun at Vile's head, greeting him as Vile. Meanwhile, Wanganin asks Kun if this is the only option. Kun reassures him that it will be fine and tells him to trust him. Wang Nin expresses that Kun is the last person he can trust, prompting Kun to suggest that Wang Nin might as well wait for his entire team to perish. Wang Nin retorts, urging Kun to run. Traveler questions if Vile is truly vile. Dorsey remarks that she had heard he had long hair and a sinister appearance, but he appears quite ordinary. She wonders if he is indeed vile, but he seems familiar to her. At that moment, a gun descends toward Vile. He lunges for it as Dorsey asks what it is. Distracted, she presses the trigger, but Vile deflects her shot using a technique he learned from Quant. Dorsey realizes he has thwarted her attack. They engage in a brief skirmish, with Vile eventually being sent flying but remaining unhurt. He retrieves his gun, and Dorsey tells him to wait. Vile then asks Traveler if he has more bombs. Traveler confirms he does, and Vile instructs him to throw them quickly. Traveler mentions that the bombs are intended for the tanks, but Vile insists they must be used now as a tank is approaching. Traveler agrees and prepares to throw the bombs. Dorsey charges to attack, declaring that Vile is doomed, just as the bombs explode near her. She coughs badly, frustrated, and mutters to herself, asking if they managed to run away. Irritated, she questions how anyone could dare call a slender girl like her a tank while telling herself not to get caught. As she reflects, she notices a familiar skill in action, one that reminds her of Bomb. She sighs, feeling more annoyed by the moment. Meanwhile, Traveler, hiding alongside Vile, whispers that seeing Dorsey with his own eyes was an amazing experience. He remarks on her beauty but admits that she is terrifying. He then asks if she's no longer following them as they both stay hidden while Vile checks behind them. The Traveler continues, saying Dorsey made a huge mistake, calling Vile by the name Vile. He insists that a good person like Bomb can't be a villain like that. He observes that the patrol bots seem to have stopped chasing them and speculates that something must be happening elsewhere. Traveler suggests that it's time for them to part ways, to which Vile agrees. Before leaving, Traveler adds that he'll see Vile again on the Archimedes and that it was nice meeting him. After Traveler departs, Vile looks at his gun and the message displayed on his pocket. One shot, one opportunity game rules. He recalls Traveler's words, where he mentioned that the prize of this battle is a human. Vile thinks something unusual is happening and resolves that he needs to get back quickly. Meanwhile, Chang and Quitro have just finished gathering bullets. Quitro laughs and remarks that burning those who are too scared to shoot is great fun. He loves this game. He then wonders who he should target next. Chang advises him not to rush and suggests that they should move to a higher vantage point. They head towards the location where Goseng, Yiwa, and Akraptor are. As the three of them prepare to leave, Chang confronts them. Akraptor notes that it is quiet down below now and urges them to proceed. Goseng agrees, and Akraptor warns them to be careful and to follow him. Yiwa also agrees with Akraptor's plan. Chang comments on how considerate they are to open the door for him, questioning if they missed him that much. Akraptor then asks if Chang is Chang Blarode. Chang responds with a taunt, pointing at Akraptor's foot as he tries to shoot him. Chang tells Akraptor that he only needs to shoot any part of his body. There is no need to aim for the head. He warns Akraptor not to be a fool and to give up the gun, stating that the same advice applies to himself. At the same time, Wanganan aims his gun at Quitro, demanding that he give up the gun and stand down if he doesn't want to lose it. Goseng, surprised, asks how Wanganan arrived there. Kun then arrives and explains that he got there by running. He comments that the remaining participants are either cowards who can't shoot or those who are after the items. He notes that, given their current situation, they would probably not be shot even if they ran out into the open, considering their luck. Kun acknowledges Chang, greeting him with, "Long time, no see," Chang Blarode, who recognizes Kun as Kun Agro Agnes. Chang expresses surprise, stating he had heard Kun was dead, and questions how he is alive and with this group. Kun responds that it is a long story. Since they have now met, he proposes a compromise. Chang asks what the compromise is. Kun suggests that if they fight, someone will inevitably get hurt. Instead, he proposes resolving the issue peacefully. If Chang hands over all his bullets, Kun will use a light bullet to transport him to the Archimedes. Kun believes it is a good proposal for Chang given the current circumstances. Chang questions if Kun is threatening him, dismissing the remark as not funny and asserting that he knows Kun's capabilities. Kun acknowledges this, but insists that Chang cannot defeat him in a fight. He adds that if Chang doubts him, he should consult his right eye for confirmation. Chang reacts with anger, but Kun overpowers him and aims his gun at both Chang and Quitro. He informs them that he will see them at the workshop battle. Quitro, impressed, thinks that Kun must be an angel. Goseng then turns to Kun and says it is time to find Miseng and Prince. Kun counters that they should give up on locating them for now. Goseng asks what he means by that, and Kun explains that they cannot search for people they cannot contact and that they must focus on going up first. Goseng expresses concern about potential trouble for Miseng and Prince. Kun replies that they should handle their own problems. If they cannot manage this situation on their own, they will struggle to win the battle. He argues that putting each other in danger undermines their ability to function as a team. Goseng agrees, and Kun advises her to trust in their teammates. He concludes that moving forward is the only way they can support each other at this moment. Akraptor agrees with Kun, stating that going up first is the right decision. He then asks if Kun agrees with him. Kun responds with a wise choice and points his gun at Akraptor, saying he will see him at the ship. Meanwhile, Verdi has captured Prince and Miseng with a giant octopus. Verpa arrives and remarks that Verdi seems to have gathered enough bullets. Verdi, pleased, confirms that the bullets suit her tastes and that she will turn them into dolls. Verpa, intrigued, asks who they are and expresses his desire to hold a wedding for them. Verdi, finding the hobby peculiar, suggests they leave as the princess will be upset if they are late. The red-haired guy agrees, and they all walk away. They inform Shibisu that they are all present with Verdi and waiting at the assigned spot. Shibisu acknowledges their presence and notes that they are running out of time. He checks his pocket, which shows that there are 103 tickets remaining. Shibisu instructs Anok to have all positions ready and commands the attack to begin. He announces that they will now dash into their room. Meanwhile, a hooded figure informs Refugio that the spear-bearers have started moving. At the same time, Shibisu warns that the inside of the building will be jammed, reminding everyone that their objective is to eliminate their enemies and capture Vile alive. He declares that they will show who rules the E-rank regular area and observes that there are now 100 tickets remaining. Anok throws her spear and slides down it, encountering Ran inside the building. They face each other, with Ran commenting that Anok is noisy. Outside, Kasano looks up and spots Hats at a distance, preparing to attack. Hats acknowledges Kasano's presence, expressing surprise and greeting him with a long time, no see, Kasano Beniamino. Zyxia states that the spear-bearer has dashed into the second-floor hall, entering while riding the sailboard-type device, and that another enemy is at the left exit. For now, she can only identify 2 enemies. She adds that the movements of others in different positions have not yet been detected and asks if there is any word from Vile. Kasano and Ran respond that there has been no update, to which she replies that they should remain in their positions and wait for his contact. Meanwhile, Zyxia attempts to reach Vile through the pocket and asks if he can hear her. Recognizing his voice, she inquires about his absence, asking how he could have been out of touch for so long. Vile apologizes, saying he will be there shortly, and warns her to hurry, as enemies are present in the room, describing the situation as disastrous. She asks who the enemy is as Vile runs, with someone following closely behind him. Zyxia informs him that Anok Jahad and her teammates are present. One of the enemies shouts at Vile, mocking him for thinking he could pass through the area alone, hurling insults at him. Vile counterattacks, knocking them out, and reflects that he hadn't expected Anok and her team to arrive at his location. He gathers their bullets, runs toward the gate, and thinks to himself that he must move quickly. In the building, Ran tells Anak that if she is here to avenge Kun, she should just go back, as it would be a meaningless battle. He adds that it doesn't really seem to be her actual interest, calling her a lizard, while stepping back to avoid her attack. Navik arrives and asks if Ran isn't there to stop the fight. Ran responds that he doesn't think the lizard understands human words. Just as Anak charges at them again, Novik remarks that the lizard probably does understand, but Ran is foolish to let him do the talking. Anak kicks Navik, and Ran sarcastically tells him that he will regret blocking it instead of dodging it, as he usually would. His words prove true as Navik is sent flying several meters back. Ran comments on Navik's foolishness and summons dark, lightning-filled clouds that obscure the area. Outside, Hats approaches Kasano with a grim expression and asks why Kasano Benyaminau, the devil's right arm, is aligned with Fug. When Kasano questions what Fug has to do with him and points his gun at Hats, Hats quickly blocks the attack and disarms him by throwing the gun away with his sword. Hats then inquires what Kasano is doing, noting that he knows Kasano does not truly desire a simple gunfight. After a brief exchange of blows, they pause, and Kasano declares that if Hats is seeking a fight with him, he should surrender. He points out that from their last encounter, Hats should have realized that his sword cannot harm him and that he is a stronger weapon than any sword. Kasano asserts that he cannot be beaten by Hats and considers himself Hats' predator. Meanwhile, Vespa asks if the devil's right arm is indeed fighting against Hats. Shibisu confirms that this is the case and expresses surprise at seeing Kasano, calling it a bad situation. Verpa then asks if Hats will be alright, noting that she heard Hats had previously lost to Kasano. Shibisu acknowledges that Hats did suffer a significant defeat, recalling that it occurred after a series of victories on the test floor. He explains that they met Kasano as an opponent on the 20th floor, and despite Hats' efforts, his sword could not inflict any damage on Kasano. Shibisu reflects that, given their previous encounter, there was no way Hats could have won. Although their team ultimately triumphed, it must have been a shock for Hats, as it was a complete defeat. Vespa inquires if Hats is facing Kasano again and if he has discovered a way to win this time. Shibisu responds that Hats hasn't found a new strategy, but he believes Hats won't lose this time. He adds that the one who trains harder will always find a way to get revenge. At the same time, Hats suggests that Kasano take a look at his arm. Kasano glances at his arm, wondering when he received the wounds. Hats comments that the hierarchy of the food chain is about to change. Kasano ponders how Hats managed to inflict these wounds and charges at him again, only for Hats to quickly counterattack. Kasano wonders why his attacks are now effective and what has changed, while Hats insists that nothing has changed. When Kasano asks what he means by that, Hats explains that he simply trained twice as hard, nothing more. Kasano is puzzled, thinking that merely training more shouldn't make such a difference. He resolves to defeat Hats before he can mount another attack, as Hats strikes at him again. Kasano resolves to end the fight quickly before his arm sustains further damage and unleashes a large explosion. Hats, acknowledging his defeat, explains that after losing to Kasano, he repeatedly sharpened his blade, making it sharper and stronger. He thanks Kasano for pushing him to improve. Kasano then employs the ghost fish wheel dance, single annihilation technique, delivering several deep cuts. Meanwhile, Anak defeats Navik, forcing him back. Ran observes the situation and reflects on Anak's prowess, noting that despite being only half of Jahad's bloodline, she is still quite formidable and irritating. He reaches into his pocket to retrieve his gun, contemplating whether to use it. As he does so, a black cloud appears behind him, capturing his attention. Kasano kneels before Hats as Hats points his sword at him, demanding an explanation for why he is aligned with Fug. Hats asserts that Kasano's body is already the strongest weapon in existence and questions what more he could want from the workshop battle. Kasano responds that he desires a sword that grows stronger with its owner, expressing envy for such a weapon. Hats asks for clarification, but they are momentarily distracted by an explosion in the distance. Seizing the opportunity, Kasano shatters Hats's sword and apologizes, stating that they will meet again at the workshop. Meanwhile, Ran summons a dark cloud that envelops Anak, obscuring her vision. She wonders about the purpose of the cloud and throws her spear, but it misses. Concluding that blocking her sight is futile, she throws her spear again. Ran takes advantage of the distraction to launch an attack, but Anak blocks it. Ran, undeterred, declares that she cannot escape his assault and delivers a kick to her face. Anak attempts to punch Ran, but he evades her and comments on her noisiness. Emerging from the cloud, Ran uses Machini-style lightning spear with Espada Grande, launching a powerful strike at Anak, who narrowly manages to dodge it. Anak retrieves her spear and notices some blood on it. She speculates that the blood indicates the spear hit someone, but not Ran, as she sees Navik nearby. Realizing that sight is crucial in a fight between spear bearers, she deduces that obscuring her vision must have been Ran's strategy. She reflects that Ran reminds her of Kun, who shares similarities with him, and finds the situation highly frustrating. Determined to resolve the situation, Anak decides to unleash her full power. She produces 4 bangs and fires them wildly at Ran, cursing him and laughing as she does so. However, she misses her target because Ran uses his reel to float up to a window and shoots at her from inside, triumphantly declaring that he got her. Anak looks behind Ran, wondering why he jumped outside and if he had planned this from the start. She taunts him, asking who exactly got whom, and leaps after him. As they prepare to shoot at each other, Vile suddenly appears, freezing them both mid-motion. He commands them to stop, pointing his gun at both of them, ensuring no further escalation. Meanwhile, Wangnin, accompanied by Kun's lighthouse, discovers Prince and Miseng in Verdi's clutches. Verdi, plucking some flowers, creates crowns for both of them, talking about their wedding as if it were a game. Wangnin observes them from a distance, hiding, while Verdi comments on how adorable they look. Verdi clicks pictures of Miseng and Prince and calls them cute, while Wangnin secretly watches and thinks that this is why he lost contact with them. They were caught by a strange girl. He sits down, wondering what they should do, as a huge octopus looms nearby. Kun, speaking through the lighthouse, says not to ask him, reminding Wangnin that he was the one who insisted on going back for them, despite Kun being against the idea from the start. Kun remarks that if only Wangnin hadn't changed his mind and demanded they find them, even threatening to kill himself. Lying down on the ground, Wangnin thinks he can't move forward without them. He would rather die than leave them behind. Kun, exasperated, tells him to go save them and admits he still wonders why he agreed to the rescue in the first place. He points out that his job is done. He found them, and now it's up to Wangnin to save them. Kun warns that if Wangnin continues trying to save everyone, he might end up losing everything. He advises him to learn the difference between his wishes and reality. Wangnin says there's no point in going up the tower like this, while Kun calls him foolish and thinks he now understands why Baum helped this guy. Baum was just as naive. Kun then asks what the girl is doing taking pictures and remarks that, at least, she doesn't seem to be harming the two. Wangnin sighs in relief but asks if Kun recognizes her. Kun replies that she looks familiar, but he knows too many people. He decides to search her code and discovers her name is Verdi. Kun reflects that if this Verdi is the doll maker, she's from Shibisu's team and warns Wangnin to stay away from her. She's far too dangerous. Wangnin asks what he means by that, but Kun tells him to stay put if he doesn't want to die. Wangnin, confused, questions Kun again, but Kun suddenly runs, clearly shaken. He thinks to himself, cursing those scoundrels, as he fails to notice the red eyes lurking in the darkness, watching him. In the Fug lodgings, Vile stands with his gun pointed at Anak, who in turn has her weapon aimed at Ran. Without hesitation, Vile shoots both of them, sending them to Archimedes. He exhales deeply as Navik, seemingly recovered from his earlier stabbing, approaches and comments, observing the situation, that the fish fight and the fisherman catches them. Vile asks if Novik is alright, to which Novik responds that it's just a scratch. Novik then questions where Vile has been, adding that he ruined the game. Vile bows in front of him, apologizing sincerely. Novik, while accepting his return, asks why Vile shot Anak with the light bullet when he could have used the dark bullet to make her fail. Vile begins to explain when Xiaxia's voice comes through the lighthouse. She reports that 2 enemies entered through the first-floor hall, likely using the busted route from the underground. She identifies one as a scout and mentions another unidentified individual, both heading toward the main stairs, and warns they will soon encounter them. Novik, processing this information, says he doesn't think it's Endorsi Jihad and suggests that if they coordinate their attack, they might easily overpower the approaching enemies. Vile quickly responds, saying no, don't. Xiaxia, confused, asks what he means by don't. It's their chance now that the 2 princesses aren't here. Vile insists that it's not what she thinks. If the person he suspects is behind this, they wouldn't have come only with Anak. There must be another plan. Xiaxia presses, asking what he means by that, while Novik begins to consider the possibility that Vile knows the person involved. Vile turns to Novik and asks if he can do him a favor. Novik, curious, asks what kind of favor, and Vile gestures for him to come closer, whispering something into his ear. Novik then asks about the plan for support, but Vile replies that he will go alone. He requests that everyone else search the hotel while he walks away. Xiaxia, puzzled, asks why he is going alone, to which Vile calmly replies that he is enough on his own, and asks them to please do as he requested. Novik nods in confirmation, trusting Vile's decision. Meanwhile, in another part of the hotel, Yuto is locked in an intense battle with Vespa, both matching each other in speed and power. Despite the fierce exchange, Yuto finds himself distracted, wondering if Vespa might be a wave controller. Sensing his momentary lapse in focus, Vespa sneers, taunting him for daring to take his eyes off her. She charges forward, aiming to strike from behind, determined to make him regret underestimating her. Yuto pushes Vespa back, both fiercely trying to overpower each other, when Shibisu observes the battle and orders 23, 20, and 13 to reset their aim, maintain the angle, and hold on a bit longer. Though Yuto manages to dodge, his attention is momentarily diverted, giving Vespa the opportunity to push him back. Shibisu issued another command to fire, explaining that the attack from above was merely a distraction, while the real spear would strike from below, blocking her path to escape. He smugly declares that it's bye-bye for Vespa. However, another spear bearer emerges from underground, launching drill-like spears from the ground. Yuto barely dodges these attacks as the combined efforts of the spears, Shinsu blasts, and Vespa's assault work together to trap him. Just as Yuto seems doomed, Vile appears at the last moment, swiftly carrying him to safety. Shibisu looks at Vile in surprise, recognizing him and thinking to himself if this is truly Vile. Vile steps in front of Shibisu's team, fully revealing himself. Shibisu, observing him, finds himself surprised. He had heard rumors that Vile was supposed to look like a sinister figure, but instead, he saw someone who appeared more like a young boy. Despite the unexpected appearance, it's clear to Shibisu that this is indeed Vile. Though he doesn't look like the dangerous slayer from the stories, he seems more ordinary. Vile turns to Yuto, asking if he's alright. Yuto apologizes, but Vile reassures him, saying it's okay, and asks if he can borrow a piece of his clothing. Yuto, surprised by the request, quickly rips off a piece of his robe and hands it to Vile, who uses it to cover his face. Shibisu, watching the exchange, confirms to himself that this is Vile. The long ponytail and boyish figure don't match the intimidating rumors, but with his face now veiled, it's unmistakably him. As Vile walks closer, Shibisu approaches cautiously, saying that he has long wanted to meet him. However, Vile, in a calm but firm voice, says that his team has been greatly weakened. he suggests that it wouldn't benefit either side to continue fighting here, advising Shibisu to just leave. The unspoken tension hangs in the air, but Vile's words are clear. He doesn't want an unnecessary conflict. Shibisu, unwavering, declares that the workshop battle is irrelevant to them. They came specifically to capture Vile, and he is determined to finish him off, regardless of the consequences, even if it means not riding the Archimedes. From underground, an octopus, sent by Verdi, emerges and spits out a ring called reincarnationstory, which wraps itself around Vile's finger, effectively preventing him from accessing Shinsu. Vile, puzzled, wonders what the ring is. Meanwhile, Wangnan watches the scene unfold in secret and asks Kun what the shimmering octopus is. Kun, confused, asks for clarification. Wangnan explains that the octopus is sparkling. Kun curses the situation, realizing that the scoundrels have a plan for bomb. He decides that there is no choice but to eliminate the octopus. Wangnan inquires how they can accomplish this, and Kun responds that they should poke it with his horn. Wangnan, puzzled, asks what he means by horn. Kun, looking at Horyong as he runs away, prepares to take action. On the other side, Vile examines the ring closely as Shibisu explains that the ring is called reincarnationstory. It is specifically designed to block the Shinsu of wave controllers. Shibisu elaborates that the ring absorbs all the Shinsu from Vile's control, and the octopus has sent it to the giant octopus underground. The giant octopus then expels the Shinsu as water, making the ring function like a lightning rod that absorbs the Shinsu. Vile, considering this explanation, realizes that if the ring absorbs Shinsu as claimed, he won't be able to create bangs. He continues to scrutinize the ring. Shibisu adds that attempting to remove the ring will be futile, as Vile's powers have already been analyzed. While Vile is recognized as a strong wave controller, his physical strength is deemed insufficient. Shibisu makes it clear that without Shinsu's control, Vile is left vulnerable. As Amigachaz emerges from the underground, Shibisu further taunts Vile, calling him just a weak boy. He reiterates that they are not here to play games. The reason they took the risk of sneaking into his location, despite the potential for failure, was their certainty of capturing him. Amigachaz announces his intent to defeat Vile and engages him in close combat. Vespa intervenes, noting that a human unable to use Shinsu is indeed slow, and she attacks Yuto, instructing him not to interfere. Amigachaz lands a punch on Vile, who blocks the attack and realizes he has no choice but to steal the gun. He observes that Amigachaz is faster than he anticipated, having gained more speed than before. Vile decides he needs to close the distance between them. Amigachaz continues his relentless assault, but Vile evades all of his attacks. As Amigachaz throws a punch that seems to anticipate Vile's movements, Vile is thrown into Vespa's path. With Vile seemingly trapped, Vespa declares it's over, but Yuto, determined to protect Vile, throws himself in front of Vespa's needle. The needle delivers a poison blow, causing Yuto to collapse. Vile, alarmed, calls out to Yuto. Vespa dismisses Yuto's fate, stating that the poison has already spread throughout his body. When Vile asks about the poison, Vespa explains that it is in the needle. She adds that if Yuto does not receive an antidote within 5 minutes, he will die. Vespa taunts Vile, telling him to beg for the antidote, though she makes it clear she won't give it to him regardless. Vile, enraged, considers whether there is another way to handle the situation. As Shibisu orders Amigachaz to finish Vile, Amigachaz charges at him. In a swift move, Vile uses his throne to slam Amigachaz into the ground with tremendous force, rendering him unconscious with a single blow. The sight shocks both Vespa and Shibisu. Shibisu, astonished, asks what just happened, as Amigachaz has been knocked out. Vile turns his gaze toward Vespa, who questions what he is staring at and demands to know who he thinks he is. Vespa approaches from behind, commenting that things are not always predictable, and then launches an attack on Vile. Despite Vespa's attempt, Vile swiftly grabs her weapon from behind and slams her to the floor. Shibisu, witnessing this, wonders if Vile managed to catch her weapon from that position. Vile demands the antidote, while Shibisu, puzzled, questions what is happening. He reflects on the data he had previously found trustworthy, now doubting it. Shibisu is astonished that Vile could have increased his physical abilities so dramatically in such a short time without Shinsu's reinforcement. He recalls that Vile had struggled with Amigacha's moments earlier, yet something changed after a red beam appeared behind him, reminiscent of Kasano's wings. Shibisu remains uncertain about the nature of this change, but acknowledges that, despite Vile's inability to use Shinsu, they still can. Verdi informs Shibisu that Horyang, the large individual, has arrived. Shibisu asks for clarification, questioning what Vile means and wondering if he has already located their position. Vile asserts that this is the end and urges Shibisu to surrender. He requests that Shibisu provide the antidote and enough bullets for them to ascend. Vile assures him that if Shibisu complies, he will allow both of his teammates to leave. Shibisu, perplexed, asks what Vile is talking about, insisting there is no reason for them to give up. He reminds Vile that their objective is not to win the game but to seek revenge. Vile explains that this is precisely why Shibisu should consider his offer. When Shibisu questions the meaning of Vile's proposal, Vile clarifies that if Shibisu refuses the deal, he will sacrifice his own teammate to ensure that Vile can ascend. Vile adds that if Shibisu is content with avenging his fallen comrade by the death of another teammate, he may reject the proposal. However, if that is not acceptable, Vile urges Shibisu to surrender. Vesper rejects the proposal, insisting that he could crush Vile if he undergoes his metamorphosis. Shibisu agrees to the terms, saying he will provide both the bullets and the antidote if Vile allows Vespa to leave. He stipulates that Vile must shoot Amigachaz with a light bullet to remove the ring from his finger. Vespa, acknowledging Shibisu as the leader, agrees and tells Vile to hand over the antidote, declaring that the fight is over and that they should return. Meanwhile, Horyang instructs Verdi to return to her assigned position and enter the Archimedes. Verdi expresses disappointment, saying she had hoped to have more fun and promises to make Horyang her doll as well. Wangnan intervenes, pleading with her not to leave Prince and Miseng behind. Horyang addresses Wangnan by name, and Verdi insists they will remain her dolls. Wangnan questions what she means by dolls and refuses to accept it. Verdi then commands the octopus to attack Wangnan, kicking him away. Wangnan comments on the octopus's impressive strength as it grabs Verdi, who calls out that she will see him upstairs, referring to him as a cute boy, and takes Miseng and Prince with her. Wangnan attempts to shoot at the octopus, realizing too late that they have slipped through his fingers. As water begins to pour out from the broken sewer, people start to fall into view. Wangnan steps back, bewildered, and questions what the octopus has done. He turns his gaze toward Horyang, who appears. Horyang greets him, apologizing for leaving without notice. Wangnan acknowledges this and assures him that it is okay, understanding that Horyang must have had his reasons and that everyone misses him. Horyang apologizes again and laments that they can no longer share sweet and sour moments together. With that, Horyang walks away, leaving Wangnan to watch him depart. Meanwhile, Vile receives the honey from Vespa. Shibisu, pointing his gun at Vespa, comments that Vile has kept his promises, but he warns that it won't end like this on Archimedes. He remarks on the oddity of a person like Vile caring about his teammates. Navik arrives and expresses amazement at Vile's ability to defeat everyone single-handedly. Vile glances at him and inquires about the favor he requested. Novik confirms there is no problem and explains that he sent Refugio with the bullet Vile had given him. Refugio accepted it immediately as an order, and Novik also managed to capture the rabbit. When Vile asks why he needs such a favor, Novik removes his mask and indicates that while it's not necessary for Vile to know, handling all problems alone could lead to collapse, and Vile was fortunate this time. Vile responds that if collapsing means keeping others safe, he doesn't mind, as he has lost his reason to live. He emphasizes the need to move up quickly since there are few tickets remaining. Navik acknowledges this, noting that Kasano has found someone to target. Kun stands at a distance, overhearing the conversation, while Rak approaches from behind. Kun turns around in surprise as the scene fades, accompanied by the sounds of bullets being fired. Meanwhile, Verdi arrives in front of Shibisu with Prince and Miseng. She inquires why he returned, suggesting that they could have had more fun. Shibisu responds that things turned out differently and perhaps it is better to retreat for now. He reflects that, despite his reluctance to admit it, he had been blinded by revenge and underestimated his target. He acknowledges that Vile's ability to use Shinsu likely places him among the top 5 E-rank regulars, and they were fortunate this time. Shibisu asks about the identity of the individuals Verdi has brought. Verdi, pointing to Miseng and Prince, comments on their cuteness and states that they will be her dolls. Shibisu, thinking about her peculiar hobby, decides it's time to head to the Archimedes. Verdi agrees, addressing Shibisu as leader, and the display shows that only 42 tickets remain. She then points her gun at Miseng and Prince. The scene fades out, with the sounds of bullets continuing in the background. The display on the pocket shows that there are 21 tickets remaining when Vile points his gun at Horyang, who, in turn, aims his gun at Vile. They both fire, reducing the remaining tickets to 16. Horyang then uses dark bullets to shoot at several other regulars. Meanwhile, Wanganen sits dejectedly in the puddle left by Verdi, accompanied by Kun. The pocket display now shows that the remaining tickets are 0, signaling the end of the workshop battle. The message is one shot, one opportunity appears, indicating that the event has reached its conclusion. In D52, Indorsi has just finished defeating a large number of workshop patrols. Frustrated, she curses Vile, lamenting that these patrols wouldn't stop following her. She declares that having reached level 99, she will make him pay once she catches him. Traveler watches her, and she kicks him out of frustration, demanding to know where Vile is. She grabs Traveler by the collar and demands that he reveal the information, threatening him with death if he does not comply. Traveler insists that he does not know where Vile is and requests to stop calling him that name, revealing that his name is actually the 25th bomb. Indorsi, visibly shaken by the revelation, demands clarification, repeating his claim and asserting that Vile is indeed the person she seeks, not the 25th bomb. She grabs his collar more forcefully, pressing him for the truth. At that moment, the lucky fair Bon appears behind them, adding to the tension of the situation. On the first day aboard Archimedes, Io and Punk are in the control room. Punk remarks on the pleasant weather and successful marketing, expressing satisfaction with how things are going. He then poses a hypothetical question to Io. If he were to use his white heavenly mirror and blood Tamara in battle, which would prevail? Io confidently asserts that the white heavenly mirror will win and expresses hope that they will indeed be used in the tournament. Punk agrees, noting the impressive amount of money already collected, and affirms his role as a businessman. They then turn their attention to Madarako, the leader of the Grey Catfish Merchant Association and a high-ranking regular. Madarako acknowledges that despite it being only the 30th floor, they are facing formidable opponents, including the new Slayer nominee, the Princess of Jahad. He also mentions the Mad Dog of Yama, reputed to be the strongest E-rank regular, along with other regulars of similar caliber. Madarako asserts that making money from this event is nearly inevitable and emphasizes that the audience will have the opportunity to place bets on the game. He notes that their involvement in the betting will influence the results, and anticipates that the tournament starting tomorrow will generate tens or even hundreds of times more revenue than this initial phase. Punk expresses concern about whether this will be acceptable and worries about potential consequences if the teacher finds out. Madarako reassures him, saying that what happens aboard the ship will remain confidential, and even if it were to be leaked, no one would speak out as long as the research is completed. He urges Punk to trust him, promising to make the workshop battle the best show ever and declaring that this is all for the sake of his research before walking out. Punk turns to Oyo, questioning if they can trust Madarako, despite his reputation as a great businessman. He has heard that Madarako works with a very dangerous individual. Io responds that there is no need to worry too much. They only need to focus on completing the research with the money earned. Once the research is finished, everything will be set. Punk agrees, adding that once Emily is completed, everything will be resolved. They both laugh heartily. On the second floor of Archimedes, Madarako instructs his warrior to inform the merchant that their prize will soon be in their hands. Observing the pool where the regulars are enjoying themselves, he comments on how they seem to be having fun and how the children are growing healthy while playing in the water. He expresses his anticipation for the party scheduled for the next day. Madarako addresses the gathered regulars, welcoming them to Archimedes. He explains that Archimedes is a state-of-the-art floating ship equipped with all the necessary amenities. The luxury rooms and restaurants are located on the first floor. The pool and game room are on the second floor, and the third floor houses an item store with items from every workshop on each floor. He adds that everything except the items is provided free of charge. Madarako invites everyone to the beautiful party that will take place on the cruise tomorrow night, and encourages them to enjoy their stay. He concludes by wishing all the regulars a fantastic week aboard Archimedes. Shibisu relaxes on a beach chair, enjoying a juice and remarking that it feels like heaven, all the while admiring the bikini-clad girls around him. Ron-mei notices Shibisu's wandering gaze and points out to Anok that he is ogling the girls with perverted eyes, implying he has a preference for glamorous types. She approaches Shibisu, kicks him, and admonishes him for not deserving to lounge around and ogle girls, accusing him of ruining the team and hinting at his tastes. Shibisu winces in pain and protests that it hurts his back, warning her that she might break it. Ron-mei, while sipping her own drink, notes that they still seem to get along well despite the apparent tension and questions how this could be considered getting along. She then greets him warmly, saying she is glad to see him here. Shibisu responds that her presence suggests that someone else is around as well. She retorts that she isn't particularly thrilled to see him and mentions that the strongest E-class regular is present, laughing. She inquires about his fight against the Slayer nominee, to which Shibisu replies that they lost the match. Ron-mei laughs and notes that he appears to be in good spirits despite the loss, which she considers a positive outcome. Shibisu reflects on the situation, unsure about the specifics, noting that Hatsu's sword is broken and mentioning Amigachaz. She, aware of the latest gossip, informs him that the princess performed admirably. She recounts that Endorsi caught an intruder and passed the test, and inquires about the details. Shibisu admits he doesn't have all the information, and that, while they are a team, they haven't had a chance to speak with her directly. Ron-mei notes that Endorsi is a high-profile figure and a popular choice among admirers, observing that it would be quicker to get the details from the TV. On the balcony, Endorsi is seen being interviewed by the press. A reporter asks her about receiving a bonus ticket for capturing an intruder on the Archimedes. Endorsi explains that she discovered an intruder fighting with the patrol, followed him, and apprehended him, but there were no tickets left. At that moment, Bong Bong appeared. When asked what she did next, she casually replies that she shot Bong Bong and ended up with the bonus ticket. She concludes that good deeds lead to good outcomes, adding that this was her reward for catching the intruder. The reporter comments on Endorsi's impressive performance, noting her status as a princess and her remarkable abilities. As Endorsi prepares to leave, stating she is tired and done with the interview, the reporter tries to ask one more question about Vile, the Slayer nominee. Endorsi explains that Vile has not made an appearance since their arrival, and that seeing him now is a rare opportunity. She acknowledges his formidable presence, noting the aura he exudes and the two formidable figures by his side, which gives her goosebumps. The reporter mentions that everyone is eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle between Vile and Endorsi and inquires about her thoughts on who would win if they fought. Dorsey, clearly annoyed, insists that the interview is over and that the reporter should stop being intrusive. She tells him to stop following her, emphasizing her irritation. As she walks away, heading towards the forbidden intruder jail, some guards inform her that the area is restricted and ask her to leave. Dorsey responds assertively, stating that she caught the intruder for them and demanding to know who they think she is. The guard, following the order, opens the gate for Dorsey, allowing her into the restricted area. Dorsey enters and surveys the numerous intruders held captive, wondering about the significance of the ship and the reason behind the high number of prisoners. Traveler, noticing Dorsey, questions her about betraying him to secure a ticket and questions how she can call herself a princess of Jahad. Dorsey responds with a challenge, suggesting that if he speaks so dismissively, it might imply he's not an intruder. She then confronts him about his claim that Vile is the 25th bomb. Traveler confirms this, recalling Vile's unusual name as the reason it stood out to him. Dorsey, intrigued, states she will discover more for herself tomorrow and intends to see Vile. As she prepares to leave, Traveler urgently calls for her attention, banging on the mirror and demanding that she get him out of there. Dorsey, however, questions why she should assist him, leaving Traveler's fate hanging in the balance. Traveler's urgency and desperation show in his eyes as he implores Dorsey to help him. He explains that if he remains trapped, Emily will die, which catches Dorsey's attention. She pauses, looking at Traveler's phone with skepticism, questioning how a machine could be alive. Traveler insists that Emily is indeed a living human being aboard the ship. In Tangzhuk's quarters, Wangnan is introduced to Rak. Confused, Wangnan asks Kun if Rak is a crocodile. Kun, clearly frustrated, tells Wangnan to stop asking questions as it's giving him a headache. Rak, annoyed by the confusion, declares that he is Rak Wraithraiser. The tension in the room rises as the miscommunication adds to the chaos of their current situation. Kun, puzzled by Rak's presence, questions how he ended up here. Rak explains that the red turtle had instructed him to come and assist, mentioning that this red turtle was someone who informed him about meeting Kun here. Kun suspects that the red turtle is Hugh or Ryan, but wonders why she kept this a secret from him. Wangnan, sensing the seriousness of the conversation, asks Kun if Rak is a friend of his. Kun asks for a moment alone with Rak, which Wangnan agrees to. Once alone, Kun inquires about what Rak knows. Rak reveals that he knows everything, including that the yellow turtle betrayed them and that the black turtle is still alive. Kun's concern is evident as he processes this information. Meanwhile, Quitro and Chang are at a table, sharing food with their team. Wangnan, curious about Kun's friends, asks Yewa if Kun's friend has arrived. Chang confirms that Kun's friend met them during the last game and appears to be someone from Kun's past. Akraptor expresses disbelief, unable to imagine Kun having such a friend. As Chang jokes about Kun's friend being another cocky scoundrel, Wangnan wonders why this friend is part of their team. Chang explains that the friend was assigned to their room and reassures Wangnan that despite the initial concerns, the friend won't cause any harm. Yewa curiously asks if the friend is a cyborg, to which Chang humorously hopes he's not just ordinary. Suddenly, Kun is forcefully punched out through the door by Rak, who strides in with a look of frustration. Rak berates Kun for running away in the middle of the night, calling him pathetic. Rak continues to accuse Kun of leaving him behind, only to return and show how weak he is. The others, including Wangnan, are taken aback by Rak's aggression, and the nickname Dinosaur Rak is called. Rak insists they need to focus on retrieving the black turtle, questioning why Kun is so insistent on not pursuing it. Kun explains that the situation is far from simple, with Fug unlikely to relinquish their Slayer nominee easily, and Jahad discovering bomb's survival could have disastrous consequences. Rak, however, is frustrated by the complexities and charges at Kun, telling him not to overcomplicate things. Kun asks if he truly wishes to die, and he replies that he is stubborn and will go immediately to bring back the black turtle. Kun states that it is impossible and that nothing can be done at the moment. Rak retorts that he is incapable of doing anything and questions what it is he intends to accomplish. Rak grabs his leg, remarking that he always overthinks things and ends up losing everything, adding that he has not changed at all since he left. Kun tells him to get lost and throws Rak aside. Rak, in response, asks what get lost means and whether he thinks he is easy to deal with because of his small size. Yua thinks a single punch would be enough to defeat him, as Rak falls onto Eden, who tries to stop him, complaining that it is hot. Wangnan steps outside to join Kun, commenting that the two seem really close, and that it is the first time he has seen him this angry. Kun confirms, sarcastically stating they are close, even though he just met him on the test floor. Wangnan accuses him of lying, noting that he is different when he finds a good friend, doing whatever it takes to ascend with them. Kun inquires what he means by that, while the other replies that he is different. He could share the load, but he always attempts to carry all the weight himself. Kun explains that it has been a habit since he was young. When he found a jewel he liked, he hid it somewhere to avoid losing it. He mentions that he has never tried it on. Inside, Rak lies on the floor, expressing his frustration and stating that it is driving him crazy, cursing the blue turtle, whom he deems worse than a terrapin. Eden reflects that a terrapin must be worse, and Yua offers Rak some jelly, suggesting he might calm down with it. Rak throws it away, exclaiming in frustration that it is blue, and just looking at the blue item makes him angry. Yua asks what he means by that, noting that she had given it to him. Later, Eden sits with Rak and inquires if he is his teammate from the test floor. Rak confirms this and questions how he can be in a team with that turtle-like cat. Eden mentions that he thinks he has heard of Rak from Ran, and Rak asks who Rak is, to which Eden responds that Rak is his old teammate, also from the Kun family, and that he had once asked Ran about him. He questions why Kun is so fixated on what happened to him on the test floor, recounting that Ran had mentioned he was unsure, but had shared a bit about Kun's past. He explains that Kun's mother was obsessed with power, which led Kun to grow acutely aware of family politics. Despite appearing fine, Kun felt suffocated, so he destroyed everything with his own hands and fled to the tower. He mentions that the people he first encountered in the tower were an unforgettable source of happiness in his life. Quitro and Yua look inside, and Yua asks Eden to hold it tight, expressing her desire to take a picture with the talking dinosaur. Rak runs away as Yua and Quitro chase after him, and she attempts to take his picture while Rak escapes and goes to find Kun. Rak addresses Kun as the blue turtle, and Kun asks if he has come to reconcile or something, telling him to get lost. Rak, thinking of the terrapin scoundrel, stands beside Kun and says he was glad to learn that the black turtle was alive and that he was excited to have the chance to meet him again. Rak expressed that he was happy the three of them could ascend the tower together again. However, he adds that the turtle was not, as he had only worried before finding any happiness, calling him a timid, egoistic, fussy, and mean turtle. Kun asks if Rak is here to fight, to which Rak replies that he simply wants to be happy alongside Kun and the black turtle. Kun, crossing his fingers, tells Rak not to be too happy yet, asserting that he won't be content until he has knocked out the Fug members in the battle tomorrow and retrieved Bomb along with a winning prize. He warns Rak not to rejoice prematurely. Rak comments that Kun has returned to his old self, and Kun, puzzled, says that he has not hesitated from the start. Kun further states that they should look forward to bringing Bomb back to their team at the tournament tomorrow, promising to be even more cunning and ruthless than Fug. On the third floor of the Archimedes item store, Vile stands on the balcony, gazing at the sky. Hats, engrossed in his phone, ponders how this could be useful, while Shibisu inquires about what he is looking at. Hats explains that he is using Emily, a well-known figure among the regulars, who provides answers to any questions he asks. Shibisu suggests asking her about the new sword. Hats, unfamiliar with the new sword, is told by Shibisu that he is aware of how precious the old sword was to him, but it is broken and no longer usable. Shibisu advises that it is time to let go of that sword. Hats contemplates whether there is truly a store here that might have the sword needed to stab the devil. He eventually arrives at a place called the Acorn Shop, unaware that Kasano and Horyang are following behind him. Indorsi sits on the balcony, speaking with Emily and inquiring if she is alive on this ship. She recalls a conversation with a traveler who had told her that Emily was a human being but might die soon. According to the traveler, researchers at the workshop are planning to turn Emily into a terrifying weapon. Indorsi questions what he means by transforming a living girl into a weapon and doubts that she would believe such a claim. The traveler pleaded for her trust, explaining that Emily's life was in danger and that he had been lonely without a family. Emily had given him hope to live, and he considered her the savior of his life. He begged her to go to the Acorn workshop before the battle concluded and save Emily for him. In the present, Indorsi addresses Emily, asking where she lives. Emily replies that she lives in her heart, and Indorsi dismisses this as irrelevant. She expresses regret that she cannot concern herself with others' love stories, especially when there are pressing matters such as the Acorn workshop. Meanwhile, at the gate of the Acorn workshop, Hats, unable to gain entry, finally notices the presence of Kasano and Horyang. He presses the bell and, finding no response, wonders if the workshop is closed and whether he should leave. Kasano and Horyang quickly arrive at the door, press the bell, and enter effortlessly. Horyang inquires if Kasano is certain that Sophia is present, but Kasano does not respond. Horyang presses for an answer, questioning why Kasano did not disclose anything during their journey from Arlen's hand, the reason he is associated with Fug, and why he brought Horyang here. Kasano tells him to find out for himself. Inside, Kasano introduces Horyang to their former teacher, Sophia. Overwhelmed with emotion, Horyang begins to cry upon seeing her. He recalls a moment from the past when she had tapped him on the head and told him that a man should not display his tears. She had insisted that he should be strong enough to protect others and assured him that he possessed that strength. He had confirmed her words. Sophia asks Horyang who he wishes to protect as she calls him Ilmer, pulling him out of his memories. She questions why he is just standing there. Horyang runs towards her and embraces her, expressing how much he has missed her. Sophia notes that he has grown taller and bigger and that his voice is deeper, but he is still a crybaby. She sits beside him, holding his face and warmly saying that it has been a long time since they last met. Hats, observing the scene from a distance, wonders what is happening and questions whether they came to see this woman, who appears to be a researcher here. He is curious about what connection they might have with the researchers in the workshop. At that moment, Beta arrives from behind and remarks on Hats's covert behavior, asking if he is enjoying himself. Hats, startled, quickly turns around, attempts to draw his sword, and realizes he does not have it with him. Beta inquires about Hats's intentions and asks what he wants to do. Kasano then appears, notices Hats, and swiftly ties him up and locks him in a secure room. Kasano, puzzled by how Hats managed to infiltrate the workshop, informs him that he will remain confined until the battle is over. Hats, frustrated, demands to know Kasano's plans and insists that his bindings be removed, but Kasano ignores him and secures the lock. Afterward, Kasano and Horyang approach Sophia. Kasano asks about the person with the bandages, and Sophia introduces him, stating that his name is Beta. Kasano questions who Beta is, but Beta, uninterested in the conversation, dismisses the query and walks away. Sophia apologizes, explaining that Beta is a bit shy, having lived solely in the lab. She adds that Beta is their brother. Horyang, intrigued, asks if Beta is indeed their brother. Sophia invites them to follow her as she will show them her research. They proceed to a guarded elevator and descend into a facility. As they survey their surroundings, Horyang wonders about the scale of the facility aboard the ship and the nature of Sophia's research. Sophia presents a cocoon-like machine and explains that it is the weapon she has been working on. Horyang, curious, asks if this is the weapon. Sophia clarifies that the machine is named Emily, and when she awakens, she will bring about a significant change to the tower. Meanwhile, Emily, inside the cocoon, sobs and repeatedly professes her love. As the guards at the elevator's gate change shifts, the departing guard remarks on a job well done before entering the elevator and removing his helmet, revealing himself to be Lero. The scene shifts to the 30th floor, where the workshop battle at Archimedes is nearing its conclusion. The following day, on the 4th floor of Archimedes, at the Grand Stadium, silhouettes of Io and Punk announce that they apologize for the delay and that the event will commence soon. They declare that the E-rank regulars workshop battle is about to begin. In the past, as Vile and his team arrive, people begin to gossip about them. One person comments that it's Jew Vile Grace, and another adds that they knew he would join the battle. Someone else responds that there is more to see. E-rank regular Paul Belcrone remarks that Vile is smaller than he had expected, but warns not to judge him by his appearance. He mentions the rumor that Vile single-handedly defeated one of the top 2 E-rank teams and even tied with a ranker, calling him amazing. E-rank regular Masha dismisses these as mere rumors. Paul counters that the truth will be revealed soon enough. Deed then rushes towards Vile and grabs his hands. He expresses his long-standing desire to meet the Slayer nominee, Jew Vile Grace, and introduces himself as an E-rank regular. Deed explains that he is a descendant of a family that was ruined by the 10 Great Families and expresses his belief that Vile will avenge those who, like him, have suffered injustice. Deed urges Vile to bring the bloodlines of the cruel Jahad and the 10 Great Families to their knees and to win the workshop battle. Another regular, sipping on soda, agrees, saying it would be better if Vile won rather than the others. She also expresses her disdain for the 10 Great Families, and he concurs. Ron May asks if Vile is considered a superstar, to which Viviolga replies that Vile is indeed a Slayer nominee and is focused on the battle. She inquires about the whereabouts of the Mad Dog. Ron May explains that he left very early in the morning, claiming he needed to calm down. Ron May speculates that if the Mad Dog had been present, either he or the Slayer nominee might have ended up dead. The scene shifts to an individual waiting room where Vile sits on his bed. Zyxia notices his somber expression and asks if he is still thinking about what the earlier person said about him being a Slayer nominee. She inquires if she, too, harbors personal grievances against Jahad and the 10 Great Families, which might be why she wants him to succeed. Zyxia responds that she has no personal vendetta or tragic past driving her actions, explaining that she simply saw potential benefit in Vile and is motivated by financial gain. She reassures him not to worry, as she is indifferent to his feelings. Vile expresses relief, stating that it's comforting to know she doesn't have a sad story behind her motivations. Zyxia then leaves, standing by the wall in the corridor, contemplating something. Eden arrives and questions her presence, accusing her of bothering Vile again. Zyxia denies it and retorts that Eden is not speaking to her as if they are friends but enemies. Eden responds that he is unsure of her intentions, but makes it clear that things will not go as she wishes. He points out that while everyone here is focused on undermining others to advance in the tower, he is different. He describes himself as radiant and suggests that she would be better off avoiding people like him. Eden continues, stating that with someone like him, Zyxia would have those who are willing to follow him wherever he goes, mesmerized by his presence. As he speaks, they notice Tiny Rack, hidden under a hood, observing Vile from a distance. In another corridor, Shibisu walks alongside Anok. She inquires if Hats will definitely not be joining them. Shibisu explains that Hats has not returned since he went out last night, suggesting that something may have happened. Anok dismisses his absence, noting that it is not easy to replace a weapon to which one is accustomed. Shibisu agrees, mentioning that the first battle is individual anyway, and wishes Kun were present. As they speak, they cross paths with a mysterious regular wearing a mask that reveals only a single blue eye and sporting blonde hair beneath a hooded jacket. The scene shifts back to the stadium where Io and Punk provide additional details about the upcoming workshop battle. They apologize for the wait and announce to the audience that the workshop battle for the E-rank regulars will begin shortly. Io introduces himself as one of the co-hosts for the workshop battle, with Punk being the other co-host. He highlights the diversity of participants in the stadium, including regulars taking the test, residents from the middle area, regulars from other floors, and even rankers. Io expresses gratitude to the thousands of guests present, who have paid a substantial amount to attend the event. He explains that the workshop battle will consist of two parts, an individual battle and a team battle. Regulars who succeed in the individual battle will earn the opportunity to advance to the team tournament. The teams for this tournament will be selected by the team leaders, and the team that emerges victorious will be declared the winner of the workshop battle. Io announces the introduction of the 10 gamblers who will serve as the team leaders for the team tournament. These leaders are the highest scoring regulars from the one-shot, one-opportunity game. He notes that the gamblers will not participate in the individual battle. Shibisu inquires if he is among the gamblers. Io provides the list of gamblers, which includes the mysterious masked individual, Shibisu, Refugio, Ron-mei, Devilbon, Gunter, Hyun-chu, Mia, and Bellux. Io explains that these gamblers will use the funds given to them to place bets on the outcomes of the individual battles. The 6 gamblers who accumulate the most money will be selected as the leaders for the team tournament. He adds that the money earned from betting can be used to purchase teammates and items to secure victory in the tournament. Ron-mei finds the arrangement enjoyable, while Shibisu considers the strategy of betting on potential winners and using that money in the team tournament. The masked individual muses that only 6 leaders can advance to the final tournament. Io then adds that the gamblers are not allowed to leave the waiting room until the end of the individual battles. A shout comes from the crowd, questioning if Io is joking, as someone else expresses an urgent need to use the bathroom after hearing the announcement. Another person knocks at the door, saying that after hearing the announcement, they feel an even stronger need to go, indicating an imminent emergency. After a brief pause, Io announces that the battle will begin immediately. He introduces the game, named Plug, and explains that the stick he is holding is called the plug. Among the 8 regulars, the first 3 to insert their plugs into the sockets will win. He emphasizes that participants may use any means necessary to succeed, but if they drop their plug or fall outside the stadium, they will fail. The game will only end when all 3 plugs are securely in the sockets, even if fewer than 3 regulars remain on stage. The names of the participants for Group 1 are revealed: Wanganen, Han Akraptor, Johnson, Bulgasario, Leg, Prince, and Yo Miseng. Wanganen reviews the list of participants and speculates about the potential team composition, noting that Akraptor, Miseng, and Prince are all in the same group. Akraptor enters the room and asks if Wanganen has seen the list. Wanganen confirms that he has seen it, noting that they made it into the group. Io announces that the battle for the first group will begin shortly and instructs the gamblers to choose which regular they expect to win. He informs them that each leader has been given an initial stake of 5 million points. The more they bet, the greater their advantage will be in the team tournament, so they should be wise and cautious with their decisions. If their chosen regular wins, they will receive a payoff multiple times their original bet. Io advises them to be careful yet decisive, greedy yet realistic. Shibisu reflects on Miseng and Prince, the children brought by Verdi, and feels compelled to ensure their safety. The masked man observes that all the participants seem to be on a similar level, but considers Prince to be the strongest among them. Each gambler makes their selection accordingly. Io announces that the betting period has ended and instructs the door to be opened, signaling the start of the game. Wanganen enters the arena, determined to protect Prince and Miseng. He is immediately struck by Prince's battered appearance and inquires about his injuries. Prince, despite his condition, urgently warns Wanganen and Akraptor to flee. When they question the meaning of his warning, Prince insists that they need to escape because she is coming. As Wangnan and Akraptor try to understand the situation, Miseng enters the stadium. She wields a crimson rod and is covered in blood. Her eyes gleam with a malevolent light, suggesting a disturbing possession or transformation. Wangnan observes her and realizes with horror that she is out of her mind. As the first round begins, much to the surprise of Wangnan and Akraptor, Wangnan wonders what has happened to her, while Akraptor questions if she seems a bit different. Bulgasario suggests they take them down, and Leg remarks that the whole group looks weak as they hold their rods. Bulgasario proposes they start with the weakest-looking kid and charge toward Miseng. Prince becomes frightened for Miseng, but she counters both of them, knocking them out with a single hit. Shock and disbelief spread among the group, while Wangnan, his voice trembling, asks what just happened. More regulars arrive to fight Miseng, and Io comments in awe that the weakest and smallest girl has displayed monstrous strength, eliminating 2 participants at once. He adds that any gambler who placed their bet on her must be smiling. Shibisu laughs, saying that Verdi has won this round, though the girl does not appear to be in good condition. The masked man thinks this is bad. That doll maker must have done something to her. His entire team might fail, and they need to pass this round. Inside the stadium, Wangnan grabs Prince by the collar and demands to know what is wrong with Miseng, asking why she has become a super Miseng. Prince replies that he doesn't know either. She suddenly puts the flower in her hair. Wangnan asks what flower he means. Prince confirms, explaining that after they got separated, he tried to save Miseng from the octopus, but was knocked out by its powerful punch. It was incredibly strong. He recalls waking up already on the Archimedes, where he saw that witch. Verdi then arrives in their room, saying that they are awake while they wonder where they are. Verdi explains that she had asked them for a ridiculous favor, to which Prince asks if she wanted them to become her dolls. Verdi confirms this, saying that she was impressed by how he unhesitatingly tried to defeat the octopus to save his girl, even though he was weak. She declares they will be the best doll couple ever, and asks them to become her dolls and marry her. Prince shouts in frustration, thinking he's not weak. That octopus punch was nothing, even though he knows he can't win. Miseng declares there's no way she will marry him. Verdi tells them to think about it. If they become her dolls, they will be stronger and more perfect than before. She adds that he can't win the workshop battle with his current skills, but if they become her dolls, they could. Prince asks what she means by stronger. Verdi confirms that her doll-making skill enhances hidden powers, just like with the octopus. Prince, confused, asks what she means by like the octopus. Verdi nods and offers him a flower, moving her hand forward, instructing him to take it and say, "Lord Verdi is the best," 3 times. Prince scoffs, asking what the best is and refusing outright, saying there's no way in hell. Verdi presses him, asking why he doesn't just try it. He angrily replies that he won't. She's just like a drink trickster. Verdi insists this isn't a trick. Outside the room, Shibisu and Vespa overhear them. Shibisu thinks she's up to something strange again. He remarks, of course, Prince refused to be her doll, but when he went to pick Miseng up before the test, everything changed. Verdi informs them that they are the first group found and tells them to get ready and move out. They quickly rush out. Meanwhile, Miseng's rampage continues, sending the 5th regular flying. As Miseng approaches, Prince comments on the flower in her hair. He remarks that until that door opened, he kept getting beaten for no reason, to which Wangnan replies he can see that from his face. Prince, frustrated, says he knew it had something to do with that octopus girl and sarcastically suggests they should do a doping test. Just then, another regular charges at Miseng, but she swiftly counters the attack. His teammate yells at him to home run, and he jokes that the home run is out of the park. Akraptor, watching Miseng's transformation, says the Batgirl has turned into Barry Bonds, but wonders aloud why she became a doll. He questions if the witch forced the flower on her. Prince shakes his head and says no, he thinks Miseng did it herself. Confused, Akraptor asks what he means. Prince explains that she believes it's her fault that Lord Devil and Vile left, and she thought they would return if she became stronger. Prince remarks that Miseng still remembers the day she was abandoned by her previous team because she was weak, calling it ridiculous. Akraptor then says, "Fine, let's make her weak again," and asks if all he has to do is remove the flower. Shocked, Prince asks if he's lost his mind, warning that Miseng is incredibly strong right now. He insists they should run away before they get killed. Akraptor responds by telling Prince to get his ugly face away from him, calling him pathetic. Prince, confused, asks what he's talking about. Akraptor reminds him that he once claimed to be independent from his father, and said he had become a real adult. Yet now, he can't even handle Miseng, who has only become a doll. He challenges Prince, asking how he's any different from before, saying he was better when he was overconfident, boasting that he could even defeat Vile. But now, Akraptor mocks him, saying he can't even beat a doll of an E-rank regular. He then dares Prince to prove him wrong if he disagrees. He should bring Miseng back to normal and show that he has the strength to stay in the fight. Prince, determined, says all right, he will do this. He's not afraid of the witch's doll. Wangnan, observing his sudden resolve, thinks he's really easy to manipulate. They all focus on Miseng, and Akraptor remarks how quickly kids change these days, while Wangnan wonders aloud if she's high. Prince warns them that she's coming and orders everyone to scatter. He attempts to block her movements, unfolding his lighthouse and using triple flow control to strike. Miseng counters, but Prince narrowly escapes her attack, realizing with shock that his triple flow control was destroyed in a single blow. Wangnan charges at her, declaring he won't let her continue this rampage, but Miseng swiftly knocks him out, leaving Prince to sarcastically call Wangnan as sweet and sour. As he watches Miseng, Prince thinks to himself that she's merely borrowing the powers of an E-rank regular, just like them. Yet the difference in strength is staggering. He begins to wonder if this means they are powerless without borrowing strength from others if he is powerless. Frustrated, he cuts off his own doubts, shouting "cut the crap" and rushing forward to attack her again. Miseng readies herself to counter, but this time, Prince successfully blocks her attack. Wangnan, in disbelief, asks if Prince actually blocked that power. Prince laughs triumphantly, declaring that he did indeed block her attack. He asks Miseng if she sees now he doesn't need to borrow powers, unlike her, who always relies on others. He tells her that she will never truly be strong as long as she lets her anger control her. With renewed confidence, he charges again, using the real inventory interlocking technique, Bora Bora Catch, to block her next attack. He follows up with his new move, calling it Prince's Special, and shouts for Akraptor to remove the flower. Akraptor quickly complies, and as the flower is pulled away, Miseng collapses. Prince kneels beside her, telling her that the game isn't over yet. Miseng, in a weak voice, pleads with them not to leave, saying that she can be stronger and begging them not to abandon her. She admits she doesn't want to be alone. Prince, holding her gently, reassures her, saying he is here and that she still needs someone to care for her. Wangnan and Akraptor, exhausted, lie down on the floor beside them, joking that they need a caretaker too. At the end of the round, Prince, Akraptor, and Wangnan are declared the winners. Before leaving the arena, Prince boldly sends a challenge to Vile, declaring that Group 1's game is over. He confidently states that everyone must understand the rules now after watching the first group, so from the next round, all 5 groups will start simultaneously to speed things up. Wangnan, trying to hype Prince further, asks if Vile sees the power of the new Prince. Prince, full of bravado, declares that he is next, promising to defeat Vile and make him return. He says he'll be waiting for him at the team tournament. Ran, observing, thinks there are many ways to commit suicide, implying that Prince's overconfidence is dangerous. Meanwhile, Prince, undeterred, commands the regulars to check the list of participants for the next 5 groups, reminding them not to underestimate him. Wangnan, embarrassed by Prince's attitude, pulls him aside, saying he's making a fool of himself. Prince retorts that he's growing up and improving, assuring everyone that the official announcement is coming soon. As they leave the arena, Vile and his team prepare to enter. Meanwhile, Shibisu, hearing the commotion, wonders what's going on outside and who's up next. When the names of the participants for the next 5 groups are revealed, the entire arena is shocked to see Varigarv's name appear in the final round. Shibisu, recognizing the significance, remarks that he's finally decided to show up at Yama's Mad Dog. They all take Miseng to the room and lay her down on the bed as Goseng approaches her and asks if she is okay. Yua sits beside her and comments that she must have fainted from the shock of hearing what Prince said to her. Akraptor wonders how he could have told her that she will never become stronger, while Verdi arrives and, with a serious tone, questions Prince, saying, "How could he say that to her? He has no manners." Prince thinks to himself, "Damn it." However, he is the one who was beaten up, while Verdi adds that Miseng's feelings must be hurt. When Miseng wakes up, Verdi suggests that Prince should apologize to her. She reassures him, saying, "Don't worry, she will be fine," while Prince looks at Verdi as she enters the room, recognizing her immediately. He mutters it's her, Verdi. Verdi explains that she lost control of her new powers and went berserk, but assures them that Miseng will wake up after getting enough rest. Prince accuses her of being a crook, asking how she could give Miseng a defective flower. Verdi clarifies that the flower wasn't defective. Miseng simply used it without control, which caused her to go mad. She also admits that she found out Miseng took the flower afterward. Verdi says, in any case, she is genuinely moved by the fact that he risked his life to save his girl and suggests he should really become her doll. He immediately refuses, saying, "No way, he won't." Meanwhile, Wang Nin notices Horyang's wing outside the door and wonders if it's Horyang, thinking that he might have come out of concern. Yua then shows Goseng the match list and informs her that they are on the next match list. Goseng asks what she means by that, and Yua clarifies that she and Horyang are in the same group. She expresses excitement, saying it's nice that she will see him soon, while Goseng thinks about being in the same group as Horyang, and wonders if the dangerous-looking, one-eyed man will also be in the same match. Wang Nin encourages Yua, saying, "Alright, he knows she can pass the test. Good luck." As Yua walks away, she thinks to herself, wondering if that crazy flame user, Quitro, will also be involved. Meanwhile, Io announces that starting now, there will be 5 groups 2 to 6, that will begin their matches. He instructs the competitors to get ready at the door. Goseng, feeling nervous, wonders if she will perform well in the match. Though she is scared, the fact that Horyang is present gives her a sense of security. Io continues, addressing the gamblers, telling them to place their bets and choose one competitor from each group, a total of 5 regulars whom they believe will pass the test. Shibisu, frustrated, thinks to himself that he took a significant loss from the previous match, so this time he plans to make a safe bet. Meanwhile, the masked man sees this as his opportunity, reasoning that everyone expects the competitor with glasses from Group 4 to fail, but with Horyang's assistance, she is highly likely to succeed. He thinks he can win a lot by betting on her. Ron Mei, filled with determination, mutters to herself, "One shot, one life," and speaks to Blarode, saying, "Let's guess and guide her." Io then urges the participants to make their final decisions and place their bets. After a brief moment, he declares the betting is over, and the game will now begin, ordering the doors to be opened. Goseng, with determination, says, "Okay, let's go," as she enters the room. As soon as the round begins, a group of crazed regulars immediately start pummeling each other with their rods. She watches them and thinks that everyone seems out of control. One of the regulars prepares to attack her, asking how she could take her eyes off the match. Terrified, Goseng is soon attacked, but fortunately, Horyang steps in just in time to save her. She falls to the ground, looks up at Horyang, and feels on the verge of tears. He asks if she is okay, to which she replies that her knees buckled from the fear. Meanwhile, Chang, sitting casually on a regular's dead body, observes the scene and comments sarcastically, "Isn't that sweet, love on the battlefield?" He then greets Horyong, saying, "Long time no see, big guy." Horyong, surprised to see him, wonders when Chang arrives and tries to say something, but Chang interrupts him, telling him to relax. He assures Horyong that he has no intention of fighting, explaining that it's a favor in return for the tea Horyong offered him earlier. Chang adds that neither of them is the main player in this game, indicating that he's not interested in engaging in battle right now. In another area, Group 5, Quitro unleashes chaos with his flames, laughing as he watches the destruction. Io comments on the scene, saying, "Group 5 is literally a living hell. Quitro's flames are dominating the stage." He acknowledges Quitro's terrifying power, noting that he is indeed the son of the Blitz family, renowned for their flame users. "What frightening flames, Quitro," Io adds. Yiwa arrives on the scene and immediately questions him, asking how he could burn everyone so recklessly, calling him irresponsible. Quitro, noticing her, asks with surprise, "So, she is alive?" Yiwa responds, explaining that she can control flames as well, so she won't burn to death. Intrigued, Quitro challenges her, saying, "If that's true, then let's burn this stadium together." Yiwa firmly tells him to stop, questioning why he is using his flames so carelessly. Quitro, dismissive of her concerns, replies, "What she is talking about? Flames exist to burn and destroy everything." Yiwa, unfazed, responds, "Don't be so savage. He should use his flames with caution. Doesn't he realize how dangerous fire can be?" He responds by saying that if she is afraid of her own flames, that's pathetic. She won't be able to accomplish anything if she's scared of her own power, and no one would listen to someone who fears herself. He then adds, "Let's see if anything interesting is happening in the other groups," and as he looks toward Varigarv, he recognizes him and says, "That must be him." He identifies Varigarv as the top E-rank regular, known as the Mad Dog of Yama, and notes that he has entered the arena and is walking toward the center to take control of the plug. Meanwhile, the masked man and other gamblers notice Varigarv, with the masked man thinking to himself that Varigarv is the strongest E-class regular. Anak, overhearing this, asks who decided that he is the strongest. Ran, observing the situation, also sees Varigarv and asks if he is truly the notorious Mad Dog. Yiwa, impressed, remarks, "How amazing, it's the Mad Dog of Yama," and adds that, as expected of the so-called top E-rank regular, no one will be able to stop him from reaching the plug. Meanwhile, Novik observes, the Mad Dog of Yama, Varigarv, has been called the strongest E-rank regular for quite some time. He adds that he hasn't taken any tests for a long while. He wonders why he entered the workshop battle. Then, offering advice to Horyang, he warns that whatever happens, never fight against him. At the same time, E-rank regular warrior Amaguta calls out to Varigarv, asking if he is truly the Mad Dog of Yama. Varigarv gives no response. Frustrated, Amaguta shouts, "Yes, it's him," introducing himself as the warrior Amaguta. He formally requests a battle with the top E-rank regular. As Varigarv passes by without acknowledging him, he simply says, "Cherish his life." Amaguta, stunned by being completely ignored, exclaims, "The Mad Dog didn't even give him the time of day. Does this mean he is no match for him?" He laughs bitterly, mocking and insulting Varigarv. Fueled by anger, he attempts to attack Varigarv from behind, yelling, "How dare he ignore him? He's just a dog." He charges at Varigarv, but before he can reach him, his head explodes, ending the fight in an instant. Ran, Enoch, and Vile are taken aback by Varigarv's display of power. Enoch wonders what happened to Amaguta, while Ran speculates whether his head simply bursts. Vile, more composed, observes that Varigarv achieved this without even creating a sound. After successfully inserting the plug, Varigarv glances at Vile, almost as if issuing a challenge. Io, narrating the event, comments, "He's strong, as expected of the strongest E-rank regular. Not a finger was lifted to blow that guy's head off, and now he's secured his position in the team tournament by inserting his plug." Ran, noticing Varigarv's gaze, wonders if he's looking in their direction. Vile asks aloud, "Is he the mad dog of Yama?" Refugio, standing nearby, confirms, "Yes, his name is Varigarv. He's his strongest opponent in this battle. Be careful around him." Refugio continues, explaining, "He was originally a warrior who fought in the secret canine fighting grounds, controlled by a Fug Slayer, Baylord Yama. The warriors who fight there are called Mad Dogs. Baylord Yama wanted to showcase the strength of his Mad Dogs, so he sent 3 young canines up as regulars. Varigarv was one of them." Refugio continues, explaining that Varigarv, born in the fighting grounds, was a perfect warrior, exceptionally strong from the start. It hadn't been long since he entered the tower when he earned the nickname of the strongest E-rank regular. That's how overwhelmingly powerful he was. But then, one day, he suddenly stopped climbing the tower and vanished. Refugio adds he cut ties with Fug as well, and rumors say he now hates Fug with a passion, killing any challenger related to them. Vile, deep in thought, says, "Then the reason he's here must be to kill him." Refugio confirms, "Yes, it's to fight him, Vile." Hats manages to free himself from his bindings and thinks to himself that Kasano isn't skilled at tying ropes. He tied them so loosely that anyone could loosen them with a bit of effort. However, Hats wonders what he should do next, realizing that the door can't be opened without Kasano, and his pocket is blocked, preventing him from asking for help. He then decides to talk to Emily, the famous virtual assistant among regulars, who replies with her usual introduction, offering to answer his questions. Frustrated, Hats recalls that trusting her is what got him into this mess in the first place. He wonders if he really has to depend on her again. Despite his reluctance, he acknowledges that he has no other choice and decides to trust her one last time. He asks how to escape, and Emily instructs him to look under the bed. Skeptical, Hats questions whether there could really be an exit under the bed. When he checks, he discovers a hidden passage leading to a large enclosure. He's uncertain where it leads, but the flow of Shinsu suggests that it connects to a much larger area. Confused, Hats wonders why such an exit is hidden under the bed. He also questions how Emily could possibly know about this secret room and where she's trying to guide him. Meanwhile, in the Grand Stadium, the E-rank individual matches continue, with regulars emerging victorious in their respective groups. Io announces that they have reached the halfway point of the tournament, emphasizing that the individual group competition is heating up and the expressions of the gamblers are changing gradually. Some are smiling, others are filled with despair, and some remain hidden behind masks, creating an air of tension as they wonder who will become the leaders of the team tournament. He continues, stating, "Now, let's check out the regulars who have advanced so far." He highlights the only winner from Group 7, noting that it is the cruel yet beautiful princess, Indorsi Jahad. He moves on to Group 9, where the winner is recognized for using a quick blade technique duo Viviolga and Ridong. The winner from Group 10, he adds, is the powerful assassin, Bathman Bundawan. Furthermore, he announces the winners from Group 12 as the cute yet cruel duo, Thibaut and Ribot, and the winners from Group 14 are identified as the fastest regulars among all E-rank competitors Honeybee Vespa and Dollmaker Verdi. He concludes by announcing the winners from Group 15, identifying them as Red Hawk and Din. As Din catches his breath, he thinks to himself that it has been a while since he has run, and he feels exhausted. Io then reveals the next list of groups, prompting Hats to ask if one of them is Rack. While Ran notices that everyone is looking in their direction, Io announces it's Juvile Grace. Now they finally get to see the Slayer nominee. Vile glances at the list and thinks to himself that it's finally his turn. Eden advises him to take it easy since it's the first fight, to which Vile responds affirmatively, saying he will be back soon. Io continues, explaining, "Everyone, please direct their attention to Group 19. The new Slayer nominee of FUC, Vile, is now on stage, and they are eager to see what kind of performance he will deliver." Meanwhile, the masked man wonders if Vile is actually Bomb, while Chang observes Vile and remarks that it's quite noisy out there, noting that he must be on stage now. Io announces that the game will begin in a moment. Vile thinks to himself that he just needs to insert the plug and finish the game as quickly as possible. As the announcement confirms the start of the game, urging Vile to proceed, he runs into the stadium, ready to take action. Upon entering, he notices several other regulars dressed in shirts emblazoned with Fug. One of them declares that they respect him greatly and have chosen to become his followers, stating that they will block the other regulars until he inserts his plug. A girl among them questions what he means, insisting that this is a game. He responds sharply, telling her to be quiet, asserting that none of them will pass before he does. Wangnan observes this scene and asks what they are doing, while Navik explains that they are fake believers. Shocked, Wangnan inquires about what fake believers are. Novik clarifies that they are merely pretending to worship Vile for the time being, planning to take advantage of him by acting friendly. He observes that rather than risking failure by fighting against Vile, it's smarter for the 4 regulars to help him pass the test first and then split the remaining 2 spots among themselves. He notes that these 4 must know each other, and likely planned this strategy before the game began. In a way, it is a clever choice. By pretending to have Vile on their side, they deter the others from attacking. He thinks this will result in a one-sided massacre under the name of Fug's Slayer nominee, which won't be too bad for Vile either, as it allows him to avoid unnecessary fights. Io, noticing the situation, asks what is happening, pointing out that 4 regulars have suddenly declared themselves followers of Fug and are slaughtering the other regulars to clear the way for Vile to insert the plug. Chang expresses his disappointment, saying he found this boring. He wanted to see Vile's powers, but this is what has unfolded instead. Wangnan interjects, insisting that they have misunderstood. He explains that Vile doesn't enjoy fighting for its own sake, but when there's a reason to fight, he becomes truly terrifying. As Vile approaches, he questions what the other regulars are doing, noticing how they are making way for him. One regular responds, insisting that they are merely trying to help him pass without any issues. Vile firmly refuses their assistance, asserting that he will pass using his own power. He declares that they shouldn't try to make him their god, insisting he is not a convenient machine to fulfill their wishes. With a surge of Shinsu energy, he pushes one of the regulars away and questions whether he is still their god now that he is no longer their tool. He resolves to defeat each of them instead, surprising many of the onlookers. With swift movements, Vile knocks them all down, calling them fakes. The gamblers watch in astonishment as Vile is proclaimed the winner of the round and advances to the next stage. Io comments on the surprising turn of events, noting how Vile mercilessly attacked the 4 regulars who claimed to be Fug believers. He wonders what is going through that long-haired young man's mind. Chang laughs, expressing that he initially thought Vile was a young master who enjoyed being placed on a pedestal, but it turns out he is actually a tyrant. Shibisu admits he cannot understand Vile, while Eden and Rand share a look, recalling how they had told him to take it easy, especially while standing near a dead regular. While the fight continues, Anak approaches Endorsi and remarks on the noisy cheering, noting that Vile is merely defeating those small fries, though his skills appear quite impressive. Endorsi, curious, asks what she means by that. Anak explains that during their match, she caught a glimpse of Vile's face for a brief moment, and, although it was fleeting, she noticed his eyes. She adds that the eyes of the Slayer nominee resemble those of the 25th bomb, who died on the test floor. Endorsi reflects that perhaps Fug has taken action to erase all data on Vile, making everything about him a mystery since he appeared on the 20th floor as a Slayer nominee. As she searches for information, she finds that there are no images of him online. She considers the implications of a Slayer nominee who knows Bomb's name and resembles him closely, concluding that there must be a significant connection, even if she wants to verify her assumption. She realizes that Vile is always surrounded by Fug members. After the individual tournament, There will be a party to celebrate the beginning of the final tournament, which presents a good opportunity for her to investigate further. Dorsey knows that if she is caught speaking to a Slayer nominee, it would draw attention, especially since she is a princess of Jahad. She resolves to approach him at the party to uncover his true identity. As Vile and Zyxia make their way back to the resting lounge, they pass by Ran and Novik, who is preparing for his own match. Novik compliments Vile, saying a good job, while Zyxia walks slowly, feeling tired. Novik chides Vile for not taking it easy, pointing out that he blew up a guy in front of the audience. Vile laughs and apologizes. Zyxia, exhausted, asks to pass, expressing her need for rest. Novik notices her sweating and comments, while Ran jokes that her ears must be heavy, prompting laughter. Frustrated, Zyxia retorts that she just finished a match and demands they get out of her way so she can rest. Novik asks if she made it through, and she replies confidently that she did, despite being in a group of oddballs. Novik responds with a teasing, "That's too bad." Just then, Io announces the revealing of the list for the 5 groups playing in the next game, instructing those in these groups to get ready. Novik glances at the list and sees his name. He notes that Kasano, Helmet, and himself are listed, but wonders where Kasano and Yudo are. Ran informs him that they went to get some drinks and must be getting ready. As they walk away, Novik declares it's time for some exercise. Vile wishes them good luck, and Novik responds affirmatively, while Zyxia inwardly hopes he fails. She expresses her exhaustion and insists that he needs a break, advising him not to wander around since no one is watching over him. She advises him to stay in his room and warns that if something goes wrong, she will be blamed. Vile agrees, but Zyxia adds that he shouldn't ever say again that he won't fulfill their wishes. She states that a god who cannot grant their wishes is useless to them as she heads toward her room. Meanwhile, Novik turns to Ran and mentions that the battle seems a bit unusual. Ran confirms this observation, recalling that the guy from Group 1 claimed they were there to retrieve Vile. He notes that during Vile's fight against the princess team, it appeared as if he was attempting to conceal his identity. Novik concludes that it is clear that Fug is hiding Vile's past. Ran poses a critical question: why did Fug allow Vile to participate in this battle? He points out that this setting is not ideal for controlling Vile, and individuals who know his past may converge here. Novik insists that claiming they are showcasing their Slayer nominee's powers is insufficient as an explanation. He suspects that Fug is hiding something significant, and he is determined to uncover the truth soon enough. As they walk, Ran notices a stranger in a black hood, wearing a red cap and similar glasses, and he finds the feeling unsettling. When Novik asks what's wrong, Ran replies that the figure does not appear to be human. Meanwhile, Vile sits in his room, reflecting on Zyxia's words about a god who cannot grant their wishes being useless. Motivated by her sentiment, he stands up and decides to watch the ongoing fights among the other regulars. Io announces that the current matches are incredible, featuring a group of regulars with outstanding talents delivering a fierce and fantastic show. He wonders who will emerge as the final winners of the 5 groups. Will it be the devil from Fug, Kasano Beniamino, or Novik, who employs the Crimson Soul Fist? Or might an unexpected dark horse rise to the occasion? Io admits he cannot take his eyes off this battle. Vile reflects on the motivations of others, realizing that everyone is fighting for something, wishing, struggling, and desperately gathering strength. He questions his own purpose and what he truly desires, wondering where Rachel is. Io announces that Novik easily defeated the other regulars and has successfully inserted his plug, concluding the chaotic game for the 5 groups. As Vile walks back toward his room, Io continues, noting that the results of Group 23 were unexpected and beyond their expectations, laughing as he delivers the news. Upon arriving at his room, Vile finds the previously mentioned stranger sitting on his bed. Meanwhile, Io declares that if everyone is enjoying the battles, it's now time for the final game of the individual tournaments. He reveals that there are 48 winners from a total of 26 groups who will compete for the final tickets to the team tournament. Ran wonders if he is the last one, while Io announces which 6 gamblers will become the team tournament leaders. Observing the points of all the gamblers, Shibisu notes that he has finally regained his original points, while Ran-mei laments her failure, having only accumulated 10,000 points. Mask Man stares at his 10 lakh points, realizing he needs more, and as the gossip around him grows, Io steps in, asking for silence. He explains that this final game will decide everything, and then announces the list of the last 3 groups that will determine the outcome. The audience becomes excited, and Anok, looking at her group list, thinks it's amazing. Ran also notices his name and begins to assess the situation. Io reveals that 2 of the top 5 E-rank regulars are in one group, and both of them lock eyes, the tension between them palpable. Io continues, saying it's time to find out who is truly stronger. Shibisu, watching this unfold, thinks to himself that this is the worst matchup possible. If those 2 fight, one of them will inevitably lose. Io adds a special rule for this last group. All the gamblers must bet on every group's match. They can no longer place all their money on one regular. Shibisu is confused and wonders what Io means by all in. Io clarifies that for this final group, the gamblers can go all in on one bet. The twist is that the winner will receive a bonus, a potential extra 3 million points. Both Shibisu and Mask Man are stunned, realizing the magnitude of the opportunity. 3 million points could change everything. Shibisu contemplates the 3 million bonus points that would be awarded if he goes all in and succeeds. This bonus is extraordinary. If he guesses correctly, he will secure a spot in the tournament and gain a significant advantage. Mask Man considers the opportunity to be enticing, perhaps too enticing, and anticipates that many gamblers will attempt to seize this chance. However, he does not identify a clear group to back. He believes the most likely contenders are Ran and Anok. Unfortunately, it seems improbable that both will win. It is already widely recognized that the 2 had a confrontation in the previous game, making it certain that one of them will fail in this round. Mask Man assesses the situation as a 50-50 chance. He wonders if the victor will be Anok, who has Jahad's bloodline, albeit partially, or Kun Ran, who is among the most talented in the Kun family. Shibisu reflects on the reality that one of them will likely falter, as their pride will not allow them to reconcile easily. He ponders his next move, knowing it would be remarkable if he makes the right call. Yet, he realizes that if he does not, everything will be lost, particularly if 3 or more gamblers fail by going all in. He believes he might be able to advance to the team tournament since he has recovered his original 500,000 points, so it would be prudent for him to bet very little in this round. He questions his own reasoning, realizing that his success thus far is not due to his own outstanding qualities, but rather because he has had exceptional people around him whom he trusts. In a dark corridor, the silhouette of a man with glowing green eyes murmurs to himself that it is finally his turn to shine. The scene shifts to the stadium, where Io announces that the battle is over and that they will now begin the final round of the individual tournament. Anok, Rak, and Paracule arrive for their match. Rak spots them and asks if that isn't Pickles, wondering why he is there, while Kun questions whether Rak knows him. Shibisu thinks that if Paracule is present, he should have left with Rak, which raises his curiosity about why he is here alongside Rak. Mask Man senses a bad feeling about the situation. In the arena, Paracule laughs and laments his misfortune at being on the same team as Mask Man. He declares that he, the Honorable Paracule, will cause a revolution with a single shot, and then urges the game to begin. The fighting commences, with Paracule screaming and running as a regular pursues him. Paracule curses and tells the regular to go away, calling him a piece of trash. Mask Man observes this and wonders what Paracule is doing. Io announces that this is the most evenly matched group in terms of power, and as expected, the fight is intense from the very start, resulting in chaos. However, amidst this turmoil, One group stands out for its extreme silence. Anak Jahad and Kun Ran glare at each other, causing all the regulars on stage to freeze in place. Meanwhile, Wangnan asks Chang who will win the battle between two of the top E-rank regulars. He admits that although it's hard to believe, he is also among the top 5, so he wonders who Chang thinks will emerge victorious. Chang replies that it's difficult to say. He notes that while the Lizard of Jahad is stronger in terms of raw power, Ran possesses exceptional skill. Chang explains that Ran has a broader range of abilities that he can adapt to any situation, giving him the advantage in battles governed by rules like this one. He believes the outcome of the fight is ultimately in Ran's hands. Ran addresses Io, suggesting a slight change to the rules. Io inquires what he means, and Ran responds that it is obvious this match will conclude with either him or the lizard winning. He proposes that they be allowed to fight without interference from other regulars. Io declines, stating that they cannot do that because betting has already concluded, and it would be unfair to the other groups. Ran counters, questioning what is unfair about it. He asserts that the gamblers have already placed their bets on either him or Anak, and if Io is concerned about fairness, the regulars in their group would likely find it unjust to compete alongside them. Io acknowledges that it is indeed unfair for the regulars to compete in the same group as such formidable opponents. Ran agrees, stating that this group has been unjust from the outset. Io finds this situation troubling. At that moment, someone contacts him, suggesting that he should allow the two to proceed as they wish, noting that the audience would likely prefer it as well. Io then asks what kind of rules this person proposes. Ran responds that it is simple. He wants a one-on-one match between just the two of them. He further explains that they will fight without plugs and utilize the entire stadium for their battle. The loser of the fight will forfeit the game, while the winner will insert their plug, allowing the other regulars to claim the remaining 2 spots. Shibisu wonders what Ran is thinking, as he appears to be seeking a one-on-one match against Anak. Ran considers whether he can truly win against a member of the Jahad family solely through his strength, while Chang questions if Ran has disregarded a rule that had been advantageous to him. Io then turns to Anak, asking for her thoughts on the proposal. She responds affirmatively, declaring that she will accept. She adds that Ran is nothing but a cocky blue scoundrel as she drops her rod. Io announces that they accept Ran's proposal for a one-on-one match between Anak Jahad and Kun Ran. He instructs the other regulars in Group 29 to compete for the remaining 2 slots. As both Ran and Anak drop their rods, Anak questions where Ran derives his confidence, wondering if he plans to resort to cheap tricks like before. Ran firmly states that this time will be different. He intends to face her head-on as he begins to chew on a Radan, a lightning pill. Eden observes Ran's actions with concern, while Mask Man inquires about the pill. Anak, noticing the pill, asks if he is taking drugs, assuring him that she will kill him so quickly that he won't even have time to feel fear. Before Ran can swallow the pill, Anak launches a premature attack, declaring that she can eliminate him before he can finish and calling him an idiot. Shibisu thinks about the underhanded nature of Anak's move as she throws Ran aside. She chides him, asking if this is how he takes it easy, questioning whether she pulled her punch because she was scared. Ran rises again, expressing his annoyance at Anak, claiming it is unacceptable for her to strike him while he is eating. Fully charged, electric currents spike through his hair, and a mark appears beneath his right eye as he asserts that people like her are truly bothersome. Anak observes his face, wondering about the peculiar mole and questioning whether he accidentally consumed an expired pill. Ran warns her that she will regret creating a situation where he can unleash his full power. As Anak charges forward to attack, she thinks to herself that he will quickly run out of energy if he continues fighting at this intensity from the start. Ran prepares to counterattack, announcing that he will demonstrate his powerful wave of lightning, tearing a fissure in the arena as he showcases the absolute difference in their power. Meanwhile, in Vile's room, he finds a stranger seated on his bed. Vile demands to know who the intruder is and what he is doing in his space. The stranger introduces himself as Beta, explaining that he is there to meet Vile and revealing that he, too, is a living ignition weapon, just like Vile. The scene shifts to Beta's chaotic dark room, filled with skewered teddy bears, as Sophia Amy anxiously searches the Arcorn workshop for him, calling out his name. Two guards arrive and inquire about the commotion. Sophia informs them that Beta has vanished, warning that it would be a disaster if he escaped, emphasizing the urgency of finding him. The guards assure her they will take care of it. Meanwhile, Kasano receives a message on his phone and reads Sophia's text, which alerts him that Beta has gotten out of his cage. The battle between Ran and Anok rages on, resulting in increasing collateral damage. It becomes evident that Ran, skillfully dodging Anok's attacks and countering them effortlessly, holds the advantage. The audience, frightened by the chaos, begins to flee for their lives. Wangnan, observing the scene, wonders if the spectators are also E-rank regulars like them. He concludes that while they may be on the same level, he is clearly not. The irritated Anok, after being kicked into the stadium wall, reflects that Ran's erratic blows do not even graze her and that he is wasting his power. Determined, she charges at him, declaring that close combat is her specialty. As they exchange continuous attacks, both seeking victory, Anok grows frustrated and tells him to stop playing around when he throws her aside. Shibisu, watching from the sidelines, is astonished and thinks it is unbelievable that Anok is struggling in close combat. She questions how he has become so strong since their first fight and asks what he has eaten. Ran replies that it is a lightning pill. Curious, she inquires further about the lightning pill. He explains that he has created a highly concentrated lightning-type Shinsubong and consumed it. With the pill, he can temporarily access explosive power due to the reaction between the electric current in his body and the lightning pill. He warns her that it is a secret weapon only the chosen ones in his family can use, adding that she would die from shock if she were to swallow the pill, as her body would reject it. He explains that the dot on his face is called a trace, which appears when he takes the pill. He notes that the shape varies for each person, and both the size and shape of the trace can change depending on the pill's effect. While he is under the influence of this pill, he is significantly stronger and faster than usual, but the effect only lasts for 5 minutes, after which he becomes unable to walk. Anok responds skeptically, asking if it is wise to reveal his weakness. He insists that she does not understand. 5 minutes is more than enough time to defeat someone like her. Frustrated, she berates him while Shibisu listens, thinking that Anok needs to rein herself in. He worries that Ran is provoking her to attack again. Determined, Anok charges at him once more. She punches him, but he successfully blocks her attack. Laughing, she retorts that she doubts it will even take 5 minutes, claiming that 1 minute will suffice to knock him out. As he attacks her, she deftly dodges and questions whether he has not just claimed to be stronger than her at that moment. He employs the Mashini-style lightning spear technique, unleashing a deadly lightning strike that pushes her away. She retaliates with insults, asserting that she also knows how to wield Shinsu. Shibisu attempts to intervene, while the masked man observes and reflects on Ran's insight, noting that despite having only met her once, he has already identified her weakness. Ran declares that her Shinsu is too slow to catch him and lands another punch, utilizing the Mashini-style fighting technique, Arch Lightning. Shibisu reveals that Ran can only fight for 5 minutes after consuming the pill, after which he will be unable to lift a finger. If Anok were to evade him for those 5 minutes, he would lose the match. However, Ran is confident that she will not run away. He strikes her again, sending her flying, as she prepares for a counterattack and hurls more insults at him. He asserts that she cannot defeat him in her current state, identifying her greatest strength as her biggest weakness. Shibisu notes that Ran overwhelms Anok with the very power she prides herself on, inflicting damage not just physically but also to her pride. This humiliation is something Anak has never experienced before, leaving a lasting mark on her sense of self. Flustered, Anak attempts to recover her pride and lunges at Ran. However, the natural-born spear wielder seizes the opportunity, knowing that the wound to her pride will ultimately lead to her downfall. Ran declares that it is over as he employs the manhwa-style lightning spear technique, unleashing a deadly weapon. In the opening left by that scratch, the blue lightning spear thrusts through her heart, delivering a critical blow as Ran wields his sword of lightning. Shibisu reflects that this match is unfolding just as he had anticipated. The conversation between Beta and Vile continues as Vile asks if Beta is truly a living ignition weapon. Beta confirms, and Vile responds by saying that it cannot be true, as Horyang had told him the experimentation had ended. Beta then questions if Vile really knows anything at all, expressing disappointment that the so-called completed being seems so ignorant. Vile, puzzled, asks what Beta means by the completed. Beta explains that Vile apparently does not yet know how to awaken the devil within him. Vile urges him to think carefully and consider why Fug would have brought him here, to which Beta counters, asking why Fug would want to win this battle. Vile reflects and explains that the winning prize of the workshop battle is special because it belongs to the victor forever. He then wonders aloud what this prize could be that Fug desires to keep for eternity. He asks her, and she will explain everything, although he will also learn about the sin for which he will need to atone. He says they will meet again at the party, the completed one, and then he leaves. Meanwhile, in the stadium, Io announces that Kun Ran has made an incredible play. After a fierce rush, he dealt Anak Jahad a critical blow, slamming her down onto the stage. He adds that the regulars on stage were thrown into the water by the sheer force of Ran's explosive power, and marvels at how Kun Ran's strength is on an entirely different level, laughing in awe. Ran reflects that when he told her about the 5-minute limit, she must have believed she had to defeat him within that time, which is why she so desperately tried to attack. He notes that her pride wouldn't allow her to win after the time was up, and it was that arrogance that led to her downfall. Anak lies on the floor, bleeding heavily from the fight. Ran tells her that if she doesn't let go of her arrogance, she'll never be able to defeat him. As he walks away, Anak rises to her feet, shouting for him to stop. He turns, shocked, thinking there's no way she could get back up after the blow he delivered. Though he deliberately aimed away from her heart, the strike was still critical enough that she shouldn't have been able to stand. She defiantly declares that the 5 minutes aren't over yet and promises to kill him within that time. Ran tells her she's going to die, to which Anak retorts that she didn't refrain from running because she was arrogant, but because she couldn't. Ran contemplates that, while his sword of light narrowly missed her heart, it still pierced straight through her body. He considers that even someone from the Jahad bloodline can't endure this level of bleeding for long. Anak throws a punch, which Ran blocks with his arm. He notices she can't even properly reinforce her body anymore. Kicking her in the head, Ran thinks that if he can pressure her a bit more, it will be over. Anak screams, forcing him back, and despite his efforts to finish the fight, she pushes herself forward once again. As he charges toward her, he wonders how she could still possess such power, cursing her tenacity. Anak crashes into a wall, shattering it as water floods the arena. Ran remains balanced on a piece of stone, watching as she stands up in front of him again. He thinks to himself that her resilience was unexpected. Given how unfamiliar she is with losing, he assumed breaking her confidence would be enough to stop her. Anak taunts him, asking why he looks surprised, and challenges him to finish her off, mocking if he's afraid to fight her now that he's nearing his limit. Ran scoffs, telling her not to be ridiculous, and once again summons the manhwa-style lightning spear technique, deadly lightning, preparing to strike. At the same time, Anak rushes forward, ready to counterattack. As they clash, exchanging a flurry of blows, both fighters endure more damage. Blood flows from Anak's wounds, but she pushes through, refusing to fall. The entire arena holds its breath, caught in the suspense as the two fighters race toward delivering a final blow. Io, observing the fierce battle, remarks that both of them are incredible. The fight is so intense that it seems to shake the very foundation of the stage. He notes how Anak Jahad, though cornered, has made a remarkable recovery, turning the battle into an unpredictable contest. The question now remains who will emerge victorious in this fierce round. Mask Man observes the battle with certainty, thinking that the outcome has already been decided. He notices that Anak is using every bit of her willpower just to stay on her feet. But it's clear she can't withstand another long-distance attack. Her instinct allows her to excel in close combat, but she won't be able to block anything from afar. He knows Ran won't risk engaging her up close again, now that victory is nearly certain. Ran, however, scoffs, calling her troublesome, and claims he isn't afraid of her as he leaps forward to strike once more. Mask Man thinks Ran shouldn't fall for this, while Chang remarks that, at this point, no one can predict how the battle will end. He notes that the effects of Ran's lightning pill are almost wearing off, and Anak doesn't have the strength to remain standing much longer. He concludes that the next strike will end the fight, and with one more blow, Ran knocks Anak out. The tension builds as the gamblers, filled with suspense, demand to know who won and which gambler will claim victory. Suddenly, the platform beneath the fighters is flipped over by the struggling Pericule, who declares evolution long-term, with surprising determination. Everyone is shocked as they spot him, incredulous that it's Pericule. As Ran and Anak float in the water, Pericule surfaces, gasping, and says he almost drowned. Mask Man watches as both Ran and Anak float in the water and wonders if they both lost. Meanwhile, back in Vile's room, Vile stands in shock, gripping his phone. On the screen, a message from Emily reveals the shocking truth. The winning prize of the workshop battle is none other than the ignition weapon, Vile. The phone slips from Vile's hand and falls to the ground. The scene shifts to Traveler, who remains locked up in his cell aboard the Archimedes. Desperately, he wonders what he should do and thinks he must escape as soon as possible. He needs to save Emily before the battle ends. Otherwise, if he doesn't, the workshop will kill her and turn her into a weapon. In his panic, he calls out to anyone, Jahad, Inryu, Urek Mazino, hoping they might come to his aid. Suddenly, the prisoner in the neighboring cell apologizes for overhearing and asks Traveler if he's also here to save Emily. Traveler confirms, explaining that his sole purpose for being there is to rescue her. The neighboring prisoner then admits that he too came to save Emily. At that moment, other prisoners, having overheard their conversation, chime in. One asks what the situation is about, claiming he is also there to save Emily. Traveler, confused, asks what he means, while the prisoner questions whether Traveler is also trying to save her. Traveler, bewildered by the situation, hears another prisoner insist that Emily personally asked him to save her. A third voice jumps in, incredulously asking what the first prisoner is talking about. The second prisoner then exclaims that he's also there for her, followed by yet another voice claiming that he, too, came to save Emily. Traveler, growing increasingly frustrated, shouts that this isn't funny and that he was supposed to be the one to save her. However, all the other prisoners persist in stating that they were each summoned by Emily to rescue her. Confused, Traveler wonders what all this means and thinks to himself, what is going on with Emily? Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Hats, who is attempting to escape to the Archrone workshop. After carefully climbing down a ladder, he finds himself in a deep passageway and thinks that if he encounters an enemy here, he won't be able to do anything. The absence of his sword leaves him feeling weak and vulnerable. Eventually, Hats comes across a sealed door that seems to be calling out to him. Looking around, he notes the enormity of the space and speculates that there must be a way out, his gaze resting on the door. He examines the door and thinks it might open if he inserts something into a small hole. But he can't shake the feeling that something or someone is calling to him from within. Suddenly, he hears a voice. "Someone, please get him out," the voice pleads. As Hats approaches the door, he is suddenly ambushed by a Gugua crab. a level 60 workshop patrol unit that pushes him away with surprising force. He thinks to himself that it is the patrol and curses under his breath, realizing that it is faster than it appears. Desperate for a weapon, Hats spots a steel pipe and grabs it, managing to inflict some damage on the unit. Holding the pipe triumphantly, he remarks that it is much better than nothing. However, he quickly assesses the situation, noting that the pipe is hollow and might bend easily. He decides to use this to his advantage by filling it with shinsu to strengthen its hollow center. With this makeshift weapon, he believes he might stand a chance against the Gugua crab. Yet, as he prepares to attack, he realizes that the creature's exterior is rock solid, and his pipe cracks upon impact. The Gugua crab retaliates by firing its shinsu cannons. Hats thinks to himself that although he feels like a mere human without a sword, he recalls the advice he received. It is not the weapon that defines him. He resolves to control the situation differently. He races toward the Gugua crab, determined to turn the pipe in his hands into the strongest weapon he possesses. Forgetting his doubts, he charges forward with newfound resolve, ready to make the most of his unconventional armament. Hats executes the demonic fish wheel dance, using the white wave devil tearing single slash annihilation to stab the patrol unit directly in its optical core. As he does so, he thinks it worked. Could it be that the unit is self-destructing? Realizing he cannot escape, he prepares for the worst. Just then, a guard arrives, leaping onto the Gugua crab and employing the Dangan-style weapon reinforcement technique, delivering a powerful lightning strike. Hats jumps back to observe, astonished as the guard stops the self-destructing patrol with a single blow. He wonders who this formidable figure could be. The guard glances at him and comments that Hats has improved quite a bit, though he is still reckless. Hats recognizes the voice and asks who he is, feeling a sense of familiarity. The guard removes his helmet, revealing himself as Liro Ro, and Hats' eyes widen in recognition. It has truly been a long time since they last met. Hats inquires why Liro is there, asking about the test floor. Liro responds that he has quit and is currently occupied with a part-time job. When Hats questions whether it involves the workshop, Liro clarifies that it does not, but he needs to keep an eye on someone. Hats expresses his need to find a way out, mentioning that he must participate in the individual tournament but has been unable to locate an exit. Liro acknowledges that he knows the way out, but informs Hats that he heard the individual tournament has just concluded, making it futile to return. Frustrated, Hats exclaims in disbelief. Just then, someone communicates via the patrolling device, informing Liro that a party will start soon, prompting him to mention that he is now jobless as well. He asks Hats if he can assist him with his work for a bit. Hats, curious, asks what the job entails, to which Liro replies that it involves preventing them from creating the worst weapon. As the party aboard the suspend ship Archimedes, which is moving toward the tournament arena, commences, a guard announces that the festivities have begun. Madarako acknowledges that he can hear people singing from this distance, believing that the music will soon reach the stadium, and that it will not be long before Vile is in his grasp. Io sings that they have stayed up all night to get lucky, emphasizing that they are up all night to achieve this goal and have come too far to abandon their true selves while he plays guitar. Meanwhile, at the party, Wangnan drinks with Akraptor, Chang, and Quitro. Wangnan expresses his frustration, stating that he did not expect both of them to fail, and even Kun has not succeeded. He laments that the cactus scoundrels have ruined everything, remarking on the unexpected defeat of the two because of him. Quitro inquires whether it will simply end like this, while Akraptor responds that they have asked the gamblers to gather, suggesting that a conclusion should be reached there. Chang questions the significance of the matter, stating that he has passed and merely needs to join a team other than Kun's. Wangnan expresses that it is meaningless if it is not that team, while Akraptor inquires whether he has lost money. Wangnan questions why Akraptor always thinks in that manner. Akraptor responds that they should wait for Kun to return, noting that he is not the type to give up easily. He assures Wang Nin that he will definitely obtain something. Wang Nin agrees that he should. At that moment, Indorsi arrives, and someone remarks that it is Indorsi Jahad, noting her beauty. Wang Nin blushes, commenting that she is even prettier up close. Akraptor observes that she is more stunning in person and asserts that she truly stands out. He adds, however, that she is a fierce woman, as people repeatedly call her princess. He asks if Wang Nin has seen her fight in the stadium, admitting that he would not want to face her in battle, just as she looks at them and labels them losers. Meanwhile, Rand stands near a wall, contemplating that he does not know what to do about this dream and her, wishing for the dream to come true. Anak, seeking refuge from the media, unexpectedly runs into Rand, who tells her to go away and insults her. She retorts that it is annoying and questions why they come in groups to take pictures. Rand observes that Anak appears more lively than he had expected, to which she questions what he is doing there as well. He replies that they said the losers must attend, and since he is one of them, he is about to leave. She reminds him that he had claimed he could not move after taking that pill, yet he woke up faster than she anticipated, asking if that was a lie as well. He explains that he simply controlled the dosage, keeping the next game in mind, unlike her. Anak asserts that she can move after getting some sleep and finds it amusing that he is acting so cocky after such a failure. He retorts that he will win their next fight, claiming he would have triumphed if not for the interference at the end. She asks what he means by that, and he inquires whether she knows Vile. When she asks why he is asking, Wang Nin interjects, noting that it seems Rand knows those guys, suggesting it does not matter even if she does not. Meanwhile, at the party, Xiaxia arrives looking dejected, accompanied by a casually dressed Navik and a suited Horyang. Xiaxia questions why Horyang must attend the party with such company. Horyang responds indignantly, asking how a rabbit can say such a thing. Xiaxia retorts that his outfit is dull and boring, requesting someone to please get her out of there. Navik ponders the significance of his suit when the appearance of two love cupids, later revealed to be Miseng and Prince, interrupts him. One of them exclaims that someone has truly arrived, announcing that the individual who picks the lucky number will have the chance to date the most beautiful girl in the party room. Xiaxia muses over what they are: Cupid, Pumpkin, Lucky. The Cupids declare that the winner is the handsome devil's right-hand man, a gentleman, while Xiaxia reflects that he seems to have been kidnapped. Navik questions whether that isn't dangerous, prompting Xiaxia to ask to whom. The Cupids then grab Horyang's hands, dragging him along as he protests, asking where they are taking him. At that moment, Goseng arrives and calls out to Horyang, who spots her. Horyang asks what all of this is about, and she replies that she means to ask if he wants to dance with her. They both begin to enjoy themselves on the dance floor, and as she mentions that it is her first time dancing, she expresses that it literally feels as though she is flying, her feet not touching the ground. He swings her around and apologizes when she asks if her dress looks strange. He assures her that it looks good on her, but she replies that she knows he does not truly mean it. After he leaves, one thought continues to weigh heavily on her mind. She recalls their first meeting on the 20th floor, when she expressed her desire to give up on the tests and live outside, a sentiment she repeated multiple times. She confesses that she truly regrets those words, having said them without knowing anything about his painful past and the reasons he must ascend the tower. She admits that it has been bothering him as well, to which he responds that he met Sophia. She inquires if he means the researcher whom he and his friend admired, and he confirms this. He explains that she came here to meet him, and she expresses her hope that Sophia is doing well. He replies that she has not ceased her experimentation, leading her to question what he means by that. He elaborates that the living ignition experimentation, which had been conducted on him and Kasano, has continued, and he suspects they have completed another version as well. He reflects that Sophia had known everything from the beginning, knowing that both Kasano and he would end up with bodies like theirs. He explains that the only reason they could continue living as humans, despite their altered forms, was because the love she had given them remained in their hearts. However, if that love had been fake, he would question everything. He wonders if the love, the warm smiles, and the names she gave them had all been lies just to ensure the success of her research. If so, must they truly become devils? As he contemplates, he checks his phone and sees Emily's message, stating that she does not love him. Meanwhile, Rack launches a brutal attack on Pericule, calling him garbage and knocking him out. Pericule, in pain and confusion, asks why Rack hit him and what wrong he had done, explaining that he only used evolution to survive. Rack furiously jumps on him, yelling that he should have just died and accusing him of ruining everything. He reminds Pericule that they were supposed to bring the black turtle back and viciously beats him, blaming him for their failure. Yiwa, witnessing the violence, pleads with Rack to stop, warning that Pericule might actually die. Rack, undeterred, declares that now that things have escalated, he will have to confront the situation head-on. Rack gets up and begins to walk away when she asks where he is going. He responds that he is going to see the black turtle, dismissing the promise with Fug. Since things have turned out this way, he intends to retrieve the black turtle immediately. She, puzzled, asks what he is talking about and urges him to wait, asking him to come with her. Meanwhile, Vile arrives at the party, drawing in Dorsey's gaze as she stares at him. They all enter the living room of the banquet, where the 10 gamblers have already gathered. At the start of the gamblers' meeting, it is revealed that all the gamblers, except for Ron May and Reflejo, have been qualified. Mia expresses disbelief, stating that he didn't expect everyone to fail like this. Another gambler comments that Mia should not have been so greedy, while a third adds that the lucky ones always survive somehow. Those two manage to make it through the all-in catastrophe. Shibisu, feeling frustrated, remarks that Ron May passed while he did not. Ron May angrily shouts that she is not an idiot, and someone mockingly asks if she isn't embarrassed to have passed with only 1 point. She confidently replies that she is not embarrassed at all. Another gambler, eyeing her, comments that she looks handsome up close and jokes that without the mask, she might even be his type. What a shame. Ron May snaps at him, telling him to stop the tapping. The masked man curtly replies that she should mind her own business, calling her a snake. He adds that the snakes who were interested in him are already in the afterlife. Another gambler remarks on how charming that is. At that moment, Io arrives and apologizes for being late, explaining that he was so focused on the concert that he lost track of time. Io addresses the group, remarking that perhaps he should call them the 2 gamblers and the right losers. The masked man immediately retorts, insisting that they are not losers, and points out that the fight between Anak Jahad and Kunran was an entirely separate battle. He argues that Pericule had already failed because he fell into the water, and his interruption was clearly against the rules. Therefore, he claims, the bet shouldn't count, and they haven't failed yet. Shibisu, impressed by the masked man's reasoning, agrees, stating that he thinks the masked man is correct. He tells Io that Pericule's interference violated the rules. Shibisu further explains that both Kunran and Anak had received permission from him to use the entire stage for their fight, but Pericule did not. As a result, neither Ran nor Anak won, since an accident interrupted their fight, making it a no decision. He adds that the rule of the game was to bet on the winner, and since there is no winner, the bet should not count. Io acknowledges that it is a reasonable argument, but insists they cannot change the fact that the gamblers still technically failed. Despite that, he admits that it was against the rules to disqualify all the gamblers, so he proposes a new type of tournament for the 8 who failed. Shibisu, curious, asks what kind of tournament it is. Io replies that it is called the Growth Tournament. Meanwhile, Dorsey looks around, searching for Vile with Emily's help. Frustrated, she throws her phone aside, muttering that Emily is useless. She thinks to herself that she had been perfectly disguised and followed Vile closely, but he had suddenly vanished into the crowd. She reflects on how she came to the exact location Emily told her, yet no one was there, and getting changed had been such a hassle. She's convinced that Vile noticed her trailing him and fed Emily false information, playing her for a fool. Annoyed, she asks Emily again for his location, to which Emily responds with Archimedes' Banquet 32/1. Dorsey, frustrated, grabs her phone again and curses under her breath, angry that Vile managed to outsmart her. She vows to catch him no matter what, irritated by the entire situation. Meanwhile, some guards search for Beta, who is sitting on a rooftop, watching them from above. He chuckles and calls them idiots as they fail to notice him. Vile arrives at the rooftop, and Beta greets him with, "Welcome, the completed one." Did he find him with Emily? Vile confirms, stating that this is the place where he can keep an eye on the location he input into Emily. Vile acknowledges Beta's intelligence, commenting on how the others blindly trust the data he inputs into Emily and rush to the location without hesitation. Beta, observing their naivete, laughs, finding it amusing. Vile then asks why they are chasing him. Beta explains that it's because he left the house. He likens himself to a runaway, admitting that he was bored being confined and wanted to participate in the workshop battle, just like Vile. Curious, Beta asks why Vile came to see him. Vile responds that he wants to ask him something about the ignition weapon inside him. Beta stands up and walks toward him, telling Vile that if he is seeking a way to ignite it, it's impossible, his weapon cannot be ignited. He explains that the needle implanted in Vile is just a replica, not the real one. Fug implanted it so Vile could get accustomed to it. The workshop, however, holds the real one, and Fug wants him to possess that real needle. Beta continues, revealing that the genuine needle is inside the water stadium. If Vile can secure a ticket to the final tournament, he will be able to enter the water stadium, and it is there that they will find the real needle. Beta asks if Vile wants to know how to get the real needle without belonging to Fug. When Vile remains silent, Beta smirks and says it's simple, just steal it. Meanwhile, in a room within the resting area, someone asks what everyone thinks about the growth tournament. Kun sits with Wangnan, Akraptor, and Eden as he explains. He says the growth tournament consists of 8 groups fighting, and the winning team will face off against the victor of the battle between Team Mad Dog and Team Fug. Kun continues by outlining the simple rules of the tournament. First, the leader chooses a spearhead to start the game. Then, using the points gathered throughout the competition, the leader can buy teammates to grow the team and advance to the finals. Akraptor asks what happens with Team Fug and Team Mad Dog. Kun clarifies that those teams start with all their members from the beginning, and their battle will take place tomorrow, at the same time as the tournament. He explains that both teams came to fight against each other, so there was no reason for them to refuse the offer. Then, to everyone's surprise, Kun announces that Wangnan will be their team's spearhead. Wangnan is visibly shocked upon hearing this. Wangnan asks why they have chosen him, and Kun explains that each team is given 1 lakh points at the start, and all the regulars have a price. He has the lowest price among them. Kun states that to acquire the teammate they want, they must win while using as little money as possible in the quarterfinals. He suggests discussing the details when everyone returns and inquires about the whereabouts of the crocodile. Meanwhile, Wangnan thinks to himself that it is all right to proceed and lies down on the bed. At the same time, Rak, along with Yuwa, is trying to sneak into Fug's quarter to find Vile. Rak speculates that this must be Fug's lodging and, when Yuwa asks if he is really going, expresses concern about getting caught by Fug while sneaking in. He responds that he can no longer trust that stubborn turtle and insists on going himself to retrieve the black turtle. Rak suggests they leave when Yuwa tries to stop him, but he glances into a room and sees Zyuxia drunk and unconscious. He remarks that she is intoxicated and reiterates the need to go. Just then, he bumps into Dorsey, causing both of them to fall to the ground. Rak wonders if he has collided with a tank, while Dorsey asks who he is. Rak quickly recognizes her and thinks about why this googly-eyed turtle is present, and she also identifies him, asking if he is the crocodile. He denies this, thinking that he should not be caught here. Endorsi insists that he is indeed wrong, questioning his denial. Rack firmly repeats that he is not. At that moment, Vile unknowingly walks right into them, calling out for Xiaxia. Kun lies down on his bed, hoping that Rack is not doing something foolish, while Rack has just encountered Vile and Endorsi. Endorsi looks at Vile and runs toward him, demanding that he give up and reveal himself, but Vile flees. She calls after him as Rack also pursues, telling him to stop right there. Endorsi echoes this, but Vile runs too fast for them to catch him, prompting both to follow. Vile wonders why they are both there and how they got in, but he knows he must escape quickly. He activates Blue Ore to facilitate his rapid getaway. Rack asks what that is, noting how fast it is and expressing his desire to ride it. Meanwhile, Vile finds himself confronted by Yiwa, who anticipates his next move but fails to capture him. She insists that she understands his movement pattern and asks to be allowed to catch him. Vile narrowly escapes her attack, thinking that he is safe, but ahead of him lies a set of stairs. Suddenly, Pericule uses his revolutionary freedom to cut off Vile's route. Rack sees this and compliments Pericule, declaring it a nice move before jumping onto Vile and grabbing him. Gazing into Vile's eyes, Rack expresses his disbelief and emotion, stating that he is alive, confirming that the turtle has been telling the truth, and that the black turtle truly lives. He hugs Vile tightly, repeating that he is alive. Endorsi watches them and asks if it is really Bomb. Meanwhile, Horyang, after his date with Goseng, finds himself unable to leave as she mentions that she had fun but needs to return to prepare for the tournament. Horyang responds affirmatively, thanking her for the day and admitting he enjoyed himself. She insists that he does not need to thank her, as she should be thanking him for saving her life, and bids him goodbye, saying she will see him tomorrow. He sadly replies that it's okay, while she calls his name. Apologizing for spacing out, he acknowledges that he should get going, but as she says goodbye, he scratches his head and smiles as he walks away. She shakes his hand as he departs, and he thinks it strange. He feels unable to move his feet and wishes to stay a little longer, missing the moments they shared. Horyang calls out to her again, and she responds affirmatively, while he reflects that he has already found his answer. He asks if, after the tournament, he can return to the group, the people who will save him. Meanwhile, Rack continues to hug Vile, repeatedly asserting that he is alive, that the black turtle is alive, and that he will not let him go. He vows not to forgive those responsible for Vile's condition. Rack urges Vile to escape with him, suggesting they ascend the tower together like before, but Vile attempts to interject. Endorsi questions the commotion, wondering if there is an intruder. Vile responds that he believes the noise is coming from there and suspects his teammates have returned, insisting that Rack should leave. Rack protests, asking what he means by that. He declares he will not leave without taking Vile with him. Vile insists that it is not the right time and urges Rack to go back for now. Rack firmly states that there is no way he will do that, while Vile reiterates that he cannot go with him. Endorsi grabs Rack from behind, insisting that he come with her, referring to him as an insistent crocodile. Vile calls out to her to stop as she warns Rack that he had better return soon, otherwise he will miss their date. She glances at Vile, noting that he hasn't changed at all, before running away while holding Rack. Vile asks what she means by a date, and she mentions that Yiwa is with her as well, and that she agrees. Endorsi encourages them to run, and they all leap down, being teleported to a safe location by Endorsi's Bong Bong, with Pericule jumping alongside them. Refugio arrives with Novik and asks Vile if anything happened. Vile replies that nothing occurred. As they teleport to another location, Endorsi praises her Bong Bong, prompting Yiwa to inquire if it is teleportation. Endorsi then turns to Rack, demanding that he reveal everything he has been hiding. Meanwhile, Novik questions Vile about his claim of nothing happening, calling it boring and suggesting he should return to sleep. Vile thanks Novik, noting that he was the one who got Xiaxia drunk and led Refugio out so that his teammates wouldn't be caught. Novik tells Vile that he does not need to be thanked. He simply wants to know what kind of relationship Vile has. Vile then asks if he can request one more favor, and when Novik inquires what it is, Vile replies that he wants him to fight against him in the tournament tomorrow, as he plans to leave this team. Meanwhile, Refugio states that they broke the rules first and acknowledges Vile's reunion with his old teammates. He asserts that, as they had planned, they no longer need to adhere to the rules and instructs them to inform the gamblers that tomorrow at the tournament, they will eliminate all of Vile's teammates. Later, Beta sits in a secluded spot, laughing as he declares that it is finally beginning. He has waited too long to drive Vile into despair with his own hands. He anticipates the moment when he will crush everything precious to Vile. Just then, a guard arrives and points a gun at him, stating that things will not go as Beta wishes and commanding him to return to the cage. Beta laughs and asks if the guard truly thinks he can trap him again, activating his giant foot to kick the guard away. Beta declares that he should inform that woman that it is she who turned them into weapons, and he will demonstrate exactly what she has created, the power she has unleashed. He vows to show her the despair she has wrought, making it unmistakably clear. The next day, Archimedes arrives at the final test arena, where Io apologizes for keeping everyone waiting, addressing the ladies and gentlemen, as well as the regulars participating in the workshop battle, while Wangnin exercises. Io announces that starting now, in this beautiful yet dangerous water stadium, the last tournament of the workshop battle begins. The vanguards are preparing for the start of the development tournament on the southern half of the isle. Io apologizes for keeping everyone waiting and announces that they will now begin the team tournament to determine the winner of this workshop battle. He briefly explains the rules of the tournament, stating that Team Mad Dog's and Team Fug's games will take place in the north, while the other team's game will be held at the southern end of the stadium. He mentions that the winners of these two games will face each other in the final round for the grand prize. He further explains that in the Tournament of Growth, the Spearhead leads the game and gathers points within the stadium. These points can be used to summon teammates at the calling center or to purchase items. Io describes the event as an adventure and a tournament where teams must grow stronger to defeat their opponents. He clarifies that the place they are currently in is the non-battle area, and once the tournament begins, each group is free to act as they choose on the battlefield. When the tournament officially starts, they will move north to participate in the battles. He explains that if they force the enemy team's spearhead to surrender or render them unable to fight, they will earn the opportunity to advance to the next round. He wishes them good luck, noting that the regulars standing before them are the spearheads of their opposing teams. For their reference, regulars within the same group are allowed to attack each other. However, he reminds them that to progress to the next round, they must defeat the spearhead of the opposing team. If they manage to do so, they will be awarded bonus points. He adds that further details of the game have been shared with the leaders through the provided lighthouse. He emphasizes that any teams failing to reach the battlefield within 30 minutes of the game's start will be disqualified, so they must move quickly. Concurrently, in the northern part of the island, the semifinal round between Team Fug and Team Mad Dog will also take place. With that, he declares the Tournament of Growth has officially begun. Meanwhile, Wangnin moves along the pathway on the beach, followed closely by the lighthouse provided by Kun's workshop. He remarks that the island is much larger than he had imagined, especially if it truly is an artificial stadium. Kun responds, noting that it is well known that the workshop people often engage in outrageous projects, and he has also heard of an artificial territory within the tower. He comments that they are talented lunatics and that this growth tournament is a bizarre game. He adds that he will be exhausted before the actual fight even begins, then asks for Kun's opinion. Kun replies that although it is called a tournament, it feels more like a survival game. Each group consists of 4 teams, and the teams are allowed to attack one another. He mentions that in some cases, it is possible for 3 teams to gang up on one. However, to proceed to the semifinals, they must defeat the opposing team's spearhead. The issue, he explains, is that their opponent's spearheads are those particular individuals, and although the rules state that only one spearhead should be chosen, they are facing 2. Wanganen asks whether the 2 spearheads are actually 2 in 1 or if one of them is a decoy, adding that they definitely should not engage them without a proper plan. He then inquires what they should do, noting that he must enter the battlefield within 30 minutes. Kun agrees but advises against taking the log bridge, which, while the fastest route, also carries the greatest risk of encountering other teams. Wangnan then suggests crossing through the eastern beach instead. Although it would take more time, it would lead him directly to the calling center. Kun agrees, saying that Wangnan should head there first and summon their initial teammate, as they already have enough points with him acting as the spearhead. Wangnan then asks who he should summon as the first teammate, when Mask Man interjects, saying that it is a secret. Mask Man urges them to head to the calling center to summon their teammate. Wangnan, somewhat exasperated, thinks to himself that everything is always a secret with Mask Man. The scene shifts to the central island, where the log bridge leading to the battlefield stands. Bathman from Hell, Boondawan, the spearhead of Bellux's team, arrives. Bellux follows and bursts into laughter, confident that with Boondawan as their spearhead, victory in the tournament is assured. He then notices the vanguard standing at the other end of the bridge and questions what he sees, realizing it's the spearhead of the opposing team. Bellux mocks him, asking if he is really waiting there to fight them. He scoffs at the idea that the vanguard could possibly face Boondawan alone, claiming he must be out of his mind. Bellux sneers, taunting that it seems the vanguard has a death wish, and tells Boondawan to help make it come true. Boondawan, infamous as the Bathman from Hell, had once disguised himself as a Titamiri and skinned thousands of people. Though he had been beheaded as punishment, he survived and entered the tower, earning his notorious reputation. As the vanguard rushes forward to attack Boondawan, he recalls how others had been hesitant to approach Boondawan due to his terrifying history, but he had managed to recruit him for his team. Just before the confrontation, the vanguard notes that Boondawan cost 1 lakh point to summon, making him the most expensive spearhead in the tournament. Bellux orders Boondawan to attack, and with a single blow to the head, Boondawan knocks the vanguard unconscious. Bellux watches the scene, laughing as he remarks how easily the fight was won, mocking the vanguard as pathetic. Boondawan, without hesitation, throws the lifeless vanguard off the bridge. Bellux, satisfied, declares that now that they have dealt with their opposing team, they can take their time exploring the island before the semifinals. He laughs, clearly enjoying his sense of triumph. Meanwhile, Shibisu complains that it should have been the fighting Vile in the north, not Ron Mei, who took a longer route. Mei, responding with confidence, tells him not to be so downcast. She promises to defeat these weak humans as quickly as possible and then moves on to face Vile for revenge, mentioning the honey and implying Shibisu won't join in her vendetta. Shibisu, deep in thought, finds himself bothered by something Anok told him the previous day. He recalls her saying that there was something odd about Vile. When he had asked her what she meant, Anok cryptically responded, suggesting that Vile had known about them from the very beginning. Shibisu, growing irritated, demands to know what Anok means and why Vile would know them. She responds that she isn't sure, but something feels off about him. She tells Shibisu to check it out himself, adding that she had wanted him to do so before walking away. Shibisu calls after her, but she doesn't turn back. He reflects on how strange Endorsi had seemed after returning late, and when she said, "Alright, she gets it now," it only added to his confusion. Watching her closely, Shibisu wonders what's wrong with her, thinking that talking to her right now might be dangerous, as if she might lash out at them. Feeling increasingly left out, Shibisu thinks it seems as though he's the only one in the dark, comparing himself to an alienated father. Frustrated, he tells himself to stop worrying. Everything will make sense once they meet Vile. Determined, He declares that it's time to move on. "Let's go, Vespa," he says, urging her to help him end the tournament quickly so they can face Vile. Meanwhile, at the beach, Vader regains consciousness but is in significant pain from his injuries. In the north, at the waiting area of Team Fug, located within an old monkhouse inside the battle temple, Novik stands outside near a pillar. He notes that the tournament has already begun in the south and tells the others to start preparing. Vile responds calmly, "Got it. Let's go." May opens the door and informs Varigarv that the tournament has begun, signaling that it's time for him to head out. He steps outside, where May and another regular are already waiting. She comments that he seems to be in good shape, while he asks about the whereabouts of Pandit and Graben. She assures him they are in their positions, adding that they appeared quite serious despite their team's certain victory. As they all start moving toward the battlefield, Varigarv simply states, "Let's get moving." Meanwhile, Zyxia and her team also arrive at the battlefield. Zyxia, feeling a bit off, mentions to Refugio that she drank a little the previous day. Refugio dismisses her concern, telling her to focus on the game, as the battle should be their priority. She thinks to herself how strange his tone seems but remains silent. At the same time, Vile arrives on the scene. He calls out to Refugio, who responds immediately. Vile then asks for more information about the person named Varigarv. Refugio reminds him that, as he mentioned before, Varigarv is one of the 3 mad dogs created by Yama. The mad dogs are bred using a special method known as blood mixing. Refugio explains that 2 or more powerful bloodlines are injected into a person, and when a mad dog is born through this blood mixing process, they possess power on an entirely different level compared to regulars. Mad dogs are extremely powerful and unique. Vile asks if this is the same power they witnessed in the individual battle. Refugio confirms, saying he isn't entirely sure but believes it is likely. He warns Vile that fighting Varigarv directly is dangerous. Refugio suggests it would be better to eliminate Varigarv's teammates first, and then defeat him together. Vile, however, refuses the plan, stating that he does not want any unnecessary sacrifices. He insists that the best approach is to catch the mad dog as quickly as possible while blocking the other enemies. Vile declares that he will face Varigarv alone, asking Refugio and the others to defend him from behind while he takes on the mad dog directly. Meanwhile, Punk announces the start of the semifinal team tournament, where the winner will claim the best weapon. Introducing himself as the host of the semifinal, Punk warmly greets the participants and promises to briefly explain the rules of the game. He states that the rules are very simple. The scene shifts to Central Island, specifically to the Battle Temple Shrine, where Punk announces that the key to opening the door to the winning prize is hidden within the shrine at the center of the island. He explains that if Team Fug manages to get past Team Mad Dog and acquires the key, they will win. Conversely, if Team Mad Dog successfully protects their key, they will emerge victorious. Punk adds that there are 2 invasion points on the field. If Team Fug loses control of these points, Team Mad Dog automatically wins. He then declares that it is time to start the match. As he begins the countdown from 5, he prepares to signal the start of the game. Upon reaching 0, he announces that the tournament has commenced. The scene shifts again to the team tournament area, specifically the teammate calling center. Here, Wanganen expresses his relief at finally arriving, while Kun, speaking through the lighthouse, warns him to be careful. He reminds Wanganen that by stepping into the battle area, there is a significant risk of encountering an enemy and potentially dying. Wanganen acknowledges the warning and states his intention to enter quickly and call their teammates. Wanganen moves forward, glancing around and noting how dark it is. Suddenly, he hears a voice welcoming him to the teammate calling center, causing him to jump in surprise. The voice belongs to a robot that introduces itself as R7, the guide robot for the calling center, here to assist him. Wanganen inquires about what it means to be a guide, to which R7 responds that he will explain how to call his teammates. He instructs Wanganen to follow him. Wang Nin agrees, and R7 leads him to the pond designated for calling teammates, announcing that they have arrived. Wang Nin looks at the water and asks about its purpose. R7 explains that he should call out the name of the teammate he wishes to summon, and that teammate will appear in the pond. Wang Nin expresses his disbelief, prompting R7 to ask why he would joke about such a thing. R7 further clarifies that in order to summon a teammate, Wang Nin will need enough points and the consent of the teammate. Additionally, he mentions that it is possible to repurchase a gambler who has failed the game once. R7 explains that every 30 minutes, Wang Nin will receive a charge of 50,000 points. If he defeats a regular from another team, he will earn a bonus of 1 lakh point, and defeating a spearhead will grant him a bonus of 5 lakh points. Wang Nin turns to Kun and asks if he heard that. He then inquires who they should call first. Kun checks the list and realizes that if Team Fug loses to Team Mad Dog, they could call Bomb, though he is incredibly expensive at 100 points. Kun thinks that would be a great option, but decides they should take things step by step. He announces that the first teammate he will call is Quitro Blitz. Tibo and Lebo overhear this and express confusion about who Quitro Blitz is, questioning whether they are really calling that notorious flamethrower to be their teammate. Kun confirms that, yes, Quitro is a bit crazy, but he possesses impressive skills. He notes that they need to fill a spot, and Quitro is the only one capable of convincing Chang. From behind Wang Nin, Tibo and Lebo agree that Kun is right, and that Quitro is indeed a suitable choice. Just then, they see Quitro enter the area. Tibo mentions that he took a detour instead of crossing the bridge to reach their location, to which Lebo responds that they had expected he would do that. Just then, their team leader, Hyunchung, arrives and comments that it was obvious they planned to call a teammate after purchasing a cheap spearhead. He asserts that his keen intuition is never wrong. Kun mutters in frustration that Hyunchung's sixth sense is annoyingly accurate. He urges Wang Nin to call Quitro. Wang Nin complies, calling out for Quitro Blitz. As he does, a circle appears in front of him and begins to load. He looks at it, puzzled, and asks what it is. R7 explains that the request to call his teammate is currently loading. Kun asks about the loading process, and R7 explains that it takes 5 minutes to summon Quitro, as every game in the world has some loading time. Wang Nin protests, claiming he wasn't informed of this detail before, and expresses his annoyance at R7. Meanwhile, the circle continues to beep, indicating the timer is counting down. Wang Nin, growing increasingly anxious, exclaims that they are in trouble. At the northern part of the stadium, the match between Team Fug and Team Mad Dog unfolds. Horyong observes the battle, finding it strange that both teams are fighting with full power, as if they are simply biding their time. He wonders why Vile chose to confront Verigarv alone, noting Vile's solitary approach as he heads toward the entrance of the research facility. Upon reaching the facility, Vile inquires about stealing the needle. Beta confirms that 3 gamblers have participated in this workshop battle under Team Fug's orders. As he engages in combat with a Mad Dog, they plan to eliminate all of Vile's teammates. Beta adds that the rankers of Team Fug are on standby in Archimedes, prepared for any contingency. He emphasizes that Vile has no escape from this situation, and the only way to thwart Team Fug is to steal the needle. He indicates that he will assist Vile in this mission. Beta throws an object toward Vile, who catches it and asks what it is. Beta explains that it is another key to access the location of the needle, which he managed to steal from the workshop. He instructs Vile to come to the needle's location while the game is ongoing, assuring him that he will be waiting there. Beta promises that Vile will learn everything upon arrival, including the truth behind the workshop battle and how he can reunite with his teammates in this tournament. He reflects that this is where the real needle is hidden. At the same time, Refugio sprints toward Vile, prompting Novik to question why he is there, as Vile had instructed him to wait back. Novik warns that this area is a no-passing zone, indicating that they have allied with Team Mad Dog. At the cruise party the day before the tournament, Anak inquires about a figure approaching her. Reincarnation calls out her name and opens her arms to embrace her. Anak asks if she isn't too tired to attend the party, noting that she heard she would be fighting Team Fug the following day. Reincarnation smiles and confirms that they will seek revenge on her behalf. Anak acknowledges the need for revenge, but requests a favor from him. She mentions a guy named Novik, who is often seen with Kun Rand from Team Fug. Anak urges Reincarnation to secretly meet with Novik before the tournament, suggesting that if her instincts are correct, there may not be a reason for her and Vile to fight each other. The scene shifts to 1 hour before the tournament, where Novik contemplates the idea of stealing the winning prize. While he considers the merit of the plan, he wonders how he can evade the surveillance of Teams Mad Dog and Fug. Just then, Reincarnation arrives and asks if he is Novik, identifying him as Kun Agro Agnes's former teammate. Novik queries her about the purpose of her visit. Reincarnation conveys Anak's message, stating that if Vile is indeed the person she believes him to be, and if he plans to return to his previous life, the Mad Dog can assist him for a short period. The scene shifts back to the present, where Refugio launches an attack on Novik, who attempts to evade it. Novik argues that his suggestion was mutually beneficial, explaining that Team Mad Dog entered the workshop battle to defeat Team Fug, and Vile has already made the decision to leave Fug behind. He continues, asserting that Team Fug will ultimately fail, allowing Vile to return to his old teammates after acquiring the real needle he desires. As Novik blocks Refugio's attack, he remarks that it is too late for anger, as the Mad Dog possesses the other key, making it difficult to steal. He claims that Vile must have already reached the location of the needle, declaring that his plan has officially failed and that the game is no longer under his control. Refugio, incensed, retorts that Novik has no right to speak so arrogantly, pointing out that he does not even understand what lies ahead and calling him an imbecile. The scene shifts to the other side of the island, where the team tournament stage is set. R7 continues to load the teleportation for Quitro. Wangnan anxiously asks Kun what they should do, noting that there are still 4 minutes until Quitro arrives. Kun suggests they need to buy time until Quitro gets there, urging Wangnan to run away. Hyunchang laughs, mocking Wangnan's suggestion, and questions whether he truly believes he can escape in such a narrow space. He insists that they should take the situation more seriously, commanding Thibaut and Libo to demonstrate their powers. The two create a magical circle, prompting Wangnan to ask if it involves Shinsu. They both unleash an attack as he tries to flee for his life. Wangnan exclaims in disbelief that they are using incredibly strong Shinsu, realizing that he could be killed with a single shot. He knows he cannot endure this for 4 minutes in such close quarters. Kun thinks to himself that they are stronger than he anticipated and recognizes that it would be game over if he were hit even once. Wangnan calls out for Kun to save him, acknowledging that it is only a matter of time before he gets struck. He resolves to find their weakness, convinced that there must be a reason behind why those two operate as a single unit. Kun instructs Wangnan to run toward Thibaut and Libo, prompting Wangnan to question his reasoning. Kun explains that he wants to test something. Wangnan asks what kind of test it is, expressing concern that Kun must be crazy since a single blow could easily kill him. Kun reassures him, stating that he cannot survive without acting a bit crazy. He urges Wangnan to trust him and emphasizes that the only advantage he has over others is his foolish courage. Wangnan, feeling he has no choice, charges toward Thibaut and Libo, calling out to Kun. As he gets closer, the two create a Shinsu attack, questioning whether he has a death wish. Kun urges Wangnan to push just a bit more, and as a flash appears, it blasts their Shinsu. Kun commands Wangnan to run to the side, and he obeys, glancing back at Thibaut and Libo as their Shinsu dissipates. Wangnan wonders if they have stopped, feeling a surge of confusion. Meanwhile, Kun realizes that they are half and half, prompting Wangnan to ask what he means by that. Kun confirms his observation, noting that it was odd from the start. The yellow one was always on the right, while the blue one remained on the left. Kun explains that he has heard of a tribe in the tower that splits their bodies into two to increase their chances of survival. He theorizes that Tibo and Libo belong to this tribe, suggesting that the left side of the yellow guy and the right side of the blue guy represent the real parts of their bodies. He further explains that their other halves are fake, incapable of using Shinsu, and slower in reaction time. This explains why, when Wang Nin charged into their blind spot, they were momentarily sluggish in responding to his movements. Hyunchung realizes they have noticed Wang Nin's approach just as he attempts to speak. He commands Tibo and Libo to attack and eliminate Wang Nin. The two again create a Shinsu circle, but Wang Nin slips behind them, declaring that if he alters the direction of his movement, they will react more slowly. As they turn to look at him, Wang Nin quickly punches one of them. He then focuses on the other and states that it is time to end the test for which he risked his life. With swift precision, he knocks them out. Meanwhile, Punk announces congratulations, stating that Wang Nin has defeated the spearhead of the opposing team and has advanced to the semifinals. He instructs Wang Nin to proceed to the waiting area until the semifinals begin, proclaiming that Team Sweet and Sour advances and acquires 5 lakh points. Meanwhile, the loading completes and a bright light appears. R7 announces that the loading time is over and that Quitro Blitz has arrived. Quitro enters with a loud laugh, declaring the rules of flames and asserting that he is here. Wang Nin remarks that he arrived just in time, while Quitro asks where the regulars he needs to burn are, expressing his boredom from waiting in the waiting room. Wang Nin explains that it is almost over, and they need to head to the waiting area to prepare for the semifinals. Quitro reacts in disbelief, insisting that he will go crazy if he cannot burn anything right now. Wang Nin thinks to himself that Quitro is truly unpredictable, but they have enough points after defeating the enemy team. He wonders why they don't call in more teammates. Kun agrees, suggesting they call additional teammates before leaving, noting that there will be no more loading before the next round. He reviews their current points. Team Sweet and Sour has 1,50,000 points. Rack Wraithrazor also has 1,50,000 points. Yiwa Yon possesses the same amount, and Akraptor has 70,000 points. Quitro exclaims with excitement, noting the presence of Dino, while Yiwa remarks on the wet environment. Quitro mentions their tardiness and inquires about the waiting room, observing that the other teams are nearly finished preparing and ready to proceed to the semifinals. Akraptor adds that Endorsi Jahad is becoming increasingly angry. Rack asks about the fate of the Black Turtle team, wondering if they lost. Kun removes his mask and admits he doesn't know. All he can ascertain are the results available here, suggesting they check the TV in the waiting area. Rack agrees, stating they should head to the waiting room. Meanwhile, Kun silently hopes for his safety. Below the water stadium, Vile gazes at a giant needle, reflecting that this must indeed be the real needle. Beta arrives and marvels at its magnificence, confirming that it is the highly sought-after needle that Fug desires, known as the needle to kill the king. Beta explains that there is a reason they gave this name to the needle. Long ago, an irregular named Enryu entered the tower and killed an administrator. It was a shocking event that defied the natural law, which held that administrators were immortal. The needle was found at the place where Enryu killed the administrator, and he admits that he does not know how Fug acquired it. However, they believed that this needle could be the weapon to kill Jahad, but no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to use it. This was because the needle was already dead. Though it was an ignition weapon, it had become a hollow, lifeless shell. Eventually, Fug decided to collaborate with the dark researchers of the workshop. Fug transferred the rights of the needle to the scientists and promised to fully support any research they conducted. The dark scientists of the workshop accepted Fug's proposal. That was when the workshop began kidnapping children from the middle area to conduct their research. The research aimed at turning a human into an ignition weapon. Meanwhile, Novik inquires Refugio about the needle meant to kill the king. Refugio confirms, stating that what is inside is not just an ordinary weapon, but the key to realizing Fug's long-cherished dream. He adds that they have waited a long time for its completion and have finally obtained the last material needed. When Novik asks what he means by that, Refugio responds that this plan has been meticulously in the works for longer than Novik can imagine. He assures him there is not even the slightest error in their plan, and his final task is to deliver this completed weapon to his master. Novik, incredulous, questions what Refugio could be talking about under such circumstances. Refugio explains that the workshop battle is still under their control, and that Novik is the one being set up. Meanwhile, Beta explains that the research was conducted in secret because using living human beings as research subjects was prohibited, even in the workshop. However, the scientists, consumed by madness, became obsessed with their work and never stopped. He explains that they eventually succeeded in creating human ignition weapons. He questions why they were so obsessed with a living ignition weapon, revealing that it was because they had discovered the devil capable of igniting the needle. He adds that this evil entity is hiding within his body, and although he does not know exactly what it is, he has heard it is a devil powerful enough to rival a god. He continues, stating that all the research was conducted to harness the power necessary to ignite the needle. Ultimately, he was completed, and Fug was preparing to give him the needle during this workshop battle. But some of the Slayers opposed the plan. They argued that the needle could not be entrusted to a rookie Slayer nominee, fearing he might betray them at any moment. As a result, they devised a different approach to create the ignition weapon by embedding a soul into the empty needle, ensuring that it would remain under their control forever. He then reveals that the true prize of this workshop battle is him, Vile. On the other side, Reincarnation arrives near Novik, who turns to look at her and reminds her that she promised to keep an eye on the key, asking why she is here. She responds by questioning how naive he is, both he and Anok, asking if he didn't realize that everything had been going too smoothly and that they were Fug's pawns from the start. Novik, confused, asks what she is talking about, reminding her that she claimed to hate Fug. She admits that was a lie, explaining that she deceived him to lure Vile into their trap. She goes on to say that she befriended Anok to keep an eye on him, while Novik angrily calls her a scoundrel. She recalls telling him that her help would only be temporary and now realizes that everything was part of the trap. Mad Dog betrayed Fug, and Vile is going to steal the needle. At this point, she orders her regulars to kill Novik, and they both rush to attack him. Novik, realizing that Vile is in danger, braces himself when Horyang suddenly intervenes, saving him just in time with his Shinsu power. Novik immediately recognizes him, and Horyang curses under his breath, saying that he came because he felt something was wrong and demands to know what is happening. Reincarnation taunts him, calling him the scary teddy bear, while Novik quickly warns Horyang to run, urging him that it's a trap. Novik runs toward Horyang as Reincarnation launches an attack at them. He shouts for Horyang to duck, and together they narrowly avoid her strike and flee. She turns to Refugio, asking if she should pursue them, but he calmly responds that it is unnecessary. There is nothing they can do now. As they run, Horyang, still bewildered, demands to know what is going on and where Vile is. Novik answers that they have been trapped from the beginning and that Reincarnation and Refugio were on Mad Dog's side all along. Horyang, confused, asks what he means, and Novik explains that they are trying to use Vile for their plans. When Horyang presses for more details, Novik admits that he doesn't know everything but insists they need to inform Vile. At that moment, Yudo suddenly appears in front of them. They both stop and stare at him, asking if he is Yudo, and if he is there to stop them. Yudo, with a calm demeanor, tells them to follow him, assuring them that he will show them the way. Novik, skeptical, asks what Yudo is talking about. Yudo responds, saying there is something they must do. After a while, Beta stabs Vile and completely binds him with Shinsu strings. Vile, immobilized, wonders if this had all been a trap. Beta, looking down at him, reveals that he has been waiting a long time for Vile to come here. He explains that everything has happened to complete him, yet Vile foolishly wants to steal the needle to live happily with his friends. Beta scoffs at the idea, calling it ridiculous. He goes on to say that because of the research done for Vile, she is still drawing travelers into the tower while in a deep sleep. He declares that they cannot simply stand by and watch Vile enjoy a happy life. Beta then threatens to kill Vile's friends one by one, promising to show him how painful it is to lose something precious. Vile, confused, asks who she is, but Beta only replies with, "Live in despair, the completed one," before leaping back to a nearby mountain and removing his bandages. Meanwhile, Rak, observing the situation, asks what is going on as Archimedes begins to move. At that moment, Punk arrives, performing a mic check, and announces breaking news. The results from the Northern Arena are in, and Team Fug has won because Team Mad Dog forfeited. He reveals that the winner of the semifinal is Team Fug. Kun, deep in thought, wonders what is meant by giving up when Punk continues with another announcement. He reports that there is more breaking news. 4 members of Team Fug, including Vile, have left the team, and Ron May and Verigarv of Team Mad Dog will be taking their places. Kun is taken aback, thinking to himself that Vile left Team Fug, while members of Team Mad Dog have now joined them. He tries to make sense of it all, questioning what is really happening. The brown-haired man with glasses, dressed in a white suit, makes another appearance when a voice from a CD player speaks, mentioning the needle of Enryu and noting that Fug had discovered something quite interesting. The voice then asks if that was the true purpose of this workshop battle. The man responds calmly, saying that he already knew, telling the other not to pretend as if he didn't. The other person replies, acknowledging that, as requested, they have withdrawn from the workshop battle. Now curious, they ask what the man's next move is. He replies that as long as no one crosses the line, he plans to simply observe, to see how that boy referring to Vile will overcome this trial. He adds that it would be interesting to witness the power of the real needle when it is in the hands of an irregular. The scene then shifts to the west side of the arena, where the quarterfinals are taking place. Vespa, indulging in his honey, laughs and declares that he has made it to the semifinals with ease. He mocks the hosts for daring to undervalue him, questioning if they even understand the strength of his sting. He smugly notes how easy it is to sting Bear's skin. Thanking those morons, he boasts that he was able to defeat the foolish humans effortlessly. Just then, Verdi comments, saying it's a clear shot. Vespa laughs, boasting that he hasn't even transformed yet his strength is already impressive. He claims that his power is terrifying and vows to maintain this momentum to conquer the humans. Suddenly, someone speaks through a lighthouse, reminding him that they are supposed to be taking a test. The story shifts to a gathering of regulars, where Punk announces breaking news. The results from the Northern Arena are in Team Fug has won because Team Mad Dog threw in the towel. He continues, revealing that 4 members of Team Fug, including Vile, have left the team, while Ron May and Verigarv from Team Mad Dog will be taking their places. Shibisu, confused, wonders what this means. Vile has left his team, and members of Team Mad Dog have joined Team Fug. It doesn't make sense to him. At that moment, Vespa notices a shadow in the bushes and asks if it is Shibisu. Injured, Hats emerges from the foliage. Vespa questions if Hats is a human and how he got there. Hats urgently replies that they must stop them from creating the worst weapon. Another person asks through the lighthouse what he means by the worst weapon. Vespa, clutching his head, claims he isn't feeling himself and suggests that humans are very fragile. Hats insists that time is running out and urges them to hurry, exclaiming that Vile no, Bomb is in danger. On the east side of the arena, Shibisu asks what Hats is talking about. Rak chimes in, incredulously questioning if Black Turtle really left his team, declaring that it's nonsense. Black Turtle would never do that. Yua agrees, stating that while he may be a bad guy, he would never betray his own team. Rak insists that Black Turtle isn't a bad turtle, but rather a bad person, emphasizing that they are mistaken about him. Kun interjects, suggesting they head to the waiting area first to find out what is happening, and instructs Rak to cover his face. They all make their way toward the tournament area, specifically the waiting area for the quarterfinalists. As they arrive, Quitro expresses excitement, exclaiming that the place is much better than he expected. He eagerly suggests they go inside and check it out, revealing his desire to burn everything in sight. They rush into the waiting area, where R9 greets them, introducing himself as the guide for the building. He explains that this space is meant for them to rest before the semifinals begin, pointing out that the rooms are located in the hallway to their right. R9 advises them to get some rest in the rooms until the test starts, while Quitro contemplates whether he could burn down the building. However, Rak quickly shoots down the idea, saying nope. Quitro announces his intention to find something to burn, prompting Kun to express his desire to see the record of the match between Team Fug and Team Mad Dog. He asks R9 where he can find it. R9 informs him that he can watch the recordings in the video room, which is the first room on his left. Kun agrees, saying that while he checks the records, the others should choose their rooms. Everyone nods in agreement and heads inside. Wangnan questions why Vile would leave his team, expressing his confusion. Rak asserts that Black Turtle would never have done such a thing, convinced that Team Fug is up to something. Wangnan agrees but wonders what their motive could be, pointing out that they had made a bet with them. Akraptor interjects, stating that they are sneaky and that their intentions remain unclear. Frustrated, he declares that he knew it all along and that he is going to go blow up their heads right now. Just then, Matcha arrives and remarks that this tournament is insignificant. Kun glances at them, contemplating whether they are quarterfinalists as well. Matcha taunts that it isn't too easy for them, to which Paul responds that regardless, the snake will reward them with money if they advance to the finals, so they should hold on a little longer. Akraptor chimes in, mentioning that he heard Vile run away, prompting Matcha to laugh. He mocks Vile as an overestimated little coward, speculating that he might be afraid of the Mad Dog. He then asks if the Mad Dog is the new Slayer nominee, continuing to laugh. In the waiting area, Kun watches a big screen that announces the semifinal match between Team Mad Dog and Team Fug has begun. He observes that unexpectedly, the two teams are engaging in the game without much contact. He notes that Vile is running off somewhere alone and finds it strange. Bomb began to run as soon as the game started, and Navik disappeared at that same moment. Kun wonders why Team Mad Dog and Team Fug have decided to join forces and where Bomb could possibly be. At that moment, Mia arrives and asks Kun if he is searching for his missing friend. She then inquires if he is Kun Agro Agnes. He confirms her inquiry, and she introduces herself as Mia, the gambler, noting that she has also advanced to the semifinals. Curious, Kun asks how she knows his name. She replies that she has known it from the beginning, referring to him as the Masked Man. Mia explains that she is one of the gamblers planted by Fug when Kun inquires about her statement. She reveals that Fug has placed 3 gamblers in this workshop battle, and she is one of them. Kun is taken aback and asks for clarification. Mia continues, stating that they have all been deceived from the beginning. Team Mad Dog, the other gamblers, all of them are hunters sent by Fug to target him and his friends. She tells Kun that he no longer needs to wear his mask, as his friend will soon fall into an eternal slumber. Kun processes the information, realizing that Fug planted 3 gamblers in this battle, and that Bomb will succumb to an eternal slumber. He questions whether the entire situation has been a trap. He thinks about the bet with Fug and wonders why they brought Bomb here, feeling frustrated and bewildered. In a moment of decision, he removes his mask. Suddenly, Shibisu arrives, calling out to Kun and expressing his frustration. They both lock eyes, tension hanging between them. Meanwhile, on the north side of the arena, where Team Fug is gathered, Horyang, Navik, and Yudo sit together, observing a mountain hut. Horyang asks if Vile is on that mountain. Yuto confirms, suggesting that he is likely locked in the deepest area where the needle is kept. Novik mutters that Fug is sneaky, questioning why they suddenly betrayed Vile. Novik expresses his belief that Fug entered this workshop battle to provide him with the needle. Yuto agrees but adds that an opposing force exists. This force, consisting of various slayers and elders, does not want Vile, a mere slayer candidate, to wield the power of the needle, prompting Novik to recall Karaka. Yuto explains that these individuals hope to claim the power of the needle for themselves, leading them to ally with the workshop staff and send their men to scheme against Vile. He reveals their plan to create a weapon by dissolving Vile in the needle. Meanwhile, in a secluded part of the mountain range, Beta sits on a peak, lost in thought. He reminisces about a past command to kill someone, reflecting that everything is done to complete the research. Kasano approaches him, asking if he locked Vile away. Beta glances at him before responding. He admits that he is the one who provided Vile with the key when he was imprisoned in the lab and requested his assistance for Fug in exchange for his freedom. Beta muses that he thought he hated Vile more than he actually does, questioning whether he was wrong. He addresses Kasano Beniamino as he rises from his seat and walks away. He concludes that he does not care what Kasano or Fug are truly plotting, as long as they keep their promise. All he wants is for Vile to experience the same pain he felt. With determination, he declares his intent to kill all of Vile's precious friends. While Vile, chained and unable to move freely, surveys his surroundings, he wonders where he is. His gaze falls on a broken needle, and he contemplates whether he has fallen to the bottom. From his current perspective, the real needle appears truly magnificent. He speculates about the kind of power it would unleash if ignited, but realizes that his body is restrained, preventing him from using Shinsu. He thinks this situation might be akin to the ring Shibisu used, guessing that this trap absorbs his Shinsu since he senses its origin. Vile concludes that he may be able to escape if he can eliminate this obstacle when Refugio arrives, warning him not to even think about escaping. Vile looks at him, recognizing Refugio, and questions whether he had planned this from the beginning. Refugio confirms, stating that the only reason they brought him here was to transform him into a weapon to serve their master. Vile then asks if Refugio believes he can be forgiven after everything that has happened. Refugio apologizes but asserts that he is the one who broke the rules first, revealing that he has reunited with his old teammates and planned to abandon their team. He then asks if he is mistaken. He questions what Fug's elders would think if they discovered his plan. They would likely consider transforming him into a weapon, rather than keeping a rookie slayer who could betray them at any moment. A weapon is controllable, unlike humans. As Archimedes arrives, it pours the solution stored in its tail, causing everything except the needle to dissolve, thereby creating the ultimate weapon to realize their dream. Refugio explains that the weapon will determine which master is qualified to wield it, advising Vile to rest until then before walking away. Vile realizes that Kun's presence and his encounter with Rak were all part of their scheme. If he remains here, he risks endangering the lives of Novik, Kun, and Shibisu. He knows he must find a way out before they all fall into danger, no matter the cost. The scene shifts as Shibisu bursts into Kun's room, berating him and demanding to know why he hadn't informed him that he was alive. Kun tells him to wait. Hats arrives shortly after, warning Kun not to even think about escaping while pointing a gun at him from behind. Hats claims to know everything, leaving Kun perplexed about how they found him. Kun remarks that they have changed their weapon and questions whether they even know how to pull the trigger. Hats retorts that he still thinks of him as a fool and expresses a desire to blow his head off, but he refrains, stating they have more urgent matters at hand, particularly that Bomb is in danger. Kun asks what Hats means by this and how he knows Bomb is alive. Hats explains that Liro informed him and adds that Liro is also on Archimedes. Meanwhile, Wangnan accuses them of being foolish scoundrels, asserting that they believe they truly know Vile. while Rak declares that he will beat them to a pulp if he sees them at the semifinals. Suddenly, Yiwa emerges from a room, expressing her hatred for bugs, startling everyone. Wang Nin inquires what's wrong, and Hats reveals that there's a man-sized bug in the room, prompting them all to rush inside. He inquires about what she means by a bug, and they turn to see Vespa sitting there, prompting thoughts of a gigantic moth. Akraptor wonders if Vespa is a fly. Meanwhile, Kun asks Hats to clarify what he meant when he said Lero is on Archimedes. Hats confirms this, explaining that Lero had to keep an eye on Vile's movements to join a certain association. During this time, he noticed the striking resemblance between Vile and Bomb. Hats expresses that Lero had an uneasy feeling about the entire situation, which led him to infiltrate Archimedes while posing as a guard to gather information about Vile and the others. While investigating, he uncovered the schemes of both Fug and the workshop. Kun presses for details about their plans and then shows Hats his phone, where a message from Emily appears. Kun asks if she is indeed Emily and inquires about the significance of this revelation. Hats responds that Emily is, in fact, a human being and is currently inside Archimedes. He inquires about the implications of Hats's statement, to which Hats explains that Emily is a victim of the research conducted by Fug and the workshop, aimed at achieving a specific purpose. He elaborates that Cassano Beniamino and other significant figures are also victims, as Fug and the workshop have been experimenting on how to transform a living human into an ignition weapon and subsequently revert that living ignition weapon back into a weapon. Hats reveals that Fug intends to melt Vile into the prize of the workshop battle, using his irregular power to create a formidable ignition weapon. Kun asks for clarification regarding this plan, and Hats responds that soon, they will pour the solution from Archimedes' tail to dissolve Bomb. He emphasizes the urgency of the situation, insisting that they need to rescue him as soon as possible. On the other side, Wang Yin charges at Vespa, calling him a bug-off and a monster moth. Vespa retorts, expressing his discontent with humans, stating that he is a honeybee here to rule the world of humans. Rak warns everyone to step back, asserting that he will kill that creature with a single shot while putting on his mask. Kun arrives just in time and calls for everyone to come to the Vile room, emphasizing that it's an emergency. Rak looks at Kun and questions why the white turtle is present. Kun informs them that they need to act quickly because the situation with Vile is dire. Rak then asks what has happened to Black Turtle, to which Vespa ominously states that they are attempting to turn him into a weapon. The group seeks clarification on this revelation, and Hats confirms their fears. If they turn Vile into a weapon, it will be disastrous. Rak, still trying to process the information, questions Hats, frustrated that he didn't reveal this earlier. Hats explains that if he had known how serious the situation was, he would have intervened sooner. Rak's anger mounts as he demands to know why Hats kept this crucial information from them, knowing they wouldn't have allowed Vile to be captured if they had been aware of the true threat. Hats expresses his regret, admitting that he couldn't prevent the unfolding situation. He recalls his futile attempts to fight Beta, but was unable to withstand the overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Shibisu sits outside the room, turning to Kun and pointing out why Hats and Lero were unable to disclose their findings. He explains that rankers from Fug are aboard the Archimedes, surveilling their communications and movements. Even if Hats and Lero had discovered the truth, they wouldn't have been able to act without jeopardizing their safety. Shibisu continues, noting that Fug likely allowed them to come here because they were being used as hostages to ensure Bomb's compliance. Outside, Rak angrily declares that he won't forgive those scoundrels for ruining their reunion. Kun, frustrated, emerges from the shower and punches the wall, his anger evident. He tells Shibisu that their situation isn't ruined yet. He believes that parties always begin when the games end, and reminds them that no one can predict who will be smiling in the end. Kun asserts that Lero Ro must have understood this principle that the game rules are their only chance, and for them to secure a victory, the game needs to commence. Rak stands outside, knocking impatiently as he declares that he can't wait any longer. He insists on going to rescue Black Turtle right away. Wangnan urges him to stop, and Hats echoes this sentiment, trying to prevent Rak from rushing into danger. Just then, Kun steps out of the bathroom, wiping his mouth, and questions where they all think they're going. He asserts that they can't go after Black Turtle alone, and insists he will join them. Kun asks Hats how long it will take for the Archimedes to reach the location where bomb is being held. Hats estimates that it will be about 2 hours before they arrive and warns that the solution will be poured as soon as they do. He adds that Lero will do everything in his power to slow down the Archimedes, but they need to rescue Bomb before it's too late. Kun agrees, but he clarifies that this doesn't mean they are giving up on the tournament. Shibisu, confused, asks what Kun means by that. Kun responds with determination, stating that they will summon Bomb back to them. Inside the Archimedes, in the intruder's prison, a sudden disruption in the Shinsu wall leads some of the intruders, including Traveler, to break free from their confinement. An urgent announcement blares through the facility, warning that the intruders have escaped and instructing guards to capture them at all costs. A guard rushes in, bewildered, and asks how the prisoners managed to escape. The other guard replies that he doesn't know. A problem suddenly arose in the Shinsu barrier system, allowing some of the prisoners to break free. Meanwhile, Lero secretly presses a button to eavesdrop on the guards' conversation. One guard curses, frustrated by the system breakdown at such a critical moment, and insists on doing whatever it takes to recapture the escapees. Another guard confirms his orders. Lero then communicates with a contact, explaining that they have bought some time with this disruption and questions if it will be sufficient. Lero acknowledges that he sent Hats and believes he must have conveyed the truth to his teammates. He emphasizes that what happens next is in their hands and urges them to focus on their tasks. The other person confirms the urgency of their mission, stating that they cannot give up. Once the game starts, they will find a way to win. Meanwhile, a figure in a purple dress and glasses approaches Madarako, reporting that there has been a problem at the prison. Some of the prisoners have escaped. Madarako, seemingly unfazed by the commotion, remarks on the loudness outside and inquires about the status of the operation. The other person responds that the operation will be delayed for a while. Madarako expresses his frustration, indicating that they have rats on board, and asks if he will take care of them. The other person suggests handling the situation, but Madarako dismisses this, emphasizing that what truly matters is the results of the tournament. He instructs the other individual to leave the matter of the escapees until after the tournament concludes. The other person acknowledges Madarako's orders. As the chaos unfolds, Madarako reflects on the trouble caused by the escapees now that the tournament has begun and questions whether the kids in the arena can truly make a difference. Just then, Traveler thanks everyone for their patience and announces that the semifinals will commence. He momentarily thinks of Emily before stepping back into his role. Shortly after, Punk arrives to officially kick off the event, thanking the audience and stating that the semifinals will begin now. He outlines the rules, explaining that 4 teams will compete on the same field, and only the 2 teams that defeat the others will advance. Punk continues to explain that once the semifinals conclude, the 2 surviving teams will face off against each other for the chance to qualify for the finals. The ultimate victor will meet Team Thug in the final showdown, competing for the tournament's grand prize. He then invites all participants to step onto the field. In the waiting area, Hats questions whether Kun is really summoning Bomb, expressing skepticism about the plan's viability. Kun acknowledges the numerous uncertainties involved, but insists that they have no other choice. He believes this is likely the only way to extract Bomb without violating tournament rules, which would give Fug a valid reason to intervene. Wangnan, still confused, asks for clarification, prompting Akraptor to confirm that Kun indeed intends to summon Vile. Kun reassures them that they must adhere to the rules to prevent Bomb from exploiting any loopholes. He turns to Hats, asking if he understands the situation, to which Hats affirms that Lero had said the same. Lero assured them that if they followed this course of action, he would handle the consequences that arose from it. Wangnan, still concerned, asks how they plan to summon Vile given that he is currently trapped. Kun responds by explaining that there are 3 renegades from Team Fug, Horyang, Navik, and a scout who is plotting to betray Fug in order to rescue Vile. Yiwa inquires about the basis for Kun's claims, while Wangnan questions how he knows this information. Kun reveals that Emily informed him. He holds up a program that can answer any questions, indicating he used it to gather information about the situation, and it responded accordingly. The fact that Emily possesses this knowledge suggests that someone within the renegade group is sending them messages, indicating that they are aligned with Bomb. Wangnan scans Emily's message and asks about Horyang's involvement, to which Kun confirms that, while the situation is challenging, it remains feasible. If they manage to rescue Bomb, they can then summon him to their location. Shibisu expresses caution, wondering if they can truly trust the source of the message, considering one of the renegades is from Fug. Kun acknowledges the risk, stating that while he is unsure of the renegades' intentions, they are definitely on Bomb's side. He emphasizes that they must trust Navik, who is also with them, and that they have no alternative if they hope to save Bomb. Hats reflects on the situation, finding it hard to believe that they are putting their trust in someone, while Shibisu admits he genuinely thought that the scoundrel had perished. Meanwhile, Yudo glances at his phone, intrigued by its capabilities, and Horyang asks if he can really communicate with his friends using it. Yudo confirms this, explaining that it only works if they use the same keywords. He marvels at the device's effectiveness, stating that it's impressive. Horyang then wonders if Yudo thinks he'll be able to decipher their plan, to which Yudo confidently responds that he will, as he is an outstanding regular. Kun, aware of the urgency, insists that by the time they prepare Vile for summoning, they must have everything else ready as well. He instructs Wangnan and Quitro to head to the summoning area and initiate the process as soon as they are prepared. Quitro looks at Kun with a grin, excited about the upcoming fight, while Wangnan expresses his reluctance to be paired with Quitro, commenting on the unpredictability of working with him. Kun assigns Crocodile and Yiwa to provide support by eliminating enemies, emphasizing the need to secure as many points as possible during the chaos of the semifinals. Kun continues with the plan, stating that Akraptor will move in secret and strike the enemy at a crucial moment. He assigns Team Shibisu to be on standby, ready to handle any opposition that might appear unexpectedly. Shibisu acknowledges this, while Vespa joins them as well. Shibisu comments that it's been a while since they've worked together as a team, and this situation brings back memories of the past. Kun, keeping his focus, warns Shibisu not to get sentimental, reminding him that they're not a complete team yet. At that moment, Punk's voice echoes through the arena, announcing that the match will begin soon. Kun silently reflects, thinking that the team will only be complete once Bomb returns. Punk then officially declares the start of the semifinals, prompting all the regulars to prepare. As the announcement ends, Kun's team starts running. Paul from Team Snake taunts them, calling out sneakers and commenting on who they've encountered. Wangnan, a bit confused, asks who these guys are, recalling that they saw them earlier in the waiting room. Quitro, ever eager for a fight, confirms and says he's ready to burn them all. Rak, full of energy, tells Wangnan and Quitro to proceed to the summoning area and that he and the others will handle the fight here. Wangnan quickly pulls Quitro along, insisting they go, but Quitro, excited about the potential fight, protests, saying he also wants to burn their opponents. Wangnan, staying focused, tells him it's not the right time for that. Meanwhile, Matcha from Team Snake charges towards them, attempting to block their escape. Wangnan frantically calls for something to burn while Rak charges in, declaring that Matcha is his match, calling him a sneaky pointy hat. Quitro eagerly challenges Matcha as well, saying he'll burn him, but Wangnan tries to keep things under control, insisting that Quitro needs to stay on the mission. Matcha, unfazed, smirks and mocks Rak, asking if his opponent is a dwarf crocodile, before making a flirtatious comment about Yuwa, calling her a beauty. His teasing tone is meant to provoke, but the team knows they need to stay focused to proceed with the plan. Rak remarks that Yuwa is as skinny as a stick, adding that females need to be plump to bear children. Yuwa, unimpressed, counters by stating that his comment constitutes sexual harassment and that she is pretty enough. She does not understand Turtle's preferences in females. Matcha, amused, responds that he will play with her while suggesting she go find an ugly, fat hippo from elsewhere, mocking Rak by calling him a dumpy crocodile. Enraged, Rak charges at him, declaring that he is not a crocodile. However, Matcha easily blocks the attack with an umbrella-like weapon, sending Rak flying backward. Rak, stunned, notes the sturdiness of the weapon, and Matcha taunts him, asking if he had expected anything less. With such a weak punch, Matcha points out, Rak cannot possibly defeat him. He then asks if it is now his turn to strike. Meanwhile, Yuwa sends a wave of flames towards Paul. Paul, unfazed, asks if she is a flamethrower and declares that it is his turn. She warns him not to blame her if he gets burned to ashes, but to her shock, he swallows the flames effortlessly. Bewildered, she asks if he just ate the fire, and Paul confirms, commenting that her flame was quite tasty. Paul then explains that he is a descendant of the Getter race, a people who thrive on flames near volcanoes. No matter how intense the fire, it is merely a decent meal for him. He declares himself a natural enemy to any flame user, leaving Yuwa in disbelief, as she tries to comprehend the impossibility of him consuming her fire. Hats tells Yuwa to stay focused and not move as Matcha rushes to attack her. She narrowly avoids his strike. Matcha then remarks that the snake will reward them if they take down her team, but suggests that they are too attractive to kill. He proposes sparing her life if she agrees to climb the tower with him. Yuwa responds sharply, saying she would never climb the tower with a creepy guy like him, insisting that it will never happen and telling him to stop dreaming and leave her alone. Matcha, unfazed, says that in that case, he will have to show her what he is truly capable of. At that moment, Rak interrupts, commanding Matcha to move his foot. Matcha addresses him, confused, while Rak repeats firmly that he told him to move his foot. Rak transforms into his giant body and appears behind Matcha. Yuwa calls out to Rak, who throws Matcha aside when he asks how Rak got so big. Rak retorts that he didn't get bigger, he was always this size, and hurls Matcha away, calling him a little turtle. Wangnan watches the exchange, but Kun reminds him not to get distracted and to keep running, as they still have other enemies to face. Wangnan acknowledges this and notes that Rak suddenly grows enormous, and the crowd is cheering in awe of his incredible strength. Meanwhile, Beta arrives, stating that he's been waiting. Shortly after, Devil Bon appears, introducing himself as the gambler sent by Fug. He comments on Beta's frightening appearance, confirming his identity and saying, "So he is Beta, isn't he?" Beta responds sharply, telling Devil Bon to shut up and just hand over what was promised. Impatient, Devil Bon remarks on Beta's short temper but complies, revealing a jar, which he introduces as their spearhead, Medina. He explains that swallowing Medina will allow Beta to participate in the game without violating the rules, adding a comment about how he managed to carry such a thing in his pocket. Devil Bon asks if Beta is certain about this, and Beta confirms. He describes Medina as a parasite that preys on the brain of its human host, a regular with its own will. It had even participated in the workshop battle, controlling its host, and as planned, it pretended to be killed by Bathman by falling into the water. While Bathman believed he had passed, and was then eliminated by another spearhead, he had no idea that their true spearhead, Medina, was still alive. Devil Bon explains that if Beta becomes its host, he can join the game by swallowing the parasite. However, Devil Bon cautions Beta, warning him that if he allows the parasite to control him, he could lose his sense of self and become its puppet. He then questions Beta's courage, suggesting that he should give up if he fears being overtaken. But Beta, unfazed, retorts confidently, stating there's no way he would be controlled by something like that. He then questions if Devilbon even knows the kinds of experiments he's endured, implying that nothing could break his will. He suggests moving forward, asking if he is certain he will be all right, and the reply comes with confidence, absolutely, though something feels strange. Meanwhile, Rak charges at Matcha, shoving him aside and calling him a scoundrel, questioning if he was using a compression licenser. Matcha retorts that Rak shouldn't have underestimated him because of his size. Rak responds by asserting that this is his real size, calling Matcha a moron, before turning to Yiwa to ask if she is all right. She confirms, assuring him not to worry, while Rak, noticing Matcha's crushed umbrella, mocks him by asking what he plans to do now. Paul, recognizing Rak's strength, proposes they attack together, to which Matcha agrees, stating they should target the big crocodile first since the girl can't use her power effectively in this situation. He explains that her flame spreads too wide, making it impractical in close combat. Both Paul and Matcha charge at Rak, launching a joint attack. Matcha strikes first, calling out shoot and slash as he aims for Rak's leg. Rak feels the sharpness of the blow, realizing that while it only grazed him slightly, the weapon is far from ordinary. He informs Yiwa that they will attack together, acknowledging that while he suggests it, he cannot aim correctly. Furthermore, he notes that the bald opponent consumes fire, rendering any fire-based attack ineffective. Rak asserts that it does not matter. They should strike with all their strength. Yiwa agrees, stating that they have no other choice, and that she came to fight, so she needs to help him. Paul explains that fire is useless against him, but Rak counters that if he blocks his throat, he may still be unable to swallow. He grips his neck and emphasizes that the fire will burn hotter than lava, recalling how he has experienced its intensity before and witnessed he burning in the furnace of Yihua's flames. Yiwa looks at him, realizing the impact of his words as Matcha calls out to Paul. Rak glares at Matcha while still holding Paul's neck, and the duo swiftly overcomes Matcha's fear-induced paralysis, thanks to Rak's intimidating gaze. Matcha thinks he cannot move. Punk observes their performance and praises Red Hawk and Yiwa Yon for eliminating 2 players from Team Snake in the blink of an eye, attributing their success to incredible teamwork. The crowd praises Red Hawk, but Rak asserts that his name is Rak Wraithrazor. He shouts that he came here to meet the Black Turtle and warns that anyone who tries to get in his way will be crushed. At that moment, Beta arrives and tells Rak that he is too loud. Rak demands to know who Beta is, but Beta simply asks him to answer a question. Is he Vile's friend? Meanwhile, at the north side of the arena, Yuto, Navik, and Horyang enter an abandoned summoning area. Yuto announces that they have arrived. Horyang asks if Yuto is sure they can reach Vile by passing through the well. Navik confirms that the place was used for experiments, but it is abandoned now. Yuto explains that the enemies do not know the well still works, and it will help them reach Vile without being seen. Navik inquires how Yuto knows all this and why he knew Kun was alive, especially why he is helping Vile now. Yuto replies that Navik will find out soon enough. He plans to go and distract them, noting that the enemies have probably stationed guards at the entrance, but they will be slow to react since they are unaware of the wells. He emphasizes the need to rescue Vile quickly and moves toward the summoning area. Horyang reminds him that their goal is to rescue Vile, but they are the strongest regulars, and if this plan fails, their lives will be in danger. He questions whether Yuto still wants to proceed. Yuto asserts that he has already decided to rejoin his former team, explaining that if he does not help Vile, he will not be able to face them. Navik agrees with Yuto, stating there is no reason to hesitate if Kun is alive. Yuto responds positively, indicating that they should proceed. Meanwhile, in the semifinal arena, Beta encounters Rak and Yiwa, asking what is happening now, noting that the enemy's spearhead has appeared in front of the roaring Red Hawk. He questions whether they have a participant like that. Hats observes him and realizes that Beta is present. Shibisu, confused, asks who Beta is and wonders what Hats means by that. Hats clarifies that Beta is a significant player and questions how he managed to enter the tournament. Beta, ignoring the confusion, asks if they are Vile's friends. Rack interjects, questioning what Black Turtle has to do with him, asserting that he is the leader. Yua dismisses the idea, stating it is nonsense to think a child from an honorable family would associate with Fug. Beta, confused, asks what they are saying, insisting that they are not Vile's friends. Devil Bon interjects, suggesting they must be, to which Beta responds by instructing him to find Vile's friends. He adds that it seems two individuals are nearby, heading toward the calling center. Beta jumps from the mountain, declaring that they will follow the others. Rack wonders what he is doing when Devil Bon acknowledges the command. Meanwhile, Kun calls Rack a moron, admonishing him for allowing Beta to leave. He emphasizes that Beta is the one who trapped Vile and is, therefore, their enemy. Kun urges Rack to hurry and capture him, explaining that their summoning strategy will fail if Beta reaches its spearhead. Wangnan inquires how far they are from the area as he runs while grabbing Quitro. Kun responds that they will reach it within 20 minutes if they run fast. Wangnan, frustrated, asks if their legs are broken and tells them to run on their own. Quitro, unfazed, states that he is having more fun now. Rack retorts that he does not have time for this. Quitro counters by questioning why Rack is so worked up, suggesting that whether he dies or not has nothing to do with him. Wangnan angrily scolds Quitro, stating that his friend is on the verge of death, so he must risk his life to save him. Quitro asks who Wangnan's friend is just as a participant arrives to attack Wangnan from behind. However, Quitro notices the assailant and quickly warns Wangnan. He attacks the opponent, knocking him out, and exclaims that finally, something worth burning has appeared, promising to burn the assailant even better because of the color of his body. Quitro instructs Wangnan to move, and Wangnan swiftly dodges the attack. Quitro states that he will follow Wangnan after he finishes burning the opponent and heads toward the calling center. Wangnan questions Quitro's motives, and Quitro admits that he doesn't understand why he should help Vile, but he finds him somewhat likable and encourages Wangnan to go save his friend. Wangnan resumes running, indicating that he will leave the situation to Quitro. Quitro responds that it is no problem. Meanwhile, Wangnan reflects on how Quitro, known for his vicious nature, has turned out to be a reliable teammate, realizing that choosing him as the spearhead was the right decision. He concludes that he has found a good friend in Bomb. In the jungle, Beta follows Wangnan when he asks where they are. Devil Bon replies that they will meet them soon. One is heading to the calling center while the other is fighting the snake team. Beta agrees to pursue the one heading toward the calling center. Suddenly, Vespa ambushes him, stating that he cannot go any further as a human. Beta evades Vespa's attack while Vespa laughs, claiming to be the fastest regular, Vespa the Great. Beta expresses that he has heard all sorts of things live in the tower, starting with a talking crocodile and now encountering a talking bee. He decides to ask Vespa a question, inquiring if he is Vile's friend. Vespa responds that he is his enemy, claiming that Vile stole his honey. Beta clarifies that they are on the same side, as he does not like Vile either. Vespa asks for clarification and then suggests joining forces, telling Beta not to be persuaded and to block him. Vespa apologizes, stating that he still considers Beta his enemy. Beta questions this, reminding Vespa that he claimed to be the fastest regular, asking if that implies he is the fastest among all regulars. Vespa asserts that, of course, no one is faster than him around there. Beta responds that this is good, as he honestly does not know how fast he is, and he decides to test Vespa's speed by attacking him. Vespa derisively calls him a foolish human, stating that he is no match for him. However, Beta activates partial ignition, Dionysos, and his speed leaves Vespa in shock as he comments that Vespa is as slow as a turtle. Vespa thinks that this is impossible. How could Beta be that fast? Beta then kicks Rack and declares that the test is over. but Rak blocks his attack with his spear. Beta is surprised that Rak can block it, while Rak thinks that this guy is strong and pushes him away. Beta questions what is happening, asking if Rak did not just say he is not Vile's friend. Rak insists that they are friends and refers to Yua as his wife, pointing towards her. Yehua retorts that he should not talk gibberish. Meanwhile, Beta senses something strange about their actions. He realizes that they sent their spearhead to the calling center while the others were fighting off enemies. He remembers hearing about a traitor on the Fug team and wonders if these guys are the ones he heard about. He questions why they are so desperate to reach the calling center, asking if they are trying to summon Vile. On the Fug side of the island, Horyang and Navik observe the guards, Groban and Pandit. Horyang remarks that it truly lets them in behind that door, wondering if this is indeed the place where Vile is trapped. Novik notes that it seems Team Mad Dog has moved, just as she mentioned. Horyang asks how she knows all of that and states that they have a signal to go in. He concludes that this is good and suggests they quickly get through the guards and rescue Vile from this place. While Vile remains trapped along with the Thorn, he thinks this situation is dire, as he cannot free himself from it. He reflects that everyone will be in danger if he does not act quickly, and he despises the idea of sitting tied to this thing so pathetically. He wonders about the purpose of becoming stronger, feeling as if he is back in the past, endlessly waiting for Rachel to return. Vile realizes he cannot simply sit and wait any longer, even if it means getting blood on his hands. He wants to escape on his own terms. At the same time, Refugio considers that this is taking longer than he anticipated. If there is a problem upstairs, the regulars will be powerless as long as he remains here. What troubles him most is Yudo's disappearance. He thinks she was sent by the elders and knows all of their plans when he suddenly hears a voice from his pocket. Yudo identifies himself, stating that he wants to meet Refugio. He mentions that he suddenly vanished without a word but has returned of his own accord. Refugio inquires about Yudo's intentions, to which Yuto replies that he wishes to speak with him one last time. Refugio warns him not to attempt anything deceitful. If he is contemplating betrayal, he should abandon the idea, as all entrances have already been sealed off. He expresses his confusion over why someone sent by the elders would act in this manner, especially at such a critical moment. Yuto asserts that his plan will ultimately lead to Refugio's downfall as they both come face to face. Refugio laughs at the notion of a downfall, insisting that this is a revolution, and that they are on the verge of acquiring the power necessary to defeat Jahad and the heads of the 10 great families. He states that the experiment is already complete, and no one can thwart this plan. It is too late for Yudo to reconsider. He adds that soon, a solution hotter than lava will descend, melting Vile and creating a weapon infused with the power of an irregular. Refugio asserts that the weapon will serve as a catalyst for change and revolution in the tower, emphasizing that it will not be wielded by a rookie Slayer candidate, but rather by his great master, Karaka. Yudo interjects, questioning how Karaka, who has only recently become a Slayer, could have devised such a scheme. He asks if Refugio believes Karaka sees himself as a god merely because he has been labeled as one. At that moment, Yudo removes his mask, revealing that she is Hugh or Ryan. She critiques Refugio's foolishness, calling him a shadow of Karaka. Refugio inquires about the identity of the red-haired woman, demanding to know how she infiltrated the area, realizing she is not Yudo. Hugh or Ryan explains that the Yudo he knows completed his mission long before the tournament began. Her objective was to be chosen by the elders and to replace him after delivering the fake needle. She reveals that they were aware from the outset that his wager was merely bait, pretending to be lured by his plan. Hugh Orion states that she gathered friends to assist Vile in the workshop battle, concealing herself among them while wearing the mask. She emphasizes that Refugio likely does not grasp the implications of her words, explaining that his plan had already failed the moment he trapped Vile in that place. Hugh Orion questions why Refugio believes they provided him with the fake needle. prompting him to ask what she means. She explains that the fake needle embedded in his body is not merely a replica. It serves as a container for the real needle, which should have begun to react and be summoned by the needle by now. Hugh Orion asserts that from the moment he trapped Vile, the owner of the needle had already been determined, reiterating that his plan would lead to his downfall. She warns him that if his plan fails and rumors of it spread, she wonders how the elders, who have placed their trust in him, will respond. Refugio, incredulous, demands to know how she dares to do this. Suddenly, Ron May arrives behind Hugh Orion, commanding her to stop. Hugh Orion glances back, but then jumps down. Ron May follows her, remarking that it seems she has sealed her own fate. Refugio insists that Hugh Orion would not do that, emphasizing her role as a guide and questioning what will happen to the needle. He inquires about how they managed to infiltrate the area. Ron May replies that she cannot seem to reach them, to which Refugio responds by ordering her to call in Team Mad Dog, instructing them not to let anyone escape. Meanwhile, Vile's rescue team, Novik and Horyang, successfully knocked out Pandit and Graben. Novik remarks that the task was easy, suggesting that the security was too weak despite their unexpected presence, and he wonders if there is something they are relying on. Horyang expresses hope that there is not and punches a wall. They come out from there when a level 8-5 patrol, known as Blue Titan, appears before them. They both stare at the imposing figure, and Novik acknowledges that he spoke too soon, noting how solid the wall looks, realizing that this is where Vile is trapped. Horyang asserts that he will take care of this opponent, planning to go inside and retrieve Vile. Novik runs away, saying he will leave it to Horyang when Blue Titan attacks him. Horyang attempts to block the strike, but thinks to himself that he is nearly at his limit, leaving him with no other choice. He activates his devil right arm to defeat Blue Titan. On the other side, Novik tries to open the gate, pushing against it when he notices a hole and wonders if it is a keyhole, realizing that Vile must have the key. Horyang urges him to stop hesitating and just break through it. Novik punches the gate, realizing it is not budging, and inserts his hand into the keyhole. Meanwhile, Horyang continues to battle Blue Titan and asks if Novik is almost done. Novik pleads for the gate to open, and he thinks it has finally responded. He then hears Vile's voice instructing him to move out of the way. Obeying the command, he steps aside just in time to witness a Shinsu wave erupting from the doorway, striking Blue Titan and destroying it. Both Novik and Horyang are astonished, recognizing the wave as Shinsu when Blue Titan collapses. Vile then emerges from the doorway, surrounded by 3 bangs and followed by a compressed version of the thorn. The scene shifts to Rak and Yehua facing Beta. Io observes that this is the tournament arena, and as the quarterfinals progress, the tension escalates toward the climax. He wonders which team will win and advance to the semifinals. He questions who the new participant is, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. He thinks to himself that if Beta is not a test subject from the Acorn Workshop, he wonders what he is doing there and why he hasn't been disposed of yet. Shopia notices Beta as well, and he sneers, commenting on Beta's expression, suggesting that he can tell Beta is attempting to summon Vile, albeit in vain. Rak asks what he means by that, to which Beta replies that he is trapped in a place where escape is impossible, a realm filled with despair and darkness. He claims that he should experience it himself. Meanwhile, Shibisu warns Rak that it is a Shinsu attack and instructs him to compress himself. Rak lunges at Beta, who successfully blocks the attack, taunting Rak by stating that he will hear the screams of despair as he dies in that dark place. Shibisu shouts at Rak, urging him to compress and release, calling him an arrogant turtle, asserting that the black turtle will return soon, just as he did 7 years ago. Rak throws his spear at Beta, who effortlessly stops it and kicks it back toward Rak. Beta remarks that countless people were sacrificed before his eyes and questions Rak's desire to live happily, deeming it ridiculous. He insists that Rak must become a weapon, as he prepares for the pain ahead. As Rak reclaims his spear, Beta ominously states that soon, Rak will become a complete weapon, all while listening to the sounds of his precious friends dying, making him feel the same despair he once endured. At that moment, Yiwa appears behind Beta, unleashing her flame skill. She accuses him of trying to make others experience the same suffering he did, labeling him selfish and vile, and warning him not to underestimate them. She then fires a massive firebolt at him, hoping it will succeed. However, as the smoke clears, Beta emerges unscathed, shielded by green tentacles. He tells her that she knows nothing and talks too much, referring to her as Vile's girl. He declares that he will kill her first. Beta comments on the interruption, but Devil Bon interjects, stating that it is not important at the moment because Vile has escaped from the trap. Beta, bewildered, asks what Devil Bon means by that and inquires if it is true. Devil Bon confirms that he has just received the report. He has stolen the needle. Beta expresses disbelief, stating that it is impossible. Devil Bon insists that it seems to be true and explains that those present in the final arena have also gone to stop him, implying that Beta's friends are indeed attempting to summon him. In response, Beta grows a pair of wings, prompting Shibisu to wonder about their sudden appearance and why he has wings now. Realizing that Beta is trying to reach the calling center, he shouts to stop him. Rak calls Beta a scoundrel, incredulous that he is flying. With astonishing speed, Beta takes off, leaving Rak, Yiwa, and Vespa in shock. As he ascends, Beta thinks about how Vile managed to escape from his grasp. Meanwhile, Vile is reunited with Navik and Horyan. Vile asks how they managed to arrive there. Navik explains that Yuto guided them. When Vile expresses surprise that Yuto did that, Navik mentions that it is a long story, but then notices the needle and asks about it. Vile responds that it resembles a needle. Navik inquires what it actually is, to which Vile replies that he is not entirely sure. It appears to be wrapped up and does not seem particularly special. He questions whether it is truly remarkable. At that moment, Hua Ryan arrives and asserts that it is indeed special, stating that it only appears within its container. She adds that no one knows what kind of power it will unleash once it transforms into its true form. Novik then asks who she is, and Hua Ryan mentions that she is uncertain if their Rookie Slayer nominee will be able to control it effectively. Vile asks Hua Ryan how she arrived there, and she once again dons her mask, greeting him with the words, "It has been a long time, Lord Vile." They are shocked to see her and call her Yudo. Vile inquires if she has been Yudo all along. She denies it, explaining that she merely walked the path of Yudo to deliver the needle to him, using the helmet to alter her voice. Vile then questions whether she has known everything from the beginning. She confirms this, stating that she was aware of all the details from the start, including Karaka's plans with some of the elders and what was going to happen to him in the tournament. She reveals that she disguised herself as Yuto to turn their scheme against them, biding her time while staying by his side. Although it was a dangerous gamble, she asserts that he has finally acquired the power. She concludes by expressing her belief that he has now become a man worthy of being her god. He states that he is not interested in becoming her god. Hua Ryan then inquires if he intends to return to his friends, offering to show him the way. She mentions that his friends have likely arrived near the calling center by now and assures him that she informed them he escaped, so they will summon him soon. The scene shifts to Wangnan, who is observing the summoning area directly ahead of him. Meanwhile, Vile wonders aloud why she would go to such lengths to help him. Hua Ryan explains that it was a condition, promising to elaborate later. As they speak, Varigarv approaches Vile's location, accompanied by what appear to be hounds made of shadows, while Beta rushes toward the summoning area. Hua Ryan warns that Vile's enemies have already begun to mobilize, and they will be the strongest opponents he has ever faced, intent on preventing his return at all costs. She cautions him that attempting to go back could endanger his friends and emphasizes that even if he does return, it would be meaningless if he does not win the tournament. She asks if he still wishes to go back, to which he replies affirmatively, stating that it is where he belongs. Despite the challenges that may arise, he acknowledges that he has people he needs to be with, and he is determined to return to where he truly belongs. At the semifinal arena, in front of a store and near the calling center, Wangden arrives at the beach and exclaims that he has finally reached the calling center. He mentions they have received the message that Vile has escaped, so all they need to do now is summon him. Kun, however, advises him not to get too excited and reminds him that it is not over yet, warning him to never let his guard down until the end. Wang Nin acknowledges this, saying he knows and understands that Kun is glad too. Kun reflects privately, thinking about how Yudo has proven herself to be quite remarkable. Although he had trusted her, he never believed she could truly help Bomb escape from such a situation. The enemies are acting exactly as she had predicted. It seems as though she knew everything from the beginning, and he wonders who she really is. He then informs the team that Akraptor has confirmed the snake entered the calling center, and that they will keep Bomb's escape and their future movements strictly to themselves. Akraptor questions Kun's reasoning, asking why they must do this. Kun replies that the enemies must not find out where they are heading, insisting they follow his plan. He then urges them to summon Bomb. Wang Nin agrees and leaps onto a rock in the sea, moving forward toward their goal. In the northern area, the Fug Vile escape team prepares to leave, with Vile saying that now that they are ready, it is time to get out of there. Hugh Orion reminds them that, as she had explained earlier, their plan is to summon Vile at all costs and escape with him, before proceeding to the final location after joining their teammates in the test. She emphasizes that their goal is not to engage in battle, but to escape, and asks them to keep that in mind. Novik acknowledges this, and Vile gives the signal to move. As they all begin running, Ron May intercepts them, asking if they really want to leave so soon, saying that she will be sad if they do. The team quickly realizes they are surrounded by black dogs, with Verigarv watching them from a high mountain. Ron May informs them that Refugio wishes for them to stay a bit longer. Novik, alarmed, asks what those black dogs are. Vile explains that they are called Shadow Wolves, a special skill unique to the Mad Dogs, gained through blood fusion. These creatures always remain near a mad dog and materialize instantaneously to attack their enemies. He adds that Verigarv, the demon dog, is a deadly assassin specialized in killing. Vile advises the team to avoid a direct confrontation with Verigarv, warning them that Verigarv never spares enemies and that the Lightbearer is even more troublesome. He tells them to run. As they attempt to flee, a shadow wolf blocks their path, and Horyong and Novik quickly attack, managing to knock it down. Novik expresses his irritation at Verigarv, saying he doesn't like the way Verigarv looks down on them. Horyong responds, urging him to let it go for now, reminding him that their goal is to escape, not to fight, and admitting he doesn't believe he could win this battle. Novik agrees, feeling the same. More shadow wolves rush toward them, but Vile swiftly reacts, using 3 bongs to halt the wolves in their tracks, causing a blast to erupt. Hugh Orion addresses Vile, asking if they are truly going to stay and fight. She reminds him of her earlier warning, no matter what happens, they must not look back and must keep running. She emphasizes that if they fail to summon him and the needle, everything will be lost. Vile acknowledges her words, understanding the gravity of the situation. Just then, 3 level 72 workshop patrol iron crabs appear, towering over them. Vile attacks immediately, his Shinsu reacting as the thorn slightly unravels in response to the clash. The reaction surprises Ron May and Verigarv as the 3 patrol units are defeated in a single attack, leaving them both wondering if the needle holds such incredible power. Vile, equally astonished, questions what the needle is, speculating that it might be reacting to Shinsu. Ron May observes that, fortunately, Vile seems unaware of how to fully operate the needle. She determines that before the situation becomes more dangerous, she must retrieve it. Verigarv, taking immediate action, jumps down in front of Novik and Horyong. Navik curses, realizing that Varigarv has decided to engage them directly. Vile notices this and quickly calls out to Navik and Horyan, trying to get their attention. Meanwhile, Hua Ryan moves swiftly to attack Ron Mei, but Ron Mei defends herself with her lighthouse. Hua Ryan tells Vile not to worry about them and urges him to leave. She reminds him that the goal of this operation is not to fight but to escape. Assuring him that she will handle Ron Mei, she stresses that he will face them again at the final destination. She urges him to think about his friends, who are already making their way to summon him. Vile, understanding the importance of the situation, activates his blue ore and charges forward, breaking through her lighthouse barrier with surprising ease. Ron Mei watches in disbelief, frustrated that her maximum barrier was shattered so easily. She mutters to herself in amazement, noting how incredible Vile is and how effortlessly he even broke her lighthouse. Hua Ryan rushes forward to strike, remarking that if Vile hadn't been so soft-hearted, he would have cut her throat on his way out. She warns Ron Mei not to get too comfortable, calling her Yama's dog. Ron Mei, taken aback, asks if she is really Yama's dog, while internally confirming her suspicions. She realizes that Vile is headed toward the only well connected to the arena's friend calling center. Confident, she recalls that they have already destroyed the well and that Refugio is waiting there, certain Vile will never make it through. However, Ron Mei underestimates Hua Ryan's strategy. Internally, Hua Ryan muses that the well Vile is heading toward is not the one Ron Mei believes they have destroyed. Meanwhile, Wangnan, moving with Kun, asks if he is sure they are on the right path. Kun reassures him, explaining that it isn't the team summoning area that will bring Vile back, but rather the item summoning center, also known as the store, the very place Wangnan is reaching ahead of everyone. At the same time, Vile swiftly makes his way toward the store. In a flashback, Vile asks Hua Ryan what the store is, and she confirms that his friends will summon him there. She explains that at this moment, he exists as both a human and an item, which they will use to deceive their enemies. She further explains that the well originally used to transport the needle still remains, and he can travel to the arena through it. Hua Ryan assures him that she will send the coordinates to his pocket. He only needs to follow that code, and by the time he arrives, his friends will be waiting for him at the store. In the present, Vile reaches the well, enters the coordinates, and instructs F2D 426 to connect him to the tournament area's shop. The connection links Vile to Wangnan through a device. Meanwhile, Hua Ryan, aware of Vile's timing, thinks he should have arrived by now. She then tells Navik to throw the spear, and he follows her instructions, calling her Yuto. As she leaves, she tells them that they will meet again at the final. Ron Mei smiles confidently, but Horyang grabs Navik while Hua Ryan jumps off the mountain, making her escape. Ron Mei, seeing Hua Ryan jump off the mountain, asks if it's another suicide attempt, but they quickly start running again. Horyang asks which direction they should take now, and Hua Ryan responds that there's a path leading to the other side, urging them to follow her. Navik, exhausted, complains that he's been running too much today, but remarks that her plan has succeeded. He adds that the girl is foolish for putting herself in danger. Meanwhile, inside the arena store, Vile and Wangnan engage in an excited conversation. Vile asks how Wangnan managed to get there, mentioning that Hua Ryan had told him he would see him if he came to the workshop battle. Wangnan explains that although it took longer than expected to reunite, Yudo had given him directions, and Kun was with him as well. Surprised, Vile asks why Kun is there. Kun responds, confirming his presence, and Wangnan laughs, saying he has much to share, and notes how much brighter Vile looks now. Kun observes that Vile's expression suggests he's not planning to run away this time. Vile affirms this, and Kun tells him to wait as he prepares to summon the snake. Just then, Beta appears behind Wangnan, interrupting, stating that he can't allow that to happen, and impales Wangnan in the chest with a brutal strike. Ron Mei questions why Vile didn't go the way she expected and finds it strange, as she is certain he had taken that path. Refugio, growing impatient, asks about the guide, and she replies that the guide committed suicide. He corrects her, frustrated, reminding her once again that it's not suicide, and orders her to chase after them. He internally curses, wondering what that guide is plotting, convinced that the only well Vile could escape from should have been the one they were guarding. He mentally scolds her, thinking that if she wasn't the mad dog's angel, she'd be dismissed for her blunder. Ron May then informs him that they've received a message from the arena. Vile's friends are attempting to summon him from the store. Refugio, confused, asks what the store is. Meanwhile, on the southern side of the island, Vespa is in pursuit of Beta, with Rak, Yua, and Laura riding on her back. Rak complains, urging Vespa to speed up, warning that all the turtles will die at this rate. He also expresses frustration at not being able to contact the blue turtle, clearly referring to Kun. Vespa, irritated, internally grumbles about her sacred body having to carry them. Rak adds to her frustration by questioning why Laura, who had been sent ahead, fell asleep midway through, tugging on Laura's hair to wake him. He asks who summoned this one, and Yua retorts, telling him to shut up and asserting that she trusts Laura. It's his father's fault for raising him like this. Quitro observes them and, along with Rak, queries whether that is the crazy turtle. Rak asks if he has seen a guy with huge wings. Quitro confirms he has, describing the wings as enormous and indicating the direction in which the person swooped toward the store. Shibisu and Hats notice this exchange and inquire about the store, with Shibisu emphasizing that he means the store, not the team summoning area. Hats asks what they should do, while Shibisu contemplates the complications this creates. He wonders why Vile went to the store and whether Kun has followed him there or gone to the calling center instead. Shibisu decides they have no choice but to split the team into two. He proposes using Laura's Shinsu to fly to the store with Yua while he heads to the summoning area with Quitro. He tells Quitro that he will give him a ride as well and urges them to hurry before something happens. Shibisu feels an uneasy foreboding about the red-hatted man just as Beta stabs Wangnan, prompting Vile and Kun to call out Wangnan's name. Wangnan, severely injured, collapses to the floor and coughs up blood. Kun demands to know who Beta is, insisting that he cannot intrude on the tournament. Beta retorts that this is not an intrusion but a fair battle, as he is also a participant in the game, and warns that he will kill Kun too. Kun contemplates what is wrong with Beta while Vile asks why he is doing this. He points out that Beta hates him, so why is he hurting others? Beta responds that he has already explained his intentions. He desires to make Vile suffer and expresses his confusion over how Vile escaped from the trap. However, now that he is here, Beta intends for Vile to watch his friends die as he sinks into despair. He inquires if they can begin, noting that Wangnan will not last much longer in his current state, and promises to make it quick for him. Wangnan refuses and coughs up more blood. Meanwhile, Kun realizes that he has no other choice. Wangnan is on the verge of needlessly dying and must give up the game to survive. After a while, Rak arrives and throws his spear at Beta, shouting for him to stop. However, Beta quickly evades the attack. Kun calls out to Rak, referring to him as a crocodile, while Rak retorts with a nickname for Kun, calling him a curry turtle. Kun inquires how Rak discovered their location, to which Rak replies that he followed the freaking turtle and adds that it is now dead. Beta then questions who the new arrival is, remarking on Rak's apparent death wish. Rak insists that Beta should wake up and get to work, instructing him to apprehend Wangnan immediately. Laura suddenly opens his eyes, finding the situation annoying. While Beta wonders who this odd individual is, Laura then questions what he has swallowed. At the entrance of the ally summoning area in the semifinals, Akraptor encounters Quitro. He remarks on Quitro's early arrival, asking if he has captured the enemy's spearhead. Vespa arrives shortly after and asks if that is the case. Akraptor responds that he has not yet succeeded and inquires about Kun's whereabouts. Akraptor mentions that Kun is not there yet, but indicates that if he arrives first, they should capture the snake to score some points. Quitro questions why they would need points when Kun has not even reached the team calling center. Vesper responds that he is unsure of the situation, but they should head inside. Akraptor agrees, expressing confusion at the lack of activity and wondering where the snake is as they enter. Simultaneously, a voice contacts Refugio through a pocket device, informing him that they have withdrawn the snake from the arena. According to the rules, this means that Team Sweet and Sour will not receive any points. Refugio acknowledges the information, stating that it is impossible for them to summon the snake without points and urging them to find Vile within the remaining time, emphasizing that they must not let him escape. Another person on the line affirms this and mentions they have a message from Kasano. Meanwhile, Kun questions Laura about his earlier comment regarding swallowing something. Laura confirms that he is not just one being. Kun inquires further, asking what he means by that. Laura explains that there is something inside him, indicating that the flow of Shinsu is different within his body, particularly in his head. Laura speculates that it might be something akin to a parasite, noting that it seems unable to control Beta because he is originally made up of many. Rak expresses disbelief, asking what a parasite is, and inquires if Laura can remove it. Laura responds that he will be bothered if he attempts to do so, declining the offer. Kun presses further, questioning if it is possible and why he should not go through with it, and then orders Rak to bite him. Rak complies, sinking his teeth into Beta while starting to munch on his precious blanket. Laura exclaims in frustration, demanding to know what the crocodile is doing and telling Rak not to eat his blanket. He then reluctantly agrees to remove the parasite. Emerging from his blanket, Laura catches Beta's attention, who labels him an idiot and questions how he plans to extract the parasite. Laura explains that it is a simple parasite, and that he will merely shake that thing in his head. He warns that if he tortures the parasite with his Shinsu, it will go on a rampage, suggesting that even though Beta is a monster, he will likely feel nauseated. Laura then begins to agitate Medina, who is resting in Beta's head. The disturbance causes Medina to thrash about violently inside Beta, ultimately leading him to vomit the parasite out. Devilbon expresses frustration, realizing that their position has been discovered. Kun commands Rak to capture Beta, labeling him the real spearhead. Rak leaps forward to seize the parasite, but Beta anticipates this move and grabs it first, laughing triumphantly. Beta thanks Kun for revealing the parasite's weakness, promising that he will secure it more tightly next time to prevent it from shaking loose. Kun protests as Beta holds onto the parasite, but Yiwa arrives just in time, unleashing a fiery explosion on Medina. Rak observes her arrival, calling her the Angola turtle. Kun acknowledges Yiwa's success in eliminating the enemy spearhead, leading to an addition of 5 lakh points to their score. Rak cheers, pleased with the points they have earned. Wangnan, in a state of exhaustion, expresses gratitude to Yiwa, acknowledging her success. Beta, however, stares at Wangnan, claiming that his training has finally paid off with a laugh. He then wonders how it is possible for Wangnan to still be alive after having pierced his heart. Struggling to his feet, Wangnan drags himself toward the pool, attributing his current state to Vile. He calls out for Vile, asking for the summoning of Vile. As Beta watches, the R7 system initiates the summoning process, announcing that code input has been completed. It confirms that the summoning of Vile will occur in 5 minutes at their current location. Rak swiftly grasps Wangnan, inquiring about his condition. Wangnan reassures him, stating that he is fine and will not die after making it this far. He urges Rak to hold on for just 5 more minutes. Meanwhile, Io announces that Team Snake has withdrawn from the game for unknown reasons, while Team Sweet and Sour has successfully captured the spearhead of the enemy, thanks to the outstanding performance of Yewa from the Yon family. He notes that they are fighting desperately against an unidentified foe. Io highlights that the semifinals are taking place simultaneously, making this game exceptionally exciting. Punk arrives, visibly frustrated, and exclaims that he managed to concoct some excuses and urges everyone to capture the enemy immediately. Io remarks that the audience will perceive this as a special event, advising Punk to make their actions appear natural. Punk questions Io about his whereabouts, insisting that chaos is about to ensue. Io, taken aback, asks Punk if he truly expects him to handle the situation. Io announces that Team Snake has withdrawn from the game for unknown reasons, and Team Sweet and Sour has captured the enemy's spearhead, largely due to the impressive performance of Yuwa from the Yon family. He explains that they are now engaged in a desperate battle against an unidentified enemy. At the same time, Akraptor questions what Io means by an unidentified enemy. Shibisu, thinking it over, realizes this likely means that both he and Kun are at the store. Meanwhile, Kun instructs Vespa to summon Endorsi from where they are and says the two of them will head to the store with him. He urges Vespa to hurry. Vespa, frustrated, agrees and remarks that these enemies are really starting to annoy him. Beta, growing impatient, demands that they stop interfering and hand Wangnan over to him. Rak firmly refuses, taunting Beta, telling him to come and get Wangnan if he wants him, calling Beta an arrogant monster turtle. Beta smirks and asks if Rak really doubts that he can, creating a Shinsu-based attack. Kun, noticing the buildup of Shinsu, warns Rak to hold on to Laura as an explosion erupts around them. Laura shields them with a Shinsu barrier, expressing his frustration as he notes how annoying the situation has become. He reiterates that he had warned about the trouble that would arise from provoking a monster like Beta. Kun agrees, also referring to Beta as a monster. Laura confirms, explaining that Beta is no longer human. The Shinsu he controls does not originate from his own power. Kun, puzzled, asks what is powering Beta then. Laura responds that he does not know the specifics, but speculates that since they are in a workshop, something must have been implanted into Beta's body to turn him into a monster. As Beta activates partial ignition, Dionysos launches an attack. Laura warns them about the gigantic feat approaching and urges them to get away from it. Kun quickly instructs Laura to block it by any means necessary, emphasizing that if they fail, the calling center will be destroyed. Rak curses as he notices Beta's other leg moving toward the well. In response, Laura activates the Eurasia style, Shinsu control skill, Cry of Piercing Water, while once again expressing his irritation. Rak and the others prepare to dodge the attack, with Yuwa shouting in frustration, demanding that Beta move his stinky foot. Kun anxiously wonders if their efforts were successful. Laura, however, dismisses the idea, saying it likely had little effect. Beta, grinning, declares that this is just the beginning, revealing that he did not expect to resort to his next move. He then activates another partial ignition, Phobos, summoning a large, green, slimy entity that looms menacingly before them. Rak asks what that creature is, while Yuwa wonders if it is a monster. Laura reflects on what those workshop scoundrels have done to Beta. Beta leaps into the air, declaring that this is the end for them, referring to them as scoundrels. He states his intention to blow everything up, including them and the calling center, and prepares to attack. Kun curses at him, insisting that Beta cannot blow up the entire calling center and urging them to stop him by any means necessary. Laura observes that it will be challenging to do so without a lighthouse, and they are left with the options of protecting themselves, defending the well, or giving up the game entirely. Kun asks how much time remains, and they still have 3 minutes. Beta taunts Vile, expressing pity for him, as he has finally reunited with his friends, but can do nothing except watch and wait. He promises to finish Vile off when he arrives. Just then, Vile arrives on the scene and commands Beta to stop, declaring that enough is enough. Meanwhile, Sophia arrives with some guards and calls out to Beta, asking him to stop and questioning his actions. Kun glances at her and wonders who she is, noting that she seems to be a researcher from the workshop. He feels relieved, thinking that they have gained some extra time. Sophia firmly instructs Beta to stop immediately and return to the lab, warning him that if he ever does this again, there will be consequences. Beta expresses her frustration, insisting that he should no longer treat him in that manner. She questions whether he cannot see the monster he has created, emphasizing that he is not a human but a weapon. She explains that the reason he became a weapon was for revenge. She calls him once more, but he responds that he will destroy Vile with his own power, which initiated all of this chaos. Kun realizes with dismay that the situation is more dire than he had anticipated. He must find a way to address it, glancing at his screen and noting that Team Snake has withdrawn from the game. This development indicates that it is now the semifinals, and he wonders why he did not notice it earlier. He reflects that he could not check because communication had been turned off. He then calls out to Shibisu, asking if he can hear him. Shibisu inquires about what has happened to their team, to which Kun apologizes, stating that they do not have time to chat and urging him to give up the game immediately. Kun states that they can summon a friend without the loading time once the game ends. Shibisu asks what that implies, and Kun insists that he must summon Bomb immediately. Shibisu expresses confusion about what he means. Beta declares that it is the end, while Kun urges them to hurry. Consequently, Vile will be summoned without any loading time, and Shibisu will comply. At that very moment, Beta detonates the item shop. Quitro inquires about what is happening, while Shibisu contemplates whether it is too late. Just as it appears that all hope is lost, a massive column of blue light emerges from the ruins of the item shop. The summoning robot announces that the game has ended, the loading is complete, and the summoning of Vile is finalized. Vile confronts Beta, with the wrapped thorn floating above his shoulder. Vile's friends become excited upon seeing him and call out to him, while Vile urges Rak to hurry and take Wangnan to a safe area. Rak responds affirmatively, stating that he will not run away this time. Vile assures him that he will not and smiles, quickly turning his attention to Beta. Kun observes the scene, reflecting that this is the kid they managed to block the attack. But the lighthouse has sustained slight damage, making it difficult to hold on for long. Vile questions Beta about his actions, to which Beta replies that he has already explained it. He hates him. He adds that if Vile has crawled out just to have a chat, then that is a different matter. Vile prepares to fight Beta, assuming a fighting stance, and firmly states that he will not back down. Beta laughs, commenting that this is more like it, and charges at him to attack, attempting to kick him. Vile swiftly steps back as Beta grabs his hand, remarking that weak attacks like that do not work. Beta inquires about what is wrong, suggesting that his performance is lackluster. In response, Vile uses one of his bangs to launch an attack against Beta. Beta easily dodges Vile's attack and attempts to kick him again, asserting that such moves will not work against him. Kun calls out to him, while Yiwa demands that he get lost, unleashing her flare attack and stating that she does not like the look of him. Kun insists that the game is over, urging Beta to stop fooling around and go home. He expresses his frustration, noting that their long-awaited reunion has turned into chaos because of him, and he is beginning to get irritated. Beta counters, telling Kun to stop acting cocky. He acknowledges that, although their lives are in danger because of him, his friends are still trying to protect him. Beta reveals that he has lost everything due to Kun, having endured a series of experiments where only a few survived. He questions whether he should call those survivors friends or family. He recounts how one day, a researcher at the workshop gathered them all together in one place. Then, the researchers announced that they should kill each other, stating that only those who survived would become complete living ignition weapons. He adds that the last survivor would be granted freedom, emphasizing that the very notion of freedom drove them to madness. Beta shouts that they should kill continuously. He reveals that, in the end, he killed everyone and was the sole survivor, but eventually, his body became unable to survive even a single day without the workshop's medicine. He acknowledges that everything was a lie, a fabrication designed solely for the experiment, and he was never allowed to make friends or experience freedom from the beginning. Nevertheless, he longs to have everything. Beta shouts for him to cut the crap and prepares to attack Vile with Phobos. Vile urgently asks Kun to take care of Yiwa, to which Kun responds affirmatively. Beta declares that he will kill all of them and charges at them. Kun and Yiwa launch their attacks against Beta while Vile engages with Phobos, reflecting that these attacks will not work against him, and that he will pierce through with a single strike, much like Laura. He employs Hansung Yu's style of Shinsu control skill, executing a straight-line long pierce for his attack. In response, Beta activates partial ignition with Dionysos, commanding that Vile be stomped and attempting to crush him. However, Kun protects Vile by utilizing his 3 lighthouses. Thinking that the lighthouse is exceedingly bothersome, he urges himself to move his feet, while Vile questions why Kun is trying to place all the blame on him, insisting that he knows it is not true. Beta questions what Vile is talking about, while Vile asserts that everything was orchestrated solely to create him. They both move closer, preparing to attack. Beta grabs Vile's hands as he insists that he is not a part of this. The entire situation was organized by the Fug Slayer and the workshop, and he understands that the real enemy lies elsewhere. He asks if that means Beta is claiming to have nothing to do with this. To Beta's surprise, Vile utilizes Slider to dodge and reposition himself for an attack, delivering a powerful punch. Vile then questions why Beta attacked his friends, stating that they have nothing to do with him and labeling him as merely a cynical person. Following this, Vile employs the floral butterfly piercing technique, inflicting severe injuries on Beta, causing him to cough up blood and fall to his knees. Vile clarifies that he did not hate him because he sought revenge. Rather, he simply needed someone to hate. Kun contemplates whether it is finally over, while Beta retorts that if he has claimed to need someone to hate, he should stop being arrogant. Beta attempts to continue his assault on Vile using his Phobos ignition, declaring that he will kill him, the completed one. However, Kun simply blocks the attack with a lighthouse field. He urges Beta to stop now, while Vile interjects, suggesting that they should halt the fight here, as his body has already reached its limit. He warns that continuing this struggle will only bring misfortune to both of them. Beta scoffs at the notion of misfortune, stating that he does not care as long as he can experience the same suffering. Kun addresses the rogue living ignition weapon, insisting that he should cease his actions. Vile observes that Beta is already at his limit and recognizes that persisting in the fight would not yield a favorable outcome for either of them. Nevertheless, Beta, unconvinced by their arguments, resolves to continue attacking, determined to make Vile's life as miserable as his own. In a final attempt, Beta realizes too late that the thorn is beginning to activate, and Phobos is destroyed once again by Vile. Beta thinks about the needle, recognizing that in this condition, he is beyond his capabilities. He acknowledges that even if he were at his best, facing that ignition would still be insurmountable, and he lets out a laugh. He congratulates Vile, declaring that he now has it all: friends, strength, freedom, and women, asserting that he is the best. Once more, he punches Vile and grabs his collar, demanding to know what is so wrong with him hating Vile, since he possesses everything while Beta has had everything taken from him. He accuses Vile of taking it all, his friends, strength, and freedom, asserting that everything he had was meant to belong to them. Vile counters that no, those things are his. Beta responds in disbelief, questioning what Vile is saying. Vile explains that he was trapped in darkness for a long time after his birth, and he followed the only light he could find, which led him to this tower. He reflects on all the people he met here, and the memories he shared with them. Everything was a first for him and holds great significance. They are precious to him. Vile asserts that he has tried desperately to protect them, emphasizing that they are part of him. In response, Beta shouts at him. At that moment, Sophia and some guards arrive, urging them to stop and clarifying that it is not Vile who is responsible for Beta's current state. Beta demands to know what she means by that, Sophia explains that the experiments on Beta began only after the previous experiment had concluded and that they used the remaining data from that experiment to transform an average human being into a complete living ignition weapon. She insists that the completion of Vile has nothing to do with the experiments Beta endured, urging him to stop this confrontation. She states that the person he should truly hate is not Vile. Beta, bewildered, thinks to himself that this cannot be true. He recalls her words and wonders if she could have lied to manipulate him. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Beta collapses and coughs up blood. Sophia rushes toward him, stating that he needs an injection. Suddenly, someone arrives and warns her not to move, locking their gaze on her. Yewa questions what is happening as some guards arrive, pointing their guns at everyone. Sophia asks what is going on, and one of the guards responds that they have received an order from the authorities to dispose of the test subject. She vehemently protests, asserting that they cannot dispose of him. Vile interjects, stating that this is a matter for the workshop, while another guard insists that tournament participants should stay out of it. As Beta coughs up blood, he thinks to himself that it is incredibly frustrating to have this reunion under such circumstances. Kun observes that they had only watched during the fight, and now they have decided to intervene. He reflects that he does not care if he dies, but he finds this situation unacceptable. One of the guards is about to take a shot when Vile attempts to intervene. Suddenly, Quitro arrives, unleashing flames at the guards. Kun wonders who is throwing fire, as Quitro explains that he does not know what is happening, but he is prepared to shoot at them. Akraptor also launches an attack against the guards. Rak leaps in between and knocks out 2 more guards, adding to the chaos. A guard addresses Hats, asking Sophia how they arrived there. He speculates that there must have been a problem in the system, explaining that the hosts panicked and went into the Archimedes. He then points his gun at Sophia, questioning whether they were eliminated. Sophia replies that he was trying to avoid fighting if possible. Vile thinks he recognizes the guard's voice. The guard acknowledges that he might be fired for something like this, stating that he was about to leave anyway, and that it has been a while since he has seen a regular. He removes his helmet, and everyone recognizes him as Lero Ro, pondering what he is doing here. Lero asserts that he came to help his students, of course. Meanwhile, Ron May sits atop a lighthouse, noting that Vile has escaped and that things do not appear to be going well. She reflects that perhaps she should have distanced herself from this situation earlier, suspecting that something may have also occurred on the Archimedes. She calls Refugio, asking what is happening. He replies that they should prepare for battle, prompting her to inquire about what he means by that. Refugio informs her that he has obtained their bait and that it is going to be Vile's last battle. Refugio wonders why Ron May has contacted him, revealing that he had not anticipated her placing a tracking device in his pocket. Even the guide did not foresee that outcome. He commends Kasano for his cleverness, stating that it seems to have been a good decision to allow him to remain on the team when he looks at Kasano and Horyang sitting at some distance. Kasano then inquires about the item he was promised. Refugio confirms that he possesses it, but he explains that Kasano will have to forfeit the entire tournament to access the Archimedes. Kasano responds that it does not matter to him. Once he obtains the item, he intends to sever ties with those people anyway. Refugio calls him by his full name, Kasano Beniamino, and asks what his real reason is for undertaking this mission. Kasano replies that he desires everything to be destroyed, including himself and Vile, while Refugio observes the injured Hugh Orion. The scene shifts to a flashback from 4 years ago, where Bomb's old team is on the 25th floor. Shibisu chases after Kun, asking if he is really going to leave like this. Kun glances back and asks why Shibisu came out and what he plans to do if they are discovered. Shibisu insists on knowing if Kun truly intends to leave without saying goodbye to the others. Kun replies that he has already made up his mind and tells Shibisu to explain everything to Rak when he wakes up. He adds that Rak is going to freak out when he learns Kun has left with Rachel. Shibisu protests, saying he cannot possibly explain that, and insists that Kun should tell him himself. He then asks how it all happened, wondering aloud if things would be different had Rachel not killed Baum. If Baum were still alive, what would have happened to them? Kun admits he does not know, stating that while it seems like a dream, it feels even more surreal at this moment. He concludes by saying that, if Baum were alive, it would feel as though they had just awakened from a dream. The scene shifts back to the present, where Rak happily embraces Vile upon his return, exclaiming that he is finally back. Vile responds, saying it feels like emerging from a long, long nightmare, as if they could now say, "Thank God, that was just a dream," and finally return to reality. Rak, full of emotion, declares that they are finally back together again, the three of them, and laughs. Vile muses that it probably feels something like that. Rak insists that Vile is his prey and warns him never to run away again. Hats and Shibisu watch the reunion, with Shibisu commenting that the strongest team has reunited and will surely keep everyone on their toes. Rak laughs, saying that now all they need to do is beat up Fug and rally everyone to follow him, encouraging them to join as well. Akraptor, noticing Rak's enthusiasm, asks why he is staring so blankly. Rak tells him to get lost and reminds him not to forget who helped them reunite. Yiwa, watching Rak smile, remarks that she didn't know he was capable of such a smile. Akraptor asks what's wrong with that, saying it's nice to see him smile. She replies that's the problem. Quitro teasingly asks if they are jealous, just as Vile approaches and calls out to Akraptor. Akraptor greets him, saying it has been a while, congratulating him on his return, and acknowledging that Vile has endured some hard times. Vile replies, saying it's not true, and credits Akraptor for everything. Akraptor humbly responds that they didn't do much, and then asks where Horyang is. Vile explains that Horyang is still at the finals arena, apologizing that only he made it back. Akraptor reassures him not to worry too much about Horyang, saying he will find a way to manage. Vile then inquires about Wangnin's condition, and Akraptor tells him that the floating ship the workshop staff used has a medical facility, and Liro Ro goes to help. He expresses amazement that Wangnin is still alive, given the severity of his wounds, but adds that it's a relief because it doesn't seem like they will regret keeping him alive. Vile turns to Sophia and asks if Beta will be alright. Sophia replies that, fortunately, Beta is out of immediate danger, but the real problem begins now. Since the order to discard him has been issued, Beta's future is uncertain. She blames herself, saying that if she had completed the experiment correctly and made Beta perfect, he wouldn't have had to endure so much suffering. Vile gently disagrees with her. He admits he doesn't know much, but he believes that Kasano, Horyang, and Beta aren't unhappy because they weren't made into perfect weapons. Their unhappiness stems from something else. Meanwhile, Shibisu asks Kun what is troubling him now, pointing out that since they are at a store, Kun could get a new spear. He jokingly asks if Kun is going to buy one for him. Shibisu remarks that they won the tournament and Baum returned safely, and with plenty of points, Kun could afford it. But he adds, isn't that spear important to Kun? Kun, however, remains serious and replies that the real problems are only beginning. Even if they forget about the finals, Fug rankers are everywhere on the ship, and they've now made enemies of the workshop as well. He states that there's no easy way out of this situation. They've just reunited, and now it seems like they are going to die. He admits it's tough. Shibisu acknowledges the gravity of the situation, agreeing that it's true, and wonders aloud what's going to happen to the tournament. He asks why the hosts retreated into the Archimedes. At that moment, Liro Ro approaches them, and informs them that the tournament will be postponed for the time being. Shibisu, surprised, calls out Liro's name. Liro Ro, arriving a little late after taking care of some unfinished business, asks if he has caught up with everyone yet. Shibisu asks what Liro means by saying the tournament is going to be postponed for a while. Liro replies that the higher-ups are dealing with a slight problem. Meanwhile, Io, looking concerned, asks if the door to Emily's hangar has broken down, and Punk confirms it. He explains that apparently, some jerk tampered with it while they were distracted, and now there's a risk that the fugitives might reach Emily. He expresses his worry, saying this is really bad and that they need to stop the fugitives without drawing attention from the audience. He adds that the tournament will have to be postponed or they could lose Emily, the real prize. At that moment, Madarako makes an announcement. Due to unforeseen issues at the arena, the final will be postponed. Liro remarks that it seems those rats value something more than anything else, likely referring to Emily, so the workshop battle will be delayed. He adds that the final, too, will be postponed. Liro concludes by saying that by now, his colleague should have arrived at the waiting room for the participants. Kun inquires about which colleague Liro is referring to and why they have arrived while noticing a figure in a green mask standing outside. Liro explains that the individual is there to use the summoning system in the room. He plans to reverse the system in order to transport his colleagues from the waiting room to their current location. Liro elaborates further, saying that by connecting the portal in this room with the portal on the floating ship that brought him here, they will hijack the system. He also mentions that his colleagues, who were previously eliminated from the game, are already on board. Kun, realizing the implication, asks if this means what he thinks it does. Liro confirms, explaining that before the final begins, they will escape from this place. Meanwhile, Verigarv is seen standing over Novik, with another body lying face down on the ground. Refugio instructs him to inform Vile that the final is about to begin. An announcement is made, stating that due to malfunctions in the system, fugitives have broken into the ship, and for their safety, everyone is instructed to take shelter in the nearest building. The announcement repeats that the final will be delayed for the time being due to these malfunctions and the intruders aboard the ship. Meanwhile, Madarako watches the situation unfold and reflects that he hadn't anticipated their plan to escape during the tournament. Although they will take a hit, he thinks it is time for them to make their move as well. A person enters and informs him that a messenger has arrived from the arena. Madarako asks who the messenger is. On the other side, Rak and Yiwa look on in amazement as the item, Mad Shocker, is summoned. A voice announces that the code input is complete and the item Mad Shocker is now being summoned. Rak, confused, asks what they mean by getting out before the final begins. Liro confirms that this is correct and that it is their chance to escape together. Liro explains that since the winning prize has already been summoned, they no longer have any reason to stay, and they must escape before the Fug Rankers make their move. Kun expresses doubt, saying that even if they manage to get out, the enemies will catch up to them quickly, and he wonders where they could possibly go. Liro responds that Walhaksong is standing by for them not far from their location. Shibisu is taken aback, asking if the Walhaksong has come again, noting that they are a dangerous group. Liro then asks him if he remembers meeting Yurek Mazino a few years ago. He confirms this, prompting Shibisu's shock as he asks if he really met Yurek Mazino, the strongest man in the tower. Liro elaborates, explaining that Yurek Mazino holds the highest ranking among all the rankers in the tower and that his power alone is comparable to that of an entire great family. He continues, stating that Mazino is indeed a transcendent being, one of the founders of Walhaksong, and an irregular like Bomb. That man, Liro adds, is interested in Bomb. Liro explains that the reason he came is because Yurek Mazino wants to meet Bomb. Before Vile can fully process this, he begins to express concern for the others, but he is interrupted by his pocket ringing. Yuto's name appears, but when he answers, Vile is met by the voice of Refugio, who taunts him about Yuto's capture. Vile immediately recognizes his voice. Refugio continues by mocking Vile for leaving behind Hua Ryan, the guide. He claims to have taught her a lesson in manners befitting a subordinate. Vile, shocked, asks what Refugio has done to her, while Shibisu and Kun also react with surprise upon hearing Hua Ryan's name. Refugio casually says that he just gave her a little love, pointing out that guides are valuable assets. However, he threatens that if Vile doesn't come to rescue her, he will kill all three of Vile's captured colleagues in the most painful way possible. Vile, infuriated, demands if he dares to do that. Refugio proposes they start the final match. If Vile can save his colleagues, he wins. If he loses, Refugio will give up the game but keep the guide. He adds that he will be waiting at the place where the needle was held, calling out Vile's name as a challenge. Kun asks what that was all about, specifically regarding Hua Ryan's presence. He inquires about Yuto and Hua Ryan being one and the same. Shibisu then asks if this means Hua Ryan is affiliated with Fug. Kun acknowledges that he had already suspected this connection. If Yuto was indeed Hua Ryan, then the person who helped them meet Bomb was also Hua Ryan. However, he realizes that this is not the main issue. If they save Hua Ryan and she eventually joins them, Fug will certainly come after them. Akraptor questions whether Horyong is locked up with her, to which Vile responds that he fears this is the case and that he intends to go rescue them. Shibisu interjects, urging Vile to wait, as this clearly seems like a trap. He warns that if Vile enters that location again, Liro might cut him off, and he emphasizes that while he understands Vile's feelings, he does not encourage such a risky move. It is too dangerous for him to go back, and they should leave soon. Despite the warnings, Vile insists that he must go, stating that this is his problem that he needs to address. He believes they will kill her if he does not arrive in time, so he feels compelled to act. Shibisu, concerned, warns him that he might not make it this time. Vile replies that it does not matter, he is going regardless. Kun, wanting to speak up, reflects that Vile has not changed at all. Kun agrees, stating that the three of them will rescue Hua Ryan. He instructs the others to go and gather the remaining two. Internally, he thinks to himself, grateful, while Shibisu asks Kun what he means by that. Kun then turns to Liro Ro, asking how much time they have at the most. Liro Ro responds that he cannot say for certain, but they may have a 30-minute window at best. Staying any longer would be too dangerous. Pats repeats, 30 minutes, while Kun acknowledges that it is a narrow margin. Shibisu, bewildered, asks if Kun is out of his mind, pointing out that 30 minutes isn't even enough time to make the trip there and back. Kun outlines the plan. Quitro and Shibisu will retrieve Navik, while Akraptor and Yiwa will go for Horyang. The three of them will handle Refugio. He instructs Liro Ro to take anyone who makes it back in time with him, should they fail to return within the 30-minute window. He admits that he hasn't felt good about the situation and concludes that perhaps it is for the best. Let's defeat Fug, win the final, and then escape. Shibisu, frustrated, repeats that Kun is asking for the impossible within 30 minutes. Vile tells Kun that he thinks it would be better for him to go on his own. Kun responds sharply, telling him to be quiet, questioning whether Vile really thinks they would let him go after all this time, especially now that they have finally reunited. Kun reflects that it's possible. If these people were left here due to a malfunction, she might have been summoned as well. If the information entered into Emily is accurate, then she must be here. Shibisu impatiently reminds Kun that he told him to summon them quickly, lamenting that it's too late now and calling them pathetic fools. Kun realizes that they have arrived. Meanwhile, Ron May asks Refugio if he is certain Vile is coming. Refugio confidently replies that Vile is indeed coming. He has lived as a Slayer nominee for the past 7 years to protect his friends, and he will come. Suddenly, a red light descends from the sky, and an irritated Endorsi complains that her makeup has become cakey because the summon was delayed. Just when she thought she was finally being summoned, this happens. She asks what is going on, clearly frustrated. As she stands beside Hats, she jokingly asks when she will get to go on her date. Ram May, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a princess, asks where Vile is. Meanwhile, Vile, Kun, and Rak steadily approach, preparing for the battle that lies ahead. Kun asks Vile if this is where the needle is, confirming that Refugio is waiting for them inside. Vile replies affirmatively and adds, "By the way, how did Kun know Endorsi had that weapon?" He acknowledges that he got there quickly thanks to it. Kun clarifies that he is referring to Bong Bong and mentions that everyone knew Endorsi was an extra pass candidate. He adds that this thing revealed its features to him, and Kun then notes that he has it too. Vile responds, mentioning Yudo, or rather Hua Ryan, and remarks that she made good use of it. Kun reflects on how much he has come to rely on it, and recalls that it helped him get Bomb back. However, he finds something about it suspicious, wondering if it could be used to deceive someone. He considers that it might be the most dangerous weapon in the entire workshop battle, but concludes that it doesn't matter anymore. Vile urges Kun to proceed, and Kun agrees. Meanwhile, Rak contemplates how he would use such a weapon. Kun speculates that Endorsi and Hats have probably encountered the Mad Dog by now, and while they are buying time, the rest of them will rescue the hostages as quickly as possible and escape from this place. As they enter, Vile, shocked, exclaims upon seeing a bloodied Hua Ryan lying on the ground. On board the gateway ship, one person asks in confusion what the final is and what is happening, as the original plan was to escape before the final began. Another person, frustrated, questions the idea of waiting for 30 minutes, calling it idiotic. A guard approaches Liro Ro and anxiously asks when they can leave, expressing fear about the situation. Another person accuses Liro Ro of being deceitful, claiming he lied to them. In response, Liro Ro asks why he followed him in the first place, to which the person replies that he wants to leave immediately. The conversation escalates as another individual tells him to be quiet, asking what he just said. A figure wearing a green helmet inquires about the 30 minutes, and Liro Ro confirms, saying he is asking for a favor. He agrees, albeit reluctantly, warning that if it extends any longer, they will notice. He promises to transport him right at the 30-minute mark. The other person acknowledges, saying he understands, and notes that the group is serious about leaving. Liro Ro confirms that they plan to escape as soon as they return from the final. Sophia then interjects, pleading with Liro Ro to take Beta with him when they leave. Liro Ro asks pardon when Sophia explains that Beta is doomed to be discarded once he returns to the workshop anyway, pleading with him to let Beta experience a bit of freedom. She explains that it's what he has longed for so long. However, she also notes that if he doesn't have the medicine, there is some available on the floating ship, which will allow him to survive for another month. She reveals that she, too, is an orphan from the Middle Territory, just like the children. Fortunately, because she was a little smarter than the others, she was able to become a researcher. She reflects on how, since becoming a researcher, she wanted to do something for the children who shared her background. That's why she participated in the experiment. She thinks to herself that she believes if the experiment succeeded, all the abandoned children would become stronger, and no one would be able to trample over them again. Liro Ro, reflecting on her words, realizes that's why they gathered so many orphan travelers and connected them to Emily. Sophia continues, admitting that in order to achieve that goal, she thought a bit of sacrifice was unavoidable. Sophia continues, saying that after seeing the children who returned from the experiments become stronger, she initially believed she was right. But now, she admits that she was wrong, or rather, she's not sure anymore. In a flashback, Vile talks to Sophia, recalling that Horyang, which means Ilmer, had told him that after enduring the experiments, he kept repeating the name Sophia had given him to avoid losing himself, no matter how difficult things became. Vile explains that by holding on to that name, Ilmer was able to retain his identity. That alone was enough to bring happiness to both Ilmer and Kasano. The scene shifts back to the present, where Sophia expresses her regret, saying she didn't realize the research was making the children unhappy. She admits she didn't know what they needed to find true happiness. With a sense of urgency, she pleads with Liro Ro to help Ilmer, Kasano, and Vile escape safely. She emphasizes that they deserve a chance to be happy, even if it's only for a brief moment. Liro Ro, moved by her sincerity, replies that he understands and gives her his word that he will do everything he can to help them. Suddenly, Beta wakes up, uttering Kasano's name, before shouting that it was definitely him. the one behind everything. Sophia calls out to him as he accuses Kasano, demanding to know what Kasano is up to and why he pulled him out of there. He asks why he is here and what his purpose is. Meanwhile, at Mad Dog's location, Dorsey and Hats arrive, where Ron May, seeing them, asks what brings the princess here and where Vile is. Dorsey snaps, telling Ron May to shut up and stop looking for her boyfriend, as it's annoying. Ron May, confused, asks if she really has a boyfriend. Dorsey confidently confirms, adding that she decided to give him the honor and that they are about to elope, so they should be left alone. Hats, concerned, asks if she's aware that they are only here to buy some time until the others rescue the hostages, after which they need to escape immediately. He questions why she's lying. Dorsey responds that she knows, and then tells him to stop sticking so close to her because he stinks. She continues, mentioning that she heard Ron May had turned her back on them, and that was why they had been friendly with Anok. However, she expresses regret that Vile managed to escape from the trap. Dorsey remarks that the way Ron May talks annoys her, and she feels like tearing that smug face off. However, since she has a date, she decides to let it go for now but wonders aloud if Ron May will be okay. Ron May, with a smirk, asks if the Princess of Jahad is truly dating a man, and suggests that if Dorsey is caught, won't she end up like Anok's mother, stuffed and hunted down? A tense silence follows. Then, in a flash, Dorsey launches herself at Ron May with a fierce kick, but it is swiftly blocked by Verigarv. Dorsey, frustrated, demands to know who this annoying guy is. Ron May's bodyguard, perhaps. Verigarv calmly responds, warning her that she is playing with her life. Princess of Jahad. Meanwhile, back with Kun's group, Vile frantically calls out for Hugh or Ryan, pleading for her to answer. Refugio, observing Vile's desperation, coldly states that she is still alive, for now. As expected, Vile came. Kun, suspicious, asks what Refugio means by that. Ignoring the question, Refugio instead asks if they are ready to begin the final match. The three watch in shock as they notice Refugio's form beginning to change. Kun asks why he looks like that, and Rak comments that he is burning like charcoal. Kun reflects that he had thought the man seemed too confident, provoking them even though he was alone, which suggested he had a hidden card. He feels uneasy, thinking that the odds may be against them, especially since the man even has a hostage. Vile states that if his intention was merely to use her as bait, it was unnecessary to hurt her so badly. Refugio responds that he merely gave her a bit of education, but if she is not treated soon, he doubts she will be alright. Vile accuses him of having planned to kill her from the beginning of the final round, to which Refugio replies that they should begin. Dorsey manages to escape Verigarv's attack using Bong Bong, despite Ron May's lighthouse field. Verigarv remarks that she is playing with her life, while Hats observes that he managed to land a blow on a Princess of Jahad without even touching her. As Verigarv attacks again, she blocks his strike with her lighthouse, and Hats wonders whether the lighthouse can block it when Verigarv declares that it will not happen. Dorsey asks who that guy is, noting that her dress is ruined. Ron May laughs and remarks that it seems her date is over now. Confused, Dorsey asks what she means by that, and Ron May explains that Verigarv was created to be the perfect fighting dog. She continues, saying that he is one of the finest results of fusing the bloodlines of many great families. While he can barely keep up with the speed of a Princess of Jahad, they possess blood Tamara. When Dorsey asks what that is, Ron May clarifies that the effect of blood Tamara is that it dissolves into the owner's bloodstream, temporarily making their body invincible. With the Shadow Wolves providing the most powerful counterattack and the strongest defensive equipment, blood Tamara, Verigarv becomes an invincible regular. She then questions whether Dorsey can defeat Verigarv as he is now. Dorsey laughs and asks if that means he's going to challenge her, thinking to herself that it's so difficult to go on a date. Meanwhile, Hats reflects on the mention of the most powerful defense and counterattack. He thinks that Dorsey, who has been crushing enemies with her overwhelming physical strength, is confronting this type of opponent for the first time. He wonders if perhaps she is facing her worst enemy, and urges Shibisu to hurry, as the fight here is unpredictable. Meanwhile, Shibisu, Yehua, Akraptor, Quitro, and Vespa continue their search for Novik and Horyang. Yehua impatiently asks where Horyang is, saying they need to hurry if he doesn't want to make Gosang a widow. Akraptor responds, asking her to give him a break since Horyang is not from one of the 10 great families like her. She calls him crazy, asking if he has found anything, to which Quitro replies that there is no sign of him. Yehua angrily demands to know where he is, and Vespa contacts Shibisu, who asks if she has any updates. Vespa informs him that Horyang is not near the entrance, and they likely have him hidden somewhere. Shibisu curses under his breath, realizing the urgency, and says they need to find him within 20 minutes to escape, while asking where they could possibly be keeping him. Refugio begins his attack, forming a massive weapon using black shinsu and causing widespread destruction throughout the cavern. Vile recognizes his strength, while Kun is also struck by the sheer destructive power, thinking to himself that this opponent is incredible. Kun wonders who this person truly is, as he cannot be an ordinary E-rank regular. Refugio introduces himself, stating that he is Refugio, an E-rank regular and a shadow piece of Lord Pokken, who has been in hiding for thousands of years. Kun, confused, asks what Pokken's shadow piece means, while Vile questions Pokken's identity as a FUG executive. Refugio explains that Pokken was an unworthy man from whom he inherited a piece of the shadow, and although he is an E-rank regular, this shadow allows him to temporarily escape the rules. He adds that by using the shadow, he can become stronger than a B-rank regular. Kun, incredulous, remarks that this is nonsense. Refugio then suggests that they give up, asserting that they cannot defeat him in this state. He promises to reveal the location of the hostages if they surrender. Vile, however, refuses, stating that he no longer trusts anything Refugio says and will not give up on himself. Refugio remarks that it's a shame Vile has wasted his last chance, leaving him no choice but to kill them all. Vile launches an attack using his shinsu, to which Kun exclaims that it's a shinsu attack. Vile responds, stating that he will intercept Refugio's attack, and instructs Kun to get Hua Ryan first. Kun replies that he understands and calls out to Rak, who declares that although he doesn't know how to use it properly, he is going to swing it anyway. Rak then uses the second shadow technique, Full Moon Shadow, while Kun deploys Quadruple Cube to block Refugio's assault. Refugio taunts them, asking if they truly thought they could stop him with that. Kun, thinking quickly, acknowledges that their defense won't hold, but he only needs to divert Refugio's attention for a moment because the real plan is unfolding behind him. Vile declares that he will take Hua Ryan back with them, but Refugio confidently challenges him, daring him to do so if he can. Madarako asks his attendant whether Refugio took the hostages to carry out the final act alone, and remarks that they have gathered valuable information from him. He then questions if everything will be fine, noting that Refugio took the item they had promised to deliver to the workshop. Madarako responds that it does not matter, stating that deals are meant to be fair and that he no longer needs to fulfill his side of the agreement with those fools who stopped the party out of fear. He reflects that the information he provides is far more valuable anyway and instructs his attendant to prepare the solution, indicating that they will make their move before the others have a chance to escape. He concludes by asserting that it is time to bring the workshop battle to an end. Meanwhile, Traveler overhears some guards conversing in the hallway, with one guard mentioning that he wants to see Emile, and that he was deceived by her. Traveler decides not to go in that direction, thinking there must be another way. He notices the vents and silently sneaks through them, but finds them too narrow. He wonders why Emile deceived them and why she led them here. He needs to discover who she truly is. He reflects that the match turned into a chaotic situation and wonders how Mr. Baum is doing. Exiting the vent, he checks his phone for directions and begins to follow them. Just then, he notices a man standing near a door. The scene shifts to Refugio battling Bomb. Bomb hesitates to attack and declares that he is taking Miss Hwarian with them. Refugio taunts him to go ahead if he can and uses Hwarian as a human shield, moving her forward. He questions Bomb, asking what is wrong and if he is not going to attack. Bomb hesitates, realizing Refugio is using her as a shield. Refugio attacks Bomb, but Bomb dodges and decides he will stop Refugio and rescue Miss Hwarian first. He attempts to attack with Shinsu. Refugio looks at him and says it will not work. He counters with his spear, but Bomb blocks the attack. Refugio reminds him that he has already said Bomb cannot defeat him and then pushes him away. Bomb thinks he cannot stop him but wonders why. Refugio asks if Bomb is surprised and tells him that flow control will not work on him. He explains that he has been sent to deal with Bomb and that he is a shadow, a creature without a uniform flow of Shinsu, and that he has thoroughly understood all of Bomb's abilities. He declares that he has become one with the shadow, being both himself and the shadow. He will perish once this power is exhausted and will not return to his original form, but he accepts this fate. He states that it is time for him to be laid to rest so that he can achieve his long-cherished dream. Rak and Kun stand aside, listening. Kun remarks on the shadow creature that has stayed alive for thousands of years to fulfill his wish. Rak calls him a freak. Kun realizes the situation is dire. If flow control does not work on Refugio, they will be at his mercy, especially since he has taken Hwarian hostage. Refugio glances at them and asks if they should put an end to this and attempt to attack them. Bomb counters the attack, identifying it as a Shinsu strike. Kun quickly assesses that there are 5 bangs and thinks his lighthouses cannot cover all of them, meaning they will have to intercept them all. Refugio uses the deadly moon shadow to attack, and Bomb tries to block it. He glances at him and says that Bomb has been his only target from the beginning. Bomb is stunned to see the bangs merging together and realizes that the Shinsu is concentrated in one bang again. Refugio uses Demon Moon Shadow Shinsu power to attack. Kun and Rak are shocked, and Kun thinks that the idiot used them as bait. Bomb is being pushed back and thinks that it is okay. He can handle this if he attacks Refugio when he releases the Shinsu. Refugio tells Bomb he cannot attack him because the conviction to save everyone has put him in this position, and this is where he will die. Refugio then strikes Bomb with a powerful Shinsu attack. Rak becomes enraged, curses at Refugio, and declares he will kill him. Kun tells Rak to stop, reminding him that they have a hostage. He thinks to himself that he hates to admit it, but Refugio has put more thought into this than he had anticipated. Despite his strength, Refugio is cautious. He is aware that the power of the needle could be unleashed at any moment and has figured out Bomb's personality. By using a hostage, he ensures a certain victory and does not leave anything to chance. There must be a way, Kun thinks. Observing closely, he realizes that Refugio is using a hostage as his shield. He calls out to Rak and says he has an idea of how to finish off that ugly lump of coal. Meanwhile, Beniamino Casano opens the gate and thinks it seems that the other guy took care of things. He thought the self-destruction might have finished them, but his skills have improved. Traveler sees him and asks who he is. Casano asks if he is a traveler deceived by the family and expresses surprise that he managed to make it this far. Traveler asks how he knew and whether he is also a traveler. Casano replies that he is not a traveler. At that moment, Emile speaks, saying she is there and asking for someone to let her out. Traveler questions what she means by getting her out. Casano opens the door to Emile's location and says that since Traveler made it this far, he will let him see the truth. He tells him to take a look and reveals that this is the Emile who has been deceiving them all. He sees a water tank and asks if this is Emile. Casano explains that the researchers at the workshop collaborated with FUG a few years ago and conducted 2 studies related to the living ignition weapon. One study focused on how to turn a living human into a living ignition weapon, while the other aimed to dissolve a human who had become an ignition weapon. Eventually, they succeeded in the experiment. Emil was supposed to be discarded after the experiment was over, but there was one woman who opposed this. Emil, who was dissolved through the experiment, has been living in this flask ever since. She managed to save Emil's life in the end. He explains that, meanwhile, some scientists took an interest in the research. They realized that Emil's special power would be extremely useful, so they pretended to assist the woman in using Emil's power for their own purposes. They used their positions as hosts of the workshop battle to confine her in a large water tank in Archimedes. They also created a device to control her. Their goal was to recruit as many people as possible using Emil. They allied with a merchant group to fund the exorbitant costs associated with distributing the devices and conducting research. However, their ultimate goal was to control humans using Emil. He states that the hosts allowed the merchant group to intervene in the workshop battle to achieve their mutual goals and to secretly relocate Emil after the battle concluded. The hosts had been promised the most expensive compressed flask the merchant group possessed. Traveler responds by recalling that Emil had claimed she was alive, that she was locked in the water tank, and had begged him to save her from the workshop. Kasano asserts that every word was a lie. She deceived them all to ensure he would come here, or perhaps she was delusional and believed she was still alive despite being trapped inside the flask. Traveler exclaims that it cannot be, questioning how they could be so cruel. Kasano announces that he is leaving the place now while Traveler inquires where he is going. He offers to take Traveler with him if he also wishes to leave, noting that he has one spot available. Emil is inside this flask now, and he intends to bring change to this absurd tower using the power of this weapon. The scene then shifts to Horyang, who is sitting against a wall and recalling a flashback. In the flashback, he asks Kasano what is happening, why he is doing this, and what kind of deal he made with Fug. Kasano explains that he has no choice. He needs to accomplish his goal. Horyang asks what he means. Kasano states that Horyang has likely noticed that the research is ongoing, and that people are being used as instruments to satisfy greed. He invites her to join him, suggesting that there is a path they can take to change this corrupt world. Horyang states that he refuses, as he has colleagues and a woman he loves. He cannot simply save himself by using them as tools for his own escape. He is leaving with them. He expresses regret, saying goodbye. Back in the present, a pair of bunny ears appears at Horyang's location. Meanwhile, in the cave, Rak asks Kun if he knows how they can defeat the lump of charcoal. Kun instructs him to lower his voice, asking if he wants the whole world to know. Rak insists on being told, but Kun remarks that Rak's voice is as loud as thunder. Kun then mentions that he brought his spear to the store earlier that day. Rak acknowledges this. He inquires about its name. Rak identifies the spear as Mad Shock. Kun operates the system to look up its details and finds that it is indeed Mad Shocker, a spear intended for throwing. He remarks that Rak is an idiot for bringing a spear meant for throwing into close combat. Rak asks for clarification, and Kun instructs him that, regardless, it is just as well. He advises Rak to throw the spear at Refugio based on the guidance from the lighthouse when he gives the signal, aiming to defeat him quickly so that the three of them can go on vacation. Rak agrees. Meanwhile, Refugio reflects on his previous concerns about the activation of the needle's power. He realizes that his worries may have been unfounded. If he performs his duties correctly, the solution will soon be administered, and his long-desired wish will finally be fulfilled. He calls out to Rak and moves to attack him, while Kun instructs Rak to move at lightning speed. Rak throws the Mad Shocker spear, shouting at Refugio to take this. Refugio, grabbing his attention, dismisses the attack as useless. Suddenly, a lighthouse appears behind him, and Kun teleports behind Refugio. As he attempts to block the spear attack, he thinks about the tremendous force of the spear, recognizing it as exceptional. He notices Kun preparing to attack him and realizes it is an ambush from the lighthouse, but he still has his hostage, Hwarian. Kun advances to stab Hwarian, which greatly surprises both Rack and Refugio. At that moment, Bomb's thorn is about to unravel. Rack calls Kun a crazy turtle and demands to know what he has done. Refugio inquires if Kun is discarding his hostage. Kun grins and responds that abandoning others would typically be his style, but today it is different. Today, he has decided not to abandon anyone and proceeds to stab Hwarian. He discreetly retrieves the white heavenly mirror dagger, explaining that he obtained it during the first round. The dagger, known as the white heavenly mirror, possesses 3 magical abilities, one of which allows it to compress and seal anyone stabbed through the heart inside the blade's mirror. He seals Hwarian inside the dagger's mirror-like blade. Refugio, shocked, asks what has happened. Kun, smirking, says that despite his bluffs, he could tell that Refugio has durability issues, given his reliance on a hostage as a shield. Without a hostage, there is a chance they can win, and Kun remarks that Refugio should have taken better care of his hostage. He asks, he doesn't think. Refugio, angered, retorts that he doesn't need a hostage to fight them and prepares to kill them on the spot. As he readies himself to attack, Kun tells Rack to prepare his spear for throwing and wonders if Bomb is still unconscious. Annoyed, Refugio unleashes his Death Moon shadow attack aimed at Kun and Rack, but his assault is intercepted from below. Kun glances down and thinks to himself, good, he's awake. Meanwhile, Zia secretly observes Hworyong and mutters to herself, frustrated, that the tournament has become a huge mess. She notes that those FUG members have betrayed Bomb, forcing him to participate in the final by taking a hostage, and she wonders why. She reflects that Kasano has flown off somewhere, leaving her to guard the hostages, and questions what she should do now. She debates whether she should inform Bomb but hesitates, conflicted about the money FUG has promised, though she still needs Bomb. Suddenly, she hears voices nearby. One person is calling out for Hworyong and asking where he is. Another voice suggests burning the entire place down, but the first person firmly rejects the idea. Elsewhere, Indrosi and Hatsu continue their confrontation with Verigarv and Ranmei. Indrosi reflects that they have yet to find a single hostage, and Bomb is still fighting. They must resolve this on their own somehow, and she acknowledges that she has been too lenient. Determined, she vows that they will defeat their opponents and leave with dignity. Hatsu interrupts her thoughts, suggesting they change their plan. Indrosi asks what he means. He explains that they will launch a direct attack. He will cover her with his new sword and hold an iron rod as well. She questions him incredulously, asking if he is an idiot for bringing an iron rod, thinking he went to retrieve a new sword. He insists that the iron rod is the new weapon and warns her not to underestimate it. Indrosi, amused, agrees to the plan but teasingly asks what happened to the Hatsu, who used to prioritize the team first. He responds that this is for the team, but adds that he also wants to blow their opponents to smithereens. The scene shifts to a flashback where Indrosi stands in front of Yewa and Rack. She asks Rack if, by Yellow Turtle, he is referring to Rachel. She inquires whether he is implying that Rachel betrayed Bomb during the test that day after forming an alliance with FUG, and if all of this had been orchestrated by them. The scene shifts back to the present, where Indrosi, in frustration, remarks that Hatsu should stop making her want to go on a date. She turns her attention to Ranmei, her anger intensifying as she reflects on the situation. It infuriates her that a traitor with blonde hair is standing right in front of them, smiling as if nothing is wrong. With resolve, Indrosi moves to attack, declaring that she will finish them in one blow, and instructs Hatsu to cover her. He responds affirmatively. Ranmei, unfazed, mocks their plan, calling it foolish and stating that there is no way they could defeat the mad dog. Hatsu then charges Verigarv, utilizing the demonic fish wheel dance and white wave demonic explosion. However, his attack seems ineffective, leaving Verigarv untouched. Ranmei smirks and taunts him, saying that such an attack won't work. Hatsu, however, realizes that it did work, not on Verigarv, but on the dogs surrounding him. He silently thanks Kasano acknowledging that he has grown stronger because of him. Just then, Indrosi appears behind Varigarv, who arrogantly asserts that she is more foolish than he had anticipated. He reminds her that her attacks do not work on him. Indrosi retorts, telling him not to be so arrogant and insisting that he come with her. She grips Varigarv tightly and propels him high into the sky. She declares that even if he claims to be invincible, he must have limits. She wonders aloud if he will still be fine after falling from such a height, especially after taking a hit from her. With a smirk, she states that the one who survives the fall will be the true winner, and in a few minutes, they will discover which of them will endure. Meanwhile, Kun and Rak look down with concern for Bomb's condition. Kun thinks that something feels different. Refugio also senses something unusual. As the smoke begins to clear, Bomb stands there, his thorn awakened, radiating newfound power. Kun and Refugio observe as Bomb stands with the awakened thorn. Kun wonders if that is the needle, questioning whether it has finally revealed itself. Rak asks Bomb if he is all right, to which Bomb responds affirmatively while examining his hand. He reflects that the blue turtle has sealed the red turtle in his sword, and now they just need to defeat their opponent. However, he is puzzled by the stick he has noticed. This odd feeling reminds him of the fake one, yet something about it feels different. With determination, he jumps from his position, declaring that it's time to go, and lands near Refugio, who watches him closely, pondering whether something has changed. Meanwhile, inside the Archimedes, one person reports that Area A3 is under control, while another confirms that Area Ba1 is also secure, noting that all the travelers in the major areas have been suppressed. Punk expresses satisfaction, stating that they have finally caught the troublemaker and can now resume the tournament. Lo urges them to end the tournament quickly so they can retrieve the promised item from the merchant, eagerly anticipating capturing Emil. He then points to the stadium, drawing attention to a surprising scene unfolding in the distance. Suddenly, they see Bong Bong in action and wonder what is happening, particularly why Indrosi Jahad is present at the stadium. Madarako silently observes the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Refugio studies Bomb's thorn, pondering whether something has changed. He realizes he cannot quite tell. After all, he is still just an E-rank regular rookie. A memory surfaces in his mind, recalling Poken's words about sharing his shadow, emphasizing that those who have lost everything to the 10 great families deserve power. Poken had asserted that power should be granted to those who truly merit it, asking if that wasn't obvious. Refugio resolves to test Bomb to see if he is worthy of such power, preparing to attack him with a more powerful shadow. Bomb swiftly retreats, activating the 5th Shadow Sphere Moon Shadow to launch an attack, declaring that this strike cannot be ignored. He perceives it as a mutating attack utilizing the ever-changing shadow and follows up with a cross full moon shadow. As he attempts to dodge Refugio's attack, he contemplates that if he cannot avoid it, he must halt it in its tracks. Refugio reminds him that he cannot control his flow, thrusting his spear forward for the assault, but Bomb manages to stop it, countering with an attack that sends Refugio flying away. Confused, Refugio wonders what is happening. Flow control should not affect him in this way. Meanwhile, Kun observes the scene and thinks it must be the needle that is controlling Bomb's previously unreliable flow. Normally, such control would be impossible, but something within the needle dominates the surrounding Shinsu, radiating a god-like power. Refugio realizes that Bomb has been chosen. Kun asks Bomb if he is all right. Bomb replies that he is okay. He is feeling a bit tired, but is able to tolerate it. However, he acknowledges that he cannot hold on for much longer and insists that they should end this. Refugio recalls a memory in which Poken declares that the time has finally come to form a team with the one sent by the elders and enter the tournament to complete the real needle. Their people will bring Vile, and Refugio considers that he will finally obtain the power to fulfill his long-desired wish. Yet, he grapples with the thought that he is undeserving of that power. It must go to someone truly qualified. Even if the needle has accepted him as its master, He knows he is not the god who will fulfill their wishes. He is not their god. Bomb, sensing Refugio's inner turmoil, asserts that he is right. He is not Refugio's god. That god is merely a delusion born of Refugio's weakness. With determination, Bomb launches his attack, using the power of the Dash Moon Shadow. Kun, shocked by the unfolding events, realizes it is the end and urges Bomb to hang in there, instructing him not to act too hastily. He creates a quadruple barrier to block Bomb's path and calls for Rak to attack. Rak responds by throwing his spear, which shines like a lighthouse, catching Refugio's attention. Refugio thinks that the spear was teleported from a perfect blind spot and realizes he has lost his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Bomb charges in to attack while Refugio is distracted. He confronts Refugio, stating that he calls him his god, makes wishes as he pleases, and then rejects him when he no longer needs him. With a fierce determination, Bomb declares that he quits. He is no longer Refugio's god, delivering his finishing blow. Meanwhile, Indrosi attacks Verigarv with all her might. On the other side, Bomb's assault culminates, leaving only Refugio's broken mask behind. Meanwhile, the confused crowd on the battlefield gazes at a large hole in the ground, as one person asks who is responsible for it. Another person inquires if that is not Indrosi Jahad. A bystander questions what the princess is doing there, noting that the tournament was supposed to be suspended. Lo also sees her and asks what is happening and what she is doing in that location. Someone in the crowd comments that although the tournament was suspended, Indrosi must have a sturdy body to withstand the chaos. Meanwhile, Madarako observes Indrosi fighting and notices that Refugio has failed in the battle. He expresses disappointment, stating that it is a shame. Nevertheless, they will fulfill his long-desired wish. Back on the battlefield, Bomb looks at Refugio after defeating him. Kun approaches and asks if he is all right. Bomb replies affirmatively. Kun observes him closely, thinking that Bomb seems to be struggling with the situation. Nevertheless, Kun acknowledges that it is an amazing weapon. Its full power has not yet been unleashed, but for a brief moment, a B-rank regular like Refugio was overwhelmed. Kun wonders what will happen if Bomb releases its full power, considering that as long as he possesses the needle, they will not let their opponents go easily. Refugio, still on the ground, laughs and remarks on how cruel it is for the needle to choose such a rookie as its master. He reflects that gods sometimes create such ridiculous fates, granting power and beauty to the unqualified. He concludes that if God has made a mistake, he will correct that error. He feels a sharp pain in his eyes and realizes he has lost his sight. Memories flood back to him as he recalls someone saying that Miss Yulia will soon become a princess of Jahad and admonishing him for daring to steal a glance at a daughter of the 10 great families, reminding him to know his place. He reflects that her beauty is blinding and wonders if it is something she does not deserve to possess. With just a single glance, his heart is captured. He thinks about the price he paid for that fleeting moment. The loss of his eyes and his entire tribe. He cannot accept that someone so cruel could have been granted such beauty and strength, and above all, the vividness of her beauty, so pronounced to his unseeing eyes, is unbearable. He states that the solution will be poured here soon. Kun questions what he means, suspecting that the solution refers to the one capable of melting the needle. Refugio confirms that, yes, soon, this entire place will be melted down, and they will all die with him. He adds that for the fulfillment of his long-desired wish, they should please go to sleep. Just then, a man in a purple shirt attempts to hold the solution. Meanwhile, Indrosi addresses Verigarv, expressing her discontent by saying that he is too clingy and declaring that this is the end. Hatsu threatens Verigarv while holding Ran-mei hostage, stating that he should withdraw from the tournament or the girl will die. Capturing the queen is one way to secure a victory. Verigarv questions whether Hatsu is taking her hostage. Ran-mei asks Hatsu if he is not the type who prefers to win fairly. Hatsu responds that he believes this match is perfectly fair. Their opponents have hostages, and now they have one as well. suggesting that things are finally balanced. He asserts that at this point, they have nothing to lose, even if they continue fighting. Indrosi comments that they are likely the winners of today's match, identifying themselves as the strongest E-rank regulars. Hatsu gazes at Ron-mei and challenges her to come and challenge them again, if she thinks this situation is unfair, asserting that they will soon become the strongest D-rank regulars. Ron-mei concedes that it cannot be helped, admitting that they lost this time, but she questions whether Hatsu should not be returning to his comrades. Hatsu asks what she means, and she responds that Indrosi believes Bomb will die soon, referring to him as her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Kun notices the solution and asks what it is, urging that it should not be poured here. He declares that it is absurd, as doing so would result in his own death as well. Refugio replies that it does not matter to him. He had been prepared to die from the beginning. Kun observes that the exit point is close as a blast occurs, while Bomb questions whether this was Refugio's plan from the start and why he had brought them here. Refugio laughs and confirms that he had indeed planned everything for both his death and theirs. Bomb asserts that Refugio has gone too far. Kun connects with Ship using a pocket device and asks if all the hostages have been located. Ship responds that not yet, inquiring about the situation on Kun's side. Kun explains that everything is finished. They saved Hwariun, but there is a problem. He reveals that they planned for a solution to be poured in here, indicating it is a trap. The Ship asks for clarification. Vespa, frustrated, demands to know what he means and adds that they are not present either. She insists they need to hurry, stating that if they do not escape soon, they will all die, and she asks where Indrosi is. She emphasizes that they require Bong Bong's power. Kun admits he does not know, as she has not responded yet, and until they locate the hostage, they cannot leave. Yewa asks what they should do, expressing concern that they have not found a single hostage yet. She reflects that he was finally able to smile, but the thought of not seeing that smile again feels unfair. Zia then appears and informs Yewa and Han Akraptor that they are Vile's previous teammates. Yewa questions if Zia is a member of FUG, while Han Akraptor asks why she is present, implying she is there to fight. Zia responds that she is not there for combat. Instead, she offers to lead them to where the hostages are. Yewa is skeptical, questioning how they can trust her, considering she is their enemy. Zia insists that she is a frustrating woman, noting that she just sacrificed 1 million points to help them. She urges them to follow her before she changes her mind, asking if they want to escape with Vile, or if they prefer to die there. Later, Ship communicates with Kun through the pocket device, informing him that they have located the hostages. Kun inquires about Indrosi, and Ship responds that they have made contact and are heading to her location. But there is a problem. Kun presses for details, and Ship explains that the hostages noticed them due to Indrosi's actions. Meanwhile, Indrosi notes that Bong Bong is not functioning, suggesting they must have overused it. Kun curses in frustration, asking what their next move will be. Indrosi replies that she does not know but insists that he must hang in there and warns him not to dare die, asserting that this time, she will not let Bomb go. Meanwhile, on the escape ship, Quant Blitz expresses his frustration, exclaiming that Liro Ro is infuriating. He questions how much longer they must wait for their companions, noting that they have less than 5 minutes left. Quant insists that they should stop babysitting and leave, expressing his desire to escape the chaotic environment as soon as possible and suggesting that it would be better to meet Yurek Mazino. Liro Ro counters by telling Quant to stop complaining and to simply wait, explaining that given the situation, they might as well remain patient. Suddenly, Liro Ro notices that the solution is being poured, prompting an immediate sense of urgency. Liro Ro reflects on the situation, noting that a FUG ranker is pouring a dissolving solution while everyone watches. He thinks that the members of Bomb's team must have won the final match, which explains why FUG is taking such a significant risk. He instructs Quant to start the engine immediately. Quant, surprised, asks for clarification on what he means. Lero Ro insists that they need to rescue their teammates and escape right away, prompting Quant to question whether he is serious. Meanwhile, the cave floor begins to explode as Bomb urges everyone to hurry, stating that he does not have time to repeat himself. Kun acknowledges Bomb's urgency, telling him to contact Mr. Hatzling, who is on the Archimedes. Bomb issues a Code D warning, indicating that they may die if they delay any further. Flames erupt from the floor as Bomb feels all the power in his body waning. In another part of the cave, Punk and Lo confront Madarako. Lo demands to know what is happening, expressing disbelief that Madarako would pour the dissolving solution in front of the audience and enlist a rancor to do it. Madarako feigns ignorance, but Lo accuses him of pretending not to know about the chaos occurring below and questions what he is trying to accomplish. He explains that while they promised to allow him to manage the workshop battle, they did not authorize him to endanger anyone. He demands that Madarako stop immediately, warning that if he continues to use excessive force, their contract will be terminated. Madarako responds with indifference, stating that he is already planning to end their contract. He reveals that he has handed over the promised item to someone else, and that he simply gave the compressed flask to another individual. While they scrambled to halt the tournament, a better offer came his way, prompting him to accept it and pass on the flask. By now, the recipient has likely captured Emil and fled from the Archimedes aboard his ship. Punk accuses Madarako of tricking them. Madarako retorts that he merely made a better deal, emphasizing that business is about give and take. Since the workshop battle has concluded, he asserts that he has nothing more to offer them. Lo asks what that means. Punk warns him that he knows the consequences of interfering with the hosts of the workshop battle. Madarako questions who will discover the truth of his actions, asserting that he had set sail on the ship early, ensuring that no one boarded the top floor. He dismisses the audience as merely parvenus and losers, noting that he has disconnected the live broadcast, which means there is no teacher present to protect them. He declares that once he obtains the needle, no one will notice if he makes the ship vanish entirely. Meanwhile, Kun observes Bomb and realizes that Bomb has reached his limit after using the needle. He notes that Bomb can no longer use his lighthouse and considers the fact that they are receiving assistance from a rancor. Fug must have truly lost their senses. Kun worries that they will face severe consequences if word of their actions gets out. He reflects that if the needle is their only concern, he cannot see a way out of this predicament. At that moment, the Quant battleship arrives, and one of its crew members confronts the Fug rancor, challenging him to pick on someone his own size. He expresses his frustration at the rancor's presence, stating that he will blast him away with the ship, activating the Dengen-style weapon reinforcement technique, Lightning Strike, to launch an attack. Meanwhile, Kun notices that the fire has ceased erupting from the floor and contemplates the implications of the solution being halted. He inquires about what has happened and spots Mr. Rowe, who expresses relief at seeing Kun alive. Mr. Rowe explained that he had come to assist his student and urged Kun to leave immediately. He attempts to block the approaching danger with his electric gun and informs Kun that Quant is on his way with the floating ship, promising to buy them some time so they can evacuate with the hostages. However, he warns that he will not be able to hold the Fug rancor for long, as he is also a rancor, and urges Kun to hurry. Kun connects with ship through his pocket device and asks whether all the hostages have been rescued. Ship responds that they have located some hostages and believes the others have reached the locations of the remaining captives. Kun instructs them to gather the hostages and exit, assuring the ship that the floating ship will arrive soon. Yon expresses disbelief, prompting ship to clarify that they should board the Honeybee and prepare for evacuation. With its speed, they can safely extract everyone. The ship then asks about their own safety, to which Kun replies that they will wait for Androsi. For now, Bong Bong is their only hope, and if that fails, they will devise another plan. He emphasizes the need to hurry. Meanwhile, Lero Ro confronts the Fug rancor, reflecting on the ranker's surprising skills for someone nameless. He realizes that facing him without a lighthouse might prove challenging. Liro Ro is puzzled by the ranker's intentions for intervening, concluding that if the ranker is acting out of a misguided sense of justice, he is truly a fool. Liro Ro addresses the ranker directly, asserting that he is the one who is mistaken. He reveals that his colleague, a skilled hacker, is currently on the Archimedes and has successfully infiltrated the surveillance systems of both the Archimedes and the arena. This hacker has ensured that all events have been recorded, and the footage is being broadcast to the audience as they speak. Liro Ro points out that rankers and other authorities throughout the tower are monitoring the ranker's actions, although he has carefully omitted any details regarding the needle, as he excels at keeping secrets. The Fog ranker scolds him, lamenting that they would not have needed to resort to such extreme measures if circumstances had been different. He asserts that, at this point, he is uncertain who is being more reckless. Meanwhile, inside the arena near the entrance to Refugio's location, Androsi surveys the exit and realizes that it is completely blocked off with no way up. She expresses her frustration over Bongbong's malfunction at such a critical moment, vowing to smash the device in her hands. Hatsu interjects, reminding her that she cannot act impulsively and urging her to calm down and devise a plan. Androsi contemplates the situation, recognizing the need for a more effective strategy. She considers what might restart Bongbong and how she could operate it again. Perhaps it requires a recharge. She ponders what type of energy could reactivate it. As she reflects, she notices a bag on Hatsu's back. Meanwhile, Refugio acknowledges the presence of someone who has come to help him, but concludes that it is of no use, as the structure is about to collapse. Baum questions Refugio's satisfaction, asking if he would truly be content if everyone perished in this manner. He challenges Refugio on whether sacrificing everything for his wish and revenge is worth it, specifically questioning if he finds any satisfaction in dying after being used by someone. Refugio responds that he is indeed satisfied, explaining that Baum could not comprehend that, at times, even exploitation can serve as a source of hope for someone. He asserts that although he wields power, he will not act upon it in this situation, claiming that Baum will never understand. He expresses his resentment towards God, stating that if God had granted him the power to change the tower, he would not have hesitated to sacrifice his insignificant life in order to destroy the ground and eliminate them all, utilizing the 8th shadow skill. The others are shocked as they witness the floor exploding around them. Even in his final moments, he reflects on the remnants of his existence and concludes that if he dies like this, he will be forgotten. He accepts that this is it. His last wish will be fulfilled here. Just then, Androsi and Hatsu arrive to rescue them. Androsi extends her hand toward Baum, declaring that the googly-eyed one has finally arrived, urging them to go. Baum watches as Refugio plummets into the dissolving solution. Meanwhile, Medarako knocks out him and Lo, while Gustang arrives on the scene. Medarako expresses his surprise at having underestimated someone he considered a nobody, as that individual has managed to hack into Archimedes' system. He states that this situation is troubling and leaves them with little time. He must hurry and wrap things up. Gustang then appears, remarking on the impressive show that Medarako put on, noting that it has been a while since he witnessed such a spectacle. Meanwhile, Verigarv and Ron May are in the process of escaping. Ron May comments on Verigarv's impressive attacks, acknowledging that it is a good thing they left early. He admits he did not expect to have help. She notes that it is unfortunate they lost all their team members in this workshop battle, but she believes there is always next time to reclaim the Slayer nominee position. Verigarv replies that this is only if they make it out alive, sharing a laugh. At the same time, Baum and his team emerge from the Bongbong teleportation device on the ground. Androsi inquires about their condition, warning them not to collapse as she drives safely for them. Kun counters that her driving is too rough. Rak lies on the floor, exclaiming in frustration that he thinks he is going to die. Just then, Vespa arrives, holding Ship, Yuwa, and others. Baum expresses his happiness at seeing them, stating that they made it out safely. Zia confirms that everyone has successfully escaped and that all the hostages are accounted for. The ship then asks Baum about the object on his back, while Han Akraptor questions if it is a needle. Just then, Quant arrives on the floating ship, urging them not to slack off and emphasizing the need to get out immediately. Ship asks if that is indeed Quant in the floating ship. Quant replies that it is only a matter of time before the Rankers discover their location. Before they arrive, they must escape, and he will transport all his comrades to the waiting room. A man enters the room, instructing the rookies to move quickly. As they prepare to leave, an enemy Ranker blocks their path, declaring that they cannot go any further. The Ranker warns them that if they take one more step, he will slash all of them and demands that they surrender the needle. Meanwhile, Liro Ro contacts Quant while engaged in battle with the Fug Ranker, asking how the situation is progressing and if everyone has escaped safely. The Fug Ranker suspects that Liro Ro is trying to drain his energy by evading him. Quant confirms that all the hostages are safe. Liro Ro responds that this is good news and that their mission has been accomplished. He warns that floating in the air will use up a lot of Shinsu. If Quant cannot stay afloat, he will be unable to catch the floating ship. However, he adds that there is a problem. The enemy Ranker has discovered their location and questions what they should do, as everyone is too exhausted. Liro Ro insists that they must stop the Ranker at all costs. Quant exclaims in frustration that this is precisely why he did not want to take such risks. Suddenly, Matarako's voice resonates, instructing the Fug associates to stop. He asserts that this is the captain's order, commanding them to halt all actions and comply. He demands that they immediately relinquish the needle and return to the base, warning that any foolish actions could lead to Gustang destroying their entire trade business. He reiterates the necessity to return. He questions Matarako's departure, insinuating that he is checking out due to his powers. Akraptor urges everyone to hurry and run away. Liro Ro notes that he is unsure of the situation but recognizes it as their opportunity, telling Quant to start the engine. Meanwhile, the Fug Ranker informs Liro Ro that he does not understand what is happening but suspects that Liro Ro has called in some big shot. Liro Ro asks for clarification, and the Ranker responds that he got lucky this time but vows to kill him next time, referring to him as a little piece of crap before vanishing from the scene. Liro Ro approaches the floating ship, where Quant urges him to get on as they prepare to escape. At the same time, Madarako asks Gustang if he has been watching them from the beginning. He claims that Gustang's prank was excessive and laughs, asserting that it pales in comparison to what they did to the regulars. He notes that it has been quite some time, but he still recognizes Gustang. Madarako questions how Gustang could possibly forget and mentions that the cigarette he smokes is of the highest quality, available only through their company, meant for a select few buyers. Gustang inquires about the timeline of their actions, asking when they began to play into his hands. Madarako wonders if Gustang was the one who provided Fug with the needle. Gustang feigns ignorance, stating that he is merely present as the head of the tournament in place of the great teacher. He adds that restrictions were imposed on him to ensure a fair game and suggests that they should now award the winner. Just then, as all the regulars gather aboard the suspended ship, they notice a screen announcing the winning team of the workshop battle. One person asks what that notification entails. Another person asks what is happening this time, while someone else points out that there is something on the screen announcing the winning team of the workshop battle. Everyone expresses their joy upon seeing the names of the winners. One individual remarks that everyone is safe and welcomes everyone back. Meanwhile, Gustang connects with another person and observes how peaceful they look, even after all the commotion. He muses that humans are strange creatures. When they perceive someone as being above them, they become rebellious. But the moment they believe someone has provided them with peace, they conform to the system. In that regard, the inhabitants of the tower are unlike humans at all. Gustang then inquires if the merchant group has backed off. He receives confirmation that they will, as they are a group that avoids business when there is no profit to be made, though it will hit Fug hard. He adds that initiating a deal with the workshop will be challenging. Gustang poses a question, insisting that he must receive an answer this time. Who is the real Prince of Jahad, the one capable of passing the tower's final test? Gustang replies that his inquiry displays impatience, suggesting that they should watch a bit longer, as their adventure has only just begun. Meanwhile, Ship sits with the other regulars and requests another bottle of soju. The red-haired man advises him that binge drinking is not good for his health. Ship insists on having one more bottle and wonders where everyone has gone during such a pleasant time. On the other side, Rak, Bomb, Kun, and Wangnan are sleeping in their room. The narrator states that part 2 of the workshop battle has come to an end. Vile opens his eyes to see Rak sleeping on his lap and realizes he has made it back. Meanwhile, Wangnan is at the summoning station, calling for Vile and urging him to hurry up and come out because his comrades are waiting for him. Just then, Reflejo appears in front of him, and Wangnan asks who he is. Reflejo informs him that he cannot summon Vile. Wangnan, confused, demands to know what he means, insisting that Vile be returned. Reflejo coldly responds that Wangnan has no right to have a friend. Wangnan wakes up screaming no, startling Yeonyewa, who is sitting near his bed. She asks what is wrong. He replies that he is hungry and demands some food, specifying that it must be something she did not cook. He adds that since he is still alive, he assumes the workshop battle must be over. She confirms that the battle has ended. He inquires about Vile, asking if he has been summoned and what has become of Horyang. She reassures him that Vile has been summoned. He has reunited with his friends, and everyone is safe. He asks where they are, noting that it does not seem like the Archimedes. She explains that they are in a resort run by Walhaesong, with the rankers having helped them. He asks about the rankers. She confirms that one ranker mentioned he has known Bomb for a long time. Wangnan responds with a quiet acknowledgement, realizing that Bomb has been summoned, Horyang and everyone else are safe, and that everything has turned out well. Relaxing into his bed, he sighs in relief and expresses that it is over, and that it is a good outcome. As she prepares to leave, she tells him that when he feels better, he should come outside because everyone is worried about him. He agrees, saying okay. He leans back and quietly adds what a relief it is, truly. Before stepping out of the room, she notices his ring. Outside, Shibisu sees her and asks if Wangnan has woken up. Yeonyewa replies that he has and suggests they go see for themselves. Prince inquires if Wangnan is okay. At that moment, Wangnan steps out of the room, declaring, "The invincible, self-proclaimed prince, here he is." Shibisu, smiling, remarks that the hero of the workshop battle is finally awake. Wangnan laughs, humbly admitting that as a hero, he doesn't remember much of it. Shibisu insists that it is all thanks to him. If it hadn't been for Wangnan, they would not have succeeded. He adds that they truly owe him one, and asks him to please take good care of Bomb for them. He says he is the leader of Team Sweet and Sour, while Wangnan questions what Shibisu means by taking care of Bomb, adding that he is not planning to go up the tower with Vile. Shibisu explains that it would be nice, but they are already D-rank regulars, which means they cannot climb the tower with Bomb right now. He mentions that they have to leave in 3 days for the test, and if they are to meet again, it would be after Wangnan becomes a D-class regular. Wangnan, confused, asks who is still an E-rank regular. Meanwhile, Vespa observes them from a distance, thinking that Wangnan is crazy and wishing to avoid him. Anak is seen exercising nearby. Shibisu continues, saying that everyone is feeling pretty down, but they all have their own goals and cannot stop. They need to hurry and catch up. He encourages Wangnan to become stronger the next time they meet so they can have a proper match. Wangnan, bewildered, asks about having a match, then suddenly screams that his chest hurts. Akraptor quickly stands up, concerned, and asks if it's the wound. Wangnan replies that it isn't. He was just so moved that it made his chest ache. Akraptor, baffled, asks what he means by that, telling him not to scare them like that and calling him an idiot. Wangnan laughs, and Chang comments that it's surprising Wangnan didn't die after being pierced through the heart, and that he recovered in just one day. Wangnan, full of pride, asks if it isn't amazing, declaring that the chickling is invincible. Chang, amused, responds by wondering if he should follow Wangnan, thinking to himself that while he initially considered Wangnan worthless, this situation is quite intriguing. He also reflects on Vile, realizing that he isn't the only one who has noticed something remarkable about Wangnan. In another room of the resort, the Rancor hatchling is in discussion with Lero Ro and Quant about Fug's reaction to the recent events. Hatchling asks if there is any news about Fug's movements, adding that there's nothing new from the Archimedes either, even though what happened should have been a significant issue. He acknowledges that while the workshop battle involving mere E-rank regulars wouldn't usually draw much attention, the higher-ups must have been involved somehow. He points out that it's particularly suspicious that the event wasn't broadcast. Lero Ro then asks if Hatchling is suggesting that someone had planned all of this. Hatchling responds that he can't be certain yet, but it seems like Fug might be experiencing internal conflicts. He speculates that perhaps Fug got involved to keep the Slayer candidate safe and hidden until their internal issues were resolved. He admits, though, that this theory might be a bit far-fetched. Lero Ro comments on the situation, to which Hatchling responds, acknowledging that he knows Lero Ro won't share any sensitive information. He adds that he has no intention of bullying his cute brother's friends. Reflecting for a moment, Hatchling feels a pang of guilt when he recalls Princess Yuri shouting at him, demanding answers. He sighed internally, thinking that he could practically hear his lifespan getting shorter with every passing moment. Hatchling then asks Majex where the vice captain is. Majex replies that he couldn't get hold of him, adding that he's probably off somewhere drinking and chasing after women. It seems it will be difficult to meet with him. Just then, they are joined by Walhagsong's D-rank regular, Tulalan. Lero Ro comments on Tulalan, noting how impressive it is that Walhagsong has already recognized him as a D-rank regular. He suggests that Hatchling give up on trying to reach the vice captain for now. Quant, hearing the mention of D-rank regulars, remarks that it reminds him of the Hell Train. Tulalan quickly dismisses this, saying it's nothing, and that he is only a spare in case something happens in the regulars area. Hatchling then brings up the Hell Train, explaining that it allows someone to climb 6 floors at once, but warns that there are usually no survivors by the end. He adds that the final destination of the train is the hidden floor. Quant mentions that there's a rumor about the most beautiful woman in the tower sleeping on the hidden floor, and for women, the rumor involves a handsome man. Hatchling responds, hinting that he has actually been there. Quant, surprised, asks if that's for real and what he saw there. Hatchling, however, gives a cryptic answer, saying no comment. Tulalan then reveals that he is also aiming for the hidden floor. Quant advises him to check it out, but warns that it won't be easy. Hatchling agrees, adding that the next train will be highly competitive and hints that a monster might be boarding it. The scene then shifts to Vile, who stands on a rooftop when his pocket displays a message from Endorsi, instructing him to meet her at the gate by 2 p.m. with the threat that if he doesn't, she will kill him. The scene transitions again to the 97th floor, at Karaka's secret lair. Jinsung arrives at the gate, where 2 massive gatekeepers ask for his name. He grumbles in frustration, remarking that this is exactly why he dislikes dealing with youngsters. Jinsung effortlessly defeats the guard, admonishing him to address his elders politely. The other guard, referring to Jinsung as Red Horn, taunts him, suggesting he can't even act his own size, and attacks him. Jinsung evades the assault, noting that the guard isn't even budging, and demonstrates how to deliver a proper punch. The guard, bewildered, demands to know who Jinsung is, accusing him of having a death wish and underestimating him due to his solitary presence. After breaching the gate, Jinsung proceeds to annihilate all of Karaka's subordinates who confront him, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. Surveying the scene, he remarks on the numerous bodies, questioning whether his student was concerned about his lack of practice, and arranged this as a warm-up. Karaka sits down, remarking that Jinsung should have informed him of his visit, and orders a chair to be brought out. A flying creature complies, providing the seat, and Jinsung settles into it. Jinsung then addresses Karaka's actions, noting that what he did at Archimedes by targeting the Slayer candidate was quite troublesome. He adds that even Murchia is perplexed by Karaka's decision and questions why he chose to take such a drastic step. Karaka, with a calm demeanor, responds that it was the best way to achieve their long-desired wish. However, Jinsung firmly corrects him, stating that it is not their wish but his alone. Jinsung continues by revealing that one of the doyens who conspired with Karaka died last night. Though he doesn't know who killed him, it wasn't Jinsung, and he expresses regret that the doyen didn't survive to testify about the incident. Jinsung then warns Karaka that he already possesses the power to disrupt the doyens, acknowledging that Karaka's rapid growth is quite alarming. But the one truly dangerous, he asserts, is Karaka himself. Jinsung, more candidly, questions whether Karaka didn't know about this scheme from the very beginning. He accuses Karaka of using his own plan in reverse, intending to weaken Jinsung's power and secretly move both the needle and vial to a safer location. Jinsung, before leaving, offers Karaka a stern warning. He tells him that if he oversteps his boundaries, he will come to regret it. He also cautions Karaka about Vial's rapid growth, noting that it is far beyond what Karaka can imagine. Jinsung even suggests that in the near future, Vial might return to Fog and drag Karaka down from his position of power. With those final words, he instructs Karaka to reflect on his actions and then walks out. Shortly after Jinsung's departure, Pokken arrives and informs Karaka that he has a message from the submerged fish. Karaka acknowledges this, and Pokken asks about Vial's whereabouts. Karaka responds that Vial is currently staying at a nearby resort, but will be ascending the tower again soon. He adds that Vial will soon become a D-rank regular. Pokken, intrigued, asks if the next test involves the Hell Train. Karaka confirms and orders him to ensure there are no mistakes this time. Pokken replies with a firm understanding, while Karaka reflects to himself. He is fully aware that one day, Vial's needle will be aimed at him. Though that day is still far off, Karaka knows that before it arrives, he must act. Meanwhile, a group of regulars observes Endorsi as she waits for Vial at their meeting place. One of them remarks that she resembles someone he knows, prompting another to inquire if she is Endorsi Jahad. The first regular dismisses the idea, questioning why the princess would be there, though he admits she is indeed stunning. They engage in gossip, contemplating whether they should approach her, but ultimately decide against it, with one betting that she must have a boyfriend. Endorsi, feeling the weight of their stares, texts Vial to inform him that she has changed the meeting place due to too many onlookers. She questions whether he received her text, wondering why he hasn't arrived yet. Frustrated, she thinks that Emily isn't working either, finding the situation annoying. Meanwhile, Kun and Rak are covertly spying on Endorsi, trying to get a better look at her. When Vial finally arrives, Endorsi immediately asks why he is so late. He apologizes, explaining that she wasn't at the desk. She insists that she sent him a text and urges him to check his phone. Nearby, Yuwa, Prince, and Rak watch the interaction unfold. Rak comments that Endorsi's googly eyes seem to be targeting the black turtle, expressing that she is indeed intimidating. Yuwa reflects on what a date night it is after returning, while Prince can't help but feel envious of Vial, lamenting that a date with a princess of Jahad is something he can't forgive. Rak, observing the situation, wonders what is happening. Kun remarks that spying on others' personal lives is unbecoming, calling the guys the worst. Rak defends their actions, claiming they are simply keeping an eye on Vial. He expresses concern that Endorsi's weird googly eyes are attempting to take the black turtle away and urges Kun to do something about it. Kun dismisses their behavior as pathetic, prompting Rak to ask for clarification on his comment. With a smirk, Kun wishes Rak good luck in watching over Vile, stating that he has his own matters to attend to before saying goodbye. Prince interjects, expressing his desire to go on a date with the princess as well. Yuo muses that someone should stab him with that sword, and Prince enthusiastically agrees, suggesting they should stab him with the white heavenly mirror. Kun ponders that he had followed Vile out of concern, but he reassures himself that it is good others are watching over him as well. He acknowledges that Endorsi is unlikely to overstep her boundaries due to her status, but he remains wary, recognizing that she has previously placed Vile in danger, a situation he finds completely unacceptable. Vile calls out to Endorsi as she begins to walk away, asking where she is going. She replies that she told him it is a date. They plan to eat, shop, and watch a movie together. Vile questions why she would choose to go on a date with him, and Endorsi responds that she promised him they would go on a date after returning from the testing floor. When he asks if she really did promise, she confirms it, noting that it has been 7 years and he should be grateful she remembered. She instructs him to follow her if he understands. Without hesitation, Vile starts running to catch up with her while Rak exclaims in protest, urging him not to go. Inside the resort, Kun arrives at a cafe located in the shopping district, where Novik greets him. Kun takes a seat at their table and inquires about Vile. Novik shares that he has been conducting surveillance and expresses his hope that the princess doesn't act recklessly. He remarks that a date with a Jahad princess is an incredible feat that Vile has accomplished. Kun acknowledges this, but assures Novik that he has ensured Vile is being watched closely. He admits he is no longer surprised by the situation, adding that perhaps a date with Endorsi Jahad is the only thing that could still catch him off guard. Novik asks Kun what he plans to do next and whether they will team up with him.